Chapter 1. Upon the Cerulean Sea, a luxurious cruise ship glides gracefully, a testament to human ingenuity that has tamed the once formidable ocean. Within the opulent halls of the vessel, every gentleman exudes refinement, while the ladies embody elegance and poise. In stark contrast to this picturesque scene lies the maintenance room beneath, where a young man in his 20s sits before a laptop, engrossed in an anime titled One Piece. His focused expression betrays a profound affection for the series. As the final episode concludes, he stretches languidly and muses aloud. Ah, indeed, watching several episodes at once is far more exhilarating. We've reached Wano, and the battle with Kaido is imminent. Such a fierce adversary, how on earth will Oda resolve this? Perhaps he will shift to fifth gear? As the young man continues his musings, he suddenly hears the commotion of the crowd above, prompting him to investigate as the ship's chief engineer, Veer. It would be unfortunate if a mechanical malfunction were to disturb the guests, especially considering the captain's benevolence towards him. Just as he turns to ascend the stairs, a loud splash reverberates, followed by a heavy thud as something massive plunges into the water. The ruckus on the deck escalates, punctuated by several high-pitched screams from the ladies. Recognizing the urgency, Veer quickens his pace. Something is amiss, I must hurry. Upon reaching the deck, Veer finds a throng of guests and the first officer, John, standing in a state of alarm. Forgoing pleasantries, he rushes to John's side and inquires, "John, what on earth is happening?" The first officer, a white-haired, balding gentleman, typically amiable, now bears an expression of sheer terror. "Veer, I just spotted a golden koi, larger than our ship. My heavens, how can such a colossal koi exist?" Veer, equally astonished, registers disbelief in his dark eyes. "A koi larger than our cruise liner? Our ship displaces 20,000 tons, that's simply not possible." Just then, a splash draws his attention, and he turns to witness a sight that shatters his understanding of reality. A massive, golden koi with a vibrant red tail, soaring through the air, rendering the cruise ship insignificant in comparison. With a thunderous crash, the enormous koi seems to collide with an invisible barrier before plummeting back into the depths. The world around Veer sways violently, not merely the ship, but the very fabric of reality itself, causing him to tumble to the ground. After a few moments, as he regains his bearings, Veer hears a deep, ancient roar emanating from the ocean. "This is not my realm. Release me. I have caused the demise of countless beings during my tribulation. How shall I face my master?" The once clear sky now darkens with ominous clouds, swirling into a colossal vortex, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. While the foreign guests may be confused, Veer, with his Chinese heritage, recognizes the gravity of the situation, utterly upending his worldview. Is this a tribulation? Or perhaps the koi leaping over the dragon gate? Veer, overwhelmed by trepidation, yearns to escape the scene. With trembling hands, he retrieves his walkie-talkie. "Captain, this is Veer. We must set sail at full speed. An unidentified colossal creature has appeared nearby, and if we are attacked, we risk capsizing." In the bridge, the captain, taken aback by Veer's urgent shout, responds, "What's going on, Veer?" He then commands, "Full speed ahead. Leave this area at once." The captain, having worked with the young Chinese engineer for 6 years, deeply trusts him, especially upon hearing the words capsize and colossal creature. Veer's voice crackles through the radio again. "Captain, you must come to the deck to see for yourself. I cannot adequately convey the details." Having informed the captain, Veer rushes to the edge of the deck, peering into the depths of the sea. A massive shadow undulates beneath the surface. At that moment, he is rendered powerless to do anything but observe. Moments later, he hears hurried footsteps behind him amidst the captain. "Veer, what in the world is happening? Why the urgency for full speed ahead?" "Look, Captain, there lies a creature far greater than our Queen Avis, presumably a freshwater koi." The captain's expression shifts dramatically as he peers down, spotting the immense shadow as well. Just as uncertainty grips the crowd, a deafening crash reverberates, and Veer feels the ship collide with something unseen. His body is propelled through the air, soaring several meters before landing heavily, consciousness fading into darkness. After what feels like an eternity, Veer awakens to find his right hand numb. As he raises his head, an unforgettable sight greets him. The sky is awash in silvery light, forming a vast silver-blue vortex. A gigantic golden koi swims gracefully through the air, frequently altering its trajectory, its gaze fixed upon the heavens. Before Veer can grasp the situation, the sky rumbles with fury, and a bolt of silver-blue lightning strikes down, crashing heavily onto the koi's head. The creature, already marred by numerous wounds, emits plumes of dark smoke. From a distance, Veer can smell the scent of charred flesh, while his ears ring with a dull roar, drowning out all other sounds. The massive vortex above begins to whirl, reaching a critical point before unleashing a bolt of lightning far thicker than the previous one. The golden koi, unable to withstand the onslaught, disintegrates into fragments, yet the lightning continues its descent, aimed directly at the Queen Avis. In his final moments of consciousness, Veer feels a jolt of numbness sweep over him, his body growing lighter, followed by an engulfing darkness. After an indeterminate time, he becomes aware of immense friction surrounding him. He sees nothing, hears nothing, and feels as though countless insects are gnawing at him, gradually rendering his form battered and broken. Eventually, when Veer's vision clears, he finds himself in a peculiar place shrouded in mist. Upon examining his body, he realizes it is no longer as it once was. Instead, he has become semi-transparent, with numerous ragged patches, as though he has been subjected to severe torment. As he contemplates his predicament, a distant voice breaks through the haze. A young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, shouts, "Get out! This is mine. If you don't leave, it'll bite you." Veer looks up to see the child glaring at him with mock ferocity. "Ah, I must be dead, and my soul has traversed a perilous realm, inadvertently arriving within the consciousness of this boy, the rightful owner of this space." Lost in thought, Veer suddenly feels an intense pain in his hand, and he cannot help but cry out, retaliating with a punch to the boy's face. The child is sent tumbling backward, while Veer notices another piece of his essence has diminished. The agony penetrates his very soul. Observing the boy closely, he realizes he is consuming something, his expression one of blissful delight. Without a moment's hesitation, Veer lunges at the child, pinning him down and sinking his teeth into the boy's flesh. It feels as though he is biting into cotton candy, soft and yielding. Upon swallowing, Veer senses his fragmented soul begin to mend, his senses sharpening considerably. "Ah, thank you for the inspiration, young one. Farewell." What follows is a horrifying spectacle within the misty realm. An ancient figure devours the child, piece by piece. Strangely, as the figure consumes, it grows smaller yet increasingly distinct and whole until only the visage of the 8 or 9-year-old boy named Veer remains. When Veer finally opens his eyes, he is greeted by a sandy beach and the expanse of the azure sea. "I am alive." Indeed, this must be a form of unconventional possession, perhaps the most rudimentary form of it. How amusing! However, as long as it proves effective, it is acceptable. After all, to survive, one may resort to madness. On the beach, an 8 or 9-year-old child emits a peculiar laugh. "I am so hungry. What is happening? This boy must be faint from hunger. I must find food quickly, or ill perish." Surveying his surroundings, Veer is relieved to see that he is not on a deserted island in the distance. Towering structures rise, reminiscent of a quaint European town. As he slowly approaches the town, he realizes that consuming the boy's soul has not only restored his own, but has also imbued him with a wealth of fragmented memories. For instance, this body is 9 years old, and this is not Earth, but a quaint little town called Rogue Town, where the language spoken is one he has never encountered before. As he slowly perused these memories, Veer felt a sense of familiarity. Rogue Town? The name seemed to resonate with him. While sifting through the recollections, he suddenly stumbled upon a fragment of memory. Today, at the age of 9, he heard someone mention that 13 years had passed since the execution of the Pirate King, Roger, and then he recalled his own aspiration to become a pirate. The Pirate King? Am I in the world of the Pirate King? This realm of formidable power is simply marvelous at last. I need not remain an ordinary person. I too can wield a sword and engage in battle. Ha ha ha, what exhilarating news! I am resolutely determined to grow stronger and embark on adventures across the globe, to explore this world, to encounter diverse races, to clash with various formidable beings, and to savor the culinary delights from every corner of the world. As for beautiful women, I shall leave that to fate. I do not believe that every transmigrator is like a bulldozer, with their brains resembling a viscous, milky substance. Should I join the Navy or become a pirate? No, I would rather be an adventurer. I have no desire to be akin to some rubbery figure, flying a pirate flag while engaging in the dual roles of adventurer and Navy officer. Now is not the time to ponder such matters. If I do not eat soon, I shall starve. However, it appears I have no money. What to do? As he walked, troubled thoughts filled his mind. Should I resort to robbery? That seems implausible, and I lack the capability for it. It appears I must resort to theft. Yes, I shall take what I can and flee. After 5 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at Rogue Town. It was morning, and the town was vibrant with life, bustling with pedestrians and the shouts of various vendors. The sight of numerous stalls only intensified Veer's hunger. He located a stall selling grilled meat skewers, surrounded by eager patrons awaiting the delectable treats. After surveying the area and noticing no one was paying attention, he stealthily reached into the pocket of a nearby man and extracted a few bills, not bothering to count how much he had taken before retreating. After walking a short distance, he checked the money, approximately 20,000 berries. He noted, unsure of how many meals that would provide. He casually found a small restaurant, ordered a bowl of porridge and a plate of pickles, and began to eat slowly. Having lost track of how long he had been hungry, he realized that gorging himself after such deprivation was a reckless endeavor. Veer sensed that this body was rather weak, just an ordinary child. Thus he must devise a long-term strategy for strengthening himself. In any case, he needed to stabilize his situation before contemplating how to grow stronger. He wondered why those illustrious predecessors who had also transmigrated seemed so formidable, arriving on deserted islands, yet thriving and growing stronger, eventually able to take on admirals upon leaving. It was truly bewildering. If I were cast onto a deserted island, I would undoubtedly not see the sunrise the following day. Absolutely not. Slowly, he finished the bowl of porridge, but still felt hungry, though not to the point of weakness. What should he do? Perhaps he could scout the vicinity for a workshop that produces ship parts. While he may not know how to build a ship, he was well versed in the components aboard, and though the vessels may belong to a different era, he should still be able to comprehend them. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a shop named Old Red's Hull Parts. Upon entering, he found a modest establishment filled with various old-fashioned ship components. Fortunately, he recognized most of them. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man in his 50s, shirtless, sporting a rooster comb hairstyle, and somewhat portly. He was likely the proprietor of the shop. The middle-aged man inquired, "Young lad, is there something you wish to purchase?" "Everything here is for ships." Veer contemplated for a moment before responding indirectly. "Uncle, do you know where the Navy branch is? I was shipwrecked at sea and drifted to this island. I am unsure if I can return." The middle-aged man sighed and asked, "What about your family?" Veer endeavored to maintain a sorrowful expression, remaining silent and lowering his head. Seeing this, the man shook his head and pressed on. "Do you have any other family members?" Veer shook his head, thinking it was about time. He then asked, "Uncle, your shop sells hull parts, right? May I work for you? I am quite capable. I know how to handle these components." The middle-aged man paused, seemingly skeptical, and replied, "Young boy, it is not good to lie, and you are far too young for me to employ you." "Uncle, I truly can do it. My father used to run a shipyard in Water 7, and I have learned to make these parts from Uncle Ayers since I was little," Veer said confidently, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. Upon hearing Water 7, the man's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "Is that true? Can you really make these parts? Come, let's head to the workshop and see what you can do. If you truly can, they'll pay you 30,000 berries a month." In the workshop, Veer encountered several simple machines, whether from his university studies or past practical experiences aboard a ship. Handling these rudimentary devices was exceedingly easy for him. In no time, he produced a variety of components. The middle-aged man cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, what is your name? From now on, you shall work here. As for your accommodation, you may reside in the small room above. I will show you shortly. Furthermore, you are to produce 200 of these components each day. What do you think?" With a rough estimation, Vail calculated that the task would require approximately 200 units of work, translating to about 4 hours, a commendable amount of time. Now that he had a stable residence and a source of income, he could contemplate how to enhance his abilities. He readily agreed to the middle-aged man's proposal, introducing himself as Vail and learning that the man was named Reed. Following Reed, he ascended the stairs to view his new abode. The small room was quite satisfactory, measuring around 10 square meters, adequately accommodating him. It was furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a mirror. Standing before the mirror, Vail beheld his reflection for the first time in this world. He stood approximately 2 meters tall, with short black hair and dark eyes. His appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary child, likely due to his still developing features. The only distinguishing trait was his laugh, which might evoke a sense of unease, suggesting that the child might not be entirely well. In summary, Vail's adventure in the world of One Piece was about to commence, and he felt a thrill of anticipation. The following morning, after a lengthy slumber that lasted through the afternoon and into the night, Vail awoke feeling invigorated. His intermittent meals had restored his body to a normal state. Sitting on his bed, he began to ponder how to grow stronger. In his previous life, he had admired the swordmasters of the One Piece universe, so he resolved to begin his training in swordsmanship, complemented by physical techniques. Above all, he recognized the significance of haki. Once he matured a bit, he must obtain the training methods for haki, particularly for the armament haki. In Vail's view, observation haki and conqueror's haki paled in comparison to the strength that armament haki provided. The most evident examples were Zephyr and Garp, both of whom achieved greatness through their mastery of armament haki, one becoming an admiral and the other relentlessly pursuing Roger across the seas. Thus, armament haki was essential, with observation haki as a secondary consideration, while conqueror's haki was left to fate, as it could not be deliberately sought after. However, in his current 9-year-old body, with its abysmal physical condition, the prospect of learning armament haki seemed far-fetched. Swordsmanship appeared to be a more reliable pursuit, as it could also enhance his physical stamina. He decided to explore the town of Rogu, seeking out sword academies, knowing that finding a renowned master was unlikely and that he would have to start with the basics. While lacking any mystical powers such as ki, chakra, or energy, as someone who had absorbed the majority of the One Piece storyline, he understood what it meant to strive for strength and what true power entailed. After bidding farewell to Reed, he ventured out. His first objective was to familiarize himself with the general layout of Rogu. Before he knew it, the morning had passed, and Vail found himself savoring a large meat skewer in his left hand while holding an unfamiliar fruit in his right, enjoying each delectable bite. The meat, purchased from a roadside stall, was far superior in taste to anything he had eaten on Earth, while the fruit was a delightful blend of tart and sweet. As he lifted his gaze, he realized he had wandered to the outskirts of Rogu and was about to turn back when he spotted a modest sword academy by the roadside. It wasn't large, but a simple sign bore the elegantly written characters, Yijian Guan, meaning the Academy of Swordsmanship. Vail had previously visited several academies that had not met his expectations, 2 of which even focused on theatrical swordplay, leaving him utterly speechless. Nonetheless, he decided to take a look. Upon entering the academy, he found a small courtyard bustling with a dozen or so children fervently practicing their sword techniques, while a few older youths offered guidance nearby. Before he could take more than a few steps, a robust man in his 20s approached him with a warm demeanor, saying, "Hello, young one. Are you here to enroll in the Sword Academy? Allow me to show you around." We nodded and said, "Yes, I would like to enroll in the Swordsmanship Academy. I am unsure of the specific requirements." The young man laughed even more joyfully and replied, "Our Swordsmanship Academy in Rogtown is quite reputable. We have even produced a naval lieutenant. My name is Khan, and if you enroll in the academy, you may call me your senior brother. I will take you to meet the teacher. By the way, how shall I address you, young brother?" As Khan elevated the young lad's title to young brother, Weir was observing his surroundings, feeling that this place was indeed suitable for enlightenment, although he still wished to see the headmaster first. Following Khan, he responded, "My name is Weir, and I work at the Red Shop." Khan, astonished, inquired, "Oh, you are so young and already working? That is truly impressive." Weir smiled as he replied, "All my family has passed away. What should I do if I do not work? Fortunately, I learned a trade from an uncle when I was very young." Khan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a tumultuous time. The seas are so chaotic, and the government's oversight over us is rather lax. This is still in Rogtown, but in other places, the streets are teeming with pirates." Weir smiled faintly but remained silent. following Khan as they traversed the courtyard to stand before a traditional Japanese house. Khan gently tapped on the sliding door crafted from paper and wood, respectfully announcing, "Master, a new apprentice has enrolled." Shortly, a steady voice resonated from within. Khan. Please come in." Removing their shoes, they stepped into the room, which was spacious and minimally furnished, save for a cluster of around 20 cushions arranged in the center. The foremost cushion was solitary, while several others were neatly aligned behind it. Seated upon the foremost cushion was a robust elder, eyes closed, garbed in a black kimono. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet he bore none of the weariness typically associated with age. Rather, he exuded the aura of an aged leopard. Though no longer as fierce as in his youth, he remained a formidable creature. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Weir and inquired, "Young one, do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship in my dojo?" Weir nodded, expressing his desire to learn swordsmanship. The old man did not pry into the reasons behind this aspiration, but simply stated, "Very well, the tuition fee amounts to 10,000 belly per month, with clothing and accommodation charged separately." Weir felt somewhat bewildered. This unfolding was not as anticipated. In the realm of the second dimension, one would typically inquire, "Why do you pursue swordsmanship? What drives your desire for strength?" Subsequently, Weir would respond with a fervent declaration of his aspirations, leading the elder to marvel at his potential and willingly accept him as a disciple. Despite entertaining such fanciful notions, Weir promptly answered, "Very well, master. When may I commence my sword training?" "My name is Weir." The elder chuckled softly and replied, "Please complete the necessary formalities with your senior brother Khan. Join us for class tomorrow at 7 a.m. My name is Adonis. You may refer to me as Teacher Nis, or simply as Teacher." Weir nodded and said, "Teacher. See you tomorrow," before departing with Khan. In a nearby room, he paid 13,000 belly and received a complete outfit, a wooden sword, and a small wooden plaque symbolizing his status as an apprentice, resembling a receipt from days of yore. He turned and exited the sword hall. Shortly after Weir's departure, Nis opened the door and called out to Khan. Facing away from Khan in the previous room, Nis inquired, "Are you aware of the new apprentice's situation? Make sure to gather information in town, and avoid speaking to undeserving individuals." Khan nodded respectfully, replying, "Teacher, I just asked him. He mentioned that he works at Red's shop. Though he is uncertain about his specific duties. He is an orphan, so there should be no issues since he is just a boy." Nis nodded in contemplation. "Then let's find an opportunity to verify his claims with Red. If all is well, we shall accept him. The initial guidance can be entrusted to Bart, who has been rather unoccupied of late." Khan nodded and exited the room. Within the chamber, an elder retrieved a blade that had long rested at his side. Its scabbard and hilt entirely black, adorned with a series of purple dots that extended from the base of the scabbard to the tip of the hilt, each circle intersected by Y-shaped black lines. Holding the blade, the elder sighed, seemingly murmuring to it, "Where are you? I have sought you my entire life and have yet to find you. Are you still in the possession of my kin?" Weir, bidding farewell to the sword hall and strolling homeward, felt a surge of joy, having finally discovered a path towards strength. Although uncertain of the outcome, the crucial aspect was that he had taken the first step. Surely, the rest would follow. Upon returning to the shop, nearly noon had arrived. He quickly consumed a simple meal at a nearby eatery before heading straight to the workshop, mindful that he had yet to complete today's tasks. Gradually operating the machinery, he produced simple components at a surprisingly swift pace, finishing today's assignment in less than 3 hours. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Red, he retreated to his room. With ample time on his hands, Weir pondered what to do. Perhaps it was time to commence some preliminary exercises. Yes, he thought, let us first assess my physical condition. On the floor of his small room, he began performing push-ups 1, 2, 3. Before long, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a short while, he was utterly spent. How could this be? Had he completed fewer than 20? This was the world of the Pirate King, and yet his physique felt woefully inadequate. Though he had anticipated this, the reality was even more disheartening than expected. Rising and descending the stairs, were spotted Red seated behind the counter, looking rather bored. He approached hesitantly and said, "Boss, I enrolled at the sword hall today." Red looked up in surprise. "Well done, Weir. To sign up on your very first day. What troubles you?" "Indeed, boss," Weir replied. "I spent over 13,000 belly for the enrollment fee, and I am now out of money. Therefore, I was wondering if it would be possible to receive a portion of this month's wages in advance. I realize it is quite unreasonable to request pay on my first day, but I am left with no alternative." He spoke softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Red considered for a moment before responding. "All right then, Here are 3,000 belly. Take this for your immediate needs. Weir let out a sigh inwardly, yet maintained a facade of joy as he spoke. Thank you very much, boss. He casually accepted the 3,000 berries, greeted Reed, and then exited the shop. As he strolled along the street, he pondered the pressing necessity for funds. To an ordinary person, 3,000 berries could indeed suffice for a month. But for someone aspiring to strengthen himself, it was woefully inadequate. Training required extensive physical exertion, which in turn demanded copious amounts of sustenance, not just any sustenance, but a variety of meats. Furthermore, there were the weights for training and weapons. Although they were not immediately necessary, it would not be long before he required them. Lost in thought as he ambled through the streets, he contemplated how to earn money. Robbery? Theft? Impossible. Weir needed to maintain a long-term presence in Roguetown. Engaging in such foolish acts could lead to dire consequences if he were caught. Who knew how juvenile delinquents were treated in the world of One Piece? Becoming a slave would be disastrous. Even if he were inclined toward robbery, it would only amount to snatching lollipops. Targeting adults was out of the question. There was also the avenue of selling information, but that carried significant risks. What if the buyer refused payment and resorted to silencing him? His strength was clearly insufficient. Strength? He had visited the Swordsmanship Academy today. The director was beyond hope, but perhaps that senior named Khan possessed some degree of martial prowess. If he were to engage in information trading, well, it would be worth selling. Was Roger's surrender a fact? Was Whitebeard's health deteriorating, sustained only by medication? A detailed list of revolutionaries? The appearance of the 5 elders? No. While these pieces of information were indeed priceless, they were far too perilous. The location of Sky Island, however, was a promising option. Most people were unaware of its existence, dismissing it as mere legend. In any case, he would first seek Khan to discuss matters. He was yet uncertain of Khan's stance. After a short while, he arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy once more, this time with a sense of familiarity. He entered directly, but did not find Khan in the courtyard, so he proceeded to knock gently on the door of an inner room, saying, "Master, I am the new apprentice, Weir. May I come in?" "Come in," came the steady voice of Nis from within. Weir stepped inside and saw Nis still seated, prompting him to inquire, "Master, where is Brother Khan gone? I have some matters to discuss with him. I just arrived at the Sword Pavilion and am unfamiliar with the others, so I apologize for intruding upon you." Nis glanced at Weir and replied, "Khan has likely gone to practice swordsmanship on the back mountain. If you exit through the back door of the dojo, you will find yourself on the outskirts of Roguetown. Your brother Khan should be there." "Thank you, Master. I truly apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now." After casting a glance at Nis, who nodded in acknowledgement, Weir turned and exited the room. Once outside, Weir smiled, his joy evident, and made his way towards the back door. The rear mountain of the Sword Pavilion was a vast expanse, bordered by a dense forest. Weir found Khan in the open area, wielding the sword with skill. Though Weir had yet to learn the art of swordplay, he could surmise that Khan's proficiency was commendable, particularly for one of the senior disciples. Approaching, he called out, "Brother Khan, practicing your swordsmanship?" "It is, Weir. What brings you here?" "Training doesn't commence until tomorrow." "Are you so eager to practice?" Khan chuckled, teasingly. Weir chuckled softly and said, "Brother Khan, I have come to engage in a lucrative venture with you. A grand enterprise that, if successful, could yield hundreds of thousands of belly." Upon hearing this, Khan, skeptical, shook his head and replied, "What kind of grand venture requires such a staggering sum of hundreds of thousands of belly? Does it entail perilous undertakings?" Upon hearing this, Vail felt a glimmer of hope. He replied, "Brother Khan, I arrived in Roguetown due to a shipwreck. My family once resided in the city of Seven Waters, a family of considerable influence. Subsequently, we traveled to the East Sea to visit a close friend of my father's. Along the way, we were besieged by a formidable band of pirates, and I was the sole survivor." "Then why do you not seek refuge with your father's friend? Why are you working in Roguetown?" Khan inquired, somewhat skeptically. Weir smiled bitterly and remarked, "People depart, and the warmth of tea fades, my brother. Since my childhood, my father has instilled in me the lesson not to harbor excessive hopes for anything." Upon hearing these words, Khan was taken aback. Could such sagacity truly emanate from a mere 9-year-old child? It seemed utterly implausible that an ordinary child could possess such composure and maturity, articulating thoughts with such clarity. Clearly, this young lad was not to be underestimated. Intrigued, Khan inquired, "What was that business regarding hundreds of thousands you mentioned earlier?" "Intelligence," Weir replied. "Intelligence concerning the specific location of the Sky Island. The land of gold indeed exists." Khan, sensing Weir's intent, felt the allure of the bait intensify. "The Sky Island? Does it truly exist? Isn't that merely a legend? Khan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Weir, his expression one of astonishment. Vail smiled and introduced himself to Khan. Of course, the Sky Island is no mere legend. It is home to a race that differs from ours. My father visited the Sky Island in his youth. Khan fell silent for a moment, contemplating before he replied, if you possess the precise location. That information is indeed invaluable and easily transacted. Wait a moment. With that, he headed towards the swordsmanship hall. Shortly after, Khan emerged holding 2 bags. Approaching Vail, he tossed one to him and said, follow me shortly. I shall take you to the black market in Rocktown. Before we reach the market, where the clothes in the bag, but not now. Also, regarding how we split the proceeds from selling the information, I assume the role of your bodyguard. Khan, let's settle on a 55 to 45 split. That seems fair, does it not? Vail replied. Khan pondered for a moment before responding, 55 is acceptable. Let us proceed. Following Khan through the winding streets of Rocktown for a considerable time, they finally arrived at a bar that appeared to have been closed for ages. Outside, they donned 2 oversized black cloaks with hoods. The most amusing aspect was that the cloaks were so large that Vail felt as if he were wearing a wedding gown. And the hoods were ill-fitting, yet he had no choice but to make do. Upon entering the bar, they found a masked man seated at the dilapidated counter, who gloomily inquired, patrons, do you require assistance? We come to sell information, Vail replied, tugging at his hood, feeling uncomfortable in the tattered garment. What sort of information? The masked man found Vail's behavior peculiar. He had encountered many who entered and immediately indulged in food or smoking, but he had never seen anyone fidgeting with their hood upon entry. The specific location of the Sky Island. Vail realized that remaining still was easier. Fidgeting with the hood only exacerbated his discomfort. It not only irritated his face but also obstructed his mouth, hindering his speech. He could only adjust his hood with both hands, as if fearing it would slip off. What evidence do you possess to prove the information's authenticity? The masked man's somber tone faltered, and his shoulders trembled. Sandia tribe. Golden Bell, Great Serpent, God, Gonfol, Enormous Vines, Land of Gold, historical texts. Finally managing to adjust the troublesome hood, Vail felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, those pertain to the Sky Island, and some are classified information, of which I am not fully aware. How much are you willing to sell this intelligence for? As the conversation turned serious, the masked man's shoulders ceased their trembling. Vail pondered for a moment and proposed a price of 1 million Baileys, informing the masked man that there could be a substantial amount of gold there. The masked man shook his head. 1 million is impossible. Even if there is a great deal of gold, this is merely information. At most, I can offer 500,000, he replied in a low, somber tone. We're said no more than a single phrase, 600,000. The deal was struck, but should the intelligence prove inaccurate, the consequences are known to both of you. With that, he produced a box, opened it to reveal a sum of money, then closed it and placed it before him. Above the White Sea, at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and even higher at 10,000 meters, where the air is exceedingly thin. After speaking, he picked up the box and departed without a backward glance. The first intelligence transaction for Veer in the underground world was thus concluded, albeit marred by a tattered hat that disrupted the otherwise serious atmosphere. Upon exiting the bar, Veer strolled slowly down the alley, finally shedding the ill-fitting black robe. He vowed never to don such a wretched garment again. Behind him, Khan followed in silence, seemingly preoccupied with his own thoughts. Khan, the previously agreed-upon 50-50 split, 300,000 Baileys, is it to be given to you now? Or shall we discuss it upon our return to the sword school? Veer inquired after they had not walked far. Khan paused, taken aback, and responded stiffly. Let us not rush. We can divide it later. By the way, junior brother, why return to the sword school? Did you not intend to start your training tomorrow? Oh. I intended to seek you out at the sword school, but finding you absent and being unfamiliar with others, I had no choice but to approach Master. He instructed me to return and see him after the task was accomplished, Veer replied coolly, without turning his head. Khan's expression shifted, and in a fit of agitation, he exclaimed, You informed Master? Why would you tell him? Veer suddenly turned his body to face Khan. What is the matter? Shouldn't we inform our master? He continued. By the way, brother Khan, why not share some of the spoils with our master? Just you and I, 100,000 each. What do you say, brother Khan? Weir squinted his eyes, gazing at the imposing figure of Khan before him. Khan's expression darkened further. After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to recall some dreadful memory. Then, let us grant master a commission of 200,000, as is only fitting, Khan replied in a low tone, falling silent thereafter. We chuckled softly and continued walking forward, never once glancing back at Khan, who silently trailed behind, his face etched with discontent. Upon reaching the entrance of the swordsmanship hall, Weir, without turning his head, inquired, "Shall we go meet the master, Khan?" Khan, seemingly distracted, replied, "I won't be joining. I still have to train in the back mountains. Please hand me the money." He paid little attention even to the change in how we addressed him. Extracting 200,000 belly from a box, we turned and entered the swordsmanship hall. For Khan, this day was particularly significant, as the dramatic turns of fate were undeniably exhilarating, leaving his youthful mind struggling to grasp the whirlwind of events. A newly initiated junior brother informed him of a lucrative deal worth hundreds of thousands of belly. Initially, due to the junior's youth and the sheer magnitude of the amount, Khan was skeptical. However, the young disciple remarkably managed to convince him. Eventually, he accompanied this junior to the black market, where they indeed sold information for 600,000 belly. Was information truly so valuable? Who could say? Yet, contemplating the imminent 30,000 belly in his grasp, Khan felt as though he were walking on air, for he had never encountered such wealth in his life. Suddenly, a thought struck Khan. Why not simply eliminate this young lad? Wouldn't all 600,000 belly then belong to him? The swordsmanship hall was hardly a sanctuary for the faint-hearted. For Khan, taking a life was a mundane affair. Moreover, with 60,000 belly, he could procure a decent sword, significantly enhancing his prowess. Even if he chose to part ways with his master, he could still enlist in the military. Becoming a naval officer wouldn't be a bad fate. With his enhanced abilities, he might even rise to the rank of an officer. Just as Khan contemplated this course of action, the young rascal revealed that their master had learned of his clandestine dealings. A wave of fear and confusion washed over Khan. Having been with his master for 5 years, he understood that he had never earned his trust. Within the swordsmanship hall, Khan played the roles of doorkeeper, errand boy, and enforcer. Though others were oblivious, Khan was acutely aware of his master's formidable prowess and the danger that accompanied it. A senior brother had once offended their master, and, shortly thereafter, his entire family vanished without a trace. From that moment onward, Khan had transformed into the obedient disciple, heeding his master's every word. Not only had his share dwindled from 30,000 to 20,000 belly, but he also dreaded the punishment his master might impose upon him. Khan's mood darkened further. Meanwhile, we entered the swordsmanship hall and rapped gently on the door of the central chamber. "Master, it is Weir. I require your assistance. Come in," came the soft reply from Nis within. Upon entering the room, we found a cushion and sat before Nis, addressing him directly. "Master, I just sold some information in the black market with senior brother Khan, fetching 60,000 belly. I've given Khan 20,000 as his share. This is your 20,000. He then produced the 20,000 belly from the box and presented it to Nis. "Oh, since it was you and Khan who sold the information, why should I receive a share?" Nis replied coolly, "That you did not partake, this is your swordsmanship hall. And both Khan and I are your disciples," were stated plainly. We gazed intently at the elderly man before him and replied candidly. He had always held the conviction that without the ability to navigate social intricacies, one would struggle to thrive anywhere, particularly during times of weakness. One might be avaricious, as exemplified by Khan. One might also be short-sighted, much like Khan. However, one must never lack the fundamental virtue of being a decent person, as Khan does. Vis smiled with satisfaction. Even if Weil's swordsmanship talent was lacking, he now had an assistant by his side. Although this assistant was still shrouded in mystery and quite young, time was on their side, and they could gradually observe his potential. Moreover, speaking of mysterious origins, Nis was undoubtedly the most prominent figure in Rogue Town. "Well then, I shall accept this 200,000. Since you have profited from selling information, there's no need for you to work at Reed's. Instead, come and stay at my swordsmanship academy. Apart from the 2 rooms beside mine, feel free to choose any unoccupied room. Starting tomorrow, after dinner, I would like you to come here, and I shall elucidate the intricacies of swordsmanship for you." We're silently marveled at the wisdom that age brings, recognizing his own worth with remarkable clarity. In contrast, Khan, upon discovering a hen that laid diamond eggs, instinctively thought to slay the creature to extract the precious gems from its belly. Certainly, Ver could not disappoint Nis and promptly replied, "Master, my mother was once involved in the intelligence trade, hence I possess knowledge of numerous confidential secrets. Shall we engage in the trafficking of intelligence together? Patience is key." Nis responded, "Although trading in secrets can be highly lucrative, it also carries significant risks. We must act within our means and refrain from frequent transactions, lest we attract unwarranted trouble. In the future, I shall have others represent us. I will take 40%, and you shall receive 50. How does that sound? With a smile, Nis addressed Ver. No, master. I insist you take the larger share, Ver replied without hesitation. Nis accepted this without protest, responding effortlessly, very well then. It has been quite some time since Khan visited his hometown. It is indeed time for him to take a break and see his parents. Upon finishing, Nis closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor that suggested it was time for the conversation to conclude. Upon witnessing this, Veer and Nis left the swordsmanship hall individually and strolled down the street. Veer pondered the remarkable nature of his mentor, although uncertain of his true strength. He found him quite reliable in his endeavors. For now, he decided to bid farewell to Reed. Arriving at Reed's shop, Veer noticed Reed was preoccupied with a large, malfunctioning component. Veer approached and stated, "Boss, I have come to resign. Due to various circumstances, I can no longer fulfill this role. Here are 50,000 burley, which should cover my debt of 3,000 burley along with interest. Thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave." Without waiting for Reed's response, he turned and departed, waving a hand over his shoulder as he walked away. Reed, momentarily taken aback, only regained his senses after Veer had vanished from sight. Perhaps this small businessman was unaware of the opportunity he had missed, a gesture from one destined to become a great swordsman. Having bid farewell to Reed, Veer cast a glance at the money in his box and smiled. He first ventured to a clothing store, purchasing several durable outfits and undergarments, followed by toiletries. After some contemplation, he decided to sell a range of weights, from 5 to 50 kilograms, requesting the shopkeeper to deliver them to the swordsmanship hall. Glancing at his newly acquired, exquisite black pocket watch, he noted that it was nearly 6 in the evening. What to do next? Perhaps a meal would be in order. He sought out a fine restaurant, ordering the house specialty of seafood noodles and a meat dish adorned with a long bone that appeared quite appetizing. Before long, the noodles and meat arrived at his table. After savoring a few bites, Veer was astounded by the culinary experience unfolding before him. The unfamiliar seafood presented an exceptionally fresh taste, while the meat was rich and succulent. It would have paired perfectly with a glass of wine. Alas, upon ordering alcohol, the server denied him service due to his underage status, an unfortunate disappointment. Once he had finished his meal, Veer returned to the swordsmanship hall, casually seeking an unoccupied room. The space was well furnished and even boasted a private restroom. Retiring early, Veer eagerly anticipated the dawn of a new day. At 5 o'clock the next morning, he arose and, upon stepping outside, observed Nis engaged in conversation with a blue-haired, slender middle-aged man, standing just over 1.60 meters. Vail stepped forward and greeted, "Good morning, master." "Good morning. This is your senior brother Ram Roy. You will be learning the fundamentals of swordsmanship with him from now on," Nis introduced. "Aha, junior brother. We shall be partners from now on. I look forward to your support," the enthusiastic senior brother said to Vail. "Partners? Oh, I see. Then senior brother. I hope you will guide me well," Vail replied, initially bewildered, then realizing that Roy was indeed the other partner, the one who exerted the most effort yet received the least compensation. "Now that the junior brother is awake, let me explain your training regimen. In the morning, we will focus on basic training. We will have lunch and rest at noon, and in the afternoon, we will engage in physical training. During busy times, the junior brother will need to train independently. At other times, I will provide guidance throughout the day, while in the evening, Master will personally instruct you," Roy said warmly to Vail. After all, Vail would soon become the source of his private fortune. Based on the information revealed by Master yesterday, Roy anticipated earning at least a 5-figure return each month, which delighted him for quite some time. As Veer gazed at Roy before him, he found that while his expression was unassuming, a smile from him evoked a peculiar sense of lewdness, particularly accentuated by his diminutive stature. One could hardly believe he was a swordsman. Nis seemed to perceive Veer's thoughts and remarked, "Your senior brother Roy possesses one of the most solid foundations among my disciples. Make sure to learn well from him." With that, he turned and headed towards the dining hall, presumably to partake in breakfast. After a hasty meal alongside Roy, they made their way to the rear mountain. Upon arrival, Veer observed a wooden sword and a wooden mask in Nis's hands. The mask revealed only the eyes, with nostrils and a mouth adorned with ventilation holes. Its purpose remained a mystery. Roy handed the mask to Veer, encouraging him to wear it. Bewildered, Veer donned the mask and inquired, "Brother, what is the purpose of this?" "This is to train your fundamental combat abilities. An untrained individual, when struck by a sword or a punch to the head, instinctively shuts their eyes. In battle, closing your eyes is tantamount to signing your own death warrant. Therefore, you must first conquer this instinct, gradually acclimating yourself." Initially, you will wear the mask. Eventually, it will be removed, and you will endure blows directly. The ultimate goal is that even if you face death, fear will not compel you to close your eyes. Upon finishing his explanation, he swung a wooden sword towards Veer's head. As expected, Veer, unaccustomed to combat, instinctively shut his eyes, resulting in a resounding thud as he was struck on the head. When he regained his composure, he found it astonishing that despite his efforts to restrain himself, he had still closed his eyes. Shouting for another attempt, he continued to receive blows, commencing the arduous process of mastering his instincts. Before long, the morning had passed. Despite wearing the mask, Veer found himself dizzy from the relentless strikes of Roy's wooden sword. Though he managed to keep his eyes open, completely suppressing his instinct remained elusive. Each time he witnessed the wooden sword descending towards his head, he instinctively squinted. After a morning of vigorous training, Roy, panting slightly, glanced at the time. Veer, it's noon. We ought to go have lunch. He began to lead Veer towards the cafeteria of the sword hall. However, after just a few steps, Veer called out to him. Brother Roy, thank you for your hard work this morning. Let us treat ourselves to a meal in town. I will cover the expenses. That may not be appropriate. It's only the first day for you to treat me, Roy said, scratching his head and trying to decline. What is inappropriate about it? There is no need to be formal. We are partners. Veer insisted, pulling Roy along toward the town. Despite Roy feeling a bit bashful, he could not resist Veer's enthusiasm and followed along. Initially, he had anticipated this younger disciple would assert authority over him, given his role as the provider of information. However, it became clear that Veer was quite amiable. Though young, he possessed a remarkable sense of camaraderie and unyielding determination in his training, enduring a morning of strikes from the wooden sword without a single complaint. After locating a charming restaurant, they ordered several delectable dishes and began to eat. Both were famished after a strenuous morning, resulting in rather unrefined table manners. After their meal, they took a brief respite before returning to the back mountain. This time, Roy did not require Veer to wear the mask. Instead, he instructed him to run laps around the expansive clearing at the rear of the mountain. Weir inquired about the number of laps to be run, to which Roy responded with a smile, indicating there were no restrictions. One could run as many as they wished. Furthermore, when he could no longer continue, he would still be pleasantly surprised. Weir stared at Roy in astonishment. Although he was uncertain of the man's intentions, he began to run nonetheless. 1 lap, 2 laps. By the 3rd lap, Weir found himself utterly exhausted. Just as he contemplated stopping, he noticed Roy approaching him with a mischievous glint in his eye. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his back, causing him to stumble forward. Turning around, he discovered that Roy had struck him with a wooden sword. Just as he was about to inquire about Roy's peculiar behavior, he saw Roy raise the wooden sword once more. In that moment, Weir understood. This was the so-called surprise. It meant, since you can no longer run, I'll provide you with some motivation. Being chased by a dog always has a way of unlocking one's hidden potential. Weir, no longer daring to engage in idle chatter, sprinted forward with surprising swiftness, his legs, which had felt as heavy as lead moments ago, now propelling him rapidly. In the open space behind, an amusing and bizarre scene unfolded. A short, middle-aged man wielding a wooden sword was pursuing a young boy ahead of him. The child occasionally hurled insults at the diminutive pursuer, often accompanied by an impudent gesture, sometimes with one hand, sometimes with both. The spectacle was both comical and surreal. After hours of intermittent running, Weir felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, having lost count of the laps he had completed. The relentless pursuer remained hot on his heels. Was he a dog, perhaps? What had happened to the promised foundational training? What had become of the notion of harmonious coexistence? A partner? I had agreed to train with you, and it seems I have fallen into a trap. These were Weir's final thoughts before darkness enveloped him, his legs giving way as he stumbled forward. In his hazy vision, he perceived a hand grasping his shoulder, uttering something indistinct before hoisting him onto its shoulder and moving in a particular direction. This fellow isn't so bad after all, he mused, before succumbing completely to unconsciousness. Roy glanced at the unconscious form of his junior disciple slung over his shoulder and smiled. Upon first hearing his master speak of this junior, who had inadvertently become a harbinger of great fortune for them, Roy had imagined him to be a fortunate lad who had stumbled upon some secret information. However, upon meeting him in person, Roy's perception shifted. The boy exuded an air of maturity, adept in pleasantries and networking. It was only during the afternoon's training session, when he had sent his opponent scurrying in defeat, that Roy realized this young disciple was not only clever but also possessed a fiery temper and a sharp tongue. All in all, he seemed promising. Perhaps after a period of training, he might even join our ranks, if he qualifies, that is. As he made his way back to the sword hall, Roy contemplated reporting to his master, reflecting on how the sudden change in his assignment had been orchestrated for this very purpose. Weir felt enveloped in a profound lethargy, his body devoid of any strength. Weakly lifting his head, he attempted to rise, only to be met with a wave of aches coursing through him. Glancing out the window, he realized it was well past midnight. Indeed, that Roy fellow was merciless. It seemed that a partner was far more reliable than an ally. Rubbing his head, Weir lay on the bed, murmuring to himself. Just as he contemplated rising to fetch a sip of water, an unexpected numbness surged through his body, followed by a strange sensation darting within him. Weir was taken aback, hurriedly patting his body, finding nothing amiss, yet that eerie sensation lingered. Was it some form of energy? Perhaps a bizarre parasitic entity? With no other recourse, Weir, despite his anxiety, settled upon his bed, striving to discern the nature of this phenomenon through his instincts. Calmly seated, he sensed within himself a peculiar energy. Wherever this force coursed, it invoked a tingling sensation, followed by a slight prickling pain. As it traversed his limbs, the sensation remained negligible, yet upon reaching his vulnerable organs, it transformed from a mere prick to excruciating agony. What on earth could this be? Had he been ensnared by some malevolent force? The powers of a devil fruit, perhaps? That seemed unlikely. Weir could only ponder the origins of this strange energy. Time was of the essence. He needed to uncover the truth swiftly. Otherwise, even if he did not succumb to pain, he risked organ failure. He already felt his breath becoming labored. Just as despair began to envelop him, the energy meandered to his left arm. He thought to himself to halt it, and astonishingly, it did indeed pause at his left arm. Before he could revel in this moment, the sensation in his arm shifted from sharp pain to searing torment, seemingly progressing toward a state of numbness. Decrease, I implore you, he silently urged. In a miraculous turn, the energy gradually subsided, ultimately nearing a state of insignificance. Bathed in cold sweat, Weir felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, arriving at the world of one piece. His first brush with life-threatening peril was not from the tumultuous seas, nor from pirates or the navy, but from an unknown energy. To perish in such a manner would be a tremendous misfortune. His previous life had been sufficiently mundane, having lost loved ones in his adolescence. He had learned the harsh truth that without effort, one risks losing everything. Daily, he devoted himself to study and work, ultimately achieving success through a combination of social acumen, genuine knowledge, and a significant measure of luck. Now that he had arrived at his long-cherished dream, how could he possibly accept such a fate? Weir gradually began to sense the peculiar energy within his left arm, slowly attempting to exert control over it. Before long, he succeeded in directing it towards his palm. Even if he could not completely dispel it, he was determined to uncover its nature, refusing to harbor any enigmatic energy within his body. In a short while, a faint blue glow emanated from his palm, accompanied by a subtle crackling sound. What was this? Lightning? Could it be that lightning coursed through my veins, and I could control it? Had I perhaps consumed the thunder fruit in a past life? Weir was elated, but soon realized his error. Awakening on the beach for the first time, he had specifically experimented with seawater, experiencing no adverse effects, indicating he had not ingested any fruit. Furthermore, his body exhibited no elemental reactions. Aside from a near-fatal shock from the lightning, he felt nothing else. There have been no recorded instances of anyone perishing from consuming the thunder fruit. If such were the case, few would dare to partake in Logia fruits. The blaze fruit could incinerate its user, and the ice fruit could freeze its host. The most tragic tale was that of the smoke man, who succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning at the tender age of 18. After contemplating for a while, Weir began to grasp the nature of this electric energy. It lacked a fixed form. While the exterior shimmered a pale blue, the core deepened into a silvery blue. Its maximum intensity was insufficient to be lethal, while the minimum approached insignificance. Weir discarded the notion of expelling this energy from his body, for he sensed that this energy could play a pivotal role in his transformation from an ordinary individual into a formidable being. How had this energy come to be? Gazing at the blue light in his palm, Weir pondered. Was it a racial gift? A trait of the fur tribe? That seemed improbable, given his age. Apart from his hair, his body was entirely devoid of fur. Perhaps he had been affected by a thunderous vortex akin to a calamity while on Earth, resulting in some degree of evolution or mutation of his soul, allowing him to survive in such dire circumstances. Understanding the origin of this energy brought Weir some solace. But how could he develop this ability? Should he cultivate it in the manner of the thunder fruit? No, the electric intensity was far too feeble for that. While it might affect ordinary individuals, it would be utterly ineffective against the strong. Moreover, his earlier experimentation revealed that this energy could only envelop his surface or interact with directly contacted objects, rendering it unlikely to manifest as external attacks. Thus, he could only devise techniques that would enhance his own body. Although the electric intensity was modest, it possessed other attributes: sharpness, swiftness, and exceptional cutting capability. For the time being, he set aside other techniques and gradually concentrated this energy at the center of his body, at his chest, allowing the lightning to reach various parts of his being more efficiently. Delicately controlling the electric intensity, Weir's entire body radiated a pale blue hue. When he gazed into the mirror, his hair did not stand on end like a hedgehog. His body did not seem to reject this lightning. Looking at his reflection, Weir suddenly recalled two figures, the third and fourth Raikage from Naruto. By stimulating the cells within his body with lightning, he could enhance their vitality. This was undoubtedly a viable method, regardless of the differences in human physical strength between the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. The Raikage utilized chakra-generated lightning. While he harnessed lightning produced by his own body, the results should be even more pronounced. Determined to proceed, Weir sat cross-legged on his bed, first reducing the intensity of the lightning to feel the changes within his body, gradually adjusting and sensing. He soon noticed a reduction in the fatigue from yesterday's training and a newfound vigor coursing through him. As dawn broke outside, Weir opened his eyes. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect such a straightforward method for enhancing his cells with lightning. Though he had not achieved his anticipated results, increased physical strength, power, and speed, there were still benefits. The fatigue from his previous training had evaporated, and his body felt considerably lighter, the sensation of electric shock no longer painful. Most importantly, this newly developed state was one that could be improved upon. Currently, the lightning he used to stimulate his body was nearly at its minimal intensity. Each increment in strength yielded better results, yet his body could only withstand so much. He would need to gradually strengthen it once his body had adapted to the current intensity. This was a process that would require considerable time, but at 9 years old, Weir had ample time to spare. Moreover, this state could be maintained indefinitely. Weir whimsically named this state micro-lightning stimulation for cellular vitality, abbreviated as the lightning stimulation method. Utilizing lightning consumed physical stamina, and there were two forms of energy expenditure. The first involved running lightning within his body, which consumed minimal stamina, allowing for complete recovery. The second involved simultaneously running lightning within and on the surface of his body, which expended significant stamina, lasting approximately 2 to 8 hours, the greater the intensity, the shorter the duration. Weir felt elated at having developed the lightning stimulation method, as it allowed him to recover from fatigue, enabling him to increase the intensity of his future training and accelerate his path to strength. Weir harbored no ambitions of becoming the Pirate King, dominating the world, or overthrowing the world government. However, the desire to grow stronger and traverse distant lands, engaging in combat with formidable foes he had only glimpsed on screens, filled him with a sense of joy. Perhaps unbeknownst to Weir, within him resided a warrior's spirit. Placing his hand upon his chest, he felt the electric energy coursing through his body and once again unleashed his notoriously poor naming skills. Let us call it the Core of Thunder, he decided, abbreviated as Thunder Core. Looking up, he noticed the sky had brightened considerably. After a hearty breakfast, he followed Roy to the rear mountain, continuing the training from the previous day. To Weir's astonishment, he realized that merely a night had passed. He had truly restrained his instincts, reveling in his perceived talent for a considerable time. However, Roy calmly informed him that this was a normal occurrence. The training was not particularly challenging, and after a night of acclimatization, his body had overcome its natural instincts. Thus, Roy presented not a wooden sword today, but rather 2 bamboo swords. He handed one to Weir and instructed him to attack with all his might. Having endured an afternoon of being bested by Roy the day prior, Weir was not one to hold back. Wielding the bamboo sword, he swung wildly at Roy, who effortlessly parried a few strikes before delivering a swift tap to Weir's forehead with the weapon. The sound echoed, followed by Weir's pain cry as he clutched his forehead. Unable to contain his discomfort, Roy nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done, you kept your eyes open. We can proceed to other forms of training." Vail glared at Roy. "Was it your intention to provoke me for this purpose? You could have forewarned me, allowing me to prepare mentally." "Prepare mentally? What kind of test would that be?" "Enough with the pleasantries. Next, I shall instruct you on the proper grip of the sword, as well as the correct techniques for striking, blocking, and thrusting. You will dedicate the majority of your mornings to practicing these movements. Failure to meet the standards will result in additional training in the afternoons." He then began to impart various swordsmanship knowledge, including footwork and techniques for generating power. After observing Roy's sword-holding posture, Veer did not immediately imitate it. Instead, he gestured for Roy to wait, and swiftly ran towards the sword dojo. Roy, puzzled, watched Veer dash away, uncertain of his intentions. Before long, Veer returned, brandishing a bamboo sword in each hand. He jested, "Who would have thought you aspired to be a dual-wielding swordsman? While the dual-wielding style is commendable, the power of two swords pales in comparison to that of a single blade. You ought to ponder this carefully. Dual swords are the romance of a true man." After delivering this enigmatic remark, he began practicing the sword-holding posture. Through a morning filled with Roy's explanations, teasing, and the occasional encouragement from the bamboo sword he wielded, Veer gradually mastered several fundamental techniques. Roy informed Veer that while learning these movements was not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lay in developing muscle memory and adaptability during combat. After both agreed, they returned to the restaurant from the previous day for lunch, drawn by its delightful flavors. When ordering, Veer noticed Roy's particular interest in the drink section of the menu and inquired whether he would like to have some wine. Roy firmly declined, stating that he could not indulge in alcohol as he would be training Veer in the afternoon, having known Roy for just 2 days. This was the first time Veer witnessed such a serious expression on his face, leaving him astonished and leading him to ponder that Roy was indeed a man with a story to tell. After their meal, they returned to the mountainside, where this time, Roy refrained from pushing Veer to the brink of exhaustion. Instead, he guided him around the vicinity of the dojo, revealing a variety of training equipment stored behind it. Roy proceeded to introduce Veer to the functions of each apparatus and encouraged him to commence his training. They began with arm strength, an essential attribute for any swordsman, followed by exercises to enhance balance, and then chest strength, progressing down the list. Every swordsman must possess exceptional arm strength. However, mere arm strength is insufficient. One must also cultivate a sense of balance and overall body strength, for a swordsman focused solely on arm strength faces a bleak future. As Roy spoke, he corrected Veer some proper form, ensuring he developed the right techniques. Veer felt that today's workout was exceptionally effortless, devoid of the debilitating exhaustion he experienced yesterday. It appeared that the thunder strike technique was indeed effective in alleviating fatigue. As he pondered this, he immersed himself even more vigorously in his training. Roy, observing in astonishment, noted the remarkable transformation. This lad, who had been utterly drained just the day before, now radiated vitality. It seemed he possessed considerable talent, prompting Roy to intensify the training regimen. As Veer ran, Roy added a burden of 5 kilograms to his legs. Amidst the high-intensity training, Veer sensed his body growing stronger. This was no mere illusion, but a genuine enhancement. While the thunder strike technique did not offer substantial benefits during regular activities, it significantly contributed to the efficacy of his training sessions. Veer felt a sense of ambiguity, yet he acknowledged that his training results were threefold better than the previous day. This notion implied that as long as he remained diligent, his achievements would surpass those of others by a significant margin. With this thought, Veer smiled, finally perceiving a glimmer of hope, despite his past confidence. There were moments when he felt an underlying insecurity. Just as Veer was immersed in his rigorous training, he heard Roy calling him back for dinner. Veer was taken aback. It was all happening rather swiftly. He glanced at his black pocket watch, and, indeed, it was already past 6 o'clock. After having dinner, he remembered that he was to visit Nis for sword training in the evening. So he made his way to the central room of the sword hall and knocked gently on the door. A voice from within beckoned, "Come in." As expected, Nis was in this very room, and Veer couldn't help but wonder what he usually occupied himself with inside. Upon entering, Veer contemplated for a moment and then seated himself cross-legged on the mat before Nis. "Master," he ventured tentatively, "I wonder what profound techniques you intend to impart to me. Are you perhaps going to teach me advanced moves?" Nis glanced at Veer with a knowing look. "Would you truly comprehend advanced techniques? It would be far more beneficial for you to grasp the fundamentals of swordsmanship first. We can discuss techniques later." With that, he retrieved a sword from behind him and presented it to Veer, urging him to draw the blade. Veer gazed upon the weapon known as a sword in the realm of pirates, yet referred to as a katana on Earth. It struck him as strangely familiar. The scabbard and hilt were adorned in a deep black hue, with a row of purple floral-like patterns gracing the center. Upon drawing the blade, he noticed that it was entirely obsidian, with a series of crimson, fawn-like engravings gracing the edge. The sight of this blade stirred memories within him. Deep in contemplation, Veer's musing was abruptly interrupted by his teacher's inquiry, prompting him to exclaim, "I feel as though I have encountered this sword before." Immediately after uttering these words, Veer experienced a pang of regret. "Oh, where have you seen it? Pray, do tell," urged Nis, his face alight with excitement, even rising from his seat in anticipation. Vail was taken aback by Nice's intense reaction, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he decided to speak candidly. I forgot, he admitted. His expression tinged with embarrassment. It was then that he noticed Nice, who typically wore a serious demeanor and only offered polite smiles on rare occasions, was exhibiting a rather grotesque twitch at the corners of his eyes and mouth, as if he had been compelled to consume something utterly repulsive. Oh, never mind. Please. Do your best to recall whether, in your childhood, you came across any information regarding the whereabouts of this particular dagger, or any other pertinent clues. If anything comes to mind, do not hesitate to inform me. It is of utmost importance to me, and I assure you, I will not let you down, Vail urged, sensing a palpable air of melancholy and regret in Nice's demeanor. Let us set those matters aside for now. Perhaps I have been too fixated, holding on to things better left behind. Allow me to share some insights into the art of swordsmanship, Nice suggested, gradually regaining his composure. Are you aware of the various ranks among swordsmen? Were shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Curiosity swelled within him. He had never encountered the concept of swordsman levels in the tales of pirates. Swordsmen can be classified into 6 distinct stages, with varying degrees of strength among those within the same stage, further divided into 3 tiers: initial, proficient, and ultimate. Allow me to elucidate these 6 stages for you. The first stage is enlightenment, marking the transformation of an ordinary individual into a swordsman. Not everyone who wields a sword can be deemed a swordsman. You are currently in the initial phase of enlightenment. The second stage is the severance of steel. A swordsman at this stage, even with a common sword, possesses the ability to slice through steel, perceiving the breadth and frequency of objects, allowing them to cleave what they desire while avoiding that which they do not wish to cut. I find myself within this stage. The third stage is quite unique, known as elemental assault. This phase involves the infusion of elemental attacks into sword techniques, though my understanding of it remains limited. The uniqueness of this stage arises from 2 scenarios. The first scenario pertains to ordinary swordsmen, who must first sever steel to perceive attribute attacks, without having cleaved steel. One cannot attain such understanding or mastery, save for a few exceptions, such as the Fur tribe or certain legendary swords. The second scenario involves those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, whose diversity allows some individuals to execute elemental attacks even in the enlightenment phase. You should be familiar with the concept of devil fruits, should you not? We're nodded slightly. Having addressed the topic of attribute attacks, let us now discuss the fourth stage. The fourth stage involves severing rare materials that are harder than steel, such as sea stone and diamonds. The fifth stage pertains to the ability to cut through the void. However, my understanding of this concept is rather limited, as it remains a realm far beyond my reach. Thus, I shall refrain from misleading the young aspirants. As for the sixth stage, while some claim it exists, I have yet to hear of anyone achieving it. Conversely, if it is said not to exist, it nonetheless remains the aspiration of every swordsman, the notion that there exists nothing in this world that cannot be severed. Whether anyone has truly reached this pinnacle is unclear to me, but attaining such a state would undoubtedly signify the achievement of an extraordinary height. In summary, the 6 realms of a swordsman are as follows: 1. Enlightenment. 2. Severing steel. 3. Elemental attacks. 4. Cutting through rarer materials harder than steel. 5. Severing the void. And 6. The belief that there is nothing that cannot be severed. Nis, perhaps having spoken at length, felt a bit parched and called for an apprentice who brought 2 cups of tea, which he sipped thoughtfully. Where also took the teacup, expressed his gratitude, and after taking a sip, found the flavor quite pleasant, finishing it in one go. Nis widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You little rascal. This is fine tea worth 10,000 Bailey per ounce, and you gulp it down like that. Next time, I'll just give you water." With that, he leisurely sipped his tea. Although the earlier incident with the knife had left her feeling rather embarrassed, he had claimed to have seen it before but couldn't recall where. He sensed a newfound closeness with Master Nis. At least the latter was no longer engaging in hollow niceties. Reflecting on this, returned to Nis and inquired, "Master, what exactly does it mean to sever steel? How can one achieve that?" Nis replied, "This concept is still too advanced for you at this stage. Focus on solidifying your foundation first. A towering structure rises from a firm base. If your fundamentals are weak, it will greatly affect your future development. Moreover, mastering the art of severing steel does not solely rely on arduous training. There are shortcuts as well. We shall discuss it further when you are older." After saying this, Nis gave Weir a peculiar smile. Upon witnessing Nis's smile, Vail experienced a sensation akin to the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by Ross the previous day, leaving him momentarily disconcerted. The hour was growing late, and it was prudent to retire for the night. With no pressing inquiries over the past month, he decided against any further visits. If his body could withstand it, he would persist with his training during the evening hours, after all. No amount of verbal instruction in swordsmanship could substitute for practical application. Observing Vail's expression, Nis discerned that the young man had likely gleaned some insight from the concept of rapid mastery, and with a knowing smile, he refrained from further commentary. Having bid Nis good night, Vail retreated to his slumber, preparing for the forthcoming training session. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Each morning was dedicated to sword practice, followed by physical training in the afternoons and evenings. Occasionally, he would consult his master regarding sword techniques, devoting every moment outside of 7 hours of sleep and mealtime to honing his skills. During this period, he and his master, Roy, had engaged in several lucrative ventures involving the sale of intelligence, amassing a substantial fortune exceeding 1 million berries. Vail had been diligently researching the development of Thundercore, and aside from his initial discovery of Thunderspike, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a new ability after a series of failed experiments. After his body had acclimated to the low intensity of Thunderspike, Vail slightly intensified the electrical charge, resulting in a manifestly enhanced effect. The training efficiency surged from threefold to fourfold. Upon returning to the sword dojo, he was eager to ascertain whether he could further amplify the intensity. Indeed, greed is a commendable trait possessed by all. And after directly increasing the electrical intensity, Vail experienced a moment of excruciating agony, as if countless insects were gnawing and writhing within him. Subsequently, he blissfully succumbed to unconsciousness. When Vail regained consciousness, daylight streamed through the window, and he found himself in his bed, and 4 drip attached to his right arm. Roy and a middle-aged physician were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Vail's awakening, they approached him. "Why must you push yourself to such extremes? Training to the point of muscle spasms is beyond comprehension. Even the doctor stated he had never encountered such symptoms before, claiming you fainted from the pain. Is that truly the case? What a peculiar experience." Roy's mischievous grin elicited a strong desire in Vail to strike him. After becoming familiar with this fellow, Roy's demeanor had transformed from the composed individual Vail had first met to a rather cheeky character. His glibness was perfectly matched by his rather unsavory grin. "How dare you mock me? I shall inform second senior sister that you spent the night with a waitress from the restaurant," Vail retorted with a unique laugh, delivering a rather cutting remark to Roy. Weir's unique laughter was initially unfamiliar to Roy and Master Nis, but as they became accustomed to it, Weir began to let loose. He vividly recalls the first time he laughed in front of them. The expressions on their faces were as if to say, "Has this fellow lost his mind? Hey, what are you joking about? Do you want your senior brother to perish?" Roy remarked with a vigilant seriousness, cautioning Weir against such jesting in front of him. "Ah, I'm hungry. What to do? I crave the seafood fried noodles from the town," Weir said, casting a look at Nis that conveyed a silent threat of speaking ill of him in front of the second sister if he did not comply. Roy chuckled and called him a rascal before stepping out to procure seafood fried noodles for Weir. Weir chuckled softly, recalling the scene from the first encounter with his second senior sister. At that time, he was training with brother Roy on the back mountain when, from a distance, he spotted a striking figure, a tall, alluring woman with flowing black hair, clad in a form-fitting purple top with a plunging neckline that subtly revealed her ample bosom, paired with sleek black trousers and high black stiletto boots. A deep red sword hung gracefully at her waist. As Weir pondered the peculiarity of such an enchanting woman appearing in this desolate place, she uttered a remark that left him utterly astounded. "Darling, is this your junior brother? He truly is quite young," she inquired in a sultry voice directed at Roy. Upon hearing the words of the enchanting lady, Vail felt an overwhelming admiration and respect for his senior brother, Roy. How could someone with your striking appearance find such a beautiful and captivating wife? Please, do share your secrets with me. Just as Roy was about to respond, he noticed Vail mumbling something incomprehensible, catching fragments of words like flowers and manure. In a fit of anger, he kicked Vail and bellowed, "What inappropriate thoughts are you entertaining? Keep them to yourself." After venting his frustration, he took a few deep breaths, which made the lady chuckle softly. Regaining his composure, Roy introduced Vail, saying, "This is my wife, Olivia, and a fellow swordsman. You may call her Sister Eyre or Sister," and Vail politely greeted, and saying, "Sister, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for any shortcomings during our first encounter." Although Vail often joked with Roy, having spent the last 6 months together, he understood the importance of proper etiquette with someone he had just met, and nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a fleeting, "Hello, junior brother. How has your training been lately?" She seemed to be a person of few words. "Dear, why did you return so suddenly without any notice? Have you resolved the matters outside?" Roy inquired, gazing at, and not yet. I primarily came back to discuss some matters with my master and to check on our new junior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she replied, turning towards the sword dojo. Reflecting on these memories, Vail smiled, sipped some water, and pondered. Why did increasing the intensity of the lightning elicit such a strong reaction in his body? When he first awakened his lightning power, the intensity had been far greater than this time, yet he had only felt a sharp sting, not the overwhelming pain that led to unconsciousness. Gradually feeling the lightning within, Vail seemed to grasp a clue. During his initial awakening, he had not controlled the lightning, allowing it to course through his muscles and bones. The lightning-piercing technique was something he had developed by drawing inspiration from the techniques of Thunder Shadow, stimulating his cellular structure. Thus, the two should not be conflated. One stimulated the skeletal and muscular systems, while the other targeted the minute cells, leading to different tolerances. With this realization, Vail began to channel the lightning again, this time directing it towards his muscles and bones without stimulating the cells. Starting with a subtle intensity, he gradually amplified the strength of the lightning until he felt a tingling sensation, stopping just before it became painful, maintaining the maximum intensity that did not cause discomfort. Observing his body, he noticed a stark contrast to the feeling experienced while executing the lightning-piercing technique. His body radiated a soft blue glow, and he sensed a significant enhancement in speed and neural response, approximately double his usual capabilities, while strength and stamina only increased by about half. This technique is quite remarkable, he mused, unexpectedly discovering such a useful ability. Just as Vail reveled in his newfound power, a new idea struck him. Rising from his bed, he opened the cabinet to reveal two swords he had purchased at a high price, crafted by the finest swordsmith in Rogue Town. Unlike swords from the pirate world, these were straight swords, but they did not conform to traditional designs. The total length of each sword was 103 centimeters, with a blade length of 80 centimeters and a handle length of 23 centimeters. They resembled thrusting swords but featured wider blades, approximately 3.8 centimeters across, deviating from the conventional four-sided design to an eight-sided one, enhancing both cutting and endurance capabilities, ensuring that they would not bend under considerable force. The blades width near the hilt was 3.8 centimeters, tapering elegantly towards the tip, creating a perfect streamlined sword. The base of the hilt featured a black circular pommel, serving as a last resort defense against close combat. Both the hilt and blade were made from a costly metal, nearly bankrupting Vail, who had over 1 million berries to his name. The grip was fashioned from the hide of a large sea creature, processed into a sleek black covering, providing a soft, non-slip feel reminiscent of fine sandpaper. The handguard was shorter than that of traditional thrusting swords, crafted with a slightly thicker design on either side, tapering in the middle for both defensive functionality and aesthetic appeal, matching the black scabbard. When sheathed, the overall appearance was entirely black, while the blade itself had undergone anti-reflective treatment, gleaming silver under the light. The swords were a fusion of the eight-sided Han sword and thrusting sword designs from Earth. The choice of black for the swords was a specific request from his master, who advised against choosing flashy colors like silver or gold, suggesting instead darker hues like black, red, or purple, without divulging the reasons, merely stating that Vail would understand in due time. Vail respected his master's wishes, having received considerable care during his time at the dojo. Grasping the two identical swords from the cabinet, he sheathed them at his sides. Crossing his arms, he drew both swords. Although Vail stood at approximately 1.3 meters, wielding two 1-meter-long swords proved somewhat challenging. He wondered if this concept would succeed. If it did, it would be a monumental breakthrough. Closing his eyes, he once more activated the technique that allowed the lightning to flow through his muscles and bones, this time extending it to envelop both swords until they emanated a soft blue hue. Vail did not cease there. He intensified the lightning coursing through the swords, and soon faint crackling sounds filled the room. The swords transformed, now shimmering with a bluish-silver glow, gently resting the blades against the corner of the table. He felt no resistance as the edge sliced cleanly through, severing the corner off. Indeed, attaching lightning to a weapon enhances its sharpness. If this were to strike a foe, unless they were significantly stronger than me, they would be cut without a doubt. What a splendid ability! He pondered a fitting name for it, something memorable. As he stored away the lightning and returned the swords to the cabinet, he reflected on how, with his current stamina, he could maintain this ability for roughly 2 hours. What should he call it? How about subtle lightning stimulation of muscles and bones? Lightning muscle technique? That name is far too ostentatious. I should choose another. Let us go with lightning mode. Simple and easy to remember, and most importantly, memorable. I wouldn't want to forget the name of my own technique the next day. Imagine shouting something dramatic in battle, only to falter and draw a blank. That would be exceedingly embarrassing. If that moment of distraction led to my demise, it would be an utter tragedy. Early the next morning, just as Vail prepared to embark on his training in the back mountains, he was intercepted by Nis. Vail, you have been at the sword dojo for over a year, and you have grown considerably stronger. However, if you continue training in this manner, you will not achieve a qualitative leap. Moreover, regardless of how strong you become, it will merely be superficial. What you truly need is practical combat experience. Nis paused momentarily, as if lost in thought. Indeed, Master, I too feel that we cannot continue training in this manner, no matter how proficient I become in swordsmanship and martial arts. Without practical combat experience, I would surely be the first to perish when confronted by an enemy. Vail wholeheartedly agreed with Nis's sentiments and had long contemplated the necessity of gaining real-world experience. Very well, since that is the case, I have a couple of suggestions for you. The first is to travel to Rog Town and challenge the various swordsmanship schools on the surrounding islands. But do so under your own name. This method is relatively safe, though its effectiveness may be somewhat limited. The second option is to acquire some wilderness survival skills, which would take approximately 2 months. Following that, you would venture to a nearby deserted island to engage in combat with the local beasts, thereby honing your practical skills, fortifying your courage, and acclimatizing yourself to the sin of blood and the trials of survival. Ponder over it, and when you have made your decision, come find me. After presenting his suggestions, Nis refrained from further conversation and turned to leave. Master, please teach me the skills of wilderness survival. I choose the second option. Vail replied without a moment's hesitation. Nis turned back, regarding Vail with a gaze unlike any he had ever seen before, and said, "Follow me," as he continued onward. We're stepped into the central room, where, contrary to his usual practice, Nis did not settle onto the innermost cushion. Instead, he lightly tapped his foot several times before delivering a decisive stomp. With a resounding click, 2 iron bars sprang forth from above the door, locking it securely within concealed grooves on either side. The wall opposite the door slowly parted, revealing a secret chamber of approximately 30 square meters. The chamber was sparsely furnished, featuring a large round table and 6 chairs, one of which appeared more lavish, presumably reserved for Nis. Upon entering the secret chamber with Nis, we're observed to press a circular mechanism on the wall, causing the 2 walls behind him to gradually close. Nis took his seat at the head of the table and gestured for Weir to sit as he spoke. Weir, when you first arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, I must admit I was not particularly fond of you, having taken away one of my apprentices. However, you have spent a year proving your character and talent. As for your origins, your identity, and the fact that you wield lightning without being a devil fruit user, I no longer wish to inquire. My only question is, do you wish to become my disciple? My disciple, Long Liang, rather than merely an apprentice of the Nis Sword Academy. Long Liang gazed at Weir, revealing his true name. In the East Sea, in the first half of the Grand Line, only 3 individuals knew his real identity, and today, Weir became the 4th. He saw in Weir the hope of fulfilling his dreams that he himself could never achieve. Master, from the very first night you patiently taught me swordsmanship. You have been my mentor, my one and only master, regardless of your name, Weir earnestly replied, looking at Long Liang, the elderly man with a head full of white hair yet still exuding formidable presence. Haha, very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Long Liang's disciple. No longer just an apprentice of the academy, Long Liang exclaimed with delight. My true name is Long Liang, hailing from the land of Wano in the New World. I found myself pursued by Kazuki Odin after inadvertently discovering the secrets of the Kazuki clan, the royal family of Wano. Thus, I was compelled to flee to the East Sea with this secret. The specifics cannot be disclosed to you at your current strength, as it could lead to dire consequences. The stubborn minds of the Kazuki clan will eventually bring ruin to their nation, consumed by their own sense of loyalty, oblivious to the monster that has set its sights upon them. My family served as retainers to the Kazuki clan. One of my ancestors was the Dragon Slayer, Ryuma. Alas, my family has fallen from grace. Kazuki Odin did not seek to kill me outright. His pursuit was more akin to expulsion, casting me out of the New World. I am aware that my swordsmanship is rather mediocre among my kin, and various circumstances deprived me of opportunities to improve. Hence, I established a swordsmanship academy in the East Sea, teaching the art of the sword and searching for talented young individuals to take as disciples, nurturing them in hopes that one day they might assist me in realizing my mission and dreams. Up to this point, including you, I have taken on 5 disciples, 2 of whom have passed away. The remaining 2 you know, Ram Roy and Olivia, and, though they are wed, They are also brother and sister in spirit. I had aimed to cultivate Roy into a top-tier swordsman, but alas, that did not come to pass. Let us save that discussion for another time. For now, I shall say no more. We will speak of other matters upon your return from the deserted island. In the next 2 months, I will personally impart to you wilderness survival skills and broaden your horizons. After all, I hail from the New World, although my strength may be average there. My perspective remains vast. Long Liang spoke to Weir, as if sharing a tale or reminiscing about the past. Upon hearing the preceding discourse, Wall was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Long Yang gestured for him to be silent and said, "You may return for now. I shall prepare some materials. Come back tomorrow morning. For the next 2 months, aside from a brief period of cultivation each evening, you shall dedicate all your time to acquiring survival knowledge." With that, he activated the mechanism of the secret chamber. "Master, I shall take my leave now," Veer said, turning away from the secret chamber and making his way to his room. "Do not disappoint me, Veer, for I have placed my last hope in you. I no longer possess the energy or time to cultivate another disciple." Long Liang murmured as he watched Veer's departing figure. Upon returning to his chamber, Veer lay on his bed, his mind tumultuous and restless. He had randomly chosen a swordsmanship school, only to encounter such a formidable master. Although the master claimed that his strength was not exceptional, his status was undeniably impressive. Could it be that Traversers truly possessed the legendary Transmigration halo? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. While the lineage of Longmo was intriguing, the revelation of the secrets of the Kazuki clan was staggering. What status does the Kazuki clan hold? Most would likely associate it with the royal family of Wano. However, their other identity presents a perilous truth. 8 centuries ago, the Kazuki clan was not royalty but rather a clan of stonemasons, renowned for their advanced stone processing techniques. Their most celebrated creation is the indomitable poneglyph, a historical text. Their ancestors were the very architects of the poneglyphs. Could it be that the secret Longma inadvertently acquired pertains to the creation of the poneglyphs? The more Veer pondered, the more fascinating it became. In any case, matters of the future could be addressed later. For now, he would continue to develop the core of lightning. Vail discovered that the intensity of the core of thunder was not immutable. Rather, it was intrinsically linked to his own strength. The stronger Vail became, the greater the intensity of the lightning. This connection was profoundly tied to his physical constitution. Rising to a seated position, he resumed his study of the core of thunder and its associated abilities. Before dawn the following day, upon entering Longliang's room, Vail was astounded by the overwhelming array of books and various materials haphazardly strewn about. Is this preparation for an examination? He wondered. For the ensuing 2 months, Vail found himself ensnared in the greatest ordeal of his journey into the pirate world. Daily, he diligently practiced and learned an assortment of skills. Yet the true torment lay in memorizing the environmental changes of diverse islands, the characteristics of various flora and fauna, their levels of danger, toxicity, and practical applications. He also had to master the art of evading perilous creatures on deserted islands, particularly a plethora of insects and cold-blooded animals, as well as locating wild seasonings among a plethora of other information. Had it not been for the trials of his previous life, which had prepared him for such an examination, Vail would have found it exceedingly difficult to persevere. Should he fail to retain this knowledge, he would face the wrath of his master, who insisted that this was a means to enhance memory while simultaneously training his resilience against physical blows. At long last, after enduring 2 arduous months, Vail emerged triumphant, equipped with the necessary skills for survival on a deserted island. The remaining challenge lay in his hands, as he would now have to apply this knowledge in practice, something that could not be accomplished in Rock Town. Veer was bound for the distant island of Arabella, situated a fair distance from Rock Town. Discovered by a naval branch of the Eastern Sea, Arabella was intended for development by the local navy. However, they hesitated due to the island's formidable wildlife. The creatures were numerous and powerful. The prospect of using cannons to eradicate them posed not only a significant financial burden, but also rendered the land, after such devastation, devoid of any developmental value, as it was merely one among many islands in the vast sea. Consequently, the naval branch relinquished their ambitions for the island, bestowing upon it the title of Arabella, prefixed with the designation of a deserted isle. Aboard a merchant vessel traversing the Eastern Sea, a young boy with tousled black hair leaned against the railing of the deck, his back turned to the ocean, seemingly lost in slumber. He wore a black, high-collared coat over a white undershirt, and curiously sported 3 belts. The top belt was of standard width, the second slightly narrower, while the third was merely the width of a finger. All 3 belts converged at one end, the other ends trailing loosely. His lower attire consisted of black trousers and shoes, creating an almost complete ensemble of darkness. Yet, the white undershirt and his fair complexion lent him an air of distinct charisma. The most striking feature was the pair of swords resting diagonally across his lap, unable to be sheathed at his waist due to his seated posture. Despite his youth, he emanated an aura of unapproachability, which kept others at bay. Indeed, this was Vail, who had been at sea for 5 days. After mastering the survival techniques imparted by his mentor, were set off with a single pack. Eschewing the minimalist approach often favored by survival shows of his previous life, which typically recommended carrying only a knife. Instead, he packed a plethora of supplies, including fire-starting tools, salt, and various seasonings. For medical necessities, he brought only a few items, such as needles and tweezers. This minimalist selection was influenced by Vail's occasional discovery that once he activated his lightning mode, his wounds would not become infected. They would merely exhibit mild inflammation and would heal within a few days. Previously, Vail could enjoy his time at sea by using his laptop, even though there were moments without internet access, allowing him to watch downloaded films. However, in this peculiar world of pirates, where technology is strangely advanced, there are truly few pastimes to indulge in while at sea. Consequently, Vail now finds himself utterly bored. Rising to his feet, he sheathed his twin swords at his sides and made his way to the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the captain's cabin, Vail encountered a tall, slender, middle-aged man and inquired, "How many days until we arrive at Arabella? I am quite anxious." The middle-aged man, wearing a broad smile, courteously replied, "We shall arrive shortly, esteemed guest. Approximately this afternoon. We will reach Arabella. Please be patient. We are sailing directly towards it." Setting aside the hefty reward of 100,000 berries, the man couldn't help but notice the young boy before him, traveling alone to a deserted island while carrying a sword and exhibiting such generosity. In this era, where pirates abound and human life is as cheap as grass, the middle-aged man had long since learned whom to provoke and whom to avoid. After hearing the man's response, Vail turned and returned to the deck to bask in the sunlight. Upon entering the world of pirates, Vail discovered that it differed in several respects from what he had previously witnessed in anime. The minor characters and lackeys did not, as portrayed in the animated series, recklessly provoke formidable adversaries. It was evident that the pirates and naval officers of the seas were predominantly individuals who had survived for over 2 decades. It was unfathomable that they could possess the juvenile intellect depicted in the shows, engaging in self-destructive behavior only to be soundly defeated. Indeed, Vail had yet to encounter such absurdity. Vail arrived in the world of pirates, choosing to remain inconspicuous whenever possible, save for his time at the Swordsmanship Academy, as he had once been rather feeble. Unlike other protagonists who traverse into new realms only to encounter formidable foes from the very outset, Vail's guiding principle became one of caution: develop quietly, refrain from reckless actions. Having trained diligently, he had ascended to the status of a swordsman. That afternoon, he was dispatched to the remote Isle of Arabella. Gazing upon the desolate island, Vail sensed that he might linger there for an extended period, until he deemed himself sufficiently powerful to return to the academy. His mentor had imparted the words, "Return when you feel strong enough, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of the Swordsmanship Academy." As he embarked from the merchant ship onto a small boat rowed by sailors, Vail set foot upon the island. Upon arrival, he felt a wave of confusion regarding his next steps. After some contemplation, he resolved to familiarize himself with the terrain. He ventured into the island, which was predominantly cloaked in dense forest. As he traversed the woods, Vail scrutinized his surroundings. Whether due to climate or other factors, the forest in this pirate realm appeared sparse, with trees widely spaced and only a few vines clinging to their trunks. The verdant grass beneath his feet, though lush, was diminutive, seemingly unable to compete with the towering trees for sustenance, resulting in their stunted growth. Having spent several days in tedium, Vail was engrossed in the beauty of the forest when he suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Despite his swift reaction, lunging forward and drawing his sword mid-air, he soon felt a tingling sensation in his lower back, followed by a searing pain. Never before had he endured such an injury. He felt as though he might succumb to unconsciousness from the agony. Before him stood the assailant, a colossal lion, approximately 4 meters long, its foreclaw dripping with crimson blood. It seemed that Vail's reflexes were not entirely lacking. Had he not leapt forward, he might have been torn asunder or reduced to mere tatters. The lion, eyeing its prey, licked its paw with an insatiable greed, fixating hungrily upon Vail. With both hands gripping his sword, Vail chastised himself for his carelessness. How could he have failed to notice such a magnificent lion? Truly, he was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Despite confronting a potentially fatal crisis, an inexplicable sensation surged within him: excitement, exhilaration, and an uncharacteristic happiness. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips, and he found that the pain from the wound on his lower back had dulled significantly before the lion could pounce. While activated lightning mode, his form enveloped in a pale blue aura, while his sword shimmered with a silver-blue hue. He charged directly at the lion, with heightened concentration. While felt that in lightning mode, his reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his speed was no less impressive. Upon reaching the lion, he swung his sword in response to the claw aimed at him, effortlessly severing a significant portion of the lion's foreleg. The electrified blade emitted a sizzling sound as it sliced through flesh. His other sword was not idle. It swiftly targeted the lion's remaining foreleg. Before the creature could react, both of its forelegs had been severed, causing its head to descend toward the ground, on the verge of a fall. However, Wall did not wait for it to crash down. Instead, he crossed both swords, striking at the lion's head from either side. With a crisp sound, the once majestic lion was reduced to 3 segments, its head cleaved in 2, and its body severed. One of the detached forelegs lay nearby, while the other, propelled by force, had been flung far away, lying solitary in the forest. Weir gazed at the crimson and white liquid that pooled around him in copious amounts, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. The act of retching only intensified his discomfort. The metallic, sweet scent of blood further churned his stomach, compelling him to continue heaving. Despite the overwhelming nausea that engulfed him, Weir did not retreat. Instead, he seated himself upon the headless body of the lion, resolutely striving to acclimate to this harrowing reality. To grow stronger, one must possess not merely physical prowess or exceptional swordsmanship. Without a formidable heart, the bitter taste of failure is inevitable. After a prolonged struggle, he finally ceased his vomiting, retrieved his pack, surveyed his surroundings, and set off. Weir had not forgotten the wisdom imparted by his master. Following a battle characterized by abundant bloodshed, it is prudent to depart swiftly. Were it not for his desire to acclimate to the stench of blood and the horrific scenes, he would have left long ago. As he walked, thoughts swirled in his mind. Having witnessed the gruesome act of severing a brain, he pondered whether he should attempt decapitation next, or perhaps disembowelment, an equally gruesome endeavor that might sharpen his visual acuity. Upon discovering a grand tree, he ascended to its sturdy trunk, which was as wide as 2 men standing side by side. Settling himself upon the broad surface, Weir retrieved a needle from his pack. After sterilizing it with fire and meticulously cleaning it, he threaded the needle and, with the aid of a small mirror, began the delicate task of suturing his wounds. In this episode of suturing, Vail came to a profound realization. Stitching a wound is undoubtedly far more painful than being caught or slashed, and one must muster considerable resolve, which is quite a torment. Once he had successfully sewn up his injury, Vail descended from the tree and resumed his leisurely wanderings. To him, this minor wound posed little threat to his current physical condition, and in a matter of days, it would merely leave behind a scar. This time, Vail's vigilance had significantly heightened. Although he had not suffered a surprise attack, he encountered a formidable elephant. Its size was akin to that of elephants from his previous life, and thus it met a tragic fate, being systematically dismembered by Vail, who was in a lightning mode. Following this more gruesome battle, Vail, while still feeling somewhat unwell, did not experience the same joyous nausea as before. Among the heap of elephant remains, he discovered a sizable and well-placed piece of meat. Vail continued to familiarize himself with the terrain. After a while, with the freshly processed elephant meat in hand, he stumbled upon an ideal location, a cave. The entrance measured merely 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height, yet the internal space was quite generous, spanning over 20 square meters, truly a natural stone dwelling. Vail entered the natural stone dwelling and discovered remnants of human habitation, along with some tattered garments. However, these traces were remnants from a distant past, likely left by sailors. He discarded the rags and sought out a sturdy tree that appeared promising. With a single stroke of his sword, he felled it and activated thunder mode, using the blade to meticulously carve and shape the wood. From this tree, he fashioned several water storage barrels and a grilling rack. Lastly, he constructed a wooden door for his temporary abode, the little stone house, enhancing its concealment against wild beasts and allowing for better rest during the night. With the thought of rest in mind, Vail began searching the forest once more. Eventually, he located a thick, dead tree and, with another decisive swing of his sword, he brought it down. Continuing his meticulous work, he crafted a low, dry bed and a small pillow. He carried his creations back to the stone house, where the horizon was now painted in hues of red, signaling the approach of evening. He glanced at his black pocket watch. It was 5 o'clock. Vail hastened his pace, first securing the wooden door in the opening to render it smaller, then igniting a fire outside to commence roasting what resembled meat, occasionally sprinkling some seasonings. The tantalizing aroma soon wafted through the air. As an aspiring gourmand, how could he possibly lack culinary prowess? After indulging in a hearty dinner, Veer reclined on the wooden bed of the small stone cottage, reflecting on the day's shortcomings and achievements, before drifting into slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, he found that the pain from his wounds had largely subsided. He picked up the lion skin he had plucked from the beast the previous day. After washing and drying it by the fire overnight, it was now ready for use. With a few deft snips using his sword, he fashioned it into a makeshift belt around his waist. His shirt, stained with blood, had been carelessly discarded, and he opted to forego trousers, donning only his undergarments, with the lion skin wrapped around him as he strode out bare-chested. After foraging for some wild fruits to serve as breakfast, Veer embarked on another day of survival on the deserted island. Having explored the island the day before and encountered several formidable beasts without engaging them, he resolved to seek out a stronger opponent today and test his mettle in battle. Previously oblivious to the thrill of combat, Veer now found himself intrigued by the prospect of fierce clashes. The more brutal the encounter, the more exhilarating it seemed. After a thorough search, he decided to return to the imposing gorilla he had spotted the day before, convinced of its strength. As noon approached, Veer once again laid eyes on the formidable creature. This gorilla was unlike any he had ever seen, boasting blue skin and towering at least 6 meters tall. "Hey, big guy, come and fight me. Let me have my fill of battle," he called out, not caring whether the gorilla could comprehend his words. With that proclamation, he activated his thunder mode and charged forth. In the realm of battle, warriors seldom concern themselves with strategy. They charge forth if they believe they can prevail, and even if the odds are against them, they still advance, only to retreat or perish once they ascertain their defeat. A gorilla, noticing a small figure charging towards it, initially paid no heed and casually swatted at the assailant. However, this moment of arrogance exacted a grievous toll, as 2 of its fingers were severed and sent flying. Blood splattered over the warrior, and although discomfort lingered, the feeling of nausea had subsided. With dual swords in his grasp, Veer, relying on his swiftness, deftly maneuvered around the gorilla, delivering precise strikes that severed flesh, occasionally slicing through to reveal a shard of white bone that flew away in a spinning arc. His attacks were predominantly slashes and chops, eschewing thrusts, for Veer found such techniques too delicate, their lethality limited. Although his swords were originally designed for thrusting, they had been meticulously modified into instruments solely intended for the dismemberment of flesh. Previously, Veer had practiced his cleaving techniques against the air, but now he faced a living target, and the experience was utterly transformative. Despite his apparent advantage, the gorilla's raw strength posed a significant threat. A single blow could inflict considerable damage. Just as Veer was relishing his onslaught, the gorilla, roused from its midday slumber, erupted in fury. Realizing it was on the brink of being cleaved to pieces by this unknown assailant, the urgency of survival ignited within it. For the creatures of the pirate world possessed a remarkable intelligence. Suddenly, the gorilla extended its arms, fist clenched, and began to whirl like a windmill. Veer, sensing the impending danger, was unfortunately too late to evade. With a thunderous impact, he felt the world spin around him as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A searing pain radiated through his chest and lungs, making each breath a struggle, and he tasted iron in his throat, spitting out traces of blood. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Veer felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. One misstep had summoned the gorilla's formidable counterattack. He lamented the inadequacy of his own repertoire of techniques, realizing that while the gorilla possessed a powerful move, he himself did not. Before him, the gorilla, now a veritable fountain of blood due to the numerous wounds inflicted by Veer's strikes, was in a desperate state. With grim determination, Veer approached and delivered a decisive blow to the gorilla's abdomen, spilling its innards onto the ground. In agony, the gorilla crawled away from Veer, seeking to escape this embodiment of malevolence. Yet, such an attempt did little to salvage its life. Instead, it hastened its demise as its life essence pooled around it. Ultimately succumbing to the excruciating pain, Veer discovered that he was particularly ruthless in battle. Generally, he maintained composure, but once engaged in combat, he suspected he could reduce his enemies to mere flesh. Instead of preparing a meal from the gorilla, he opted for other creatures, as the gorilla's resemblance to humans, possibly even as an ancestor, made the thought of consuming such a repugnant being unappealing. He slaughtered a large serpent and retrieved the substantial pot that the merchant ship had deliberately left behind at the seaside, beginning to concoct a serpent stew. While savoring his meal, Veer assessed his injuries. His body, having undergone prolonged sessions of thunder stab technique, exhibited remarkable recovery speed and resilience, showing no signs of critical injuries or latent dangers. After his meal, Weir refrained from further hunting and instead contemplated within his stone dwelling, pondering how to develop new techniques. Weir began to ponder. Please do not misunderstand. He was not contemplating fundamental movements or combinations of techniques. Rather, he found himself reflecting upon some formidable sword wielders from his previous life in anime, considering their techniques that he might emulate, given his current proficiency in swordsmanship. Even if he were to develop a technique, it would merely possess an average level of skill and power. Thus, he resolved to draw inspiration from the masters. Vail has indeed conceived a remarkable technique, one that holds considerable potential for further development. This technique, drawn from the realm of Fate Stay Night, involves a sword that subdues heroic spirits. Dubbed Secret Sword, Swallow Return, it is unequivocally a formidable maneuver. While it poses a significant challenge for an ordinary individual to master, Vail has envisioned the Thunder mode. Upon activating this mode, Vail experiences a substantial enhancement in both reaction and physical speed. The greater the intensity of the lightning, the swifter the pace. However, one must remain within the limits of their physical capacity. Weir's concept is to activate the high-intensity Thunder mode within a brief period, significantly enhancing speed to execute the technique Secret Sword, Swallow's Return. The concept of Secret Sword, Swallow's Return conceived by Weir diverges somewhat from the original work. It employs high-speed slashes that allow multiple strikes to erupt simultaneously, akin to the effect of a pseudo-dimensional cut, significantly enhancing destructive power. Furthermore, by imbuing the slashes with the cutting attribute of lightning, the result is a phenomenon where the greater the number of strikes, the more formidable the devastation. To initiate this, one must first activate lightning mode, then push the limits of what can be endured. A brief activation is feasible, yet continuous use would undoubtedly be a reckless endeavor, leading to bodily collapse. For those fleeting seconds, the entire body remains a soft blue hue. But the sword transforms from its previous silver blue to a silvery white infused with a hint of pale purple. Subsequently, two powerful strikes are unleashed, one from each hand. Weir had never envisioned that with his current level of swordsmanship, he could ever achieve the remarkable feat of Sasaki Kojiro, who could strike thrice with a single blade. After a lifetime of dedication, thus, Weir's ambition was to wield dual swords simultaneously, aspiring to attain the swiftness akin to that of the Swallow's Return, primarily the velocity, augmented by his affinity for lightning, to forge his own unique sword technique. If he failed, he would rest for an hour, allowing his body to recuperate before attempting once more. If that too proved futile, he would defer to the next opportunity. Countless failures led to valuable insights. Whenever hunger struck, he would venture out to hunt for wild game. When thirst beckoned, a nearby brook provided both refreshment and a place to cleanse himself. Days turned into weeks, and months passed. Finally, after a year and a half, Weir's endeavor to master the Swallow's Return bore fruit. On that fateful occasion, as he swung his sword, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped him. Suddenly, he perceived that the very space around him seemed to decelerate. No, it was not the world slowing down, rather. He had become so swift that he felt as though he was transcending the confines of that realm, liberated from the constraints of air and gravity. At that moment, Wall felt that his heart was consumed solely by the sword and an insatiable ambition to strike faster, to sever with greater swiftness. In the air, two intersecting purple sword marks formed without regard to precedence, imbued with a faint blue radiance, soaring forth as if to cleave through all that lay before them. With a resonant clang, an almost imperceptible vibration of metal echoed in the atmosphere. One wall of the small stone house in Weir has been cleaved into quarters, and the entire wall has been severed, leaving a gaping hole in the mountainside. Weir felt a wave of weakness wash over him. To his surprise, he had managed to unleash sword energy while executing the Yin-Fan technique, transforming it into a formidable mid-range attack. I have succeeded, he exclaimed, his face aglow with joy and excitement. After a year and a half of arduous training, he had finally mastered his ultimate technique, commonly referred to as his trump card, Secret Sword, Yin-Fan. On a desolate island in the eastern sea, lush forests thrived, teeming with the essence of nature. Yet at the island's core, fierce roars of beasts mingled with anguished cries. After a while, an eerie silence enveloped the island, extinguishing even the sounds of birds and the playful chatter of monkeys. Had anyone been present at the heart of the island, they would have been confronted with a hellish scene. The ground, no longer adorned with verdant grass, was now a canvas of crimson, interspersed with patches of green. The ground was littered with the remains of various animals, tiger claws, dismembered baboons, and the most tragic sight of all, a wolf, cleaved in half and then further mutilated. reminiscent of a shattered carrot. At the center lay a mound of carcasses, atop which sat a boy of 12 or 13, with dark hair and clad in animal skins. Two swords plunged into the corpses before him. This boy was indeed weird. Since mastering the Yin Fan technique, he had relentlessly battled on the island, honing his combat skills and familiarizing himself with the intricacies of his swordsmanship. 6 months had passed. At that moment, were held a large yellow fruit, consuming it with a natural ease amidst the gruesome remnants of the forest. To an ordinary person, a mere glance would induce uncontrollable retching. Yet Ware had conditioned himself to relish his meal in this seemingly infernal environment, not out of necessity but from sheer habituation. Finishing the last morsel of fruit, he gazed around, recalling that initially he had decimated his opponents to enhance his adaptability. However, he soon realized that he had grown accustomed to the carnage. In his own words, "If I don't slice something for a day, I feel utterly restless. That's enough for now. I should contact my master," he decided. After enduring countless life and death battles, he felt he had met his master's expectations. Rising, he made his way to his newly constructed temporary dwelling to retrieve his communication device. Over the past 6 months, Ware had engaged in combat nearly every day, with injuries becoming a commonplace occurrence. Through extensive development of the thunder-piercing technique, he had finally achieved cellular activation within his body. He discovered that this technique enhanced the absorption capacity of his cells, enabling them to extract nutrients to the fullest extent, thanks to a unique substance found in lightning. Remarkably, the training effects had amplified fivefold. At 13, Ware sensed his body was in a developmental phase, and coupled with the gradual enhancement from the thunder-piercing technique, he was growing stronger at an astonishing rate, particularly in terms of speed. If one were to quantify the enhancement effects of the thunder-piercing technique, strength and stamina would be rated as 1, while speed would be rated as 3. In simpler terms, the successful development of the thunder-piercing technique not only enhanced training effects fivefold, but also ensured that even without active training, his body would continue to strengthen, albeit subtly. Arriving at his temporary abode, Ware picked up the communication device he had nurtured for 2 years. This little creature had been gifted to him by his master 2 years prior, and he had marveled at this wondrous being from the original tales. After playing with it for a while, his master had reminded him not to forget to feed it and provide it with water. Ware, filled with astonishment, inquired in a somewhat naive manner, "Do telephone bugs still require sustenance?" Ware now vividly recalls the expression of silent disbelief on his master's face when he retorted, "Which creature does not require sustenance?" Subsequently, Ware learned that telephone worms also needed to be fed and hydrated, albeit at infrequent intervals. The longer the feeding gap, the more valuable the telephone worm became. Ware's worm, for instance, required nourishment only once a month, while the Navy possessed specimens that could go half a year without feeding. Grasping the telephone worm's artificial microphone, it emitted a series of bubbling sounds. Bloop, bloop, bloop. With a click, the telephone worm opened its eyes. "Master, this is Ware. I've nearly completed my training. It's time for me to return. Please arrange for a ship to fetch me. I feel like I might turn feral at this rate. Oh, and do bring some clothing." Ware appeared quite elated, as he was soon to reunite with his master and elder brother, whom he had not seen in 2 years. "Very well, I will have your elder brother handle it. If he is unoccupied, he may come to collect you himself, as he has mentioned it several times." Long Yang, upon hearing of Ware's return, also expressed his delight. Although the sword dojo harbored many apprentices, he currently had only 3, each of whom he deeply cared for. "Understood, master. I shall end our conversation for now, and we can discuss further upon my return." After exchanging farewells, Ware disconnected the telephone worm. Days later, at the island's edge, Ware finally awaited the arrival of the ship sent to retrieve him. Spotting his elder brother Roy at the bow, with his diminutive stature of 1.60 meters and distinctive blue braids, Ware instantly recognized him. Without waiting for the vessel to dock, Ware activated his lightning mode, leaping several paces forward to land on the distant ship. Roy, surprised to see Ware glowing with a pale blue luminescence, chuckled, "You've grown stronger, kid. At this rate, you'll soon surpass me. Though, it seems you haven't grown much taller. Are you sure you're not of the dwarven race?" After such a long separation, Roy resumed his characteristic teasing. "How could I possibly be a dwarf? And I'm only 13. Standing at 1.40 meters is perfectly normal. I will definitely grow taller. Unlike some people who, at their age, are still only 1.60 meters, what a tragic tale." The two brothers resumed their playful banter after such a long time apart. After exchanging jests with Roy, Ware extended his fist, which Roy reciprocated, and they struck their fists together with a hearty clash. Though neither man was adept at articulating their inner feelings, The impact of their fists conveyed the profound bond of brotherhood they shared. The days spent aboard the ship with Roy were no longer dull. Roy taught Weir the art of drinking. Yes, Roy instructed the 13-year-old Weir in the ways of alcohol consumption. The drink Roy offered came from a green bottle labeled Herrace. Upon reflection, Weir realized this was the very beverage favored by ZFA, the strongest foe from the theatrical version of Z. After taking a sip, Weir found the taste delightful. Though he was uncertain of its ingredient origins, Roy claimed it instilled a sense of masculinity within those who drank it. After consuming several bottles together, the two began to engage in nonsensical chatter. By the time they had polished off more than 10 bottles, they found themselves leaning against the ship's railing, competing to see who could urinate the farthest. The following day, upon awakening, Weir felt no headache, a testament to his robust constitution. He vaguely recalled drinking with Roy and surmised he may have overindulged, leading to a hazy memory of the event. A few days later, at the Rogtown dock, Weir returned, dressed in the same attire as when he departed, but now clutching a bottle of Herrace, taking sips as he walked. The days spent on the ship had passed in this manner, and although Weir did not consider himself a heavy drinker, he found enjoyment in the occasional sip. However, mindful of his impending reunion with his master, he tucked the bottle away in his bag. Upon arriving at the dojo's entrance, Weir was suddenly overcome with a desire to enter, mingled with a sense of trepidation, an unfamiliar feeling that made him wonder if this was what longing felt like. Pushing open the grand door, he discovered his master and sister in waiting for him in the courtyard. The once empty courtyard, devoid of apprentices, now held only his smiling master and sister and standing behind him. "You're back. That is what matters." The simplicity of his master's words brought a tinge of emotion to Weir's eyes. "Master, I have returned." With that, Weir stepped forward, gazing at the elder he had not seen for 2 years. "Come, let us proceed to the secret chamber with your elder brother and sister in. I have matters to discuss with you." With that, he led the way to the chamber. The four settled into their seats, and Long Liang, seated in the principal chair, regarded Weir with satisfaction. He exchanged glances with Roy and Un, both of whom nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing Long Liang's forthcoming declaration. "Weir, the dojo I established also engages in another line of business. We are part of a killer organization operating within the dark world. We accept assignments to eliminate pirates, Navy personnel, merchants, and family factions in the East Sea. We undertake every task presented to us. I am uncertain if you wish to join. This is entirely voluntary. Should you prefer not to pursue this profession, you may assist me in managing the dojo. I respect my apprentice's choices." Long Yang revealed the secret he had concealed from Weir 2 years prior. "Of course, I can. I have yet to take a life. I am curious about what it feels like to kill, although I have certainly dispatched plenty of beasts." After a moment's contemplation, Weir agreed to Long Liang's proposition. In truth, Weir had sensed something amiss. A small dojo's master could not possibly afford such luxuries in daily life. Long Liang nodded, perhaps anticipating Weir's response. Having noticed the lingering scent of blood that clung to Weir upon his arrival, it was clear to Long Liang that his apprentice, much like In, was not entirely virtuous. He pondered whether Weir would prove as ruthless as Un, which troubled him. As he contemplated this, he observed his 3 apprentices. The first, a once traumatized individual who now exhibited self-destructive tendencies. The second, sharing similar trauma, yet embracing a cruel disposition and finding pleasure in torturing foes. And finally, the third, who initially appeared normal, yet the more Long Liang interacted with him, the more he suspected this young man also harbored dark inclinations. Showing no fear in discussing murder, but instead expressing curiosity about the sensation of taking a life. Long Liang sighed and waved his hand, dismissing several confused apprentices. He couldn't help but reflect on his own youth, once filled with a sense of righteousness, and how, in his old age, he had inadvertently raised a trio of apprentices who seemed villainous at first glance. Perhaps he himself had changed. How he longed for his homeland. "Kazuki Oden, I wonder how you are faring. Do you truly believe that no one would seek you out after ascending to Raftel alongside Roger? As the sovereign of Wano, what course will you choose? Will you safeguard your nation or uphold the honor of the Roger pirates?" Under the scorching sun, Weir was practicing swordsmanship on the hillside, his bare arms slicing through the air, evoking a sense of exhilaration. At 13, Weir was not as towering as the renowned figures in the pirate world, standing at merely around 1.40 meters, and it was unlikely he would grow to towering heights in the future. His lithe torso, though slender, was adorned with smooth, muscular lines. While not overtly robust, it radiated an aura of strength. In the midst of his vigorous practice, Weir heard someone calling him from a distance and looked up to see his senior brother Roy at the back door of the dojo. He sheathed his sword and donned his clothes before striding towards Roy. Without much discourse, Roy informed Weir of a mission that required discussion in the secret chamber. Upon entering the chamber, their master and senior sister were already present. The target this time was a merchant from the East Blue named Steve Lewis. Although he ostensibly operated as a clothing merchant, his true dealings involved human trafficking, primarily enslaving individuals for the auctions held by Jokerin, the Sabaody archipelago. Due to some business conflicts, their employer had contracted them to eliminate Steve Lewis and his entire family, offering a bounty of 20 million berries. After Dragonly concluded his explanation, he took a sip of tea and awaited inquiries. Master, if we eliminate someone connected to Joker, that mad dog won't come after us in the East Blue, will he? He possesses the title of Warlord of the Sea and can legally traverse the Red Line. Weir was the first to voice his concern. He had no desire to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo before he had even begun to grow. That would be a death wish, and he was no Luffy. Upon hearing Weir's question, Dragonly cast a surprised glance at him, realizing that this disciple possessed remarkable insight, having acquired such detailed intelligence. He refrained from probing how Weir had obtained this information, as he was skeptical of Weir's claim that his mother was an information broker. Nevertheless, having someone so informed as his disciple was undeniably advantageous. We need not concern ourselves with Joker. The employer has already bribed him. To be more specific, due to Steve Lewis's greed, Joker has been dissatisfied with him for quite some time. Now that a suitable successor has been identified, Steve Lewis's existence has become redundant. Their family's extermination serves merely as retribution for his years of avarice. By the way, do not forget to look for any valuable items amidst the chaos. If they prove obstinate, leave it to your second senior sister. We shall depart tomorrow. You three will go together. This marks Weir's first mission, so let him take the lead while you two observe. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, act promptly. Dragonly declared before leading the trio out of the secret chamber. Back in his room, Weir felt a tinge of excitement. After all, in his previous life, he had been an ordinary individual. Now he was being told to become an assassin, a role he had never encountered before. Thoughts of how to infiltrate the target's domain flitted through his mind, prompting him to rise and seek clarification from Roy. Moments later, Weir returned with an expression of exasperation. Roy had informed him that infiltration was unnecessary. Typically, their method of assassination involved a direct approach. In the presence of bodyguards, they would eliminate the target if possible. If not, they would first take down the guards before dispatching the target. Stealth was deemed unnecessary, as powerful individuals possessed keen senses, and with various unknown devil fruit users. Honing assassination skills was less reliable than enhancing one's own strength. Weir found Roy's reasoning quite logical and lay on his bed, studying the core of lightning to pass the time while awaiting their departure to the small island the next day. 3 days later, at the dock of Mita Island in the East Blue, Weir finally arrived at the target's island. He began to comprehend the challenges of being an assassin in the pirate world. Even to kill someone required a 3-day journey by sea, and in the future, he might face voyages lasting over 10 days for distant targets. Upon reaching the island, the trio secured accommodation at a local inn, planning to survey the target's estate during the day for a more convenient night operation. After acquiring the address, Weir strolled alone through the vibrant streets of the bustling city, casually stopping a passerby to inquire about local delicacies and their locations. The initially disgruntled passerby softened after Weir offered 10,000 berries, even providing him with a hand-drawn map marking the locations of delectable treats throughout the city. Armed with the map, Weir ventured to a street filled with snacks, sampling various offerings, and later indulged in a renowned restaurant famed for its seafood. As Weir's strength grew, likely due to the lightning spike technique, his appetite also increased. Initially modest, he now possessed the capacity to consume a meal equivalent to what would suffice 10 ordinary individuals. Upon arriving at the local commercial district, he purchased numerous local specialty teas as gifts for his master, selecting several varieties. With a large bag in hand, he approached the target's residence, which was, to be precise, a small manor. The manor was lavish and guarded, leaving Weir with no option but a forceful entry. As he contemplated his next move, he noticed a youthful beauty approaching. The girl, around 17 or 18, sported long pink hair and donned an exquisite white dress, exuding an air of delicateness, accompanied by several bodyguards. "Sir, are you here to see my father, or is there something else?" the young lady inquired. given the isolated location of the target's residence. Her perception of Weir's intentions was astute. "No, I am merely a lost passerby who happened upon this place. Is this your home?" "Truly affluent," Weir responded. Having seen the target's photograph and recognizing that, while not unattractive, he was quite ordinary-looking and slightly plump, which made the beauty of his daughter all the more surprising. "Oh, so you are lost. Where are you headed?" "Allow my bodyguards to escort you. It can be quite troublesome to wander in a big city," the young girl offered, appearing genuinely concerned and innocent. "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to explore on my own." "What a pity," Weir replied, not awaiting her response before heading back to the inn. "How peculiar," she mused, "such a young person wandering alone in the city. Oh well, I shall return home. I ventured out to buy a gift for my mother. She will surely adore this necklace." With that, she made her way back to the manor, humming a favorite tune, resembling a carefree butterfly. After several rounds in the town, Weir confirmed he had no tales before returning to the inn. "How did it go, junior brother?" Roy inquired as soon as Weir entered. "Quite well, indeed," Weir replied naturally. Roy appeared puzzled, uncertain of the meaning behind Weir's response. Did it indicate a formidable adversary or a smooth mission? "What was so good?" he asked. "Why, the island's culinary delights, of course." "Did you think it was the beautiful maidens?" "I wonder if senior sister would mind," Weir teased, fully aware that Roy was inquiring about the reconnaissance on the manor. However, with senior sister present, Roy, being somewhat wary of his wife, typically refrained from jesting too much. Roy wore an expression that suggested he was at a loss, caught in a web of confusion. Even the usually taciturn senior sister found herself at a loss for words. She chuckled, "I was merely jesting, my dear brother. I ventured to investigate. The estate is heavily guarded, rendering entry impossible to ascertain the situation. Beyond the estate lies the sea, and no large vessels were observed. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the target, facing life-threatening circumstances, may attempt a perilous escape by a small boat. Thus, it is imperative that someone remains watchful at the rear of the estate." As Veer recounted the details of our mission, he ceased his banter with Roy. "Very well. We shall act tonight to conclude matters swiftly and prevent any unforeseen developments, and will remain at the back to keep watch while I position myself at the front to support our junior brother." With that, he began to polish his blade. Awaiting the onset of nightfall, Weir glanced at his senior brother's sword. It was a fine blade, yet it likely did not possess the distinction of a renowned weapon. In contrast, his senior sister's sword might indeed be a famous one. She discerned Weir's thoughts and spoke of the exquisite blade known as the blood scorpion. Crafted with 50 exquisite techniques, it had been seized during a mission, and any wound inflicted by this blade would elicit excruciating pain, akin to the sting of a scorpion. With that, she tossed the sword to Weir. Drawing the blood scorpion, he noted its similarity in dimensions to most exquisite blades. However, its surface was not smooth, but rather featured pronounced veins, giving it a rugged texture, with only the cutting edge remaining pristine. After returning the sword to Un, he retreated to his chamber to rest, awaiting the onset of nightfall. The sky gradually darkened. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Weir inspected his sword and adjusted his attire, and the trio ventured out. As they walked through the nocturnal streets, despite the late hour, the bustling city remained aglow, its vibrant lights illuminating the night. Some inebriated pedestrians leaned on one another as they made their way home. At this moment, Veer was filled with exhilaration. The enchanting night, the bustling city, and the individuals before him ignited a fervor within, while others ventured out for entertainment, indulging in libations and seeking relaxation. His purpose was far more sinister, to take lives, many lives, including that of an innocent, wandering beauty. The temptation was irresistible. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his target's estate, his companions, his senior brothers and sisters, having mysteriously vanished, leaving him alone before the vigilant guards. "Good evening, gentlemen. Now, prepare to meet your demise." Veer uttered these peculiar words, crossing his arms as he unsheathed his twin blades and activated thunder mode, charging directly at the guards. Before the two sentinels at the entrance could fully comprehend the situation, they felt a sudden numbness in several parts of their bodies, swiftly followed by a chilling sensation, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. With a few swift strikes, Veer cleaved the guards into segments, blood splattering in every direction, and innards strewn across the ground. Yet, Veer felt no sense of wrongness. Rather, he perceived an unsettling truth, that killing a man bore little distinction from slaying a beast, differing only in the meaningless utterances made in the moments before death. After Veer had dispatched two guards, a young sentinel in the distance stood frozen in terror. Having never witnessed such brutality, he did not call out warnings of enemies or sound alarms. Instead, he turned and fled, crying out for help. This young man exhibited a commendable level of composure. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have collapsed in fear. His cry served as an effective alarm, prompting a multitude of guards to rush forth from within the manor. Weir, with swords in hand and their blades hanging naturally at his sides, gazed at the throng of individuals charging towards him. A silent grin spread across his face as he charged forward without hesitation. Veer charged into the throng, swiftly dispatching a middle-aged man with a few precise strikes of his sword. He then deftly parried a descending blade, and as their weapons clashed, a shower of sparks erupted. Veer's sword sliced through the enemy's weapon with the ease of a saw, simultaneously cleaving the adversary in two. He continued his relentless assault among the foes, reducing them to mere fragments. Gradually, he realized that he was alone amidst a sea of dismembered limbs, with only two half-severed individuals groaning on the ground, inching away in agony. The distant guards regarded Veer with expressions rife with terror and animosity, yet none dared to advance. A few of the more timid ones had soiled themselves, the unpleasant odor mingling with the pervasive stench of blood that filled the darkened estate, providing them a semblance of cover. Just as Veer contemplated dispatching these guards, an instinctual sense of danger tingled at his periphery, and awareness honed through numerous brushes with death, akin to an acute perception of impending peril. In a swift motion, he leapt backward just as an extraordinarily fast bullet whizzed past his face. "Step back. This one is mine to handle," declared a young man in his 20s. With hair a striking shade of gray, he towered at nearly 2 meters tall, clad in leather and adorned with trousers laden with holsters. His legs, from the knees up, bristled with armaments, while the colossal wooden box, half a meter wide and a meter tall, rested upon his back, its contents a mystery. It was this young man who had fired the shot. Veer had encountered firearms in the pirate world, where bullets traveled at a leisurely pace, but the projectile from this youth's weapon was astoundingly swift. Upon closer inspection, Veer noted that the young man's firearm differed significantly from the standard flintlock pistols of his previous experiences. The barrel was elongated, and the chamber for gunpowder had been augmented to maximize its fiery output. Was this a sacrifice of the weapon's integrity for greater firepower? After a single shot, the handgun appeared nearly rendered useless. Having gleaned a general understanding of his opponent, Veer sensed that this adversary possessed formidable strength, prompting him to abandon any complacency. He surged forward, eager to close the distance. Yet, barely 2 steps closer, the young man fired again, drawing 2 pistols from his legs, unleashing a barrage before discarding them and swiftly reaching for more. Vail sensed the bullets hurtling towards him. While evasion was indeed a possibility, it would forfeit any chance of closing the distance. Thus, relying solely on his reflexes and swordsmanship, he decisively cleaved the projectiles in twain, rendering them aimless. He understood the imperative of not allowing his adversary to create space between them. Within the span of a mere minute, the young man had expended all the ammunition from the firearm strapped to his leg, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, he activated a mechanism on the wooden crate behind him, causing a dozen more pistols, identical to the one on his leg, to spring forth from either side. Vail gazed at the individual before him, contemplating the excessive weaponry on display. Although he possessed the ability to deflect bullets, he bore the brunt of their force, and the strain was becoming increasingly burdensome. He could no longer afford to delay. He swiftly activated the maximum capacity of his thunder mode, brandishing his twin blades toward the ground. Observing Vail's formidable stance, the young man felt an inexplicable tingling at the back of his neck. He struck another section of the wooden crate, revealing a long-barreled rifle. Atop the stock rested a cannonball-shaped iron orb, a testament to the copious amounts of gunpowder this individual had packed into the weapon. With the specially crafted crate positioned before him, he proceeded to steady the rifle. Weir paid little heed to the actions of the youth, instead murmuring, "Secret sword, swallow return." The young man felt as though everything before him had vanished, his focus entirely fixated on the front. There, 2 streams of purple sword energy manifested in a cross shape. Without hesitation, he fired his weapon. With a resounding bang, the bullet was discharged. Once infallible, the bullet now failed to impede the advancing sword energy. In a speed that left the young man utterly unprepared, the sword energy first shattered the bullet, then cleaved through a wooden crate, which was met with considerable resistance before being reduced to 4 splintered pieces. Ultimately, the blade struck the young man's left arm, severing it entirely. Even the vicinity of his left hand suffered, with several deep lacerations marring his chest. Enduring excruciating pain, the young man fought to maintain consciousness, swiftly darting towards an adjacent wall. Upon reaching it, he retrieved an unusual apparatus resembling a cannon, albeit one with a seat positioned at its rear. Without hesitation, he activated the cannon, which emitted a thunderous sound and, instead of firing a projectile, propelled itself forward, along with the young man seated atop it. We observed the situation with a sense of incredulity. After unleashing his ultimate ability, he experienced a brief period of vulnerability, leading him to refrain from using the yin fan technique whenever possible. Initially, he believed that the adversary would not escape far, yet he was taken aback to discover such a contraption hidden away, truly a cowardly retreat. This individual was a mad inventor, however, given the grievous injuries sustained. With his hands and ribs likely severed, he was probably beyond survival. Even if he managed to live, seeking vengeance upon me would be an intriguing prospect. We paid little heed to the enemy's flight, for he understood that those who wield firearms tend to be weak in the later stages, with only a select few proving formidable. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by the wood that could withstand the yin fan's slicing. Grasping a hefty piece of timber, about the size of 2 fists, he examined it closely. There seemed to be nothing extraordinary about it until he struck it with his sword. To his surprise, it felt remarkably sturdy. Even in thunder mode, he was unable to cleave through this wood. Could it possibly be Adam? Stowing the timber away, Ward turned his gaze towards the 3-story mansion. He noticed a middle-aged man observing him from the second-floor window, exuding an air of calm. With a few swift strides, he lunged into the room where the man stood, casting a glance at him before producing a photograph for comparison. Indeed, he was Steve Lewis. I had long foreseen this day and had contemplated relinquishing my pursuits. Alas, Doris had other intentions. She had become enamored with the trade of slavery, relishing the power to dispose of lives at will. Fulfill one request of mine, and I shall bequeath you my entire fortune, Steve Lewis remarked, his face ashen with despair. Ward chose not to engage in further dialogue with Steve Lewis. He swiftly severed him in two with a single stroke of his sword and proceeded towards the door. Fortune? How preposterous. It consisted merely of some real estate. What use would it be to me? To sell it? The owner's family had just perished, and yet someone sought to sell their property. The global government would never allow such a thing, no matter how inept. It remains the largest organization in existence. As for cash, he could seek it on his own. Whether he would find it was a matter of fate. In any case, Weir was simply displeased with this man, which prompted his decisive action. As Weir took a few steps forward, he felt a tug at his pant leg, realizing that the now split Steve Lewis was desperately grasping onto him. Spare my daughter. She knows nothing of this. She could even be your wife. She is beautiful. Let her live, he implored, blood spilling from his lips, sustained only by sheer will. I am tasked with eliminating your entire family, so please, rest assured, you may all embrace death. Weir replied coldly. Take good care of your daughter in the afterlife. I shan't intervene. With that, he kicked Steve Lewis aside and made his way toward the mansion's 3rd floor. You monster, may you suffer a wretched fate. I, Steve Lewis, shall pursue you even in hell. I curse you. One day you shall meet a similar end. Steve's voice echoed behind him like that of a vengeful specter. Ha ha ha. Let your hatred flourish, you swine. Even if I were to share your fate, I shall live resplendently, Weir retorted as he turned to leave, leaving behind a Steve Lewis whose eyes had lost their frantic gleam. In his final moments, Steve Lewis gazed at a ring on his hand, his expression shifting from malevolence to one of tenderness and regret. It was a platinum ring adorned with a green diamond, worn on his thumb. It had been a gift from his daughter on his 50th birthday, procured from a gem-rich island after a perilous month-long voyage, during which she had nearly been captured by pirates. Now, it seemed his daughter too was destined for death. As Weir traversed the desolate corridor, a multitude of thoughts swirled within him. He pondered the transformation of his character and the influence of his surroundings. Yet, he realized that he had not endured any significant trauma. Perhaps a demon had always lurked within him, and upon entering this new world, he felt liberated from constraints, unleashing the inner fiend, a true reflection of his essence, free from the masks he had worn. With this revelation, a smile graced his lips. Although he could not claim to possess true freedom, his heart had already tasted liberation, allowing him to think and act as he wished. On the 3rd floor, it did not take long for him to locate the room of his intended target, the girl. Upon entering, he found a pastel-pink chamber dominated by a massive bed. In the center lay a young girl with pink hair, curled up and trembling. With each step Weir took closer, her shivering intensified. Are you here to kill me? Please, let my father and mother go. I can get my father to give you money, a great deal of money. I beg you, do not harm us. We have done no wrong, she stammered, her anxiety rendering her speech disjointed. She naively believed him to be another common thief, akin to those who had come before. That is no longer an option. Your father has already met his end at my hands. As for your mother, she likely fled and may have already fallen into the grasp of my senior sister. She is probably dead as well. Now, it is just you. I shall grant you 30 seconds to utter your final words," were stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the innocent girl. In truth, the girl was not at fault. Her father's involvement in the slave trade was the true crime. The slave trade, not merely a moral failing, constituted an illegal enterprise that equated to exorbitant profits that were synonymous with danger in a world where the strong reigned supreme. In such a realm, possessing wealth without strength was perilous. "Could you bury my parents and me together? I can reveal to you the location of our family's treasure," the girl implored, her eyes dimming as she confronted the reality of her parents' demise. It took immense courage for her to voice those words. "Very well, farewell. No, it is a final goodbye," he concluded, swiftly severing her throat with a single stroke. For reasons unknown, he did not dismember the nameless girl. Blood gushed forth, and she collapsed onto the bed, her pink locks cascading around her like the petals of a wilting rose, a flower destined to wither away. Were unearthed treasures from the basement, a considerable collection of gold and silver jewelry, antiques, and some baubles. He proceeded to the rear, seeking his senior sister. As the target's wife was unlikely to escape through the front, given that Weir had forcefully entered through it. Before he reached the back door, he heard a woman wailing from afar. Upon entering, he discovered his senior sister wielding a curved dagger, skinning a middle-aged woman who cried out in agony, pleading for death to spare her from this hellish torment. Seeing his junior brother emerge, she inferred that he had completed his task and noted his seemingly indifferent reaction to the gruesome scene, perhaps even a flicker of interest. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. In the East Sea, my techniques for interrogation are unparalleled." In observing Weir's lack of aversion to her tormenting the enemy, posed the question. "Sure. If I encounter disobedient individuals in the future, I shall employ my sister's methods against them." Weir, intrigued by this unfamiliar technique, expressed a desire to understand more. The two stood before the anguished woman, one teaching while the other absorbed the lessons. Just as Roy arrived, they were engaged in animated conversation. "Hey, junior brother. Did you experience some trauma in your childhood, perhaps witnessing a massacre? Your methods are rather ruthless. Aside from that young girl, I have not seen a single intact corpse along the way. What peculiar hobby do you possess?" Roy remarked, exasperated, as he regarded Weir. This was his first outing on a mission with his junior brother, and he was taken aback to find him as twisted as his own wife, whose tendencies were acquired through experience, while Weir seemed innately predisposed. "Of course, it is a penchant for slashing. Initially, it stemmed from my lightning abilities, which imparted tremendous cutting force. Eventually, I simply grew accustomed to it," Weir replied nonchalantly, though his thoughts remained focused on learning from it. "Come on. You are quite the weirdo. What more do you need to learn about interrogation techniques?" "We should leave now and report back to the master," Roy said, turning to head towards the inn, evidently fatigued. Veer and Den could only follow along. Veer moved ahead, burying the nameless girl, fulfilling her wish by placing her alongside her parents. A few days later, the disciples returned to the sword dojo to report to their master about the mission's circumstances. Long Liang listened in silence, inwardly confirming his suspicions. This lad was no saint, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Thus, Veer continued his daily training, occasionally undertaking missions. And 3 years swiftly passed. In these 3 years, Veer had become accustomed to killing and had learned numerous interrogation techniques from senior sister. And for the disobedient, he ensured they experienced torment more agonizing than death. One day, his master approached him with gravity, stating that Veer was nearing the stage of cutting iron. Throughout countless life and death encounters, the most perilous had been against a devil fruit user wielding the spear fruit, capable of transforming his entire body into spears. This adversary had developed remarkable abilities, regenerating as long as his stamina permitted, and his spears could twist and turn like serpents. Ultimately, Veer managed to sever the opponent's head with a swift strike, though at that moment, a spear had nearly pierced his heart, the chilling sensation making him feel as though death loomed nearby. After that encounter, Veer experienced a peculiar sensation, apart from a few materials, such as diamonds or exceptionally hard metals. He seemed to perceive the essence of other objects. Days later, this awareness sharpened, evolving from mere perception to a sense of breathing. On this day, his master found him and explained that cutting iron was about sensing the breath of steel and severing it. When Veer casually grasped a sword and cleaved a massive steel plate in two, he officially entered the stage of cutting iron. After years of rigorous training, he had finally reached this milestone, with the next stage involving attribute attacks, a talent he possessed innately. The subsequent challenge would likely involve severing rare materials even harder than steel, such as sea stone or diamonds. Elated by this progress, Veer received a new mission, one that was particularly unique. Unlike previous tasks involving 1 or 3 individuals, this assignment required the full strength of the dojo, including his master. Upon inquiring about the reason, his master revealed that the enemy was the root cause of his senior brother's despair and senior sister's cruelty, the Stewart family, a clan that had long eluded capture, now finally located. The Stewart family also belonged to the dark underbelly of the East Sea. Through discussions with his master, Veer learned that a conflict during a previous mission had led to an encounter with the Stewart family, altering the lives of his senior brother and senior sister forever. The dojo had received an assassination mission while the Stewart family sought to steal a significant portion of a navigational chart leading to the Grand Line. In a fateful meeting, the Stewart family had only sent 2 members, Stewart Green, the eldest son, and Stewart Walker, the second son. At that time, his master, senior brother, and senior sister had repelled the intruders and secured the chart, believing a symbolic negotiation would follow, resulting in unintended conflict. However, the Stewart family had not come to negotiate. Instead, they ambushed the senior brother's family. Although the senior brother and senior sister sustained severe injuries, the most tragic outcome was the death of the senior brother's 8-year-old son, little Nancy, at the hands of Stewart Green. This tragedy intensified the animosity, prompting the dojo to retaliate fiercely. The Stewart family, unable to withstand the onslaught, vanished from the public eye. Until yesterday, when his master received news that the Stewart family had resurfaced. In the dojo's secret chamber, the 4 gathered to discuss their impending investigation of the island where the Stewart family had reappeared, seeking vengeance. Within the chamber, Roy's demeanor shifted from playful to one of profound hatred. Master, have those scoundrels truly returned to the East Sea? This is splendid news. I want them to suffer as never before. Roy's voice was hoarse with rage, revealing his deep-seated animosity toward the Stewart family. Do not act impulsively, Roy. Are you unaware of the dangers of venturing out at night? Even in revenge, one must be adequately prepared and strategize. Do you wish to repeat the previous calamity? Long Liang, seldom prone to anger, admonished Roy. As the group deliberated, Veer suddenly sensed a peculiar aroma reminiscent of wet earth following a rain. He then felt an unsettling weakness in his body. This air is toxic. We must leave at once, Veer shouted urgently. Activating thunder mode, he kicked a large hole in the wall, prompting his master and the others to flee. Upon reaching the courtyard, they discovered 3 figures standing where there had been none before. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, wielding a massive sword. Stewart Aiden, Stewart Green, Stewart Walker. How dare you appear before me? I will slay you today. Roy's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. The newcomers were none other than the Stewart family. The head, Stewart Aiden. The eldest son, Stewart Green, and the second son, Stewart Walker. They had not waited for the dojo to find them. They had come to confront those who had pursued them for years. Ha ha ha. Nice. Did you ever expect us to come seeking you? By the way, I leaked the information about that island. Today, we will end you. How do you find the new airborne poison I procured at a high price from Joker? Do you feel utterly weakened? Such a pity you discovered it too soon. Otherwise, you might not even be able to hold your swords, Stewart Aiden exclaimed. Exhilarated at the prospect of resolving this lingering issue and returning home, free from evasion, Veer realized that the effects of the airborne poison had dissipated after activating thunder mode, and he felt no discomfort. He swiftly drew his twin swords and charged forward, aiming to utilize his speed to eliminate one of the foes. Stewart Aiden, noticing the unfamiliar young man with dual swords charging at him, initially dismissed him. However, as the youth radiated blue energy and approached with alarming velocity, Aiden was taken aback, struggling to react in time. Just as Veer neared the adversary, intent on dispatching the burly man, a swift mass of pink, soft, and viscous substance suddenly struck him, sending him sprawling far into the forest of the back mountain. As Veer was propelled away, a gaunt old man emerged from behind Stewart Aiden. You didn't inform me that the target had 4 individuals, and one of them is exceptionally strong, the old man remarked nonchalantly to Stewart Aiden. I'll add another 500,000 berries to your fee if you can handle that one. If possible, eliminate him and ensure he does not return in a short time. Stewart Aiden found himself quite troubled by the temporarily hired bounty hunter and could only offer a substantial sum to placate him. The gaunt old man uttered no further words. Instead, his hands transformed into 2 masses of pink, viscous substance, adhering to the ceiling before stretching, ultimately propelling his entire being towards Veer. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals in the courtyard each sought their respective adversaries, commencing a fierce battle. In the forest of the back mountain, Veer, disoriented from the fall. It took a while to regain his composure and steady his vision. At the first moment, Vail felt an overwhelming urge to return and assist his master, only to be interrupted by a sound slicing through the air above him. He looked up to see a gaunt old man hurtling towards him. Without wasting a moment on words, Vail activated his thunder mode and charged forward, delivering a swift strike with his sword to the old man's waist. Strangely, the frail elder did not evade the attack. Instead, he was cleaved in two and fell to the ground with a soft crunch. Vail did not allow himself to become complacent after cleaving his opponent in two. Being accustomed to frequently executing such actions, he sensed that something was amiss. The emaciated old man, upon hitting the ground, transformed into a large mass of viscous pink substance, which gradually morphed into a human shape. Be vigilant, Vail. For the opponent appears to be an enigmatic entity of the nature type, or perhaps a unique superhuman, capable of transforming into a viscous mass of pink substance. The old man did not introduce himself in the manner of an anime character, boasting of his invincibility. Instead, he simply swung his arms, unleashing two globules of the pink, sticky material towards Vail. Vail did not deliberately evade, for he had already encountered it once before. The pink, viscous substance posed no harm to his body, and the previous mass had simply vanished into thin air. As he dodged one glob, he managed to deflect another with his sword. The viscous material adhered to the blade, significantly increasing its weight. Upon closer inspection, Vail discerned a faintly sweet aroma emanating from the sticky substance, which possessed remarkable elasticity, reminiscent of chewing gum. Due to the electrical energy coursing through the sword, the viscous matter only clung for a brief moment before sliding to the ground. The gaunt old man across from him observed this scene, his expression darkening. Gum fruit? Such an odd ability, it must possess formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, aside from the earlier attack, what other offensive capabilities might it hold? Vail inquired casually, feigning a light conversation while subtly extracting information to ascertain whether his opponent truly wielded the gum fruit. You will discover in due time. But only when you are on the brink of death, the gaunt old man replied, revealing no signs of distress upon having his ability recognized. However, he sensed that Vail's capabilities somewhat countered the binding potential of his gum fruit, prompting him to regard Vail with heightened caution. Vail ceased his futile chatter, brandishing his sword and charging forward. He swiftly cleaved the emaciated old man into several pieces. Yet his actions bore little consequence due to his lack of mastery over the formidable aura. Meanwhile, the frail old man conjured a piece of blue chewing gum in his hand and began to chew it leisurely. After a few moments of chewing, he astonishingly began to blow bubbles, creating an array of enormous blue orbs that floated between them. He produced dozens of these bubbles, until the gum in his mouth was entirely depleted. With a swift kick, Vail sent a stone flying, striking a blue bubble with a resounding bang, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The chewing gum contained glycerol, which absorbs hydrogen sulfide from the air. When a substantial amount of hydrogen sulfide suddenly encounters the atmosphere, it can indeed ignite explosively and is highly toxic. Do not underestimate any fruit, especially the one who developed it. He was once a scientist, quipped the emaciated old man. Not to impart knowledge to Vail, but rather to buy time, as evidenced by the second piece of blue gum in his mouth. This adversary undoubtedly belonged to the category of individuals capable of extracting formidable effects from seemingly worthless fruits, akin to the bear's rubberball fruit. Indeed, this individual might be the most formidable opponent Vail had encountered, possessing no overwhelming power and rendering his attacks nearly ineffective. What should he do? Flee. Just moments ago, escape was feasible, yet now he found himself encircled by 10 blue bubbles, rendering immediate assistance to his master impossible. Given the likelihood of an explosion, the substance was probably also flammable. Vail continued to gather stones beneath his feet, this time opting not to throw them directly, but instead utilizing high-intensity lightning to heat the stone in his hand. Over the years, as Vail grew stronger, the potency of the core of thunder had also increased, now capable of delivering lethal electric shocks to ordinary individuals. Before long, the stone became scalding hot, and he hurled it with great force, leaping into the air with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted with a series of explosions, providing Vail the opportunity to burst through the encirclement. He refrained from directly aiding his comrades, as bringing unresolved foes into the fray would be a foolish endeavor. Once again, he charged towards the emaciated old man, striking down his arm with a swift sword stroke. This time, Vail did not retreat immediately. Instead, he picked up the fallen gum from the ground, observing the old man's reaction. As anticipated, the old man, having regained his human form, was now missing a hand. It appeared that the gum could not regenerate indefinitely. Once detached, it became uncontrollable, and relying solely on a devil fruit was a mark of weakness. Thus, you have lost. Veer took pleasure in witnessing the old man's face contort with distress. With remarkable speed, Veer shattered all the blue bubbles, severing the old man's legs before taking hold of a large mass of gum. Rather than continuing the battle, he turned and sprinted in a specific direction, deliberately sparing the piece of gum that corresponded to the old man's head, as it was the only portion he could still control. Observing Veer's chosen path, the old man initially wore a look of confusion, which soon morphed into a pallid expression as he desperately crawled in the opposite direction, resembling a cornered animal. Veer ran in a direction unlike any other, for that path led to the one entity feared by all who wield the powers of the devil fruits, the vast, unforgiving sea. Upon reaching the shoreline, he forcefully cast a wad of chewing gum into the ocean before sprinting back to his previous location. With Veer's remarkable speed, the entire journey took less than 2 minutes. Upon returning to the frail old man, who appeared utterly drained of strength, Veer uttered no words and, without pausing, swiftly severed the old man's head with a single strike of his sword. Veer continued to sprint towards the Swordsmanship Academy, uncertain of the fate that had befallen his master and the others. Were it not for the fortuitous path he had taken, he might have refrained from eliminating the gaunt old man, deeming it a waste of precious time. Upon his return to the Academy's courtyard, Veer was struck with astonishment at the scene before him. Sister and sword was embedded in the neck of a headless corpse, while his own throat had been pierced by a long staff, rendering him voiceless. Brother Roy fared little better, sprawled atop a lifeless body, a massive axe embedded in his chest, struggling for breath. Their master appeared to be wounded, lying motionless on the ground. Nearby stood Stuart Aiden, the current head of the Aiden family, wielding a great sword. Stuart, too, bore significant injuries, having lost a hand and covered in numerous wounds. Vail's eyes were crimson, fixed intently on Stuart Aiden. Boy, I never expected you to be alive. Why not join my family instead of following this to no avail? It appeared that Stuart Aiden was reluctant to engage in battle with Vail, as he was gravely injured. Come, Ymir. In a fit of extreme rage and sorrow, Vail uttered a classic expletive from a past life. In the midst of Stuart Aiden's terrified gaze, Vail severed his remaining right hand with a single stroke, and continued to cleave through his legs. Transformed into a mere trunk, Stuart Aiden collapsed onto the ground, and Vail, with a forceful step akin to crushing a watermelon, obliterated Stuart Aiden's head. Observing the chaos before him, Vail was at a loss for what to do. Just as he was about to check on his master's condition, he heard the call of his senior brother. Vail, come here. Roy, just regaining consciousness, witnessed Vail's act of shattering Stuart Aiden's skull and revealed a smile of relief. Vail hurriedly rushed forward, supporting his elder brother as he leaned against the wall. Elder brother, how are you? I will take you and master to see a doctor immediately. It's all right. I believe your internal organs are unharmed, and you will recover soon. Do not worry. He uttered words he scarcely believed himself, tears brimming in his eyes as he fought to restrain his sobs. Ha ha ha. You little rascal. I can see my own stomach. It's over for me, elder brother. This is how my life concludes. Little Anna has also perished, my daughter, only 5 years old. I should have anticipated this. How could a killer expect a favorable fate? Roy, the middle-aged man, began to weep, despite having endured 2 knives piercing his abdomen during missions without uttering a word of pain. Vail, having you as my junior brother brings me immense joy. Though your origins are mysterious, your sincerity towards Master, me, and is unwavering. Please, fulfill my final wish. Let me taste the most exquisite wine in this world, the kind that lingers in one's memory. Furthermore, bury me alongside Sisterin, and find a worthy owner for her blade. One who may not be overly strong but understands how to cherish their weapon, and never spoke of it. Yet she held her blade dear. Apart from Master and me, you were the only one she allowed to admire that sword. Roy gazed at Vail with a faint smile, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Elder brother Vail could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto Roy, weeping uncontrollably. The man who lay dying before him was the one who had once trained with him daily, taught him how to drink, never acted superior, and engaged in playful banter. Sometimes their quarrels would escalate, and they would tumble to the ground like children. Whenever Vail struggled with his training, Roy would encourage him, celebrate his successes, and guide him in inventing new techniques. And now, this man lay lifeless before him. After a spell of weeping, Vail suddenly recalled Master. What about Master? He dashed to his side. Due to the darkness and distance, he had not seen earlier, but as he approached, he halted in shock, as if unable to accept the sight before him, taking a step back. His master's head remained relatively intact, yet the rest of his body bore the grievous marks of a heavy sword's assault. Suppressing his despair, Vail slowly approached his master. Discovering a faint heartbeat still pulsing within, he quickly lifted his master onto his back and sprinted towards the hospital in Rog Town. After running a short distance, he felt his master stir. "Vail, put me down," Long Yong spoke in a low voice, the fatal injuries having drained him of strength. "Master, we are almost at the hospital. Please hold on just a little longer," Vail responded urgently, his feet never faltering. Since he was carrying his master, he could not activate his lightning mode for fear of causing further harm, thus hindering his speed. "Put me down. Are you disregarding Master's wishes?" Long Liang shouted with the last of his strength. Weir appeared as though he were ensnared, his face a canvas of struggle, ultimately surrendering to the inevitable as he gently laid his master down against the roadside. "Weir, I fear the master cannot endure much longer. He has a few words he wishes to impart to you, and time may soon elude us." With labored breaths, Long Liang uttered these words. "Master, please speak. Weir is listening," he replied, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill forth once more in the presence of his mentor. "A man must not weep. Weir, it fills me with pride to have trained a disciple such as you. Your future achievements will surely eclipse my own," Long Liang continued. "I beseech you to fulfill a few requests of mine. First, assist me in locating the black blade, autumn water, which belongs to my ancestors. I am aware of your preference for swords, so seek out a worthy master for it, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of my kin again. Do not worry, master. Autumn water is currently in the possession of your ancestor, Lama. Unfortunately, Lama has been transformed into a zombie by Moria, but rest assured, autumn water will find its way to a swordsman whose prowess rivals that of Dracul my hawk. I shall personally oversee this matter," Weir responded hastily. "Ah, splendid. Let it unfold naturally," Long Liang remarked, his initial surprise giving way to a satisfied smile. "There is one more matter. Should the descendants of the Kei-Gitsu family find themselves in peril, extend your aid to them. After all, Kei-Gitsu Odin once spared my life, for I had committed a crime in Wano that warranted death. Remember, this should only occur when you possess sufficient strength. Do not recklessly seek demise." Long Liang's words became increasingly labored, punctuated by the occasional cough of blood. "I was exiled from Wano for transgressing a taboo, and I have learned that the Kei-Gitsu clan is the very creator of the history text. However, that is of little consequence. What matters is that I have acquired the knowledge contained within the history text. Vail, do you recall the 2 months I spent imparting wilderness survival knowledge to you? The script I taught you was not that of Wano, but rather historical texts. I shared this wisdom with you because I understood your desire to explore the world. Yet without comprehension of ancient script, you would remain blind to its wonders. What you perceive may merely be the fade the government wishes you to see. Your elder brother, Masterin, and Sisterin are well-versed in ancient script. However, they harbor little interest in such matters. Remember, always and forever, never acknowledge your understanding of ancient script, for it would draw the attention of the celestial dragons, those troublesome swine of a race. Set sail, Vail. You are no longer a child, but a young man of 16. How swiftly time has flown, transforming you from a mere boy into a man. Keep this in mind. Do not be swayed by the accusations of others. Your master and your elder brother, along with Sisterin, will stand by you." With these words, Long Yang gazed skyward, as if reminiscing about a joyful moment. He suddenly recalled that summer, the beautiful girl, and the promise made in Wano, a cherished memory that seemed to have slipped by in mere decades. Smiling, he closed his eyes, and his breath gradually ceased. Observing his master, now breathless yet smiling, Vail felt no sorrow or anguish. Instead, he gently lifted his master onto his back and whispered, "Master, we are going home." As he ambled toward the sword hall, though his slender silhouette lacked grandeur, it exuded a sense of resilience. Upon returning to the sword hall, Vail ignored the bloodied ground, choosing instead to carry the bodies of his master, elder brother, and sister into the back mountain. He meticulously cleaned their faces of blood and dressed them in fresh garments, burying his master first, followed by his elder brother and sisterin. It was as though he were witnessing them for the first time, the three standing together in the sword hall, smiling at him. There were no engraved tombstones. Instead, he thrust his master's and brother's swords into the earth before their graves, and for sisterin, he placed her curved dagger as a tribute. Having completed these solemn rites, Vail did not linger in the back mountain, but returned to the sword hall. He changed into a new set of clothes, taking only a pack and a bottle of wine, while bearing the blood scorpion on his back. In the storage room, he retrieved 2 large barrels of highly flammable oil and drenched the sword hall in its courtyard. Standing outside, Vail reminisced about his first arrival at the sword hall. The moment he met his master, brother, and sister in farewell, "My family," he uttered, before casting the ignited iron lighter into the courtyard. The flames erupted instantly, engulfing the place that once held so many memories in a fierce blaze, illuminated by the morning sun. Returning to the back mountain, he sprinkled wine over the graves of his master, elder brother, and sister, and, taking a sip himself, he then seated himself upon a large stone before their graves. Reflecting on the myriad moments they had shared together, Weir retrieved a circular wooden object from his bag. The object was oval in shape, hollowed out within, featuring a large air hole at one end and 6 smaller air holes on the front. This piece of atom wood was acquired during Weir's inaugural mission, and he later fashioned it into a musical instrument, a sun, which only he could create in this world. As he lifted the sun to his lips, he played a melancholic melody from his past life, a tune imbued with a sense of sorrow. The haunting sound of the sun echoed through the mountains, evoking a profound emotional resonance. A young boy, with a short ponytail and clad in a black windbreaker, sat atop a large stone before 3 graves, playing this peculiar instrument. The gentle morning breeze stirred the hem of his coat. Despite his tender years, he exuded an air of profound experience, as if he had already traversed the cycles of life and death, the gatherings and separations of existence. As the final notes faded, Weir cast a glance toward the distance and walked away from the scene, heading toward Rogtown without looking back. Weir did not look back, nor did he bid farewell to his master, senior brother, or sister, for he feared he might lose control and succumb to tears. His master had once told him that a man should not cry. As he journeyed, Weir pondered deeply on the demise of his master, senior brother, and sister, a fate he had long anticipated. Even if he had perished last night, it would have been entirely normal. After all, they were assassins. If one lacked the resolve to be killed by others, how could they dare to risk their lives repeatedly for their missions? Rest assured, my dear master, senior brother, and sister, I, Weir, shall live a remarkable life, he murmured to himself. Upon arriving in Rogtown, Weir did not linger but proceeded directly to a shipyard to collect a vessel he had commissioned a year prior. Upon entering the shipyard, his sour mood rendered him oblivious to the odd expression of the rotund proprietor. "Where is the special ship I ordered? It should have been completed by now. Please dock it for me," he inquired directly. The shipyard owner, wearing an apologetic smile, hesitated, calling over a nearby worker and whispering something. "I apologize, sir, but since you haven't visited in a long time, your ship has been sold to another customer. Perhaps I could offer you a replacement?" The fat owner grinned deviously, attempting to placate Weir. "Do you wish to die? If I do not see my ship within 5 minutes, I will ensure that not a single soul remains in the shipyard. My patience is wearing thin." Weir's dark pupils narrowed as he glared at the corpulent man, exuding an aura that suggested despair for anyone who dared to provoke him further. The owner felt the boy's demeanor shift dramatically. Moments ago, he had appeared despondent, but now he radiated an ominous presence, akin to a vengeful specter enveloped in red mist. He trembled involuntarily. "Please, allow me to show you to your ship at once," he stammered, too frightened to utter another word, fearful of inciting Weir's wrath. "Young man, I have taken a liking to your ship. You may leave now." Adam's wooden vessels are indeed rare, though their construction is peculiar and requires disassembly, plus it is rather small. A burly man approached, flanked by a group, boasting a tattoo of his pirate flag on his chest as if to declare his identity. Without a word, Weir unsheathed his sword and swiftly cleaved the pirate's head open. Blood arced through the air, splattering the ground. "Those who have no business here, depart at once, or I shall slay you." Weir regarded the stunned onlookers with a chilling calm. "Run. The boss has been killed with a single stroke. This guy is too strong," shouted a member of the crew. "Wait, we must take the boss's body," another cried. "Forget about him. We need to save ourselves." The minions clamored, yet their feet moved slowly, and soon they fled. The shipyard owner remained rooted in place, not from a lack of desire to escape, but from sheer terror that rendered his legs weak. He wished to run but found himself unable. "Continue walking, or you shall find yourself unable to walk ever again," Weir threatened, only targeting those who displeased him. While the fat owner was indeed loathsome, he was also perceptive. "Very well, I shall take you to the ship immediately," the owner stammered, his legs trembling as he guided Weir toward the vessel he had commissioned. Not far along, they encountered a peculiar wooden ship. Measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 in width, it was neither large nor small. The entire vessel lacked sails. One half was a deck, while the other half comprised the cabin. The deck featured lounge chairs, parasols, and fishing gear, while the cabin contained 3.5 layers, with the bottom half serving as a massive cold storage for provisions. The level aligned with the deck functioned as the control room, equipped with a helm and a small console. Adjacent to it was a dining area and kitchen. The second level housed bathrooms and bedrooms, while the third level contained a training room and storage. The vessel's power derived from a dozen large batteries were had procured at a premium in the black market, operating entirely on electricity, hence the absence of sails. Initially, we had approached the shipyard merely to inquire whether electric power could be used for propulsion. The owner had confirmed this was entirely feasible, yet the batteries were insufficiently large for the distances between islands, leaving them with no means to recharge at sea. Thus, a ship powered solely by electricity could not reach the next island. However, Weir's commissioned vessel was designed to run on electricity, allowing him to maintain control. The ship was equipped with 8 wooden propellers on either side, enabling it to sail at several times the speed of a conventional sailboat. The issue of recharging at sea was one Weir could easily resolve, for he himself was a mobile power source. Once aboard, Weir made his way to the control room, where he discovered a hidden compartment beside the helm. Inside lay a golden metallic sphere. Placing his hand upon it, he began to channel energy into the ship. Due to his ability to manipulate the flow of electricity, he filled the batteries in a mere 10 minutes. He promptly expelled the fat proprietor from the vessel and set course for the docks of Rocktown. Seated at the helm, whereas spirits lifted, anticipation for the voyage ahead infused him with renewed conviction. Once I conclude this final matter, I shall set sail. Where should I go first? It matters not. I shall simply head towards the New World, a realm brimming with intrigue and excitement. Weir docked his vessel at the harbor of Rocktown and, upon disembarking, proceeded in a singular direction. Strolling along the streets of Rocktown, the bustling activity of the morning imbued the town with a vibrant sense of life. The destination that Weir is headed to is a place in Rocktown he has never visited before. This location is incongruous with his former profession, and he suspects the locals would not be particularly welcoming. Being a killer is scarcely better than being a pirate, yet due to the nature of his assignments, there are rarely any witnesses left alive. Thus, it is unlikely that anyone possesses Weir's photograph, much less a bounty on his head. Indeed, he is making his way to the naval branch of Rocktown with the intention of locating a particular individual. Upon arriving at the naval branch, Weir observes the 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance but has no desire to enter through the front. Instead, he stealthily approaches the rear, scaling the wall to infiltrate the naval facility. From his vantage point above, he begins to meticulously search for the person he seeks. After nearly 2 hours of searching, he finally spots his target, a young woman with blue hair and pink glasses. This individual is none other than the Navy officer, Dashiki, who is purported to be the childhood friend of Zoro. One of his mentor's dying wishes was to entrust the blood scorpion to someone who truly appreciates blades, with prowess being a secondary consideration. However, it is out of the question to directly hand over the blood scorpion to Dashiki. She is merely one amongst several targets. Today, he has come to ascertain whether her affinity for swords is genuine. Descending silently from his perch, Weir lands without a sound, completely unnoticed by Dashiki, who is engrossed in her sword practice. Excuse me, is this Dashiki? I have a matter to discuss with you. Weir smiles at her. This is his first encounter with a character from the original narrative, and it evokes a distinct sensation within him. Startled by Weir's sudden voice, Dashiki jumps, her shoulders tensing as she gasps in surprise. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear in the naval branch? You startled me. Dashiki quickly regains her composure and inquires about Weir's identity, demonstrating her solid foundational training as a naval officer. Oh, I'm Weir, and I also reside in this town. The purpose of my visit is to find you, but I'll explain that in due course, he replies, studying the blue-haired girl with interest, making Dashiki feel somewhat uneasy. You say your name is Weir? You live in Rocktown? The Sword of Slaughter, Weir? You dare to show yourself in the naval branch? Dashiki's expression shifts dramatically, and she begins to back away cautiously, as if preparing to call for assistance. Ha ha ha, you've mistaken me for someone else. The Sword of Slaughter? What a ridiculous title. Rest assured, I merely wish to converse for a moment before I take my leave. Weir attempts to mislead Dashiki, who, in the original story, appears to lack intelligence. Who are you trying to fool? Do you take me for a child? You should surrender. Do you have any idea how many lives you've taken? I've been to the scenes, and they were nothing short of hellish. Dashiki looks at him incredulously, her gaze darting toward Weir's twin swords. I assure you I'm not who you think I am. Just consider me innocent. Do not compel me to resort to violence. I am in a rather foul mood. Even if that smoker were to arrive, I could do nothing to him, yet his slow pace would not hinder my ability to kill, Veer coldly threatens. Finding amusement in intimidating this character from the original tale. As Dashiki gazes at the man with short hair dressed in a black trench coat, her legs begin to tremble. Recollections of the gruesome aftermath of Veer's missions flood her mind, intensifying her panic as she grapples with what to do next. As Veer observed that Dashi had been sufficiently intimidated, he unfastened the blood scorpion from his back. Initially frightened, Dashi noticed the knife in Veer's hand and unexpectedly took out a small notebook to begin searching through it. A fine blade of 50 craftsmanship, the blood scorpion. Is this not the renowned dagger of Bloodrose? How could it possibly be in your possession? You must have slain Bloodrose. Upon seeing the knife in Veer's grasp, Dashi's fear dissipated, and her speech became considerably more articulate. Oh, you recognize this blade, Bloodrose? What an absurd moniker. By the way, do you desire this knife? Care to challenge me for it? If you do not, I might just sell it off. It should fetch a handsome price, after all. Being a fine blade of 50 craftsmanship and all, Veer continued to test Dashi's resolve. Unexpectedly, this seemingly naive, myopic, and rather frail girl displayed no fear towards Veer. She drew her own blade, Shiyu, her countenance transformed into one of fierce determination. I shall not allow such a renowned blade to fall into the hands of a scoundrel like you. A knife possesses a soul. It is not merely an object to be sold. I can almost hear the knife in your possession weeping. With a grave expression, Dashi slowly advanced towards Veer, clutching her weapon. Observing this girl, who had suddenly transformed into a little lioness, Veer recognized that he had indeed come to the right place. This seemingly weak girl possessed an indomitable spirit, one that would risk everything for her blade. Activating Thunder Mode, he swiftly maneuvered behind her, delivering a swift strike to her head. Indeed, a brutal thump. Dashi felt tears welling up from the impact, but remembering that they were in the midst of battle, she suppressed her emotions, determined to maintain her composure despite the pain. Have you lost your mind? Charging at an opponent you cannot hope to defeat. I wonder how you have survived this long. Gradually come to understand this brutal world. I hope that when you do, you can still retain such a pure heart. This knife is yours now. Cherish it and maintain it well. Moreover, strive to grow stronger, foolish girl. With your current strength, traversing the Grand Line's first half is perilous. And when you reach the new world, it shall be a veritable hell for you. Having spoken, Veer tossed the knife towards Dashi and turned to leave. You. What are your intentions? Do not leave. You are a criminal, a murderer. Dashi, somewhat bewildered by Veer's demeanor, did not forget his identity and the crimes he had committed. Clutching her head where he had struck, she positioned herself in front of him. Tightly gripping the blood scorpion, Dashi was perplexed by Veer's motives. Why would he bestow upon her such a renowned blade? Was it a cursed weapon? No, the notebook clearly indicated it was a famed blade, not a cursed one. And it ranked significantly higher than her Shiyu. Seeing Dashi block his path, Veer felt reassured in his decision. Though she was weak, she possessed an undeniable courage. We're resolved to impart a lesson to Daski. In moments of weakness, one should refrain from provoking formidable adversaries. Once again activating his Thunder Mode, he crossed his arms and unsheathed his twin swords, fixing Daski with a frigid gaze reminiscent of his past targets. Though Weir was unfamiliar with the concept of killing intent, his prolonged existence as an assassin had endowed him with an aura that, while often subtle, became palpable in moments of combat, instilling a sense of dread in his opponents. This formidable presence was the result of years spent ending the lives of his kin, akin to seasoned coroners who, despite their frailty and old age, possess an unsettling glare that can chill the soul. Daski sensed a complete transformation in the man before him. If moments prior he had exuded a mere sense of strength, now, standing with twin swords in hand, he appeared less human and more a malevolent specter, cloaked in a crimson mist that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. His legs began to tremble once more, yet he clung tightly to his blade. With his arms hanging freely and his dual swords pointing towards the ground, Veer softly uttered, "Secret sword, Swallow's return," unleashing his ultimate technique against Daski. In that moment, Daski felt as though all else in the world had vanished, plunging her into a profound darkness, where only two intersecting streams of blue-violet sword energy loomed overhead, descending towards her. A wave of despair washed over her. She thought, I am to be killed. Unable to bear the overwhelming circumstances any longer, her vision blurred, and she fainted. The sword energy of Swallow's return did not strike Daski but instead grazed her cheek, severing several strands of her blue hair. Although it missed its intended target, the sword energy wreaked havoc upon the navel branch. Years prior, Swallow's return had been capable of carving a massive chasm into mountains. Now, with Veer's augmented strength, it cleaved through a significant portion of the naval establishment, reducing it to 4 segments and wreaking havoc across nearly half of the compound. By the time Smoker, the smoke-wielding Marine, arrived, he was met with a scene of utter devastation, alongside Dasky, who lay unconscious on the ground, clutching her blood-red scorpion weapon in a fierce grip, letting out a furious roar. Meanwhile, Veer had set sail on his small vessel, embarking toward a destination he had long yearned for, commencing his journey as an adventurer. This place, perhaps the haven for all food enthusiasts of the East Sea, was none other than the floating restaurant, Baratai. He intended to see if Luffy had set out to sea, for the future master of his late mentor, Chiosue, was none other than Luffy's first mate. However, Veer remained blissfully unaware that the original narrative had placed its trust in Zoro, as this was a true world, not merely a comic. The likelihood of encountering Luffy or Zoro seemed slim, especially given the current year, when Luffy had yet to embark on his adventure. Nevertheless, he brushed aside such concerns. Meeting Luffy and Zoro was merely a secondary thought. The primary goal was to savor a meal crafted by Zeph or Sanji, a truly delectable experience. With this tantalizing thought in mind, Veer swallowed hard and hastened his vessel's pace. In an uncharted expanse of the East Sea, a peculiar ship glided across the waters. Devoid of sails, Veer held a glass of orange juice, with several ice cubes clinking inside, sipping it slowly through a straw. Having just completed his training, he was still enveloped in warmth. Even a refreshing shower had failed to cool him down. Thus, he reclined on a deck chair, savoring the icy beverage, a fishing rod resting before him. A gentle sea breeze caressed his face as he gazed at the ocean, a magnificent vista unattainable on land, both grand and tranquil. Having been at sea for several days, Veer had yet to locate the elusive seaside restaurant. The root of his misfortune lay in a faulty sea chart he had purchased from a shop in Rog Town. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that even the cardinal directions were marked incorrectly. The ship was stocked with provisions and fresh water sufficient for months at sea, while clean water relied on an electric seawater filtration system adequate for bathing, yet unsuitable for drinking. After one ill-fated attempt at consumption, which left him feeling quite unwell, he vowed never to repeat such a reckless act. What a pitiful turn of events for Veer, a former assassin now turned adventurer, deceived by an unscrupulous merchant. How could he have neglected to scrutinize the chart before purchasing? Alas, his spirits had been low at the time, given the recent turmoil he had endured. He found himself chastising his own foolishness yet again. Just as he was about to return to his training, a vessel appeared on the horizon. Peering through his binoculars from the helm, he was astonished to find it was a pirate ship. Upon seeing the Jolly Roger, Veer burst into laughter. For the pirate flag bore a comical design, a dog's head with black rings around its eyes, blue irises, and a white face, resembling the well-known Siberian husky, affectionately dubbed Era by the masses. How hilarious it was that a pirate crew would choose such an emblem. Did such creatures exist in the world of pirates? He decided against robbing them, thinking it wiser to purchase a map from them if they were sensible. Amused by the sight of the pirate flag, Veer opted to approach these marauders with a friendly demeanor. As the Era pirate crew drew nearer, Veer stood at the bow, observing his visitors. A tall, slightly stout middle-aged woman emerged from the ship's bow, addressing him with authority. "Boy, what business do you have stopping a pirate ship?" "I am Julius, captain of the Kanga pirate crew." Julius regarded the youth before her with curiosity, not underestimating him due to his youth. After all, it was rare to see someone venture out to sea alone, particularly while leisurely sipping orange juice, as if the ocean were not a cruel mistress at all. "Your pirate crew has an intriguing name. I wish to purchase a map of the East Sea. Name your price. Are you headed toward the Grand Line?" Veer was taken aback by the captain's courteous demeanor. Typically, pirates exuded arrogance. "Ah, so you seek a map. I may not possess one for the Grand Line, but I have several for the East Sea, albeit not exceedingly precise, merely marking famous locations. No need for payment, as it's only a few thousand berries. We indeed aspire to reach the Grand Line. My companions and I dream of venturing into that realm. I wish to become a renowned female pirate." Julius laughed heartily, her robust frame belying her femininity, exuding a spirit more boisterous than many men. "Ah, a crew with aspirations. In that case, allow me to share a piece of advice. Upon reaching the Grand Line, seek out a power called Haki. It can counter the abilities of devil fruits and is crucial for realizing your dreams. Merely having dreams is insufficient for a pirate. My name is Veer," he added, accepting the map tossed to him by Julius. "Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I possess a modicum of capability." As Julius's light-hearted expression shifted to one of gravity, She pondered the implications of Weir's revelation regarding the power that could counter devil fruits. The very mention of his name, coupled with the two swords at his waist, sparked a memory. Weir, the Sword of Carnage, was a notorious figure in the East Sea, with countless wealthy merchants and formidable pirates having fallen to his blade. Rumors suggested even naval officers had met their demise by his hand. But the truth of those tales remained elusive. To encounter someone of your stature is unexpected. Thank you for your insight. I shall endeavor to seek the power of hockey. Farewell, Weir. With that, she summoned her anxious crew, hastily departing, not out of desire to flee from conversation, but rather due to the notorious reputation Weir held in the East Sea. His unpredictable temperament made any misstep potentially fatal for her crew. Today could very well have marked their annihilation in these waters, so retreat was indeed prudent. Wait, are they actually fleeing from me? Have I become such a notorious figure? Weir chuckled, watching the pirate crew scurry away. Was it true that he would no longer be able to proclaim his name in the East Sea? What a vexing predicament. After surveying his surroundings, he realized that after days of sailing, he had not only failed to approach the seaside restaurant, but had actually drifted further away. His resentment towards the unscrupulous merchant intensified. He vowed that upon their next encounter, he would deliver an unforgettable lesson to the scoundrel for selling him a counterfeit product. Setting his beloved ship into motion, he sped towards the elusive seaside restaurant. After a week of relentless sailing at full speed, Weir finally caught sight of a grand, oval-shaped vessel, gradually drawing closer. Dropping anchor, he leapt onto the bustling seaside restaurant. The establishment was enormous, surrounded by an array of vessels, merchant ships, noble yachts, and even naval crafts. The seaside restaurant truly lived up to its reputation, brimming with life and activity. Weir entered the restaurant and promptly sought a seat by the window. Almost immediately, a young man with curly hair, dressed in a sleek black suit, approached him. It was none other than Sanji. "Good evening, sir. May I ask if you have a reservation? If not, please feel free to place your order," he said, handing Weir a menu. Out of courtesy, Weir accepted the menu but did not glance at it. Instead, he addressed Sanji directly. "Let us forego the menu. I would like all of your restaurant's signature dishes, prepared exclusively by you and Chef Zeph. Please do not serve anything from other chefs." He returned the menu to Sanji, reiterating his request, which he had determined prior to his visit. If he were to dine on dishes prepared by others, he could have easily chosen any restaurant, rather than making the effort to come to the floating establishment. "Sir, that presents a bit of a challenge. The chef's dishes require a reservation, and at this moment, I am temporarily serving as a waiter due to the restaurant's busyness," Sanji responded, not acquiescing to Weir's demand. If the individual before him were truly famished, Sanji would have readily obliged, but it was evident that Weir had specifically come to the floating restaurant, perhaps as a connoisseur of fine cuisine. "Ha ha ha. How heartless of you, young man, to deny my request. Go inform your manager, Zeph, that Weir wishes to sample his signature dishes. He will be compelled to accommodate me." Weir mused, realizing that straightforwardly placing an order would not yield the desired gourmet experience. However, Sanji appeared unaware of Weir's notorious past as a former assassin in the dark underworld, and thus Weir refrained from making any foolish declarations of identity. Instead, he resorted to subtly threatening Zeph, driven by his unwavering passion for exquisite cuisine, which rivaled Big Mom's obsession with desserts. "Very well, I shall speak with the manager," Sanji replied, thinking little of it, assuming that Weir might be an acquaintance of Zeph. He proceeded to Zeph's chamber, where he found the chef grooming his beard. "Old man, there's a fellow named Weir who has specifically requested that you cook for him. Do you know this person?" Sanji inquired, lighting a cigarette as he awaited Zeph's response. "Weir? That name rings a bell. What are his distinguishing features?" Zeph asked, momentarily unable to recall who Weir was. "Short ponytail, clad in a black trench coat, relatively young, and not particularly tall, around 1.7 meters. Oh, and he has two swords at his waist." Realizing that Zeph did not seem to recognize the individual, Sanji turned to leave, intending to address the unreasonable request made by the customer. "Wait, you mentioned he is young, not very tall, and carries two swords, and he goes by the name Weir?" Zeph said, rising abruptly, urgency evident in his voice. If it were indeed that person, matters could turn dire. In the past, Zeph may have been unafraid, but now, with his leg injured, he could not guarantee he would be a match for Weir. Moreover, Weir's temperament might pose a threat to his kitchen staff as well. "What's the matter, old man? Is this Weir someone of significance?" Sanji observed Zeph's anxious demeanor with surprise, as it was rare to see the chef so unsettled. "Significant? More than you can imagine. If you remain oblivious in this restaurant, that young man, despite his youth, could spell the end for us if we fail to satisfy his palate. Today may very well be the last that any of us walk out of this floating restaurant alive, Zeph declared, donning his chef's hat and preparing to personally cook. Intent on sending this perilous guest on his way, he instructed Sanji to attend to Weir, ensuring not to offend him, before entering the kitchen to prepare a feast. Sanji, upon hearing Zeph's words, felt a tightening in his chest. The old man had once been a pirate, and even though he had retired for many years, he had swiftly dealt with unruly patrons in the past. Now, however, it seemed he harbored an underlying fear of Weir, indicating that this man was indeed formidable. In any case, it was best to stabilize the situation, so he returned to Weir's table. Sir, our boss has agreed to your request. Please bear with us for a moment, he said before attending to other tables of beautiful patrons, for he had his own principles, with lovely company nearby. He cared little whether the guest was named Weir or something else entirely. Beauty reigned supreme. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Veer erupted into a joyful laughter. Should he indeed savor exquisite delicacies today, he would ensure that the maritime restaurant did not suffer any loss. After all, he had arrived with a handful of diamonds, rendering the prices of the dishes inconsequential in his eyes. To him, culinary delights held immense value. The chef's artistry in transforming ingredients and various spices into tantalizing flavors was nothing short of magnificent, was it not? To indulge in such delights was, in itself, a source of happiness, a belief Veer had always cherished. After a brief wait, an array of delectable dishes was finally presented, each one igniting a ravenous appetite. The lobster and tenderloin steak were signature offerings of the maritime restaurant. Unlike his usual manner of devouring food without grace, Veer savored each bite with appreciation. After relishing a splendid meal and savoring a bottle of the restaurant's finest wine, he felt deeply satisfied. Initially, he had intended to confront Shifu, but it became apparent that the latter had grown old, never once appearing before him. Even Veer's provocations failed to elicit a response from a man who, in his past, had resorted to breaking his own leg with a stone due to starvation, only to consume it to survive, a testament to his brutal tenacity. The legs, after all, were the foundation of Shifu's strength. Regrettably, time had taken its toll on him. Casting the diamonds onto the table, Veer turned to depart. Observing the diamonds left behind, Sanji did not express excessive joy, he merely smiled faintly. His indifference to wealth echoed his thoughts as he softly muttered, "What a troublesome yet generous guest." Every chef takes pride in having their creations respected by patrons, especially when that patron shows reverence towards a chef who is not only his mentor but also his savior and adoptive father. Upon exiting the maritime restaurant, Veer set his course in a singular direction, refraining from further interaction with Sanji. Each had their own journey. Sanji had his travels, while Veer embarked on his own adventure. The next destination for Veer has been determined. He is set to enter the Grand Line. Half a month later, a towering crimson mountain, seemingly reaching for the heavens, appeared before him. Even though the anime had previously depicted the Red Land as vast and magnificent, witnessing it with his own eyes rendered all descriptions utterly incomparable. Veer felt a profound sense of awe. How had that fishman named Fisher Tiger managed to ascend such a colossal mountain? What depths of hatred and resolve to liberate slaves must he have harbored? Struggling to maintain control of his vessel, Veer was thrust toward the Red Land by the tumultuous currents. Were it not for the power of electricity propelling him forward, he would have been shattered to pieces. In the face of nature's might, Veer still felt insignificantly small. After an extensive journey, Veer finally caught sight of the distant entrance. During the course of this arduous voyage, he had already recharged the vessel's power supply twice. He calibrated the position and disabled the ship's kinetic energy. From this point forward, everything would be left to fate. In such turbulent currents, even electrical energy would prove futile in altering their course. Veer felt his vessel accelerating rapidly, hurtling towards the towering peaks of the Red Earth continent. Clinging tightly to the ship's railing, he fought against the fierce winds that threatened to sweep him away. Watching the ship surge upward, a thrill surged through him. This was the adventure he had longed for. As the ship reached its zenith, inertia propelled it high into the air before it plunged into the water, descending with even greater speed. "Rab, do not obstruct my ship. If you damage my beloved vessel, even if I cannot best you, I shall take my frustrations out on Brook," Veer muttered as he gripped the railing. After some time at sea, while still fierce, Veer had tempered his bloodlust. The vastness of the ocean had instilled a change within him. However, do not mistake this for a complete transformation. Should he encounter someone who provoked him, Veer would certainly show them the depths of hell. Navigating smoothly past the Red Earth continent, Rab had vanished, allowing Veer to maintain his course unhindered. Thus, Brook was fortunate enough to escape any unwanted attention. Upon anchoring his ship, Veer began his search for Dr. Kurakasu, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Veer sought him not out of illness but to procure a log post. For traversing the Grand Line without one was tantamount to courting death. After a fruitless search, Veer finally stumbled upon Rab, who was basking in the sun by the shore. Drawing a deep breath, Veer bellowed, "Dr. Kurikasu, come out. I have matters to discuss." After his shout, Veer felt utterly exhausted and broke into a fit of coughs. Fearing that Kurikasu would not hear him despite his utmost effort, not only was Veer winded, but Rab, too, was startled, letting out a roar that rivaled Veer's. Gazing curiously at the diminutive figure before him, intrigued as if a child had encountered a new toy. "Rab, do not look at me with those eyes. I shall not play with you. If you crush me, it would be a most unjust demise," Veer remarked, smiling at the whale, jesting with Rab. He held a deep appreciation for this creature that had patiently awaited a promise for 50 years. Such steadfastness is rare. How many could endure such a wait? Especially a whale? Who dares disturb my slumber at this hour? Speak your purpose. Even if I am capable, I shan't agree, Kurikasa grumbled, clearly displeased at being roused from sleep. "Ha, old man, it is already noon, and I assure you, you will acquiesce to my request," Veer replied confidently. Gazing intently at Kurikasu, certain that the news he bore would compel the doctor to comply. "Well, what is it you desire, and why would I agree?" Kurikasu, a member of the Pirate King's crew, regarded Veer calmly, showing little interest. "I seek your medical knowledge, your insights, or even your journals for my own study. In addition to a log post. In return, I can provide information regarding Rab's companions. To my knowledge, one of them still lives," Veer proposed, presenting Kurikasu with a challenging request, paired with an irresistible temptation. Before Kurikasa could respond, Rab erupted with excitement. "Rab!" he bellowed, sending waves crashing across the sea, startling both Veer and Kurikasu. A massive wave nearly toppled Veer onto the red Earth continent, but he had prudently anchored the ship at a safe distance. After a moment, Rab regained his composure. "Do you truly possess information about the Rumbar pirates? If your intel is accurate, I will grant you both the medical texts and the log post." Kurikasa replied, visibly stirred. After all, finding the crew he had searched for across the Grand Line was of immense significance, especially since one of them was still alive, an invaluable revelation concerning his dear companion Rab, who had stood by him for decades. "Indeed, I possess knowledge of the Rumbar pirates. They have been decimated by other pirate crews, leaving only one, a fellow named Brooke, who lives in a different form," Veer explained, choosing to withhold further details. Awaiting Kurikasa's response. "Is that so? What a pity that all of them cannot be found. What do you mean by living in a different form?" Kurikasu inquired, showing neither surprise nor skepticism, as Veer had described Brooke's distinctive feature, his afro. 50 years had passed. Anything was possible. Kurikasa glanced at Rab, whose large eyes glistened with tears, seemingly reluctant to accept the harsh reality. Perhaps, with his intelligence comparable to that of a human, he had long suspected this truth but had been unwilling to confront it. Brooke consumed the Yomi Yomi Nomi, thus he did not truly die. He was resurrected, albeit as a skeleton, Veer elaborated, detailing the fate of the Rumbar pirates for Kurikasu. "Wait a moment," Kurikasu interjected before leaping into the water to seek out Rab. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, clutching a large, waterproof manuscript and a log post, foregoing further conversation with Veer as he dove back into the sea, seemingly intent on comforting the sorrowful Rab. Were held in his hands a handwritten manuscript and a navigational pointer, the latter being an item originally intended to be acquired, while the manuscript, an unexpected delight. Upon returning to the ship, he set sail in the opposite direction of the pointer, adjusting the vessel's speed before turning his attention to the medical manuscript. Initially, Weir was filled with enthusiasm as he perused the pages, but soon his expression shifted, and ultimately he was left utterly bewildered. The medical text appeared to be authentic, however. Weir had overestimated both his own capacity for learning and the exceptional skill of Kolokas in medicine, as he found himself unable to comprehend its contents. It was akin to deciphering a celestial script. He recognized each character, yet when woven together, they eluded his understanding. Compounded by a plethora of formulas and names of herbs that were entirely unfamiliar to him. Being a supplementary acquisition, the inability to grasp its meaning did not dishearten him. After all, without effort, how could one expect reward? Every esteemed physician has honed their craft through diligent study, much like Weir's own mastery of swordsmanship. Indeed, there are no rewards without toil in this world. Following the course indicated by the navigational pointer, Weir sailed for nearly half a month, at last beheld an island. However, this island appeared peculiar, as the harbor was nearly filled to capacity with vessels of every kind, predominantly pirate ships. The docks bustled with pirates and laborers transporting goods, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Veer secured his vessel and proceeded directly toward the island, utterly unconcerned about the safety of his ship. This was due to his initial design, which mandated a specific intensity of electrical energy to activate the vessel, a threshold that only Veer was privy to after his modifications. In essence, Veer held the keys to the entire ship, rendering others unable to even breach its confines. Additionally, Adamwood was renowned as the most suitable timber for shipbuilding, boasting unparalleled hardness, further reassuring Veer. Before him stood a group of pirates, their faces contorted with menace as they haggled with merchants at the dock. Veer observed with curiosity. Noting their varied expressions, some appeared despondent, while others exuded sheer elation. Through inquiries, Veer gleaned the reason behind this commotion. The island before him was known as Tutu Island, famed for its abundant production of gunpowder. The production of gunpowder inherently suggested a thriving ancillary industry of cannons, firearms, and various munitions. The trade of such weaponry typically signified immense profits, attracting numerous pirate crews and nobility alike. The presence of the nobility complicated matters, rendering the navy incapable of exerting control over this gunpowder-rich island. Hence, the government dispatched higher-ranking nobles to consolidate multiple factions into a singular entity, ultimately establishing a merchant guild under noble oversight. Pirates undertook the illicit trade and transportation in conflict-ridden regions, such as warring small nations or rival families, while the nobility managed the legitimate affairs, including dealings with the navy and member states of the world government. This arrangement fostered a peculiar equilibrium. Wherever there is profit, there will be development, and such a lucrative industry brought an influx of population and grotesque prosperity to Tutu Island. Upon entering the town of Tutu Island, Veer was struck by its vastness, far exceeding that of Rogue Town. It was no longer merely a town but rather a miniature kingdom, resplendent in its affluence. As Veer strolled leisurely down the street, the pleasant climate attracted an abundance of ordinary residents to the island, with the commercial district nearly dominating half of Tutu Island. Tempted by the array of street snacks and opulent restaurants, Veer could hardly resist indulging. After sampling some delectable treats, he sought out a lavish restaurant. Upon entering, he quickly realized that the establishments he had frequented in Rogue Town paled in comparison. This place resembled a miniature palace. The welcoming host promptly assisted him in finding a seat, and soon a young and beautiful waitress approached to attend to him. "Good sir, may I inquire if you have a reservation? If not, I would be delighted to share today's special dishes and the various cuisines we offer," she said, her voice melodious and soft. "Oh, today's specials? Do enlighten me," Veer replied, intrigued. He had only previously heard of special dishes, but had never encountered the notion of daily specials, particularly given the underdeveloped inter-island transportation in the world of pirates. Having been at sea for a while, the meat aboard his ship had not only remained plentiful but had increased, making him lose count of how many sea beasts had attempted to attack him. This illustrated that, aside from the weather, the Grand Line was fraught with peril. Today's specials include roasted meat from large sea creatures, cannonball fish soup, and golden lamb chop rice. The enchanting waitress listed, awaiting Veer's response. Vail initially found it hard to believe that this restaurant offered large sea kings and golden rams. As for the bombfish, he had never even heard of it. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered everything on the menu and began to await the arrival of his culinary delights. While waiting, he struck up a casual conversation with the waiter. Through their chat, he learned that the island's largest auction house would commence its monthly auction tomorrow, though the specific details remained a mystery. Intrigued by the prospect of the auction, Vail inquired about its scale. The waiter proudly remarked that even the devil fruits were not beyond possibility. Veer, intrigued, resolved to pay a visit the following day. Soon, a delectable feast was served. He first caught a whiff of an extraordinary umami aroma. It was the scent of bomb fish soup. Upon taking a sip, Veer felt an explosion of flavor on his palate, instantly comprehending the meaning behind the bomb fish. He devoured the other delightful dishes with fervor, relishing every moment. After settling the bill, Veer strolled leisurely out of the restaurant, for it was a rare occasion that he had indulged himself to such excess. Upon returning to his vessel, he encountered no unruly pirates. He proceeded to the training room to complete his daily regimen before retiring for the night. The following morning, Veer awoke, retrieved a box containing approximately 100 million berries, and made his way directly to the town's auction house. Having already inquired about the location the previous day, he arrived to find a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance, as the auction was set to commence promptly at 8 o'clock. Veer followed the throng. But after a brief moment in line, a man in black emerged from the auction hall. "Sir, if there are items you desire at today's auction, may I inquire about your intended expenditure?" The man in black bowed courteously before posing his question to Weir. "I am uncertain of my spending. It depends on whether there are appealing items. However, should I encounter something I fancy, I could consider around 100 million belly," Weir replied casually. Sensing that the man was associated with the auction, the man's eyes gleamed with interest as he leaned closer to Weir and whispered, then led him toward a small door nearby. The man informed Weir that anyone carrying over 100 million belly need not wait in line. Upon verification, they could proceed directly to the front VIP section. After confirming Weir's wealth, the man in black became even more courteous, guiding him into the auction venue. Upon entering, Weir was astonished to find the auction hall much larger than he had anticipated, arranged in a tiered manner. The man in black took Weir directly to the front row, which differed from the rear in layout, featuring several round tables accompanied by spacious sofas. After settling Weir in, the man turned to attend to other guests. Seated in the front row, Weir noticed a few individuals already present: a stern-looking elderly man with a yellow complexion, a middle-aged rotund man adorned with jewels, a figure cloaked in black with a hood obscuring their features, and a woman who exuded the elegance of high society. Casting a glance at them, Weir found little of interest. They appeared rather unimpressive, particularly the stout man, whose appearance suggested a life of excess. After waiting for over an hour, the auction commenced, with nearly all seats in the rear occupied and several more guests joining the front VIP area. To Weir's surprise, the host was a diminutive giant, towering at 5 or 6 meters, whose booming voice required no microphone. Upon taking the stage, the giant introduced himself and then began to enliven the atmosphere. Weir felt a surge of astonishment. Although he had previously encountered giants, most of whom possessed a comical demeanor, this was the first time he had witnessed such hilarity, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Before long, the host sensed that the moment was ripe and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall dispense with superfluous chatter and present today as appetizers 50 cannons and 10,000 firearms, all without reserve. I invite you to bid." As soon as the little giant concluded his introduction of the items, an uproar erupted from the audience. While the cannons elicited little reaction, the prospect of 10,000 firearms was no trivial matter, sufficient to wage a conflict between nations. The individuals in the front row seemed disinterested. Yet the sound of bidding resonated from the crowd, ultimately culminating in a final price of 40 million berries. The winning bidder, a young man, fixated intently on a nearby bald giant, indicating that these weapons were intended for him. Subsequently, several more items were auctioned, with Weir acquiring a black pocket watch crafted from rare metal, its face adorned with a crimson that he found particularly appealing. He spent 2 million berries, finding little else of interest. The host, recognizing the low spirits in the room, decided to unveil a prized item. "Now, I present to you a rare treasure that was originally slated for auction in Shambadi, but has been intercepted by our auction house, the mermaid Joanna from Fishman Island. The starting bid is a mere 100 million berries." As the host's words hung in the air, the audience erupted in cheers, accompanied by the occasional sound of eager swallowing. Weir sat in the front row, for the first time truly grasping the madness of human trafficking, particularly embodied in the figure of a corpulent man adorned with jewels, whose eyes gleamed with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing the sealed fish tank on the stage. 110 million. The mermaid was surely his. 130 million. 170 million. The audience below erupted into chaos. The bejeweled man, initially silent, but after a moment, seizing the opportune moment, he bellowed, 300 million. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. The extravagant man's face flushed with excitement. It was rare to see a mermaid auctioned on Tutu Island, and the thought of a mermaid at the Shambadi auction was beyond his wildest dreams, a realm reserved for the celestial dragons, where even wealth could not guarantee a purchase. Ultimately, he acquired the merman for 300 million, while the creature within the tank displayed no discernible emotion. It was evident that the spirit of this merman had long since perished, leaving behind merely a hollow shell. Following this climactic auction, the items presented were merely valuable, yet not particularly rare, alongside a few human slaves, until one item captivated Weir's attention entirely, a modestly sized notebook. The auctioneer proclaimed it to be a manual on the art of conqueror's hockey. Upon the conclusion of the auctioneer's introduction, most of the audience remained oblivious to the concept of hockey, save for a select few, including Weir, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Weir felt an unexpected stroke of fortune upon encountering the formidable cultivation method at the auction. The item in question, due to its unique nature, bore no reserve price and was subject to open bidding. The first to speak was a stern-looking, golden-haired elder seated in the front row. 50 million berries for the formidable cultivation method. I, Gat, captain of the Angry Lion Pirates, shall claim it. With that declaration, he casually reclined on the sofa, exuding confidence in the reputation of his pirate crew. Unfortunately for him, today he encountered Weir, who remained unfazed by his proclamation and responded with a calm bid. 60 million berries. Gat's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Weir, his expression darkening as he continued to raise his offer. 70 million berries. Vail cast a glance at Gat, unwilling to engage in further banter. He raised his voice slightly. 100 million Bailey. He fixed his gaze upon Gat, aware that any further increase in the bid would deplete his own finances. For Vail, money held little significance. What he truly valued was strength. Dominance, without a doubt, was fundamental for establishing oneself in this world. Lacking assertiveness would render it exceedingly difficult to contend with nature-based entities, which often required elemental advantages. However, not every nature type possessed glaring weaknesses akin to that of the sand crocodile. Thus, if this individual dared to raise the bid again, Vail would ensure that the Angry Lion Pirates transformed into the deceased Lion Pirates. To his surprise, Gat refrained from escalating the bid, his expression darkening significantly as he turned to exit the auction house. Weir observed Gat's reaction and burst into laughter, not at the latter's ultimate surrender, but because he sensed that this affair could in no way conclude so simply. The more he contemplated this notion, the more his mirth intensified, culminating in a display of his pearly white teeth. Today was destined to be an amusing day. It had been quite some time since he had taken a life. To echo a sentiment from his past existence, murder is a vile habit, yet I seem unable to break free from it. He chuckled heartily, his laughter reverberating throughout the auction house. Vail remained seated for a while longer, but upon realizing that nothing of value was forthcoming and that his funds were depleted, he decided to rise and head to the auction house's back end for settlement. After parting with a sum of 100 million and 200,000 belly, he finally acquired the formidable training manual along with an exquisite pocket watch. Upon perusing the contents, it became evident that this was a notebook, its authorship unknown. The pages were divided into two primary sections. The first, which constituted 4/5 of the notebook, detailed the awakening and training methods of the armament haki, while the remainder briefly mentioned the observation haki, merely touching upon its awakening without delving into substantial training techniques. It appeared that the original owner of this notebook lacked proficiency in observation haki. After a cursory review, he tucked the notebook away and made his way towards the docks, fully aware that the Angry Lion pirate crew awaited him there. Upon his arrival at the docks, Vail discovered that the area was completely obstructed by a throng of individuals, numbering in the hundreds. Weir stood unafraid, indeed, with a hint of exhilaration and excitement coursing through him. Gat stood at the forefront, wearing a cryptic smile as he regarded Weir, resembling someone observing a corpse. With a casual wave of his hand, his subordinates encircled Weir, gradually closing in. Vail did not immediately draw his sword. Instead, he partially removed his trench coat. The interior of the coat featured a band of small iron rings, perfectly suited to be fastened around Vail's waist, resembling an ancient warrior's skirt that cascaded down to his knees. He swiftly discarded his shirt, casting it aside, a decision born from years of combat experience. He understood that if he allowed a copious amount of blood to splatter onto his attire, it would become an uncomfortable, sticky burden. Thus, he preferred to go bare-chested. Even if blood were to splatter upon him, his thunder mode would effortlessly evaporate it away. With his twin swords drawn and thunder mode activated, he charged forth without waiting for his foes to approach. Vail's combat philosophy has always been to strike first. The first adversary he encountered was a burly man wielding a warhammer, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. However, Vail's speed was so overwhelming that the man barely had time to react, instinctively raising the hammer's handle to shield his chest. This defense, albeit effective against others, proved futile against Vail, who cleaved the man in two with a single stroke before seeking his next target. A soft blue lightning danced alongside the crimson blood amidst the chaos. Initially, the Lion's Roar pirate crew exhibited a flicker of defiance, yet within mere minutes, they found themselves utterly decimated, sustaining no injuries while half of their ranks lay lifeless, their fates tragically gruesome. Some had been severed cleanly in twain, while others, victims of Vail's frenzied onslaught, were left in dismembered states. The pirates' morale shattered. Run. This monster is a demon. It's hopeless. Help us, Captain. The enemy is too strong. Spare me. I surrender. There was no need for Captain Gat's command as a throng of pirates hastily retreated. Observing the fleeing pirates, Vail made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he remained stationary, gathering a vast accumulation of lightning energy into one of his swords. With a powerful stride, he launched the electrified blade into the air. The sword, now infused with a torrent of lightning, spun rapidly, gaining momentum until it transformed into a silver-blue wheel, hurtling toward the fleeing pirates. Just as a few of them, relieved at their narrow escape, began to revel in their fortune, they were met with a fierce whistling sound intermingled with crackling electricity from behind. Before they could turn to face the source, they felt their bodies lighten, followed by a dizzying spin, only to crash heavily to the ground, slipping into darkness as consciousness and life slipped away. The hand with which Veer hurled the sword was suffused with a significant amount of lightning, having just severed the silver-blue sword wheel of several pirates. In a manner defying the laws of physics, it returned to Veer's presence. He grasped the hilt firmly, and the intense lightning gradually dissipated, retreating into Veer's body, restoring its normal potency. This technique, a serendipitous discovery during Veer's exploration of combat methods, cannot truly be classified as a formal technique. Rather, it is a minor skill in the application of lightning. It harnesses the cutting force and electromagnetic properties of lightning, a clever innovation he devised. In his leisure hours, Veer often contemplated the development of his techniques. However, his lightning abilities were exceedingly volatile at times. Activating the lightning mode with excessive intensity resulted in such overwhelming speed that Veer found himself unable to bear it. Speed equates to power, and power generates a counterforce. Thus, Veer was fervently eager to master Haki, convinced that its acquisition would significantly enhance his strength. Observing the remaining pirates fleeing in disarray, Veer refrained from annihilating them as he had in previous missions, instead directing his gaze towards Gat, who had been watching him from a distance. With twin swords in hand, Veer approached Gat deliberately. If these are the only imbeciles you've sent to confront me, I must express my profound disappointment. I remain unaware of your capabilities. But should they prove insufficient, I shall not grant you an easy demise, Veer remarked coldly, fixing his eyes on Gat. Initially, Veer had assumed that Gat's confidence in the auction house indicated that his pirate crew possessed considerable prowess. However, having observed their performance, he concluded that while they might suffice against ordinary individuals, they were merely fodder when faced with formidable adversaries. They merely served to expend some of his energy without any substantial benefit. I never anticipated that they would hold any significant value. They were merely a means to gauge your strength. I possess countless subordinates of their caliber. Were it not for my companions attending to the transport of a shipment of weapons, I would not have had to dirty my own hands, you arrogant brat. Gat displayed no regret or disappointment over the casualties among his crew. Rather, he wore a grave expression. It appeared that despite his words, he was indeed wary of Veer's strength, especially since Veer's speed was something he could not match in his current state. Taking a deep breath, Gat's previously emaciated form began to swell rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating. In mere moments, the once diminutive figure of less than 2 meters transformed into a grotesque creature nearly 5 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles. The transformation was stark. His upper garments had torn apart, revealing a robust torso covered in light yellow fur. His powerful arms bore enormous claws reminiscent of a feline predator, and Veer even discerned the presence of paw pads and sharp talons. A bear tail trailed behind him, its end adorned with a tuft of dark fur. Most striking was Gat's head, which had completely morphed into that of a majestic lion, with traces of his original features discernible. Ah, an animal type, the cat fruit, lion form. An impressive fruit indeed. Veer recognized Gat's ability at a glance, as the fur collar that accompanied Gat's transformation betrayed his identity. You possess a keen eye, boy, but today, you shall still meet your end here. Gat was taken aback by Veer's detailed knowledge of his fruit. Yet he chose not to engage in further banter with the half-beast before him. Veer began to gather lightning beneath his feet and surged towards Gat with remarkable speed. As Gat prepared to counter Veer's strike, the electric currents at Veer's feet crackled audibly before he executed a sudden change in direction. Under such high velocity, it would have been impossible for Veer to alter his course. However, by harnessing electromagnetic force and forcibly channeling lightning into the ground beneath him, he halted his forward momentum and achieved a swift pivot. The dry earth typically offered poor conductivity, yet Veer pierced the soil with lightning rather than relying on conduction, rendering the maneuver costly in terms of energy and unsustainable for prolonged use. Arriving at Gat's flank, he launched a direct strike at the pirate's arm. Unlike previous encounters, Veer sensed that he had penetrated an extraordinarily rigid substance, as though he were not cleaving flesh at all. He managed to slice through only half of Gat's arm before finding it exceedingly difficult to cut further. This marked the first occasion Veer had struck an opponent without severing them entirely, leaving him somewhat astonished. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Gat's other clawed hand, propelled by the force of wind, lunged towards Veer's head. Vail hastily retreated, yet the sword remained ensnared within Gat's arm. To relinquish the blade? Impossible. Thus, he could only leap backward with all his might. Although Gat's speed did not quite rival Vail's, it was still considerable, as Vail soared in midair. Gat's claw seized his neck. Once free from Gat's grasp, Vail felt a chilling sensation at his throat, soon followed by a searing sting, an unmistakable sign of injury. Though the wound was not deep, this sensation was all too familiar. Injuries had become a routine affair for him. The myriad scars adorning his torso bore testament to the countless battles he had endured. No longer was he the novice who first arrived in the pirate world. He had transformed into a seasoned swordsman, forged in the crucible of combat. He refrained from touching the wound at his neck, his gaze fixed intently upon his formidable opponent. This adversary was undeniably strong, though not as swift. His strength surpassed Vail's by a significant margin. Soon, Vail discerned an even graver disadvantage. The wound on Gat's arm had already ceased bleeding, indicating that it would heal in no time. Had the animal-type devil fruit awakened? This posed a dilemma, yet Vail found himself intrigued. He murmured softly to himself before charging forward towards Gat, facing an opponent with an awakened animal-type fruit. Endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities and vitality, a prolonged confrontation was ill-advised. The clash of sword and claw echoed through the streets, audible even several blocks away. The sword of Veer had become nearly indistinguishable, while Gat capitalized on his own strength and regenerative abilities. He skillfully deflected lethal strikes with his claws, braced against non-critical blows, and seized opportunities to counterattack Veer. Although it appeared that Gat was drenched in blood, only Veer was aware that he was not in the advantageous position. He had narrowly avoided a punch that had left a lingering numbness in his chest, while Gat's wounds were all fresh. The previous ones already healed, a testament to his astonishing recovery. Realizing this, Veer ceased his assault and took a few steps back, as if having made a profound resolution. Gripping his sword tightly, Gat, too, was not in a favorable state, despite being an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user. He had endured nearly 100 strikes from this maniac and had lost an indeterminate amount of blood. Thus, a brief respite would serve him well. It would not take long for him to regain his strength, and when that moment arrived, it would spell doom for his adversary. Weir did not possess the ability to read minds, nor did he wish to comprehend Gat's thoughts, for he aimed to conclude the battle with a single decisive strike. Unable to prolong the confrontation any further, with his hands naturally descending and his dual swords pointed towards the ground, he activated the thunder mode to its maximum potential. This occasion was unlike any prior. Previously, even when Weir had maximized thunder mode, it merely altered the hue of his swords. However, this time, his entire being radiated a striking silver-blue hue. Secret sword, Swallow's return. Gat felt a prickling sensation as every hair on his body stood on end, sensing that something dreadful was imminent. Before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him, as if all else had vanished. Suddenly, intersecting beams of blue-purple sword energy surged towards him with alarming speed, leaving him no time to evade. Gat understood that if he did not exert every ounce of his strength now, there would be no opportunity left. He summoned his utmost power to unleash a punch, invoking his ultimate technique, and let out a fierce roar, Furious Lion's heavy cannon. The collision between fist and sword energy produced a resounding boom, creating a massive crater in the earth before them, surrounded by a cloud of dust. After a moment, the wind swept away the dust, revealing the scene within. At that moment, only one figure remained, Weir. Veer transcended his limits, unleashing 2 swift strikes that simultaneously manifested 4 arcs of sword energy. However, he too was suffering. The excessive use of the thunder mode left him in excruciating pain, nearly unable to stand. Yet, every moment of agony was deemed worthwhile, for he had vanquished a formidable foe before him. Gat had relinquished his devil fruit form, reduced to mere fragments by Veer's recent strike. "Ha ha, what a thrilling battle!" Veer exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. But at that moment, a voice interrupted him. A young man, exuding an air of nobility, smiled at him. "Oh, it seems you are quite pleased. You slay the pirates under my merchant guild in my territory, and you think you can simply walk away? How am I to conduct business on these seas thereafter? Thus, you shall perish here, accompanying that greedy wastrel Gat to his grave," the young man said, his face adorned with a smile as he adjusted his bow tie. Meanwhile, the dock was surrounded by thousands, comprising pirates, noble guards, and even navy soldiers. Weir sensed that the current situation marked the most perilous moment since his arrival in the world of pirates, and there was a genuine risk of being stranded here today. The opposing force was not characterized by mindless arrogance. Moments ago, he had fought fiercely alongside Gat, yet did not directly intervene to assist him. Instead, they had rallied their numbers, encircling the dock with a formidable presence. If one were to consider what speedsters dread most, it would undoubtedly be vast area attacks and the overwhelming tactics of sheer numbers. At present, the dock was nearly at the point of overcrowding, save for the area surrounding Weir. Weir, being flesh and blood, is susceptible to injury. No matter how formidable he may be, a wound will bleed, and excessive harm could lead to his demise. Therefore, he must devise a strategy, if only to prolong the inevitable for a brief moment. He does not aspire to regain his former vigor entirely, but at the very least, he must be capable of fighting, for he cannot remain in his current state, barely able to stand. After years of cellular activation through the thunder-piercing technique, Weir's capacity for recovery, while not reaching the grotesque level of awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users like Garter, is still relatively swift. Thus, he cast his gaze upon the young noble before him and spoke in a grave tone. "Pray tell, who might you be? It appears today you are intent on bringing about my demise. Is it merely because I took the life of Garter on your docks that you feel such indignation? Each day countless pirates meet their end. If disturbances at your dock necessitate this many enforcers, how have you managed to survive thus far without falling victim to others?" Weir articulated his inner confusion. If the other party had a close relationship with Gat and sought revenge for him, it would make sense. However, from the earlier remarks, it seemed that the individual did not harbor much affection for Gat. As for the claim that causing a ruckus at the docks would lead to death, such just was misplaced. After all, this is a world of pirates. Even in the archipelago of Sabaody, one could not assume there would be no disturbances, let alone on an island renowned for its abundant gunpowder. It appeared that you were not entirely foolish. Indeed, there were numerous pirates causing trouble at the docks each day. But not every slain pirate was named Gat. I was merely providing a certain someone with an explanation, as he was my partner. Had it not been for the consideration of him, how could Gat, that greedy and arrogant fool, have survived until today? The young noble maintained the characteristic hypocritical smile of his class, casually addressing Weir's queries, exuding an air of confidence as if he were completely at his mercy. "Oh, it seems Gat has formidable backing? That even a noble like you is wary, which is rather unfortunate news." Weir continued to engage in idle chatter with the noble before him, unperturbed by the possibility of undesirable revelations slipping from his lips. For the moment, stalling for time and regaining his composure were paramount. As for Gat's supposed ally, Weir had never feared powerful adversaries. Even if Gat were backed by one of the four emperors, Weir would still be inclined to eliminate him. Do not prolong this any further, regardless of the circumstances. Today you shall meet your end. Thus, farewell. With that, the young noble gestured for his entourage to close in on Weir. He. It seems I have encountered an astute individual. However, this is about to end. With that declaration, Weir ceased his words and activated thunder mode, charging toward the encircling crowd. Now restored to a state of combat readiness, Weir did not engage in a mindless slaughter of his foes as before. Instead, he directed his assault toward a specific location, the direction of his ship. Once aboard, the likelihood of his enemies capturing him at sea would diminish significantly. A brutal confrontation erupted at the docks, as various factions recklessly hurled themselves at Weir. The sheer number of assailants made it inevitable for him to sustain occasional injuries. Limbs and severed body parts flew around him, and the blood pooling beneath his feet threatened to unsteady him. He bore several wounds, the most grievous being a gunshot that had pierced his lower abdomen. The perpetrator of such a severe injury was none other than a young gunman he recognized, the same individual he had encountered on his first mission, who had carried a large chest made of atom wood, adorned with an array of pistols, and whom Weir had previously disarmed by severing an arm. Now, this gunman had arrived in the Grand Line, evidently having allied himself with some faction on Tutu Island. Nevertheless, Weir no longer needed to fear retaliation from him, as the gunman had met his demise beneath Weir's blade, with Weir's own sacrifice being the wound in his abdomen. As the bodies piled higher, Weir found his forward momentum increasingly impeded. While amidst the chaos of battle, he noticed that his foes had suddenly ceased their advance, forming a circle around him, their faces a mix of horror and disbelief. At that moment, Weir stood atop a small hill of corpses, utterly exhausted, and without a second thought, he sat down upon the mound. He retrieved a bottle of liquor from his waist pouch, taking a hearty swig to alleviate his fatigue, and poured some over his wounds as a makeshift disinfectant. The surrounding enemies were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a brutal adversary. While they had witnessed killings before, the sight of someone dismembering foes was a rarity. The image of Weir sitting atop a mound of corpses, drinking with a look of contentment and exhilaration, transcended mere cruelty, it was sheer depravity. Thus, they were struck with terror. Even as their small leaders urged them to advance, they remained unmoved. After all, life is singular, and no amount of wealth could purchase it. Who would willingly choose death? In the distance, a young noble stood atop a building, his expression grim. Initially, he had intended to deal with the erratic individual who had emerged, feeling compelled to provide an explanation for the death of the latter's brother. However, it became evident that this was not a prudent course of action, for the man before him radiated an even greater madness. The young noble felt a throbbing headache. His plan to retain a trump card for a fatal strike against War would have to be abandoned. If the adversary managed to escape, his own peace of mind would be irrevocably shattered. Summoning his bodyguards, he conveyed his thoughts and turned toward the town, retreating from the hellish docks. Having imbibed for a considerable duration, War discerned that his enemies had been thoroughly intimidated. He chuckled softly. Initially, he had resolved that if he could not break free, he would forcibly activate Thunder Mode to maximize his escape toward the ship. However, the chances of survival thereafter seemed exceedingly slim, prompting him to resort to ruthless slaughter, to the point that his enemies dared not confront him further. Now, it appeared he had succeeded. Rising to his feet, he began to walk deliberately toward the ship. The once impenetrable throng parted to grant him passage. Wherever Weir ventured, the crowd retreated in desperation, and by the time he emerged from their midst, no foes dared pursue him. With an air of elegance, Veer took a few measured steps before entering a narrow alley, whereupon he began to sprint with fervor. Despite his earlier demeanor resembling that of a relentless deity of death, he was, in truth, nearing his limits. The alcohol he had consumed was merely a fade. As he now grappled with the effects of significant blood loss, his mind clouded and his body awash with a peculiar numbness and swelling in his injuries. As he hastened towards the vessel, Veer suddenly beheld a figure standing by the seaside, a strikingly beautiful woman, with cascading green waves of hair. She donned a crimson top and fitted black trousers, her tall frame accentuated by a pair of towering stilettos. Yet, this attire did not render her overly alluring. Instead, it imparted an air of chilling detachment, a profound coldness that seemed to emanate from her very essence. The first realization that Veer had was the presence of a kindred spirit. This individual was likely a fellow assassin. In the current state of affairs, should a confrontation arise, it would most likely result in death. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage you in combat. Someone has entrusted me with the task of delivering an item to you. With that, he placed a box on the ground and turned to leave. Upon hearing the voice of the woman, Veer furrowed his brow, for although she was exceptionally beautiful, her voice was remarkably unpleasant, hoarse and deep, as if her vocal cords had endured considerable damage. The thought of a throat being slashed immediately sprang to his mind. He picked up the box from the ground and opened it, discovering a telephone bug within. After a moment's contemplation, he seized it and returned to his vessel. Once aboard, Veer did not attend to his wounds immediately. Instead, he started the engine and navigated the ship out to sea. For it was only upon reaching the open waters that Veer felt truly secure, confident that the speed of his vessel was unmatched by any sailing ship. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, he retrieved the medical kit and began to suture his injuries. Weir's medical skills may leave much to be desired. Yet his ability to suture wounds surpasses that of an average physician, for it has been honed through the experiences of his own body and that of his elder brother. In the past, after sustaining injuries during missions, he would first need to suture and staunch the bleeding before seeking medical assistance. Should the hospital be too distant, he might succumb to blood loss before ever reaching safety. After enduring the agonizing process of suturing, the wounds were primarily closed. Although the injury to his lower abdomen proved troublesome, requiring medication and relying on his own recuperative abilities for gradual healing. Following a thorough bandaging, Weir, pale as a ghost, slowly ascended to his bed and pressed the emergency button at his bedside. Upon doing so, the vessel ceased to accelerate, and at a considerable distance from Tutu, the anchor was automatically deployed. A few short, stout sea stone pillars emerged from below the ship, locking it into an immovable state, unless forcibly breached. No door aboard could be opened. After completing these tasks, Weir drifted into a semi-conscious slumber. Time passed unmeasured until he was roused by a peculiar bubbling sound. Upon waking, Weir felt disoriented, pondering the source of the noise. Gradually regaining clarity, he was beset by a wave of hunger and acute pain. Glancing at the ringing transponder snail, he recognized it as the one sent by that woman. After a moment's contemplation, he answered with a crisp click. "Who is this?" Although Weir had a suspicion regarding the caller's identity, he sought confirmation. I am Gabriel Ferdinand Saint, residing in Mary Geos. Ferdinand introduced himself, awaiting Weir's response. Living in Mary Geos? Saint, a celestial dragon? I do not believe I am acquainted with any celestial dragons. Weir replied, amusement lacing his tone. The revelation that he was speaking to a celestial dragon intrigued him. Oh, perhaps you have forgotten. We met a few days ago on Tutu Island. Ferdinand continued the conversation undeterred by Weir's tone. A few days ago? It appears I have been unconscious for several days, Weir mused, holding the transponder snail. He first visited the restroom, then proceeded to the dining area, rummaging through the refrigerator for sustenance. Were you the nobleman from that day? That cannot be right. Do not celestial dragons usually wear headgear? I did not see you donning any. Weir maliciously teased, relishing the rarity of conversing with a celestial dragon. That is not a headgear, but a bubble helmet. Wearing such an item makes breathing uncomfortable, and not every celestial dragon is akin to those oval-shaped fools. That is merely a portion of them, Ferdinand explained. Having conversed for so long, may I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Ferdinand appeared cultured. Quite unlike Weir's previous impressions of celestial dragons. I am Weir. You, sir, are indeed different from my previous understanding of celestial dragons. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me? As a celestial dragon, you ought not fear my retribution, correct? Weir replied, his demeanor now tinged with a coldness that contrasted his earlier levity. Mr. Weir, I have come to apologize for the previous incident. I was merely acting on behalf of another, which necessitated the ambush. As a gesture of goodwill, I can offer you certain intelligence and rare items. And we may also explore future collaborations, Ferdinand expressed with sincerity. Indeed, if a celestial dragon sought to eliminate Weir, they would not dispatch mere lackeys but rather send a formidable adversary capable of posing a genuine threat. Should Weir manage to escape, the consequences would be dire. Ferdinand, were you merely a minor noble, I would find your words utterly unbelievable. Yet, as a celestial dragon, I might reluctantly accept them. However, I will not easily forgive the attempt on my life. You may wish to investigate my past, even if the target was a celestial dragon. I am not one to shy away from confrontation. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate me? Weir's tone had shifted to one of icy resolve. Mr. Weir, I believe everything possesses its value. You have your worth, and I have mine. For the incident, I can offer you compensation. As for your former profession, I have conducted thorough inquiries. It is precisely because you were an assassin that I sought you out. Collaborating with a celestial dragon is preferable to incurring their wrath. Is it not, Mr. Weir? Ferdinand's smile faded, revealing the gravity of his predicament. Since you have broached the subject, what compensation do you propose? And what troublesome matter do you require my assistance with? Pray, enlighten me. Should I find your offer satisfactory, we may consider collaboration. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to seek you out, Weir mused, intrigued by the celestial dragon who once sought his demise. Prior to the establishment of the trading guild, 3 dominant factions existed on the island: the Angry Lion Pirates, the local navy, and a minor noble. Through the mediation of the world government, the navy was the simplest to resolve. The minor noble wisely withdrew with a bribe, leaving the Angry Lion Pirates as the troublesome faction. The Angry Lion Pirates were unique, being the largest pirate group on Tutu Island, led by the captain you eliminated, Gat. Had it only been Gat, the Angry Lion Pirates would not have qualified for collaboration. The key figure is their vice-captain, Guard, Gat's brother. Guard was not initially Gat's sibling, nor was he originally named Guard. This all began when the Angry Lion Pirates rescued a gravely injured man during one of their voyages. On that day, Gat, in an uncharacteristic display of generosity, chose to save the nameless man and had the ship's doctor attend to him. Upon discovering the man's formidable strength and, more importantly, his amnesia, he could only recall battling a powerful adversary and ultimately losing, even forgetting his own name. Gat seized the opportunity presented to him. He generously embraced the man, bestowing upon him the name Guard, and declared to his crew that Guard was now his brother. To offend him would be akin to offending Gat himself. With Guard's considerable prowess, the Angry Lion Pirates flourished on Tutu Island. Gat became a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million, while Guard was pursued by the Navy with a bounty of 120 million berries. Ferdinand recounted the tale of the Angry Lion Pirates in one breath before sipping his tea and continuing, originally, I intended to leave you at the dock, but after witnessing your strength, I chose to spare you and propose collaboration. If Guard were to return, I could not predict his actions, having sustained a head injury. He often behaves erratically. If he were to wreak havoc, It would jeopardize my years of painstaking effort on Tutu Island. Thus I resolved to collaborate with you to eliminate Guard. Ferdinand concluded his explanation, awaiting Weir's response. Oh, it seems Guard is quite formidable. If he is as powerful as you claim, I may not be able to defeat him. Pray, elaborate on his specific abilities. Furthermore, should you lose the Angry Lion Pirates, how do you plan to conduct business in the underworld? Do not presume me a mere child. Though I seldom employ strategy, it does not imply I lack intelligence. Dear Celestial Dragon, it seems that Weil has developed a certain interest in Ferdinand's proposition. However, he remains skeptical about the intentions of this Celestial Dragon before him. Weil, you must believe me, my intentions in seeking you are sincere. As for Gad's capabilities, to my knowledge, he possesses the ability of armament hockey and exhibits formidable physical prowess, yet lacks any devil fruit powers. On one occasion, Gad succumbed to his affliction, and I witnessed him leap into the sea to battle sea kings, a fact I can confirm. Regarding the smuggling activities in the illegal zones, I have found a more suitable partner, the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo. We are on the same side, and have already negotiated the specifics of our collaboration. His terms are exclusive partnership with me, excluding anyone else. Ferdinand appears somewhat pleased by Weil's apparent interest, particularly since the Angry Lion Pirates have long been a source of distress for him. While Doflamingo is undoubtedly a formidable opponent, he is, at least, a rational individual, unlike Gad, whose erratic behavior often renders communication impossible. Armament hockey? If Gad can wield armament hockey, then why does he still resort to purchasing it at the auction house? While mused, sensing an underlying oddity in the situation, should Ferdinand fail to clarify this matter, Weil would undoubtedly seek retribution against this celestial dragon in the future. Amusingly, Gad indeed possesses the ability to utilize armament hockey. However, due to his mental state, he refrains from imparting this knowledge. This explains why Gad is so desperate to learn hockey, having witnessed its power firsthand. Weil regarded the blockade of guests at his auction house with grave concern, regardless of the outcome, he would not easily relent, as this was his auction. How could he continue to conduct business if such interference persisted? Who would dare attend an auction on Tutu Island under those circumstances? Ferdinand, expressing rare frustration, articulated his thoughts on the matter. This also resolved another query in Weil's mind. Could a large-scale auction truly allow guests to be robbed before they even left the island? If that were the case, who would continue to engage in commerce? Considering Ferdinand's reasoning, it bore weight. If all were indeed genuine, Weil ought to contemplate collaborating with Ferdinand, especially since Gad would soon return. Should Weil attempt to flee now, Ferdinand might betray him to protect himself. Let us not forget the existence of life cards in the pirate world. On the day of the ambush, Weil's hair and blood were left behind on Tutu Island. Thus, Weil resolved to ally with Ferdinand to eliminate the genuine lunatic that is Gad. With all matters settled, the atmosphere grew congenial, and they agreed to reconvene in 10 days. As Gad would likely not return to Tutu Island for another 20 days. There was no rush. Ultimately, Ferdinand gallantly offered to procure a beautiful woman for Weil. However, this was met with Weil's scorn, as he deemed Ferdinand insincere. I am currently battered and bruised. Even dining is an excruciating endeavor. What do you expect me to do with a woman? Merely gaze upon her? Following this vehement disdain for Ferdinand's suggestion, Weil terminated the call. A slight smile graced Vail's lips as he murmured, an intriguing breed of celestial dragons. Upon reflection, he conceded the truth in his words. If the celestial dragons of Mariewa were indeed nothing more than vacuous imbeciles, the world government would have perished long ago. It is imperative to remember that. Aside from the royal family currently residing in Mariewa, numerous other noble families remain scattered across the globe, such as the Vinsmoke and Don Quixote clans, ambitious lineages. Not to mention the revolutionaries and the pirates of the New World. Should the celestial dragons be entirely inept, their demise would be imminent. Without further contemplation, Veer picked up a small bag from beside his bed and retrieved an item from within, the formidable notebook he had painstakingly acquired through perilous trials. As he opened the notebook, he glanced through the initial pages, which echoed the sentiments of the original text. Asserting that the Conqueror's haki is an innate power within all humans, it remains dormant for the average individual throughout their lifetime. Dismissing this as mere platitude, he proceeded to delve into the subsequent sections, eager to comprehend the intricacies of armament hockey. What, then, is armament hockey? It is fundamentally a form of bodily energy. The more formidable the individual, the more potent this energy becomes. For reasons unknown, this power possesses the capability to strike against the tangible forms of elemental beings. However, the utility of armament haki extends beyond mere offense. Once enveloping the body, it manifests as a protective armor, and the greater the strength of the haki, the more resilient the armor becomes. This is precisely what Veer sought. He meticulously began to explore the awakening of armament haki. Noticing a particularly frustrating note in the margins of the notebook, to awaken armament haki, one must possess exceptional physical attributes. Yet the text offered no clarity on the requisite level of strength. Veer stifled the impulse to discard the notebook and continued to peruse its contents. Even after finishing his meal late into the evening, he remained engrossed in studying the techniques of armament color cultivation. Vail realized that the notion of swiftly mastering the armament haki was nothing more than a fanciful dream. He simply could not achieve it. To truly grasp this formidable ability, one must engage in frequent battles and consciously condense the armament haki during these encounters. This process of consolidation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Rather, it demands prolonged and repetitive practice until one's body genuinely perceives the essence of armament haki, which signifies true awakening. Accelerating this journey necessitates various external stimuli, such as harsh weather conditions and intense combat. Finding a location with severe weather is indeed challenging, yet there are likely numerous deserted islands suitable for battle. Once the matter with Gad is resolved, Vail intends to inquire Ferdinand about nearby islands that meet this criterion. Initially, he aspired to awaken the armament haki and bolster his combat prowess before confronting Gad, but it now appears unattainable. He does not possess the extraordinary talent that could alter the course of destiny. Thus, the pursuit of haki must be temporarily set aside. Presently, the foremost concern is to eliminate Gad, an adversary he has yet to encounter but is destined to confront. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in his body's recovery. Without it, he cannot engage in battle. With this in mind, Vail replaced his blood-stained bedding and tended to his wounds, enduring yet another session of torment. Finally, he lay quietly on his bed, gradually employing the thunder stab technique to stimulate his cellular recovery. Before long, the appointed time with Ferdinand arrived. Notably, Ferdinand had not arranged to meet Vail on Tutu Island. This was a gesture of sincerity and a precaution against the prying eyes of the angry lion pirate crew. Accompanying Ferdinand was only one individual, the icy beauty he had encountered by the seaside. As the two ships drew near, she remained steadfastly by Ferdinand's side, evidently serving as a guardian. "Vail, you seem to be in good spirits," Ferdinand remarked. "This is my sister, Gabriel Catherine." It was evident that Ferdinand was quite pleased with the collaboration and took the opportunity to introduce his sister to Vail. To Vail's astonishment, his first reaction was to note the unusual hair color, followed by a wave of discomfort. The name Katerina was indeed misleading. He had not anticipated that this icy beauty was, in fact, Ferdinand's sister, which suggested she must also belong to the celestial dragon lineage. This revelation further challenged Vail's established worldview. While Ferdinand seemed to embody some traits of the celestial dragons, Katerina exhibited none of their characteristics. "Miss Katerina, greetings. I am Vail. We have met previously. Shall we converse in the dining hall? I have prepared a meal," he proposed, leading Ferdinand and Katerina towards the restaurant. In the absence of conflict, Vail appeared quite normal. He decided to adopt the approach familiar from his hometown, discussing matters over the dining table, which would undoubtedly lighten the atmosphere. Katerina merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, perhaps due to a hesitance to speak. "Oh, I did not expect you to be a cook, Vail. This truly surprises me. If your culinary skills are as proficient as your prowess in assassination, I shall be in for a treat today," Ferdinand remarked, intrigued. Typically, assassins are characterized by their cold demeanor and stoic silence, particularly someone as peculiar as Vail. Before their arrival, Ferdinand had braced himself for a sense of neglect. Yet upon meeting Vail, he found the man to be entirely different from his expectations. Gone was the madness and bloodlust witnessed during their previous encounter. Instead, Vail wore a warm smile and exuded courtesy. Ferdinand felt a sense of relief. After all, few would relish the thought of collaborating with a lunatic. While it was evident that Vail could revert to that state during combat, he now appeared quite amiable, making it easy to work with him under the terms he had proposed. Upon arriving at the dining hall aboard Vail's ship, Ferdinand was astonished at the sight of the meal Vail had prepared, not from fear, but from the sheer abundance in the presence of several rare delicacies. Although Weir is not a professional chef, as a food enthusiast who has savored delicacies from various places during his missions, He occasionally seeks culinary advice from chefs in a special manner. His culinary skills are undoubtedly commendable. Most importantly, Weir has invested a considerable sum in acquiring precious ingredients aboard the ship. Once seated, Weir and Ferdinand engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal, with Ferdinand showering Weir with compliments regarding his cooking, while Katerina expressed her admiration through action, focused intently on her food. Through their casual discourse, it became apparent that the siblings could barely be considered celestial dragons. They were, in fact, exiled celestial dragons. Ferdinand did not elaborate on the specifics but mentioned that they were expelled from Mariewa before turning 10 and had been living outside for over a decade. Their previous claims of residing in Mariewa were merely for appearances, as such a disreputable business would never be undertaken by a celestial dragon. The siblings held a unique status within the world government. While they lacked high-ranking positions, their former identity as celestial dragons earned them the trust of the world government. After revealing their identities, the trio engaged in further negotiations. Due to the previous attempts on Weir's life, Ferdinand offered a paramecia-type devil fruit as compensation, while Weir stipulated that he and Katerina must work together to eliminate Guard. Subsequently, they formed an alliance. Weir would provide military assistance, and Ferdinand would offer access to rare items and confidential information whenever Weir required it. Both parties were pleased with the alliance, prompting Weir to procure a fine bottle of wine to celebrate. The extent of their sincerity remained known only to themselves, while the seemingly aloof Katerina was, in reality, the least scheming, engrossed in her meal, engaged in her own battlefield at the dining table. After bidding farewell to the siblings, they agreed to reconvene the following day on Tutu Island to discuss strategies for Guard's demise. Upon returning to the dining area, Weir admired the devil fruit placed on the table, marveling at its rarity, as it was his first encounter with such a specimen. However, Weir had no intention of consuming it, as the potential abilities it granted were overshadowed by the drawbacks, such as becoming unable to swim, fearing the sea, and the discomfort of merely bathing. He empathized with those who possessed devil fruit powers, particularly the unfortunate ones like Magellan, who endured a lifetime plagued by the effects of his poison fruit. Weir placed the devil fruit in a safe in his bedroom, relishing the idea of possessing such a rare item, contemplating its potential resale value in times of need. Due to his injuries not being fully healed, Weir engaged in some restorative training before returning to his bed. Time passed swiftly as he slept. The following day, clad in a black cloak, Weir arrived at the predetermined location where Katerina awaited him. Though her demeanor remained icy, the ice cream she held betrayed her true nature as a foodie. Weir had already discerned the astonishing truth about this seemingly frigid beauty. Nodding in acknowledgement, Katerina led him to Ferdinand's residence. Upon arrival at Ferdinand's opulent home, Weir marveled at the lavishness befitting a former celestial dragon and current ruler of Tutu Island. Following Katerina into the castle-like structure and descending to the second floor, they found Ferdinand already waiting in his study. After deliberation, the trio devised a straightforward yet effective plan. Upon Guard's return, they would immediately inform him of his brother's demise, which would be linked to Ferdinand's auction house. Guard would inevitably come to Ferdinand seeking answers. Ferdinand would falsely claim to have captured Weir, luring Guard to a hidden escape route beneath the castle. Weir and Katerina would lie in ambush on either side of the passage, surrounding Guard as he entered. Despite Guard's strength, he could not simultaneously contend with two formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Ferdinand would seize the opportunity to conceal himself within the passage. Surrounded, Guard would find it impossible to defend against attacks from both flanks. The plan was simple yet effective. Simplicity often leads to ease of execution, consequently minimizing potential variables. However, Weir's primary concern lay in how to lure Guard into the passage. The siblings, unfazed, assured him that he would understand upon encountering Guard himself. Nonetheless, Weir harbored doubts about fully trusting the duo. He insisted on inspecting the passage first. Were it not for Ferdinand's seemingly sincere demeanor, Weir would not have set foot within the castle. Weir believed that his current strength was not worthy of being enticed by a devil fruit. Therefore, he accompanied Ferdinand to examine the underground passage, which indeed contained numerous traps, and its walls were composed of a special alloy, remarkably sturdy. The metallic walls represented a domain where Weir could maneuver freely using electromagnetic forces, unaffected by gravity, a prime location for an ambush. As for the execution of the plan, Weir would only decide after seeing Guard in person. After waiting for over 10 days on Tutu Island, the ship belonging to the Angry Lion pirates finally returned. Before the vessel even docked, a figure shot toward the shore like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing a thunderous boom at the dock. The busy dockworkers appeared unfazed by this peculiar scene, instead exhibiting a mix of disdain and envy, as if to say, how can such a lunatic possess such incredible strength? Word could no longer contain his astonishment as he gaped at the burly man in his 30s on the dock, who, upon rising, let out a furious roar, signaling a successful landing. With a peculiar gaze, Walt turned to Ferdinand and inquired, "Is this fellow truly your longtime partner?" Ferdinand appeared somewhat embarrassed, nodding in affirmation while emphasizing the fellow's remarkable prowess, while, however, merely chuckled softly in response, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he beckoned to Katerina and proceeded towards Ferdinand's castle, seemingly at ease and preparing for an ambush. As Weil approached the castle, he suddenly heard a distant shout from behind. "Who has slain my brother? I shall avenge him, crush him, and consume him," Weir urged Katerina, and swiftly made his way towards the castle. Upon arriving at the prearranged ambush site, he pressed a mechanism on the wall of the secret passage, which revealed a hidden door. He slipped inside and closed the door behind him. After waiting for approximately an hour, were heard footsteps approaching. Ferdinand was likely arriving. And now all that remained was to await the signal. As the footsteps drew nearer, were discerned a series of intermittent coughs. Cough, cough, cough. This was the signal. Weir pressed the mechanism at his side, and the door before him opened in response. Before him stood the burly man who had performed human cannonball antics at the dock, none other than Jagger. Meanwhile, Ferdinand had already escaped through the secret door within the passage. Upon witnessing this scene, Weir felt a sense of relief. It appeared that this was not a trap set for him. He drew his sword and activated lightning mode, fixating his gaze on the formidable adversary before him. Given the narrow confines of the secret passage, Weir opted to wield his sword in a reverse grip. Although this grip offered less power and slashing compared to a traditional grip, it afforded greater agility within the cramped corridor, minimizing the risk of the blade striking the walls, which could slow his strikes and expose him to counterattacks. Directly across from Weir stood Katerina, who was unarmed, instead stamping her feet to adjust her stance, clearly a practitioner of leg techniques. Initially, Weir presumed she might possess the abilities of a devil fruit user. As this was their first collaboration, he refrained from broaching the sensitive subject of her combat style. Given the lack of trust between them, he merely inquired about her combat prowess. The enchanting woman gestured towards Weir, then pointed at his sword, and finally indicated herself with a dismissive wave. At that moment, Weir was utterly perplexed until Ferdinand provided clarification, conveying that it would be quite difficult for Weir to defeat her. With this information, Weir felt reassured. Noticing that Katerina showed no intention of initiating an attack, he charged towards the enemy. Just as he had taken a few steps, Katerina seamlessly joined him in the assault against Gad. The sword and leg struck in unison, with Weir's speed far surpassing that of Katerina, allowing him to engage the enemy first. Gad, initially caught off guard and bewildered, was just beginning to comprehend the ambush when he fortified his fists with haki, meeting Weir's advance. The clash of sword against fist resonated with a metallic clang, with Gad appearing remarkably unfazed. Just as he was about to speak to Weir, he suddenly felt an immense force crashing against his back. Weir had just managed to restrain Gard, awaiting the assistance of Katerina. However, when Katerina finally attacked, Weir was struck by an ominous sensation as an overwhelming force surged through his hand, propelling both himself and Gard backward. Suspended in midair, Weir felt a wave of disbelief. This woman possessed immense strength. Could it be some kind of devil fruit ability? Skillfully adjusting his posture in the air, he utilized electromagnetic force to mitigate the impact. Thanks to the metallic surroundings, though he avoided a catastrophic fall, the landing was still harsh due to the sheer weight of Katerina's kick. It was astonishing that such a slender figure could wield such power, but there was no time for contemplation amidst the battle, and he had to rise and continue his assault on Gard. Gard had certainly been struck hard, particularly by Katerina's high heel, which were recognized was no ordinary footwear. The metallic sound of her heels suggested they were crafted from rare metals, capable of withstanding such tremendous force. Despite Gard's back being enveloped in haki, he was rendered unable to rise. Weir seized the opportunity to strike while Gard was vulnerable. Although Gard could utilize armament haki, it could not cover his entire body. It appeared he lacked the observation haki. Consequently, under Weir's rapid slashes, there were moments when Gard could not react in time, resulting in deep gashes across his body. As Gard struggled to defend against Weir's onslaught, Katerina delivered her second kick, which, though not particularly swift, was imbued with tremendous strength, perhaps even greater than the first. A resounding boom echoed through the underground passage as her kick landed. In a critical moment, Guard braced against Weir's strike, desperately shifting to the side. Though the kick did not land a fatal blow, it struck his arm with such force that it shattered, even with his armament haki applied. He could not adequately cover himself against both Weir's attack and Katarina's kick, resulting in the loss of his arm. Thus far, the trio's plan had yielded remarkable success. After witnessing Katarina's two powerful kicks, Weir vowed never to approach this formidable woman unprepared again. On the ground, despite having sustained severe blows, Guard remained undaunted. It seemed that even with his memory lost, certain qualities were etched into his very being, such as his mastery of armament haki and his indomitable spirit. After executing that kick, Katarina refrained from further attacks, indicating that the effort had taken a toll on her as well. Weir, unable to unleash his full potential, could only inflict severe injuries on Guard. Though he could not deliver a fatal strike at that moment, the numerous wounds on Guard suggested that death was imminent. Guard sensed that if this continued, he would perish today, having had no opportunity to retaliate since the ambush began. With a furious roar, he swung a punch toward Weir. The sight of his fist, cloaked in armament haki, made it clear to Weir that he could not withstand this blow head-on. Thus, he leaped back, utilizing electromagnetic force to create distance with an elegant maneuver. Guard paid no heed to Katarina behind him, his sole focus fixated on Weir. After all, Weir had been the one attacking him directly, while Katarina had been launching surprise assaults from behind, fueling Guard's animosity toward Weir. Vail observed Gad charging towards him once more, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement. It seemed that Gad had set his sights solely on him today. However, Vail felt no trepidation. He infused his twin blades with a surge of lightning until their blades shimmered a brilliant silver blue. With a decisive step forward to gather his strength, he hurled the two swords towards Gad. The twin blades, now spinning at high velocity, shot towards him, and in the confines of the narrow passage. Evading these whirling blades that nearly filled the entire corridor was nothing short of a fantasy. Gad, seeing the approaching blades, braced himself using his remaining arm. Yet attempting to withstand the onslaught of the rapidly spinning swords, charged with electricity, was far from a prudent decision, even with the protective layer of his armed haki. The first blade collided with Gad's arm, producing a sharp clang before it commenced its vicious rotation, slicing through with relentless force, soon followed by the second. The air was filled with the deafening sound of slicing metal, intermingled with Gad's piercing cries of agony. As the electrical energy coursing through the blades began to dwindle, Vail utilized electromagnetic force to retrieve his swords. However, surrounded by metal, while he successfully reclaimed his twin blades, he was abruptly thrust against the wall with a resounding thud. Every time Veer launched his blade wheel, it would soar great distances, prompting him to amplify the electromagnetic force significantly. However, misfortune struck. Despite engaging in battle for several minutes without sustaining injuries from his foes, he found himself grievously colliding against a wall. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Veer finally rose to his feet, only to discover Gad sprawled on the ground, his arms completely severed. The area around his chest had been cleaved open by Veer's blade wheel, revealing the shattered remnants of his heart within. It appeared that survival was no longer an option for him. Weir gazed at the fallen adversaries, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the battle had predominantly favored the two of them, those two fists enveloped in the formidable armament haki posed a significant threat. A blow from either would surely result in grievous injuries, if not death. Turning his attention to Katarina across the way, Weir noticed something peculiar about the enchanting beauty before him. Her typically stern expression had transformed. Her cheeks were now flushed, her lips quivered, and her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Weir was momentarily perplexed, then felt a prickling heat on his face, recalling the embarrassing incident of colliding with the wall, which had an unwelcome witness. Just as Weir was about to divert the conversation in his embarrassment, he noticed Gad stirring on the ground, redirecting his attention away from his earlier foolish behavior. Gad opened his eyes, and unlike before, when Weir had seen them clouded and dull, they now gleamed with a clarity reminiscent of a normal person's gaze. "Where am I? Ouch, who are you? Are you here to kill me?" Gad's initial confusion quickly morphed into acute pain in his chest and arm. Upon glimpsing his severed hands and the ravaged state of his heart, he did not exhibit a shred of fear or sorrow. Instead, he felt regret and anger. "Oh, the wound on your chest was inflicted by me. It seems you're regaining consciousness. What a pity it is that I cannot battle you in this awakened state. Even though I doubt my ability to triumph over you," Weir remarked, his eyes betraying a sense of loss. Had he not been so weakened, he would undoubtedly have challenged Gad to a duel. "Soon, with the mastery of armament haki, my strength will undergo a transformative change. Indeed, it is truly regrettable. After striving for so long, awakening armament hockey in my 20s and honing formidable physical prowess, it is laughable that ignorance led me to offend a powerful foe, culminating in my current mental disarray. How absurd, how absurd. Even as this man confronted his imminent death, he showed no hint of sorrow. Yet, upon uttering these words, tears streamed down uncontrollably, revealing that he cherished something far more significant than life itself, something now irretrievably lost, for with the loss of life, there would be no further chances. Even in death, let me depart with dignity. I have lain in ambush on this island for over 10 days to confront you, so please, die peacefully. With that, he severed Gad's throat with a single stroke of his sword. Were did not wish to witness the sight of his formidable adversary reduced to tears. Although he understood that the opponent was not weeping out of fear of death, the scene was nonetheless unsettling. After eliminating Guard, we exited the secret passage, having already confirmed the alliance with the two siblings. This passage, while indeed well suited for ambush, did not play to Weir's strengths. Rather, it was the domain of a formidable woman like Katarina. We're speculated that one of the purposes of this passage was to provide Katarina a strategic advantage when confronting powerful foes, allowing her to retreat and make use of the terrain. Once Katarina had dealt with Guard's remains, Ferdinand prepared a sumptuous feast in the castle's dining hall. Even Weir, known for his discerning palate, nodded in approval, finding the meal satisfactory. Despite the brief duration of the skirmish within the passage, it had nonetheless drained a considerable amount of energy. Moreover, Weir bore an injury. The wound on his lower abdomen, being a penetrating one, had not fully healed in the span of 20 days, resulting in a subpar combat condition for him. Additionally, today's ambush was not particularly aligned with Weir's usual style, and the unfavorable terrain meant he could only muster about 70 to 80% of his combat potential. As they dined, Weir and Ferdinand engaged in casual conversation. When Weir inquired about Ferdinand's reasons for seeking his collaboration, Ferdinand regarded him with a curious expression and posed a question of his own. Has no one ever approached you for partnership before? Weir shook his head. Ferdinand explained to Weir that, first and foremost, he was a lone traveler, albeit a killer. However, as an assassin from the East Sea, he was relatively unknown in the Grand Line, allowing for a clear assessment of his background. Secondly, he possessed considerable strength, although he could be somewhat reckless in battle. He was capable of normal communication in everyday circumstances. Thirdly, Weir's solitary voyage, devoid of a pirate flag, indicated a lack of ambition for power. He could very well be an adventurer or a wandering traveler. This absence of desire for authority suggested safety, as he only sought one-time rewards rather than the shares or commissions that Ferdinand dreaded. Lastly, there was potential for long-term collaboration with Weir, facilitating mutual exchanges of valuable intelligence and shared resources in both combat and commerce. Listening to Ferdinand's words, Weir realized he had become quite the coveted ally. Though he found something peculiar in Ferdinand's tone, sensing an underlying discord. Without further contemplation, he inquired about the proximity of any suitable islands for training. Ferdinand pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was an island conducive to cultivation, but it was fraught with peril, be it the island's fauna or its treacherous environment. Ferdinand fell silent, taking a sip of tea. Perilous? To what extent? The mention of formidable creatures and harsh conditions piqued Weir's curiosity further. The island's inhabitants, adapted to their environment, boasted robust defenses. As for the climate, the island had essentially lost its natural weather patterns due to human interference, experiencing a volcanic eruption every 3 days. Ferdinand seemed skeptical about the island's viability, yet he harbored some hope that this ally might grow stronger. Every 3 days, a volcanic eruption? Are there truly creatures capable of surviving there? Training in such a place? Weir felt as though Ferdinand was jesting. Only individuals like Kaido and Akainu could possibly train in such a hazardous environment. Others would simply be courting death. Moreover, it was not entirely accurate to refer to it as magma. The volcano was man-made, with the temperature of the lava only exceeding 100 degrees. In essence, it resembled a peculiar form of water. As for its suitability for cultivation, there lay an ancient ruin on the island, though various factions had explored it without uncovering anything of value. Consequently, the island now saw little visitation. After finishing his tea, Ferdinand resumed his silence. The two men, having recently dined, reclined in sunlit lounge chairs within the courtyard. Ah, ruins, artificial fire, formidable beasts. This is it. Provide me with an eternal compass, and I shall set sail tomorrow. We're finally resolved to venture to the island Ferdinand had mentioned. The prospect of ruins was entirely dependent on fortune. But such a harsh environment was indeed rare. What wonders might await on Black Iron Rock Island? Weir smiled, filled with anticipation. On the following morning, Weir bid farewell to the two siblings, resupplied at Tutu Island, and took hold of the eternal compass pointing towards Black Iron Rock Island, continuing on his journey. Initially, he intended to follow the compass's direction, but having heard of such an intriguing island, he was determined to explore it. According to Ferdinand's information, a typical sailing vessel would require a month to traverse from Tutu Island to Black Iron Rock Island, while Weir, sailing at full speed, could accomplish the journey in approximately 10 days. However, Weir was not particularly anxious. Long periods of full-speed sailing could inflict damage on the ship's machinery. Thus, he planned to reach his destination within 20 days. Previously, aboard the ship, his days had been consumed by rigorous training in swordsmanship and martial arts. Now, having recently acquired the methods for cultivating two types of hockey, Weir focused primarily on foundational practices, dedicating most of his time to honing his hockey skills. As he delved into the study of hockey, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon, Black Iron Rock Island came into view. Weir did not directly ascend the island, but rather sought to observe the eruption of the artificial volcano, hoping to gather insights for future precautions. Although magma at temperatures exceeding 100 degrees would not prove fatal to him, it certainly would not provide a pleasant experience. Consider, if you will, that water boils at approximately 100 degrees, while the magma on the island surpasses this temperature. After waiting 2 days, Weir finally comprehended the aftermath of the artificial volcano's eruption. On the day of the event, while engrossed in his research, he suddenly perceived a subtle tremor beneath his vessel. Stepping outside, he discovered that it was not merely his boat shaking, but rather the entire expanse of the sea was in upheaval. The island before him emitted a thunderous roar, which soon culminated in the sight of a massive, chimney-like volcano at its center erupting. Even for Weir, who had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, this sight was astonishing. This was no mere volcano, it resembled a magnificent fountain. He gazed in awe as the island erupted with a spray of light red magma soaring several meters high, subsequently cascading around the island as if cleansing it. The remarkably resilient trees that had thrived there now stood partially exposed, their treetops sheltering various animals, each adopting unique postures. It was not until an hour had passed that the volcano ceased its eruption, leaving the entire island enveloped in a palpable warmth. For the first time, Weir sensed the malevolence emanating from this small island. If the volcano were indeed artificial, what could possibly be its purpose? Observing that the cooling process of the island had nearly concluded, Weir anchored his vessel at the shore and disembarked. Prior to stepping ashore, he prudently removed his clothing, for the heat was quite oppressive. During the day, he would practice on the island, returning to the ship at night to recuperate. Reflecting on his previous training on a deserted isle, Weir mused how fortunate it was to have a ship. He locked away his cherished belongings and ventured ashore. As he wandered the uninhabited island, Weir began to contemplate how to cultivate his domineering aura. If awakening such an aura required combat stimulation, it would be best to forego the sword and engage directly with his body, as physical contact would more readily facilitate the awakening of the armed color. As for the observation color, he found himself somewhat resistant to the rudimentary training methods outlined in his notes, which involved blindfolding, covering the ears, and even blocking the nose. Such actions seemed too simplistic as they aimed to relinquish reliance on sensory perception in favor of instinct. In any case, he resolved to first hone his armed color aura, seeking a living creature to practice upon. Not far into his exploration, he heard a peculiar crunching sound ahead. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a creature gnawing on a tree. It was termed a monster solely because Weir struggled to find a more fitting descriptor for this being. Its body was encased in a pale red exoskeleton, tightly enveloping its form, while soft tissue resided at the joints. The coloration suggested a composition akin to that of the exoskeleton. Even its eyes were protected by a crystalline layer, making it resemble a beast clad in biological armor. The true nature of this creature could only be revealed by shattering its exoskeleton. Weir felt utterly unwell, as though something was amiss with his very essence. Was this truly a creature that belonged in this world? Perhaps this fellow had wandered into the wrong play. Unable to tolerate the incongruity and grotesque appearance of the being before him, Weir charged forward, intent on resolving the matter. Clenching his fist, he aimed a blow at the creature, his technique resembling that of a novice fighter. With a resounding thud, the monster was caught completely off guard and sent soaring away. When Weir struck the creature, he did not encounter the anticipated hardness. Instead, it felt akin to hitting a mound of rubber, solid yet somewhat elastic. The creature, having been sent flying a considerable distance, stood up, shaking its head as if unscathed. It merely cast a glance at Veer before resuming its gnawing on the tree. Veer was taken aback, not expecting the creature before him to be so grotesque, yet surprisingly docile. He approached cautiously, picking up a branch and prodding the peculiar being. To his astonishment, the creature turned its head, gazing at Veer with a vacant innocence, and surprisingly, it plucked a piece of bark and offered it to him, as if inviting him to partake in its peculiar offering. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Veer was suddenly engulfed by a sense of guilt for having struck this creature moments earlier. As he accepted the bark-like offering from the peculiar being, he discerned that it was not mere bark, but rather a crystalline structure with a honeycomb interior, possessing a remarkably gentle texture. It appeared to be the very reason the island's trees thrived, likely serving as an insulator against heat and a deterrent to corrosion, much like the creature's own exoskeleton. Upon closer examination of this being, Veer finally comprehended its docile nature. It was unmistakably a giant rabbit, as evidenced by the distinctive shape of its exoskeleton atop its head. He gently patted the creature's head, offered an apology, and resumed his journey towards the island's heart. However, after only a few steps, he felt a firm grip on one of his legs. It was the rabbit from behind. The creature fervently shook its head at Veer, gesturing towards the island's center, and continued to implore him with its earnest demeanor. Veer comprehended that the creature before him was undoubtedly one of those exceptionally intelligent beings from the pirate world. Its expression seemed to convey a warning about the dangers at the island's core. After expressing his gratitude to the rabbit, he confidently declared his own strength and proceeded deeper into the island. Seeing that Veer was resolute, the rabbit refrained from further persuasion and returned to gnawing on the tree bark. After nearly an hour of navigating the terrain, Veer finally arrived at the base of the volcano. At first glance, it was evident that this volcano was not a natural formation. Aside from the iron embedded in its structure, its perfectly rounded shape was a clear indication. As Veer was engrossed in his observations, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him, rising unexpectedly. With agility, he leapt to a nearby patch of land, only to realize that he had been standing atop a rather peculiar creature that appeared to be sleeping. The exoskeleton was noteworthy, yet the creature's shape was unlike any he had previously encountered. It possessed a crocodile-like mouth, a rotund belly, short, stubby legs, and two tails. Initially, Veer suspected it to be a crocodile, but the presence of two tails contradicted that assumption. Just as he was attempting to identify this bizarre being, it abruptly opened its enormous jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and charged towards him. While its attacking prowess remained uncertain, its speed was undeniably alarming. This crocodile-like creature seemed to be moving at full tilt, yet its short legs rendered it rather ineffective, and its cumbersome exoskeleton further impeded its agility. Veer effortlessly evaded the creature, delivering a punch that proved to be utterly ineffective. Just as Veer began to perceive it as a negligible threat, this crocodilian entity sank its jaws into a massive boulder, leaving a gaping wound in the stone, which it subsequently reduced to a fine powder with a few powerful chews. Vail's pupils constricted momentarily. This creature possessed formidable offensive power and an impeccable defense with no vulnerabilities. Apart from its speed, it was nearly a flawless combat entity. After battling this opponent for a while, Vail found himself unable to gain the upper hand. However, he soon realized that this adversary was exceptionally suited for his training in the awakening of armament hockey. It was, in essence, a natural moving target. Presenting a substantial threat, should he falter and suffer a bite, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Vail persisted in the confrontation. From the morning until the sun began to set, Vail engaged in combat with this creature, finally ceasing his efforts as twilight approached. Although he felt little fatigue after a day's worth of fighting, his hands throbbed with pain, a consequence of having previously wielded a sword in battle. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights into armament hockey. As he gazed at the creature he had pummeled throughout the day, it grew increasingly endearing to him. He whimsically dubbed it Platypus, a name that, though not entirely fitting, certainly carried a sense of humor. Upon returning to the ship, Vail first took a refreshing shower and then proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. Though only a single day had passed, he had begun to grasp the essence of armament hockey, not merely through theoretical knowledge but through the sensations coursing through his body. Vail believed that, in approximately 2 years, he would awaken his armament hockey. Pleased with this thought, he retired to his quarters to rest, planning to seek out the platypus again the following day. At the break of dawn, Vail awoke. eager to locate the moving target from the previous day to continue honing his armament hockey. After freshening up, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast before heading to the island of Black Iron Rock. Arriving at the location where he had previously bested the platypus, he was surprised to find the creature still lingering there, seemingly oblivious to the thrashing it had endured just the day before. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward and resumed the battle. However, after a brief skirmish, Vail noticed that the creature was unusually cooperative. Unlike the day before, when it frequently attempted to flee, today it showed no inclination to escape. As Vail pondered this change, the air around him filled with a rustling sound, as if numerous beings were traversing the underbrush, drawing nearer to his position. At that moment, Wilton sensed an impending crisis. Upon glancing at the platypus, he was surprised to find it was not launching a stealthy attack while he surveyed his surroundings. Instead, it merely stared at him. Feeling the strangeness of the situation, he contemplated retreat, only to realize it was too late. He was surrounded. A vast multitude of platypuses encircled him, densely packed, numbering at least in the hundreds. A shiver ran down Veer's spine. He had never felt such foreboding as he did now. Even the previous encirclement on Tutu Island paled in comparison to the current predicament, for then he faced a disorganized rabble. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. Surrounding him were these formidable platypuses, each capable of inflicting grievous wounds or even death. A single misstep could lead to his demise. No longer did he contemplate the cultivation of his imposing aura. Instead, he swiftly unsheathed his twin swords, activating thunder mode and charging towards the menacing platypuses. His sole hope for survival lay in breaking free from their grasp. Upon reaching the nearest platypus, he delivered a swift strike to its back. The blade merely grazed its exoskeleton, inflicting minimal internal damage, deepening Veer's sense of dread. Abandoning any thoughts of carving a bloody path, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the platypus flying and dashed forward. Yet, having dispatched one, several others immediately swarmed towards him, intent on driving him back into their encirclement. Veer was acutely aware that retreating now would spell his doom, so he steeled himself and charged forward. At that moment, a gaping maw lunged at his waist, and despite his desperate attempts to evade, it was too late. In a flash of ingenuity, Veer raised his two swords to shield himself from both front and back. With a resounding clash, he heard the unmistakable sound of metal meeting metal, followed by a searing pain and an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were being crushed in two. A platypus had latched onto his waist, and had it not been for the two swords acting as a barrier, Veer would have been severed in two. The excruciating pain did not deter him. Years of combat experience instilled in Veer the understanding that halting now would lead to certain death. With the creature still clamped onto him, he fought valiantly to break free from the encircling throng. Miraculously, Vail burst forth, yet he felt an even stronger tug at his waist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the other platypuses, hindered by the one clinging to him, could not easily launch an attack. Instead, they bit down on their comrade, attempting to increase the weight and prevent Vail's escape. The unfortunate platypus was already on the brink of death. What a ferocious and cunning beast this was. Setting aside the ambush of the day, the current display was not something an ordinary social creature could achieve, sacrificing its own kind merely to eliminate an intruder. As Vail ran, he wielded his twin blades to pry open the gaping maw at his waist. The platypus, now nearing its end, had significantly diminished its biting force. Vail finally managed to rid himself of the relentless platypuses and surveyed his injuries. His waist was riddled with gaping wounds inflicted by sharp teeth, each puncture roughly the size of a thumb, with some even more severe. His trousers had lost all semblance of their original color, now stained crimson. He unwrapped the bandage from his hand, which he had hastily applied that very morning to facilitate combat with his fists, never anticipating it would become his sole lifeline. He wound the scant remaining fabric around his waist. Its efficacy in staunching the blood flow was rather modest, yet significantly better than before. He had to return to the ship, for the mere act of bleeding could very well claim his life. However, after only a few steps, Vail was struck by a wave of dizziness. It dawned on him that the path he had taken was already marked by a trail of blood. The fact that he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to the years of training his body had endured through the thunder stab technique. Though he fought valiantly to persevere, his body had reached its limits. He could not afford to collapse. If he did, the very platypuses he fled would surely follow the blood trail to him, and the outcome was all too predictable. Gradually, darkness began to encroach upon his vision, and he sensed something approaching in his periphery. His final thoughts echoed in despair. How could I, Vail, meet my end on such a desolate island? It was utterly unacceptable. And then he sank into darkness, losing all consciousness. Time lost its meaning, and eventually, Vail felt an icy chill enveloping him, accompanied by a parched throat that rendered him nearly mute. A sudden jolt of pain surged through his abdomen, yet it failed to stir any profound emotional response within him. Surprisingly, what astonished him most was the realization that he was still alive. Though his condition was dire, the mere fact of his survival was enough. Weir slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. This appeared to be a tree hollow, and not an insignificant one at that. He could even lie down comfortably within it. Gradually, he crawled to the entrance of the hollow and discovered, to his astonishment, that he was suspended in midair, at a considerable height above the ground. Weir was increasingly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Could it be that those platypuses had mistaken him for a source of sustenance? Yet, such treatment seemed rather incongruous. Just as Weir was lost in thought, he heard the sound of something climbing beneath the tree. Resignation was never in Weir's nature. Despite his current state of diminished combat prowess, he craned his neck to peer downwards. To his astonishment, he beheld a familiar figure. It was the rabbit he had encountered the previous day. Everything suddenly made sense. It appeared that after Weir had fallen unconscious, this remarkably intelligent rabbit had come to his aid and subsequently brought him to this tree hollow. Weir felt a surge of emotion. The rabbit, which he had encountered only once and had even struck with a punch, had unexpectedly saved his life. After the rabbit climbed the tree and glanced at Weir, it nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed pleased to discover that Weir had survived. The rabbit held out 2 vibrant red fruits, offering them to Weir, signifying its intention for him to partake. Weir took the fruit without a moment's hesitation, indifferent to the possibility of it being poisonous. Setting aside the origins of this fruit, the mere fact that the rabbit had saved his life instilled in Weir an unshakable trust in the creature. He was equally convinced that, with its nearly human-like intelligence, the rabbit would be capable of discerning between what was toxic and what was not. After consuming a couple of the fruits, Weir felt significantly better. His throat was no longer parched to the point of muteness. "Can you take me to the tree? Do you understand my words?" Weir tentatively inquired. Unfortunately, despite the rabbit's cleverness, it had never been exposed to human language and did not comprehend Weir's meaning. After a series of gestures and movements, accompanied by a few rudimentary drawings, the rabbit finally grasped that Weir wished to return to his ship. This rabbit, standing over a meter tall, possessed considerable strength. It effortlessly hoisted Weir up. The sudden movement caused Weir considerable pain, as it aggravated his wound, yet he remained silent, only beads of sweat forming on his brow to betray his discomfort. The rabbit sprinted swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the front of Weir's ship. Weir gestured for the rabbit to board the vessel. After a moment's contemplation, the rabbit leaped onto the unfamiliar great wooden structure before it. Once aboard, Weir struggled to rise, first setting the boat in motion, and then retreated to the bedroom to attend to his wounds. Weir suddenly realized how unfortunate he had been recently, suffering severe injuries twice in less than a month, both incidents nearly costing him his life. The process of applying medicine, suturing, and bandaging had become almost second nature to him, leaving him at a loss for words as he acknowledged the adage that practice makes perfect. Observing the rabbit curiously surveying its surroundings, Weir couldn't help but smile. He slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the food storage, where he unearthed a colossal carrot. This particular carrot was a rare find from Tutu Island, reputed to be a local specialty. Weir had tasted it himself. Its flavor was delightfully sweet, and its crunch was utterly satisfying. He offered the carrot to the rabbit, encouraging it to take a bite. The rabbit initially picked up the carrot and sniffed it, likely having never encountered such a treat before. After a tentative nibble, it froze in astonishment. Just as Weir began to worry that the rabbit might not be able to eat carrots, it suddenly sprang into action, clutching the carrot tightly and devouring it with remarkable speed, all the while emitting joyful grunts, clearly relishing every moment. Upon observing the rabbit's reaction, Weir chuckled softly and produced several enormous carrots. He then guided the insatiable rabbit through the various chambers of the ship before returning to his bedroom, where he gradually reclined. Weir was utterly exhausted and desperately needed rest. Thus, as soon as he lay down, he drifted off into a drowsy slumber. After resting on the ship for a fortnight, Weir discovered to his astonishment that his injuries had remarkably healed. Indeed, in merely a few days, the wounds on his waist and abdomen had nearly scarred over, a testament to the years of rigorous training and the thunderstrike technique finally bearing fruit. Moreover, Weir noticed that his core of thunder had grown increasingly potent, enhancing his electrical abilities. It seemed that all the years of toil and sweat were culminating in a bountiful harvest. He recalled the countless times he had subjected himself to grueling physical training, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. He remembered the intense sword training sessions that rendered him incapable of holding chopsticks during meals. necessitating assistance from his senior brother and master. The memories of developing his electrical powers flooded back. Recalling how he had endured brutal shocks that left him feeling worse than dead, coupled with the recent high-stakes battles, Veer understood that the zenith of his strength was approaching. As Veer contemplated these transformations in his body, he suddenly wondered about the whereabouts of his rabbit companion, having not seen it all morning. Having lived together for over 10 days, they had grown quite familiar with one another, and the clever rabbit had even begun to comprehend some simple phrases. After searching the ship for a while, he discovered the creature lounging on a deck chair, one paw clutching a carrot and the other a glass of juice, basking contentedly in the sun. With a smile, Veer made his way to the dining area to fetch himself a glass of juice and headed towards the deck. Upon noticing Veer approaching, the rabbit sat up on the chair before he could even take a seat, gesturing animatedly. Through their days of interaction, Veer had come to grasp the general meaning of the rabbit's gestures, which indicated that it wished to take him somewhere. Where to? He inquired. Using the simplest words he could muster, the rabbit pointed towards the direction of Black Iron Rock Island, prompting Veer to start the ship and navigate towards the island. Before long, they had reached the shore, where the rabbit began a flurry of gestures that left everyone, including Veer, utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend the rabbit's signs, Veer merely shook his head, signaling his inability to understand its rabbit language. The rabbit ceased its gesticulations and leapt directly onto the island, beckoning Veer to follow. Veer, observing the current situation, could only follow closely behind the rabbit. After approximately 10 minutes of running across the island, he found himself amidst a desolate expanse of iron ruins. This site must be the ancient relics that Ferdinand had spoken of. Before his eyes lay a vast array of iron structures, each towering and spacious. Though the doors and windows, likely not made of iron, had succumbed to the ravages of time and were now lost to sight, leaving only the skeletal frames of the buildings. Perhaps due to the prolonged erosion by magma, each iron edifice was shrouded in a cloak of blackness, adorned with patches of dark red rust, evoking a sense of weightiness and decay. The rabbit ventured into this extensive ruin, seemingly well acquainted with the terrain, and entered one of the structures. This particular building appeared unremarkable. As Veer followed the rabbit into the room, he was surprised to see the rabbit incessantly tapping on the wall, each strike landing on a different spot. After a succession of taps, the wall emitted a series of clicks, and then a concealed compartment revealed itself within the surface. Curiosity propelled Vail to step forward, eager to uncover the contents of the hidden compartment. Upon casting a glance inside, he was rendered speechless. It was filled with nothing but a pile of tinder tree bark from the island. It seemed that after indulging in the lavish hospitality aboard Vail's ship for over a fortnight, the rabbit sought to express its gratitude. The rabbit took a piece for itself and savored it delightfully. However, after a few bites, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat out the bark. Staring in astonishment at what lay before it, perplexed as to why something that once tasted so delectable now seemed utterly unpalatable. Little did the rabbit know that its previous enjoyment stemmed from having consumed far less appetizing fare, thus rendering the tree bark a delicacy in comparison. Meanwhile, the vegetables and fruits aboard Vail's ship were of the finest quality, a standard that Vail, a true Epicurean, insisted upon in his kitchen pantry without compromise. Realizing that the offering it had prepared for Vail was, in fact, so distasteful, the rabbit felt a wave of disappointment wash over it, lowering its head in dismay. Upon observing the despondent demeanor of the rabbit, Veer instantly grasped the situation. He picked up a piece of tree bark and began to consume it voraciously. To be candid, it was quite tough and bore a distinct scent of sulfur, rendering it rather unpalatable. Nevertheless, Veer managed to devour a substantial portion of the bark in just a few bites, motivated solely by the desire to bring joy to the rabbit that had once saved his life. Just as Veer was about to return to the boat with the rabbit, he noticed in the hidden recess of the wall not only a pile of tree bark but also a black stone, approximately half a meter in length and several centimeters thick, resembling a steel. Driven by curiosity, Veer approached for a closer inspection. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The inscriptions on the stone were familiar to him. It was not merely the script that intrigued him, but rather that the characters were the ancient writings his master had taught him. Calling out to the rabbit, Veer carefully extracted the stone from amidst the bark and began to decipher its contents with utmost diligence. Veer was not particularly adept at ancient scripts, managing only to comprehend them to a decipherable extent, albeit with considerable time investment. After nearly 2 hours of interpretation, just as the rabbit beside him had grown bored enough to amuse itself with its exoskeleton, Veer finally unraveled the essence of the stone tablet's contents. This enigmatic tablet, whose origin remained a mystery, was of significant stature, for if Veer's conjecture held true, It was crafted from the same material as historical texts. The inscription itself was rather straightforward. The tablet served as the key to a forbidden domain of a nation that had nearly faced extinction centuries prior. The last of its kin entrusted the Guangyue family with the creation of this tablet, ensuring that their civilization would not be entirely forgotten. The reasons behind their demise were succinctly alluded to, constrained by the tablet's dimensions and the brevity of its message. It appeared that they had rebuffed the overtures of other royal families, and this nation possessed a remarkably advanced technology, coveted by rival royals eager to wield it against certain foes. Furthermore, a critical missive was inscribed: "You shall not attain the underworld, king, nor shall you exploit the fruits of our wisdom for your nefarious deeds. Even should you succeed, how will you confront the world? The organization you establish will lack even a rightful history, for your legacy is tainted, scorned by the populace. Mark my words, you arrogant royals. A day will come when rebellion rises against your tyranny. Your progeny shall be cast into the abyss by the very people they disdain, enveloped in pride and sin." Upon glancing at the words before him, Veer contemplated that there once existed a nation in this very place. This nation, having refused to join the Royal Alliance and possessing a technology well-suited for warfare, ultimately faced annihilation. He pondered whether that particular technology still lingered. It was not until he reached the final passage that Veer discerned the location of the forbidden ground of that nation, a place he beheld daily. It lay at the heart of the island, beneath the depths of the artificial volcano. Upon finishing his examination of the stone tablet before him, Vail lifted it. For the front was inscribed with text while the reverse bore a vast array of peculiar patterns. This intricate design served as the key to entering the forbidden realm. Such an opportunity was not one to be dismissed lightly. Vail felt an irresistible urge to explore, for to refrain would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. However, the presence of the rabbit posed a dilemma. Though Vail was unafraid of peril, he was reluctant to thrust his companion into danger. After conveying his thoughts to the rabbit, he was met with an unexpected display of anger. The rabbit stomped its feet in frustration, following a final exchange of gestures. Vail realized that it was futile to expect the rabbit to wait on the boat or the island. The rabbit's message was clear: it wished to accompany him. It seemed that, through their time together, the rabbit had come to regard Vail as a friend, and indeed, its only friend. With a sense of resignation, Veer found himself accompanied by the rabbit. Observing the creature's enthusiastic demeanor, he realized that refusing to go would only incite greater impatience in the rabbit, who seemingly shared a penchant for adventure. Upon arriving at the volcano, Veer searched for quite some time until he finally located the spot described by the inscription on the stone tablet. Veer did not directly activate the mechanism, for he was in dire need of rest. The stone tablet was exceedingly heavy, and even now, having grown immensely powerful beyond human limits, Veer found himself utterly fatigued. Veer finally comprehended why this historical artifact could endure the test of time. Its density surpassed that of ordinary items in the world. After resting for a while, Veer inserted the steel into the groove before him, yet after half a day, there was no response whatsoever. Veer felt somewhat bewildered. This script was not aligning with his expectations. After extracting the stone tablet for a closer inspection, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that he had inserted it incorrectly? He promptly reversed its orientation and placed it into the groove. No sooner had he inserted the stone tablet than a tremor surged beneath his feet. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps there was a chance of success. Curiosity swirled in his mind about what this forbidden place might reveal, as he awaited the emergence of a stone door or some secret passageway. However, after an extended period of anticipation, Veer discerned no such entrance. Instead, the vibrations beneath him intensified, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. He glanced at the rabbit, which met his gaze with an adorably naive grin, showcasing its prominent incisors. Just as Veer fervently hoped that his fears would not materialize, Murphy's Law came into play. A vast chasm suddenly materialized within several meters beneath Vail's feet, and before he could react, he plummeted into the yawning abyss that had just formed. In that fleeting moment of descent, Vail instinctively grasped the rabbit, preventing them from separating. As the seconds slipped by during their fall, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The darkness below was impenetrable, leaving him unaware of the depth they were descending into. Tentatively, he activated his electromagnetic force, and to his surprise, it responded, indicating that the walls of this cavernous void were likely composed of iron or contained a substantial amount of metal. As he was drawn toward the wall, the velocity of their descent gradually diminished until they came to a standstill. Glancing upwards, he sought the rabbit's counsel. The creature, unabashedly cheerful, pointed downwards and flashed a broad grin, revealing its large incisors. The rabbit's delight was palpable, yet it struck Vail as adorably foolish. Veer reduced his suction and gradually began to descend. After approximately a few minutes, he finally reached the bottom. Contrary to his expectations of discovering treasures or other wonders, he found himself surrounded by sharp metallic spikes, each extending a meter in length. Vail's countenance darkened momentarily, and he pondered silently to himself, could this be a trap? Yet, upon further reflection, he found this notion flawed. Who would expend such considerable effort to orchestrate a vast snare for someone they had never encountered? Subsequently, another possibility crossed his mind, albeit one that was somewhat humiliating, that his proficiency in ancient script was woefully inadequate, leading to misinterpretations of certain characters, thereby triggering a mechanism. In truth, this was indeed the case. Vail had erroneously translated sacred land as forbidden land. Furthermore, the orientation and positioning of the monument, along with the mechanism that needed to be activated upon its insertion, were relics of oral tradition from that ancient civilization, knowledge inaccessible to those not of its lineage. Should one err consecutively, it would activate defensive mechanisms. Despite finding himself ensnared, Vail felt little despondency. He surmised that the trap and the location of the forbidden land could not be far apart. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his twin blades, engaging thunder mode, and began to assault the iron walls surrounding him, excavating in search of the correct path. During his initial attempt, Vail labored tirelessly, making considerable progress. Yet he discerned that he was veering off course, for the iron had given way to soil. Resolutely, he abandoned this direction and embarked on explorations of alternative routes. Vail forged ahead, while the rabbit diligently cleared away the severed iron and soil behind him. Together, they embarked on an ardent excavation endeavor within this treacherous pit. Uncertain of how many attempts had transpired, Vail was on the verge of surrender when he suddenly discerned that the metallic layer ahead was becoming increasingly resistant to his efforts. Rather than dishearten him, this revelation ignited a spark of exhilaration within him, for he recognized that he had indeed found the correct path. After several moments of respite, Vail succeeded in cleaving through the stubborn metallic barrier. Through the crevice of the metal, a crimson radiance seeped through, a stark contrast to the illumination provided solely by Vail's lightning. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struck fiercely, sending the metallic layer flying. Before him lay an immense expanse, teeming with a labyrinth of steel pipes, and occasionally, colossal machinery could be glimpsed. As he stepped into this vast domain, Vail understood that this was, indeed, the forbidden ground as foretold by the inscription. Vail led the way, with the rabbit trailing closely behind. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Vail could provide a measure of protection to mitigate potential dangers. After exploring the vast expanse for a while, nothing particularly remarkable was discovered. However, a spacious passageway, the destination of which remained a mystery, caught their attention, and they ventured forth into it. Having come this far, turning back was not an option. They were determined to thoroughly explore the surroundings. If fortune did not favor them, they would simply have to accept it as a stroke of ill luck. After traversing the wide corridor for some time, two doors unexpectedly appeared before them. Veer gazed intently at the door before him, discerning that it was not fashioned from iron, but rather composed of a unique alloy he had never encountered before. Raising his eyes, he observed that above each of the two alloy doors was an intricate design. The first door was adorned with a depiction of a plant, beneath which lay an open book marked with a cross. The second door, in contrast, featured a fist intersecting with a sword. The symbolism was clear. The first door likely pertained to healing or medicinal knowledge, while Veer surmised that the second door was associated with strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to proceed through the second door. Veer began to ponder how he might gain entry through the door. After surveying his surroundings, he discovered an inscription in ancient script upon the wall. He then embarked on the arduous task of translation. After considerable time, he finally deciphered the following passage: "Humanity is inherently greedy. Is it a robust physique or unparalleled might? At times, one can only choose one. Upon pushing open the door, you shall receive one of these. My descendants do not covet all. For this is my final gift to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Veer pushed open the second door, which creaked slowly ajar. Behind the first door, a thunderous roar emanated, indicating that the passage within had collapsed. Paying no heed to the cacophony, Veer stepped into the second door, adorned with a motif of crossed fists and swords. Upon entering, he traversed the corridor only a short distance before reaching its terminus. At the end lay a sealed chamber, devoid of any furnishings, save for the two grand inscriptions intricately carved into the walls. Veer looked up, his expression transforming into one of bewilderment. The text before him was not written in ancient script, but rather in the contemporary language of this era. Veer gazed at the initial passage, his face illuminated with sheer delight. This text, though brief, was divided into 3 segments. The first segment detailed the awakening and cultivation methods of the armament hockey. As we're continued to read, upon finishing the entire piece, his first impulse was to incinerate the notebook containing the records of armament hockey. In comparison to the practice method depicted on the wall, the efficiency of awakening and the strength of the armament hockey achieved thereafter were simply incomparable. Although this passage was succinct, it was easily comprehensible and provided a remarkably thorough exposition of the methods conducive to awakening the armament hockey. After a thorough reading, Vail had essentially memorized the content and continued to gaze downward. Indeed, below lay the methodologies for awakening and training the observation hockey. This passage not only elaborated on the ease with which one could awaken the observation hockey, but also elucidated the growth and individual variances associated with it. Unlike the armament hockey, the observation hockey favors some individuals by nature, while others may possess only mediocre talent. A balanced opinion was presented. Those inherently skilled in observation hockey should devote themselves wholeheartedly to its training, as reaching a certain level would yield transformative results. Conversely, for those lacking in aptitude, it is advisable not to force the issue. The energy and time spent could be far better invested in cultivating armament hockey. The disparities in innate talents can indeed evoke a sense of despair. After absorbing the insights on observation hockey, Vail felt a wave of admiration for the senior who could articulate such profound thoughts. Undoubtedly a formidable warrior. The third section, albeit the briefest, was indeed an introduction to the conqueror's hockey. However, it lacked methods for awakening and training, focusing instead on techniques for mastering control after awakening the conqueror's hockey. Upon completing the first passage, Vail felt he had truly gained something invaluable, and he then turned his attention to the second passage. Upon reading it, Vail was momentarily stunned, for this text held a value potentially surpassing that of a natural type fruit. This lengthy and fragmented passage required considerable time to ponder and comprehend. It contained the reflections and insights of a legendary swordsman from a bygone era regarding his lifelong pursuit of swordsmanship. While it did not document specific techniques, the understanding and insights of a swordsman are, to Vail, priceless, as they are of utmost importance. As for techniques, Vail had never believed they could be universally learned, as each swordsman's style is uniquely developed based on their physique and abilities. Deer merely read a brief passage before ceasing his perusal and hastily sprinting back to the ship. He retrieved pen and paper and then dashed once more toward the forbidden zone. Remarkably, Veer accomplished this round trip in under 2 minutes, underscoring his urgency. He meticulously transcribed the inscriptions on the wall into a beautifully crafted journal, ensuring not a single word was overlooked. Once he completed the transcription, Veer did not rush to examine it. Instead, he continued to scrutinize the room. After an extensive search, he found no clues and decided to linger no longer in this enigmatic realm, returning to the surface with the rabbit in tow. Weir's expedition into the Forbidden Realm was fraught with minimal peril, yet yielded substantial rewards, which explains the fascination many have with unearthing ancient relics. Typically, relics or treasures are not as intricately booby-trapped as were initially presumed. If the intent were to bequeath something to future generations, why would one create traps? At most, they might be concealed, relying on serendipity. However, Weir's approach this time was devoid of such fortuitousness. It was marked by sheer forceful dismantling. Although he amassed a significant bounty, numerous questions lingered, particularly regarding the advanced technology of this ancient civilization. While he vaguely surmised it might be related to volcanic phenomena, certain aspects remained elusive. Moreover, the final 2 passages were inscribed in contemporary universal script, in stark contrast to the ancient writings encountered throughout the journey. This anomaly hinted at something unusual. Could it be that ancient script was not merely a form of writing, but rather a cipher? Weir had harbored suspicions previously. For the ancient characters were entirely distinct from modern text. They required interpretation, not mere comprehension, unless one possessed exceptional expertise. In contrast, modern script conveys its meaning directly and effortlessly. Unable to find a clue, Veer decided to set aside trivial matters and began to delve into the newly acquired method of awakening armament hockey. This newfound technique proved to be far more reliable than previous methods, although it still required the experience of battle to truly grasp its essence. This training approach provided a clear explanation of what armament hockey truly entailed. Veer merely needed to sit down and attentively absorb the knowledge, awaiting the moment of understanding before engaging in combat or practical application. Weir returned to the ship, seated himself cross-legged on the deck, and closed his eyes in search of that elusive sensation. Though it proved to be quite challenging, he discovered that it was not insurmountable. It merely required a measure of time. Shortly after Weir settled into his position, He felt an odd sensation upon his face, as if something were prodding him. Could this be the feeling he sought? A surge of excitement coursed through him, although he had anticipated a significant increase in efficiency. He had not expected to experience this sensation so swiftly. However, just as his joy began to blossom, the feeling of being poked vanished, leaving Weir in a state of discontent. Almost immediately, the peculiar sensation returned, and as Weir seized the opportunity to delve deeper into this strange sensory experience and its connection to the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, he suddenly felt a sharp kick to his abdomen. Upon opening his eyes, Wall was nearly rendered breathless by the scene before him. It turned out that the sensation of being poked in the face had nothing to do with the color of armed Haki. Rather, it was a hungry rabbit seeking to rouse Wall for a culinary endeavor. The rabbit, accustomed to awakening Wall with such nudges each morning, had persistently prodded him this time. When Wall remained unresponsive after a considerable duration, the rabbit resorted to delivering a gentle kick. Lately, the rabbit had grown weary of merely consuming ingredients and longed for Wall to prepare a refreshing salad of vegetables and fruits. Although Wall had a strong desire to lash out at the rabbit, he was dissuaded by its eager, pleading gaze. Reflecting on the notion that the rabbit might be the closest companion he had in this world, he refrained from acting on his impulse. Instead, he offered it a dismissive gesture and proceeded to the dining area to prepare a salad of fresh vegetables and fruits for the rabbit, while also indulging himself. In addition to salads, Wall possessed the culinary skills to create a variety of dishes. However, due to the rabbit's aversion to meat and Wall's carnivorous nature, his repertoire was significantly limited. 2 years later, in a remote maritime region of the Grand Line, there lay an uninhabited island. This island was peculiar, characterized by a towering chimney at its center, and an eerie stillness pervaded the surroundings, seemingly devoid of any signs of life. At the heart of the island, an unusual scene unfolded. A large rabbit wielded a wooden stick, vigorously attempting to strike at a human figure. Curiously, no matter how fervently the rabbit swung, it could not land a blow on the human before it, instead becoming drenched in sweat from the exertion. Indeed, the individual in question was Weil, who had been honing his skills on this deserted island for 2 years. If his previous training had established a foundation, this moment signified the reaping of rewards. Through a novel method of mastering Haki, Weil had become proficient in the use of Busashoka Haki. In contests of Busashoka Haki, he felt confident against all but the most formidable practitioners, such as Karp or Zephyr. As for Kinbunshika Haki, it was evident that Weil lacked the innate talent. Despite considerable effort, he ultimately had to concede that the demands of mastery in this area were exceptionally high. While he found the basics manageable, true expertise remained elusive. Concerning the Conqueror's Haki, Weil had never even contemplated it, as he recognized that his greatest strength lay in self-awareness. Nevertheless, these revelations were not the pinnacle of Weil's achievements. Vail faintly recalls that one evening, after dinner, he engaged in conversation with the rabbit for a while before retrieving his hand-copied notes on swordsmanship to study. This had become a habitual practice for him. Shortly after he began to peruse the notes, he seemed to grasp a fleeting inspiration, akin to the clarity he experienced while slicing through iron, yet it remained somewhat nebulous. Weir understood that this was a sign of his advancement in swordsmanship after a prolonged battle, reminiscent of his previous feat of slicing through iron. Not everyone experiences breakthroughs in combat. Weir was the type who diligently honed his skills and accumulated experience through fighting. The notion of achieving a breakthrough during battle was, for him, purely legendary. Just when Weir was uncertain if he had indeed taken that step, he suddenly felt capable of accomplishing feats that had once seemed insurmountable. It was akin to having previously been able to leap only 1 meter, yet awakening one day with the sensation that he could now soar 10 meters, without any extraordinary premonition. Upon entering the storage room, Weir retrieved a hefty piece of alloy that had eluded his blade before. Drawing his twin swords, he struck down with one, and with a resounding crack, the alloy was neatly severed in two. Ha ha ha, at last. I have reached the 4th stage of a swordsman, capable of cleaving through rarer materials harder than iron. Master, did you witness this? Your disciple has become a great swordsman. While I may not yet be the world's foremost, I can undoubtedly be deemed a swordsman of great repute. Just wait, Master. I shall make the world aware that your disciple is a formidable swordsman, and this great swordsman's master is named Long Liang. Weir vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt that day. His mentor had once proclaimed that upon entering the 4th stage, one could be regarded as a great swordsman, whereas the 5th stage was a rare attainment. Even among the legendary swordsmen of history, the current eagle, I had yet to reach it. If entering the realm of iron cutting marked one as a renowned swordsman, Then achieving the fourth stage signified one as a true master. Let the rabbit cease its assault. With a swift motion, Veer unsheathed his sword with one hand, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that soared into the distance, severing numerous trees and rocks before vanishing from sight. Indeed, Veer had mastered the art of sword energy. He recognized his capability to conjure it upon reaching the fourth stage of his training. After attaining this skill, he discovered that each individual's sword energy possessed its unique characteristics. While he was unaware of others' sword energy, his own exhibited two distinct traits. First, its incredible swiftness, traveling at an astonishing speed. It could cleave through foes who were even slightly sluggish in their reaction, unlike the leisurely sword energy he had observed from Zoro in the past. Second, it demonstrated formidable cutting power. Thus far, Veer had yet to encounter anything on this island capable of withstanding his sword energy. If his overall strength before arriving on the island could be likened to that of a rear admiral, he now undoubtedly ranked among the elite of vice admirals. Moreover, due to his speed-oriented fighting style and his lightning abilities, which significantly bolstered his offensive prowess, while defeating an admiral was entirely out of reach. It would not be a simple task for an admiral to vanquish him. However, individuals like Whitebeard and Garp were exceptions, as Veer felt that if he were to encounter Whitebeard now, he might manage to withstand a dozen blows at best. Furthermore, with the acquisition of formidable Busashoka Haki, Veer developed a particular technique. This maneuver was not a sword technique but bore resemblance to a kicking technique. The similarity lay solely in the use of the leg, as the two techniques had little else in common. The inspiration for this technique stemmed from an anime character Veer greatly admired in his previous life, Railgun. Initially, upon discovering his lightning abilities, he thought of Railgun's techniques, yet the harsh reality reminded him that attempting to employ any of her moves would surely lead to his demise, as his lightning intensity paled in comparison to hers. However, through repeated growth, Veer realized he could replicate some of Railgun's techniques, only to face yet another setback, as their potency proved lackluster. It was only after obtaining Haki that Veer recalled Railgun's renowned signature move, the electromagnetic cannon. Yet, this technique had significant drawbacks. Its execution was slow and required specific props. While it might have been formidable in Railgun's world, in the realm of pirates, the time taken to toss a coin would undoubtedly leave one vulnerable to numerous assaults. Thus, Veer sought to enhance this move. Drawing inspiration from the principles of the electromagnetic cannon, he enveloped his entire torso below the chest with Busashoka Haki, replacing the coin with his right leg, and then executed a kick at a speed that even he could hardly perceive. Upon his first execution, his entire lower leg transformed into a vibrant orange hue, and his inaugural target was the island's central artificial volcano. That unsuspecting volcano seemed to have borne the brunt of Veer's antics, previously erupting with punctuality every 3 days. It now erupted at least once every fortnight, with increasingly diminished lava flow. Veer often wondered if his kick had somehow damaged the volcano. Alongside the volcano, the once menacing metallic pit had vanished, likely due to a collapse. However, Veer was already aware of what lay within and held little interest in the other door's contents. Thus he paid it no mind. The advantages of this technique included rapid execution and tremendous offensive power, yet its drawbacks were substantial physical strain. Without the protective Busashoka Haki, success would be nearly impossible, and even if successful, Veer's right leg would likely be launched several kilometers away. In summary, this round of training had genuinely equipped Veer for his maritime adventures. He was no longer the Veer who had once been cornered at the docks by a rabble, nearly meeting a grim fate. Having surpassed his initial expectations and significantly enhanced his strength, Veer had no intention of continuing his training on the island. As for the platypuses that had nearly taken his life previously, he did not seek them out deliberately. Should he encounter them by chance, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. But he had no intention of pursuing their complete annihilation. Although Veer is a ruthless killer, there exists an unwavering principle. He will only act in response to provocation. If unprovoked, he typically refrains from taking lives. However, should someone incite his wrath, he will not suffer in silence, but rather allow them to witness the terrors of hell. He is no longer a mere assassin, no longer seeking to eliminate strangers. Upon boarding the ship, Veer found himself in a quandary, preoccupied with a singular dilemma, whether or not to take Rabbit to sea. Rabbit, with its gluttonous demeanor, undoubtedly yearned to accompany him, eager to escape the desolate island. Yet, the prospect of bringing Rabbit along posed significant risks. The adversaries Veer would soon encounter would be formidable, and despite Rabbit's newfound strength, its combat prowess remained lackluster. Even 2 years prior, if armed with a sword, Rabbit would scarcely survive a minute. Thus, Veer grappled with his predicament until an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to summon Rabbit forthwith. Will did not resort to sign language this time. Over the course of more than 2 years, he had taught the rabbit the language of humans, and the rabbit not only comprehended but could also write. Consequently, it always carried a small bag on its back. This bag typically contained a pen, a notebook, an assortment of carrots, and at the very bottom, a few precious rubies for the rabbit. In addition to its fondness for food, harbored a keen interest in collecting rubies. Most of the rubies aboard Will's ship were, in fact, nestled within its bag. Rabbit, I am about to set sail for distant lands. Will you accompany me? Even though Will already knew the answer, he still posed the question to the rabbit. Of course. We are friends, the rabbit replied, pulling out its notebook to scribble a note, which it then tore out and presented to Will, showcasing the words inscribed upon it. Yes, I anticipated you would join me on this journey. However, embarking on this voyage poses great danger for you at this moment. Therefore, I plan to offer you a devil fruit of the paramecia type, although I am unaware of its powers. Consuming it may render you unable to swim, cursed by the sea, and fearful of sea stone. What do you think? Would you like to partake? Will's proposed solution was to have the rabbit consume that fruit. Should the fruit grant beneficial abilities, the rabbit would possess the means to protect itself, thus accompanying him on adventures. Conversely, if the powers were unfavorable, he would take the rabbit to a bountiful island and entrust its care to others. To Will, the rabbit's life was of paramount importance. He would not, unlike Luffy, naively trust in companions, for he was not the protagonist of a pirate tale, nor the grandson of Garp, the son of Dragon, or one who bore the initial D in his name. Vail occasionally finds himself pondering the fierce confrontation between Doflamingo and Luffy in Dressrosa. Did Doflamingo truly possess the audacity to take Luffy's life? Upon deeper reflection, the notion of slaying Luffy is indeed a rather chilling prospect. The prowess of his grandfather, Garp, is noteworthy. The title of Hero of the Navy is not bestowed without merit. Within the ranks of the Navy, he commands unparalleled respect, and rallying a multitude of vice admirals to avenge his grandson would be a task of astonishing ease. As for Luffy's father, he is undeniably a figure far more formidable than Garp, capable of standing against the world government and engaging in battles of great renown. If he were to confront Doflamingo, would the latter truly stand a chance of survival? Even Kaido might not be able to shield Doflamingo from harm. Carrying the rabbit into the bedroom, Vail retrieved a superhuman fruit and placed it before the rabbit. The creature seemed indifferent to Vail's previous musings, instead inquiring with a note, "Is it delicious?" With unabashed candor, Veer exclaimed that it was utterly delicious, then gazed at the rabbit with eager anticipation, curious to see how this gluttonous creature would react after consuming the vile devil fruit, which tasted as repugnant as excrement. We will never have the chance to try it in this lifetime, so we can only observe the rabbit's reaction. The rabbit genuinely believed in Weir, revealing its 2 large incisors, which it brushes every morning, and began to laugh, its teeth almost gleaming with brilliance from its diligent care. Remarkably, the rabbit stuffed the entire devil fruit into its mouth and began to chew slowly, seemingly eager to savor its flavor. Upon realizing the dire situation, Veer understood that if the rabbit were to savor the taste, it would undoubtedly regurgitate it. Therefore, as soon as he noticed a purplish hue appearing on the rabbit's face, he swiftly covered its mouth, compelling it to swallow. The rabbit, nearly fainting from the horrid taste, was forced to endure this exceedingly unpalatable fruit, which was delightful in every aspect except for its presence in its mouth. Upon releasing the rabbit, which had ingested the devil fruit, Veer discovered that it was on the verge of losing consciousness. It was no wonder, after 2 years of indulgence aboard Veer's ship, where delectable food and drink were abundant, and occasional excursions to nearby islands for a light-hearted harvest were enjoyed. The sudden introduction of such an atrocious morsel was truly catastrophic for its refined palate. Just as Veer was about to inquire about any changes the rabbit might be experiencing, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. The rabbit's body was enveloped in a dark crimson exoskeleton, emitting a series of crackling sounds, and it writhed in agony as if something within were desperate to break free. With a resounding crack, the exoskeleton was entirely ruptured and shed, revealing that the force behind this transformation was not another entity but rather the rabbit's own fur. Logically, a rabbit that had evolved to possess an exoskeleton should not have fur, nor even skin for that matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, this devil fruit had altered the rabbit's anatomical structure, discarding its exoskeleton in favor of a coat of pale yellow fur. The fur was somewhat long, yet it exhibited an impressive sheen and texture, transforming the previously silly and endearing creature into an undeniably adorable being. Fortunately, Veer was a man. Had a woman been present, she would have undoubtedly rushed to embrace the rabbit, exclaiming how kawaii it was. The rabbit, now upright, surveyed its furry form without displaying any panic. Instead, it examined itself from various angles, even gazing into a mirror, appearing utterly enamored with its new appearance. It seemed that, with its exceptional intelligence, the rabbit recognized just how unsightly its former exoskeleton had been. Enough with the vanity. What abilities do you possess? Reveal them to me, Veer thought, eager to discern the rabbit's newfound powers. Although the rabbit had become considerably more adorable, the reduction in perceived threat should not lead to complacency. If faced with a formidable adversary, the prospect of being attacked, or even consumed, could not be dismissed. The rabbit, refusing to write down its abilities, glared at Veer in indignation, as if accusing him of deceit regarding the appalling taste of that fruit. After a moment of sulking, the rabbit unleashed its newfound power. Indeed, its ability stemmed from its coat of fur, a superhuman type, the furry fruit. Veer gazed at the rabbit's abilities, and, to be candid, they were neither particularly formidable nor utterly weak. However, with proper development, its defensive and evasive capabilities could indeed prove to be quite commendable. Veer had already conceived one method of escape, utilizing a technique akin to Don Quixote Doflamingo's Sky Road. While Doflamingo employed lines to ensnare the clouds above, Veer intended for the rabbit to utilize its fur to propel itself directly. Thus, the rabbit's devil fruit was rather promising. Inspired by the string fruit, its development seemed feasible, especially since Doflamingo had nearly perfected his own fruit's capabilities. If such a seemingly inferior fruit could be transformed into something so extraordinary by Doflamingo, Veer was confident that, with his assistance, the rabbit could achieve commendable results as well. He did not seek immense power. Mere self-preservation would suffice. Consequently, Veer patted the disheartened rabbit and set sail once more. The ship navigated the seas, and this time, Veer was not alone. Initially, he had no intention of embarking on adventures with others, yet the rabbit was different. At first, Veer regarded the rabbit merely as a savior. But after 2 years of companionship and the rabbit's dependence on him, they had developed a familial bond. Indeed, in Veer's heart, the rabbit was neither a pet nor anything else, it was family. Having suffered the loss of family once before, Veer was resolute in ensuring that such a tragedy would never occur again. Previously, the rabbit had expressed a desire for Veer to bestow a name upon it, but he had declined. In his view, the rabbit should seek its own name, rather than being arbitrarily labeled as one would a mere pet. As for the rabbit's fruit ability, through experimentation, Veer discovered that the fur generated by the fur fruit possessed considerable strength, without utilizing Haki or his lightning mode. It was not easily escaped. However, it was not without its flaws. While it lacked the sharpness of the string fruit, it exhibited greater resilience. Thus, the rabbit was presently dedicating itself to the development of its Sky Road ability while simultaneously inventing a new technique. It enveloped itself in a mass of fur and swiftly crafted numerous tendrils from the fur, allowing it to sprint rapidly across the ground. Upon witnessing the rabbit's peculiar maneuvers, Veer found himself at a loss for words, pondering the extent of its fear of death. It had already mastered an aerial escape technique, and now it had acquired the ability to flee on land as well. Nevertheless, Veer felt a newfound sense of assurance in taking the rabbit on adventures. For with its current evasion skills, few pirates in the first half of the Grand Line could pose a threat to it. Sailing together was far more delightful than being alone. Veer had attempted on numerous occasions to coax the rabbit into sharing a drink, but after a single experience, the rabbit resolutely refused to indulge again, often displaying a look of disdain whenever Veer partook. Although his attempts at persuading the rabbit to drink had been futile, it surprisingly began to consume meat. This transformation occurred during one lunch, when the tantalizing aroma of the meat proved irresistible, leading the rabbit to take a few bites, after which it became insatiable. It was perplexing how a herbivore could digest meat without any apparent adverse effects, yet its waistline had evidently expanded recently. While Veer was idly teaching the rabbit combat techniques on the deck, he suddenly spotted a large warship approaching in the distance. Veer has ventured out to sea for a while now, yet this is the first time encountering a naval vessel. As for the specific department to which it belongs, that remains unknown. Initially, I presumed it was merely a coincidence. However, to my astonishment, the approaching warship had a signalman who began issuing commands. The vessel ahead. Please cease navigation immediately. and submit to a naval inspection. Failure to comply will result in the use of force. This was the first time Weir felt the formidable and domineering presence of the Navy upon the seas. Indeed, those who genuinely harbor compassion and justice within the Navy are few and far between. Who is Vail? He commenced his life as an assassin at the tender age of 13, unaware of the countless souls he had claimed. The twin swords at his waist have recently imparted an odd sensation, a stark contrast to the familiarity he once felt. Ignoring the warship before him, he continues his journey onward. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, a naval soldier, upon witnessing the unfolding events, hastens to report to the officer behind him. The ship's commanding officer, a brooding man clad in a helmet and dangling a cigarette, inquires, "Shall we not halt?" And with no flag flying, it appears these are pirates just setting sail. We must sink them. At the command of the grim officer, the warship readies itself for bombardment. As Vail observed the warship before him, he chose to disregard its provocations. However, upon turning away, he sensed an ominous presence. A cannonball was hurtling towards him. Drawing his twin swords, he swiftly unleashed several arcs of azure sword energy, cleaving the airborne projectile in twain, which subsequently plummeted into the sea and detonated. "I seek no conflict with you, yet you dare to provoke me. Today, I shall witness the true extent of the Navy's prowess," he declared. With that, Vail began to gather energy beneath him. In an almost instantaneous surge, he leapt high into the air, propelling himself towards the warship with remarkable speed. This was a technique he had developed through electromagnetic acceleration, akin to the Navy's shave, yet significantly swifter. Due to his prolonged operation of Thunderstrike, Vail possesses an almost inhuman neural reflex speed. While others may find themselves unable to react due to the overwhelming velocity of electromagnetic acceleration, Vail is distinctly different. He effortlessly masters such speeds. Furthermore, upon activating lightning mode, his velocity increases even further. Weir named this technique Flash. Upon arriving at the warship using Flash, Weir sought to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to initiate cannon fire without halting the vessel. Today, even if it were Admiral Akainu himself, Weir was determined to engage in battle. However, instead of encountering Akainu, he came face to face with a notable figure from the original narrative. Adorned with a helmet and puffing on a cigar, was this not the infamous Vice Admiral Don Quixote Rocinante from the original tale? For the first time, Vail encountered such a formidable adversary, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He chuckled to himself, amused by the sheer fortune of facing General Phantom Spider, who had inexplicably targeted him for bombardment. Today, it seemed, would be his last. Vail gazed at the Phantom Spider before him, exhilarated yet somewhat deranged. Ah, the seas are truly teeming with all manner of individuals. Who knew where this little pirate had emerged from, daring to converse with him in such a manner? Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity. Did they wish for him to perish here? Nay, it shall be they who meet their demise. The Phantom Spider scrutinized the diminutive figure before him, perceiving no significant threat. If this individual were a pirate, they must be of the most inconsequential sort, lacking even a bounty. While he sensed a hint of speed in his opponent, it was of little consequence in his eyes. Under his chaotic assault, swiftness would prove futile. Weir felt an unexpected sense of being underestimated, which provoked a sardonic laugh from him. Drawing his dual swords and activating thunder mode, his demeanor transformed entirely. If Weir had previously exuded an air of languid harmlessness, he now resembled a fearsome Azura, enveloped in a swirling mist of crimson, instilling dread in those who beheld him. Moments ago, the ghost spider had regarded Weir with a degree of disdain. But upon witnessing his transition into combat mode, all previous judgments were swiftly dismissed, despite being just under 1.8 meters tall. The presence he commanded was nothing short of oppressive. The ghost spider's gaze was fixed intently upon this individual, although he himself was no stranger to brutality. He felt utterly dwarfed by the sheer aura that surrounded Weir, a testament to the countless lives extinguished to forge such formidable might. Vail ceased to engage in futile dialogue with the ghost spider, propelling himself with great speed directly before his adversary. His twin blades, adorned with a dark hue and shimmering with faint azure lightning, struck fiercely against the 8 blades enveloped in a menacing aura wielded by the ghost spider. Upon the clash of their attacks, a resounding boom echoed from the battleship, which subsequently sank significantly beneath the water's surface. After their initial exchange, Vail refrained from unleashing his secret sword techniques or electromagnetic cannon. Instead, he opted to engage in a duel of swordsmanship with the ghost spider. As the combat unfolded, Vail discerned that his opponent was not a consummate swordsman, for the ghost spider's swordplay was rather mediocre. With regard to the 6 appendages behind him, Vail remained uncertain whether they stemmed from a devil fruit ability or were a manifestation of life return control, as both possibilities were plausible. The ghost spider before him did not excel in any singular aspect, rather, akin to Vail. He left a profound impression of his swordsmanship on those who had crossed blades with him. The ghost spider's defining trait lay in his versatility, whether in the 6 styles: hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, haki, or even the use of firearms. He was neither exceptional nor weak. If one were to encapsulate the essence of the ghost spider in a single term, it would be well-rounded. As Vail severed one of the ghost spider's swords with a death strike, the latter grasped the gravity of his situation. If he did not muster the courage to fight with all his might, he would surely perish in another bout with Vail. Especially as he bore several deep wounds already, a testament to Vail's astonishing speed. This velocity evoked memories of a certain individual, Kazara, while Kazara's linear speed was unparalleled. The formidable opponent before him demonstrated remarkable reflexes. The ghostly silhouette and the seemingly despair-inducing speed of his slashes, coupled with the occasional strike landing upon his leg, which was enveloped in armed haki, were extraordinarily swift. Just as the ghost spider felt he was on the verge of collapse, Vail broke the silence. "Your combat style is impressively comprehensive," he remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "While it may serve you well against others, my speed and cutting power are your undoing. I shall grant you the opportunity to unleash your utmost prowess and attempt to slay me. Do not disappoint me, after all. You are a vice admiral of the Navy." With that, Vail regarded the ghost spider with eager anticipation, for he harbored a sense of disappointment regarding this vice admiral's capabilities. "I never imagined that someone as formidable as you could remain so obscure and yet so young," he continued. The ghost spider, panting momentarily, responded, "Youthful though I may be, I have taken countless lives and am a veritable madman in battle. Individuals like you are born enemies of the Navy. Today, I shall use my sense of justice to bring your end, even at the cost of my own life." With those words, the ghost spider crossed all of his swords before him and bellowed, "Hell stab!" Where beheld the swiftly approaching ghostly spider, discerning the immense power coiling around its blade. A force not to be underestimated. Thus, he boldly engaged in confrontation. Secret sword, swallow return. Veer enveloped his sword with an abundance of formidable energy. Executing the technique, swallows return for the first time under the influence of this power. Before the 2 strikes could collide aboard the warship, the surging sword energy threatened to cleave the vessel asunder, causing it to emit a cacophony of creaks and groans, while the naval soldiers on board erupted in terrified cries. Just as Swallow's return was about to clash with the sword of the Phantom Spider, Veer sensed an anomaly. Before the Phantom Spider lay only 6 blades. Although one had been severed by Veer moments earlier, there should have been 7 in total. Just as Veer began to grasp the situation, the Phantom Spider offered a chilling smile, revealing a blade that had been concealed behind him all along. As the 2 strikes met, this hidden blade lunged menacingly towards Veer's face. Vail strained to raise his twin swords in a feeble attempt to block. Fortunately, the yin return technique was an outwardly projecting sword skill, otherwise he would have had no chance to defend himself. However, Vail had just executed the most extreme form of yin return, unleashing 4 swift strikes in an instant. Although he was not as unsteady as before, fatigue had set in, and he could no longer maintain the overwhelming aura of his sword. The ghost spider, being a seasoned mid-ranking general, was far more formidable than Vail had anticipated. Consequently, Vail paid a heavy price for his romantic rival. As the ghost spider's blade clashed against Vail's twin swords, the weapon imbued with formidable haki effortlessly shattered Vail's blades. Yet, this was not the gravest of situations. The ghost spider's blade continued its relentless trajectory, now aimed at Vail's throat. And it seemed inevitable that Vail would soon be drenched in his own blood. Vail was compelled to employ a technique he had always been reluctant to use. For it was the most taxing of all his skills, not in terms of physical exertion, but rather in the realm of mental strain. Just as the blade of the ghostly spider was poised to sever Vail's neck, Weir's eyes transformed into a pale blue hue, initiating the lightning mode at its utmost intensity. In the gaze of the ghost spider, the figure before him suddenly possessed eyes of a delicate azure, emanating a cascade of silver-blue electricity. The blade he wielded, aimed to vanquish his opponent, was astonishingly evaded by this being with an inhuman swiftness, merely severing a few strands of hair. The speed of that evasion was etched into the ghost spider's memory, appearing to him as a blur, with Weir seemingly trailing a blue afterimage as he deftly dodged the strike. Though Weir had narrowly escaped, he was not unscathed. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The principle behind this maneuver was straightforward. It involved applying lightning mode to his brain. In that fleeting moment, the speed of his neural firing reached a threshold he could barely withstand. This extraordinary reaction time was sufficient for him to evade attacks at the speed of light, let alone those of the ghost spider. However, employing such a technique came at a cost, as he would endure a severe headache for quite some time afterwards. We're aptly named this tactic overclocking. We remained indifferent to the prospect of life and death in battle, for it is an inevitable truth that one side must falter. No one can triumph eternally. Yet, at this moment, a profound ache gripped his heart as he beheld the shattered remnants of his dual swords. It felt as though his very heart had been crushed. Rather than directing his ire towards the ghostly spider, he found himself lamenting his own carelessness, questioning why he had been so heedless as to allow these twin blades, companions of his growth, to be severed due to the absence of armed hockey for their protection. In truth, Weir had long sensed that his swords were beginning to lag behind his burgeoning strength, yet he could not bear to part with them. These blades bore witness to his transformation from frailty to might, having accompanied him in vanquishing formidable foes one after another. Weir gazed up at the ghost spider. As the Vice Admiral unleashed his ultimate move, he simultaneously launched a sneak attack, delivering a swift blow that left Weir drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. Engaging his lightning mode, he charged towards the ghost spider, and just as the latter prepared to retaliate, Weir unleashed his own formidable technique, the electromagnetic cannon. His shins, enveloped in a radiant orange glow, struck the upper body of the weary Vice Admiral, who was unable to defend himself with his hockey. The impact shattered him into fragments. The scattered flesh and blood, propelled by an immense kinetic force, rained down upon the naval soldiers behind him, transforming them into a grotesque spectacle reminiscent of a shotgun blast. The electromagnetic cannon revealed its ferocity for the first time in the pirate world, an ominous feat indeed, especially considering its wielder's notorious ruthlessness. After vanquishing the ghost spider, Weir turned his attention to the other Navy personnel. At that moment, the sailors on the warship had retreated a safe distance, some trembling with fear. It was not due to a lack of elite training, but rather the shattering of their faith, as the once deemed invincible Vice Admiral lay in ruin before them. The reality of their situation was overwhelming, compounded by the unpopularity of the ghost spider. Disregarding the terrified sailors aboard the ship, Weir picked up 2 sword tips from the deck and leaped back onto his vessel. Upon his return, the rabbit observed Weir's apparent despondency and refrained from speaking, instead offering him a bottle of wine. Looking at the drink before him, Weir smiled at the rabbit and took a sip, feeling his spirits lift slightly. Veer entered the bedroom and retrieved a transponder snail, lifting the receiver to his ear, where a series of bubbling sounds emanated. After a brief moment, the line clicked, and a man's voice emerged. "Moshi Moshi, this is Ferdinand." Once connected to Ferdinand, Veer fell into silence for a moment, contemplating, before continuing, "Ferdinand, this is Veer. I wish to inquire about some intelligence." Veer took a sip from the bottle, his mood still less than favorable. "Oh, it's Veer. What's up? Is there some intelligence you lack?" "I must admit, this piques my curiosity," Ferdinand responded, his tone tinged with surprise at Veer seeking information from him. After all, Veer was known to possess numerous secrets, such as the fact that Don Quixote da Flamingo was a celestial dragon, a revelation that had astonished Ferdinand when Veer had mentioned it during their previous conversation. As only a select few were aware of such matters. "My sword is shattered. I wish to know where I might find a skilled blacksmith." Veer disregarded Ferdinand's astonishment and asked directly, "Ah, that matter. Not far from Tutu Island, on Anista Island, there are many master smiths," Ferdinand replied casually, almost dismissively, as though Veer's inquiry held little weight in his mind. "Do you wish for death?" "I am referring to the kind of blacksmith capable of forging renowned blades. It seems you have grown too comfortable on Tutu Island. Do not presume that your former status as a celestial dragon renders you invulnerable. Do not attempt to brush off the auction incident as unrelated to you. Do you think I am some trifling assassin easily deceived?" Veer's tone suddenly turned icy, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the transponder snail before him. On the other end, Ferdinand fell into silence for a moment before responding. "Veer, are you threatening me? Do you truly believe that with Katerina by my side, you can eliminate me? You are rather presumptuous. If you wish to kill me, then come and try. Let us see whether you perish or I do." Ferdinand's tone had grown equally frosty, seemingly unfazed by Veer's threat. "Hee. Do you genuinely think I remain the same insignificant assassin from 2 years ago?" The strong look forward while the weak cling to their past. "Ferdinand, are you a strong man or a weak one?" Veer retorted. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I just dispatched the ghost spider. Yes, the one from the Navy. If you believe Katerina can thwart my intentions to eliminate you, then rest easy on Tutu Island and await my arrival." With that, Veer chose not to indulge Ferdinand any further. From the outset, Veer had recognized the unreliability of this merchant of small trades, but he had not anticipated the extent of his unreliability. It appeared that the passage of 2 years had led Ferdinand to underestimate the threat Veer posed. Just as Veer contemplated altering his course to return to Tutu Island to deal with Ferdinand, the transponder snail rang once more. In Wile's bedroom, there are several telephone bucks, though a few have ceased to ring, remaining solely as mementos. The rabbit often tends to them, as if it can communicate with these relics. Weir glanced at several phone bucks, particularly Ferdinand's, and a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that this petty merchant had succumbed to fear. With a decisive click, he answered the call, and Ferdinand's voice came through. "You truly have slain the phantom spider. I never anticipated your strength after 2 years apart. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding the swordsmith." Ferdinand appeared to have entirely forgotten his earlier displeasure and engaged Weir in a warm, animated conversation. Ferdinand's eyes twitched a few times. He had encountered shamelessness before, but the ease with which it was displayed was indeed a rarity. Merely based on this ability to shift with the winds, Ferdinand could undoubtedly be regarded as a true scoundrel. From the moment Wile became acquainted with this individual, he recognized that this was someone who would offer benefits when one was strong, yet would be the first to betray when weakness emerged. Ha ha ha. Let us not dwell on the matter of the swordsmith. I am currently sailing towards Tutu Island, and in approximately 10 days. We shall meet, old friend. I am quite eager to dissect your thoughts and those of your sister, Katerina. I do not intend to take her life, for I have conceived a rather splendid idea. How about selling her into slavery to the celestial dragons? I believe the lampshades of Mariehua would find great interest in her. Given that she was once a celestial dragon herself, would she not, my friend? The more Wile spoke, the more exhilarated he became. In the end, the neurotic grin that once graced Wile's face while drinking atop a mountain of corpses at the port re-emerged on the phone bug before Ferdinand. A sense of dread enveloped Ferdinand. He now lamented his earlier misjudgment. For 2 years, the other had failed to make a name for himself upon the seas, leading Ferdinand to erroneously conclude that Wile was not formidable. Meanwhile, Katerina had made significant strides. Thus, his overconfidence had led him to underestimate Wile profoundly from the very beginning. Veer declared his intention to kill him and sell Katerina to that hell, and Ferdinand believed him entirely, for once this man commenced battle, he transformed into a complete lunatic. Ferdinand harbored no fear of death, for on the day he was cast out of Mary Geos by his own father, his heart had already perished. What remained was a despicable, shameless creature, driven solely by self-interest. The once cheerful little boy had been devoured by the abyss. Yet, he would never permit harm to befall his sister, especially not being sold to Mary Geos. While others might be oblivious to the wretchedness of slavery there, he was acutely aware that while male slaves endured misery, female slaves faced an existence that was utterly hellish. It was the most terrifying inferno for female slaves, as those twisted celestial dragons no longer merely ravaged them. Such acts had become tiresome to them, a daily occurrence. He could not fathom which deranged individual devised those so-called entertainment activities, but once those began, the attrition rate of female slaves in Mary Geos surged exponentially, indeed, as if they were mere consumables. Thus, Ferdinand would resolutely not allow his sister to be sold to that place. Veer, as long as you do not harm my sister, I am willing to give you anything. I have conducted a CP investigation and know you are not someone I can thwart at present. But in light of Katerina's past collaboration with you, I implore you to treat her with kindness, Ferdinand uttered, almost pleadingly. Weir never expected that this self-serving individual would care so deeply for his sister. As for Weir's earlier remark about selling Katerina to Mariehua, that was entirely a fabrication. Although Wile is notorious for his ruthlessness, he would never consider selling those who once fought alongside him into slavery. His intention was merely to intimidate Ferdinand. But to his surprise, the lad was so frightened that he uttered words suggesting he would surrender everything to Wile, including his very life. This unexpected reaction piqued Wile's interest in Ferdinand. His capriciousness struck him as intriguing. Ha ha ha, my friend, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely jesting. Let us return to our discussion on the swordsmith, Wile said, resuming his usual demeanor with a smile, almost pushing Ferdinand to the brink of despair. Ferdinand felt a heavy weariness settle in his heart. 2 years prior, he had enlisted Wile's aid to dismantle the Angry Lion pirates, subsequently establishing a connection with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Initially, their collaboration was harmonious, bolstered by shared childhood experiences that fostered an unusual bond. However, as time passed, Ferdinand discovered that Da Flamingo possessed a rather unhinged nature. Though he appeared entirely composed, during one conversation, Da Flamingo revealed the psychological scars of his tumultuous youth. That night, Ferdinand struggled with insomnia. having just navigated the complexities of his partnership with Guard. Now, confronted with a new ally who, while not insane, exhibited a certain madness and neuroticism. He was reminded of another individual, a young man wielding twin swords. Ferdinand often mused on how entertaining it would be if these two were to meet, yet regrettably, one had vanished into obscurity. Today, however, misfortune struck anew as Weil, the madman, reached out to him. Habitually, Ferdinand assessed his counterpart through his usual lens. After a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, he realized he had miraculously managed to placate this lunatic. Weil, what caliber of sword do you wish to forge? It is essential to note that merely locating a skilled smith is insufficient. One must also procure quality materials. Ferdinand shifted into a business mindset, seemingly casting aside all unpleasant emotions. At the very least, I seek a sword of the great blade level, ideally, an unparalleled great blade. If you desired to craft an ordinary sword, why would you approach me? Although Weil was unaware of who determined the classification of swords, he understood that such weapons could not be conjured from thin air. As for Ferdinand, who could mobilize personnel from other CP divisions aside from CP9 and CP0. The government's support in terms of military might was modest, yet their intelligence resources were commendable. After all, CP serves as the intelligence arm of the world government. Without his connections to the celestial dragons and his current position as the highest authority of Tontata Island, how could he command CP's intelligence? Thus, Weil surmised that Ferdinand likely possessed valuable information regarding the creators of those illustrious swords. At the very least, you seek a great blade? Such craftsmanship exists solely within one particular family, with whom I currently have mutual interests. They could assist you in forging your sword. However, do you possess the requisite materials? To create a great blade or an unparalleled great blade, one would require exceedingly rare metals. Although these metals might equate to the price of a single devil fruit, their availability is far scarcer. Ferdinand, evidently swayed by Weil's prowess, began to lean towards him. Oh, since you bring it up, it seems you have a means? Speak. What do you desire? I would even consider eliminating a certain celestial dragon who is not currently in Mariewa. While since that Ferdinand undoubtedly possessed those rare metals, otherwise, he would not have mentioned them, as it would invite trouble. Sweat began to beat on Ferdinand's forehead. Come now, is it merely a matter of rare metals? Must we resort to slaying a celestial dragon? That would surely attract the attention of a marine admiral. The mere thought of an admiral caused Ferdinand's expression to shift. Recalling Weil's earlier comments, and he pondered whether this individual might already possess the capability to contend with an admiral. Perhaps not, but his strength undoubtedly exceeded Ferdinand's estimations. With this realization, Ferdinand grew increasingly confident in his own intel regarding those rare metals and felt a surge of excitement for what he was about to acquire. Yes, I do indeed possess those rare metals, and they are of the highest quality. Initially, I intended to use these materials to forge a blade to bribe a certain naval officer. Vail, I can provide you with these rare metals immediately, but in return, I require your assistance with a task when the time comes. Rest assured, it will not put you in peril. If it does, you are free to decline. Ferdinand pondered for a moment, presenting Vail with a considerable temptation. Very well, you may contact me via the communicator when the time arises. I will head to Tutu Island now to discuss the circumstances surrounding that forging family. Vail was more intrigued by the information regarding the blacksmith family than the future tasks, as he had certain ideas that necessitated knowledge of that family's details to ascertain their feasibility. He was unaware of the family's surname, for they had never disclosed it to outsiders, and their names were quite peculiar, hardly qualifying as true names. Each member bore a name that began with the character for iron, followed by a numeral. For instance, if the father was Iron 4, the son would be Iron 40. However, this seemed to be merely a public designation. Some ancient families are known to keep their surnames a closely guarded secret. This particular family had once forged two remarkable blades, one of which was the legendary Supreme Swift Blade, spanning several centuries. It was rumored that this family excelled in crafting demonic swords, although they themselves would never admit to such claims. Ferdinand and Vail delved into a lengthy discussion about this esteemed forging family before Vail finally ended the communication. Suddenly, Vail burst into laughter, recalling something amusing. This fellow Ferdinand had managed to turn adversaries into allies on 2 occasions. One could consider this a unique talent, after all. How else could an exiled celestial dragon wield control over an island abundant in gunpowder, while also possessing the privilege of inquiring about intelligence from the CP? We steered the vessel towards Tutu Island, activated the autopilot, and intended to ascend to the deck to compel the rabbit to practice martial arts. Every day. While compelled the rabbit to practice martial arts, Yet this creature exhibited a profound laziness. Nonetheless, under Weil's relentless fists, it dutifully commenced its training each day. After a thorough search, I finally spotted the rabbit, just as I intended to haul it onto the deck. I was taken aback to find it engrossed in a hefty notebook, diligently studying. The rabbit appeared utterly captivated, its face occasionally betraying expressions of confusion, and at times, it resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy, radiating sheer joy. As Veer approached, he discovered that this notebook was none other than the medical book once gifted to him by Dr. Karokas. It had appeared to him as an inscrutable tome, which he had carelessly tossed onto the bookshelf in his bedroom. To his surprise, the rabbit seemed to take an interest in it. He wondered if it could comprehend the contents. "Rabbit, do you truly understand it? Do you have a penchant for medical literature?" Veer scrutinized the rabbit before him, assessing whether its enthusiasm was genuine or merely a ruse to evade physical training. The rabbit nodded vigorously and subsequently penned a note. "I truly enjoy it. But there are certain parts one find perplexing. It frustrates me. Al, could you procure more medical books for me? I have discovered a deep fascination for the healing arts." Al was a special appellation the rabbit used for Veer, aside from a few departed individuals. Only the rabbit dared to address him in such a familiar manner. "Oh, it seems you are indeed passionate about it. Fear not. In a fortnight, I shall procure an abundance of medical texts that would take you a year to peruse." Veer, pleasantly surprised by the rabbit's newfound interest, readily agreed, eager to support the pursuits of his family. A fortnight later, Veer arrived at Tutu Island, gazing upon the familiar isle with a heart full of reflections. This was the first small island where he had set foot upon the Grand Line, a place where he had nearly lost his life. Upon his return, he pondered whether he would have the opportunity to visit again. With his current prowess, even a direct journey to Fishman Island would grant him a foothold in the New World. However, Veer harbored no ambitions for domination. He preferred to savor the beauty of the journey. Before he could disembark, he noticed Ferdinand and Catalina awaiting him at the dock, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. Veer was taken aback to discover that Ferdinand had arranged a modest welcoming ceremony for him. Upon arriving at the island, Veer found himself at a loss for words and promptly pulled Ferdinand towards the dock. "Hey, Veer, this is a meticulously planned welcome ceremony. Do indulge in the experience," Ferdinand remarked, his face alight with a smile, though the sincerity of it was questionable. "I shall not forget my promise to you. Spare me the trivialities and take me to see the rare metals, for I am quite eager." Veer chose to disregard Ferdinand's words, recognizing the unreliability of his companion's speech, thus opting to selectively ignore certain remarks. As they made their way onto the island, to Veer's surprise, Katerina spoke up. "I hear you intend to sell me? What a despicable man you are." Her voice, still hoarse, had improved somewhat since their first encounter, suggesting some recovery had taken place. "Where did you hear that?" "It must have been your brother. We merely experienced a slight business disagreement. I never said I would sell you. But enough of that. Let us proceed to see the rare metals." We responded with feigned calmness, spinning tales in an earnest manner while attempting to divert the conversation. Initially, in a fit of anger, Veer had uttered those words without thought, never anticipating that Katerina would come to know of it. He shot a piercing glance at Ferdinand, as if to convey, "You have betrayed me once more." "Stop staring. I was right next to the communicator at the time." "Veer, what is the matter with your temperament? At times, you can be utterly reckless." Katerina confronted him, her gaze unwavering, displaying no fear in the presence of his formidable demeanor. While overheard the other party speaking beside the telephone, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, he found himself rooted to the spot, sensing his heartbeat slow by a fraction. From Katerina's words, he inexplicably perceived a sense of sincerity. He turned to gaze intently at the woman, as if attempting to uncover any trace of deception etched upon her face. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, all he could perceive was that same sincerity. Ferdinand, having been startled by his sister's words, broke into a cold sweat. While his sister possessed many admirable traits, she could occasionally come across as somewhat daft. Although she exuded an air of icy beauty, it stemmed from her childhood experiences that rendered her inept at expressing emotions. If his own childhood had molded him into a wretched little man, then Katerina was akin to an angel. Veer pondered for a moment before speaking. "As for me, perhaps it is because I have been bound by certain constraints for far too long. One day, when those bindings were suddenly released, I unleashed the demons that resided within me. Upon releasing that demon, I became a killer. Over time, I realized that killing no longer evoked any feelings within me. I felt neither shame nor the exhilaration often described in tales. I simply relished the thrill of combat. As for madness, I perceive myself as quite normal. What about you, Ferdinand?" Weir earnestly responded to Katerina's inquiry, motivated solely by the sincerity of her question. Ferdinand remained silent, utterly bewildered by the situation. He could not fathom how Weir had begun to engage in philosophical discourse with his sister. Katerina appeared equally perplexed, seemingly oblivious to Weir's words, gazing at him in astonishment. Her lips parting to speak, yet she uttered not another word. The trio fell into silence as they made their way to Ferdinand's castle, proceeding directly to his secret chamber. For the first time, Weir perceived Ferdinand's wealth. Here, the treasures were not measured by bundles or boxes, but by heaps. Within lay an array of rare artifacts continuously emerging, including 2 fruits of the Zoan type, evidently cherished possessions of Ferdinand. Weir gazed in astonishment, not coveting the treasures around him. What he yearned for most was that rare metal. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, Weir found no such precious metal, but Ferdinand pointed to a red stone ahead, implying that this was the elusive rare metal he sought. Weir was momentarily taken aback, his initial instinct suggesting that he had been duped by this individual. However, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the notion as implausible and inquired about the peculiarities of the object in question. This stone had been retrieved from the depths of the ocean. Not just any depths, but from beneath Fishman Island, where the water pressure was extraordinarily high. The extent of the pressure there was something one could easily fathom. Even without elaboration, this piece of metal had endured years of compression under such immense pressure. On its own, this fact did not render it particularly valuable. What truly set it apart was the fact that I had previously attempted to melt it, only to meet with failure. I employed the finest smelting equipment available, yet it proved futile. Similarly, my efforts to cut it were equally unsuccessful. Subsequently, I sought the expertise of an appraiser, who revealed that this remarkable metal was ideally suited for weapon fabrication, with a high likelihood that any weapons crafted from it would possess unique characteristics. Ferdinand appeared to exude confidence regarding this rare metal, sharing the tale of how he had come to acquire it. After listening to Ferdinand's account, Weir found himself captivated by this extraordinary metal. As he grasped the redstone, he felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his hand, and he became convinced that this was not merely a stone. Rather, the metal within had yet to be refined. As for its strength, he resolved to put it to the test himself. Weir casually grasped a knife nearby, slowly drawing it from its sheath. As he lifted the blade, Ferdinand and Katerina were overcome by a singular sensation. Their hair stood on end, as though the knife might strike them down at any moment. For Ferdinand, it was the first time he truly comprehended that Weir had transcended any ability he possessed to contend with him. The mere act of picking up a knife, which was not even aimed at him, instilled a profound dread. He pondered how he might withstand the onslaught if Weir were to wield 2 swords. Katerina's feelings were even more intricate. If 2 years prior their strengths were somewhat comparable, now they belonged to entirely different realms. Clenching her small fists, she vowed to grow stronger, determined to shield her brother from this menacing figure. She could not allow this detestable individual to utter threats of selling her. She resolved to become more formidable, to gain the strength necessary to protect what was dear to her. Unbeknownst to the siblings, Weir was entirely absorbed in the rare metal before him. With a decisive stroke, he brought the blade down. The weapon, imbued with an aura of dominance and lightning, sliced through the air, producing a mournful wail. A tremendous clang resonated, shaking the chamber, and the siblings were thrust back 2 steps by the force of the shockwave. Vail remained unaffected, now certain that Ferdinand had not deceived him. This rare metal was indeed remarkable. Its hardness alone was exceedingly rare. What splendid weapons could be forged from this exquisite metal? Just as Vail was about to inquire about the location of the esteemed forging family, Ferdinand revealed another delightful piece of news. The rare metal was not limited to this single piece. It served as the principal material, accompanied by several other precious metals. When Vail emerged from the hidden chamber, he found himself in possession of a substantial chest, evidently heavy, undoubtedly filled with invaluable rare metal. Behind him, he carried an enormous box, as large as a house, brimming with medical texts, acquired through Ferdinand during their arrival on the island. Without pausing on Tutu Island, Vail promptly proceeded with Ferdinand toward the forging family, while Katerina remained on Tutu Island to guard against any unforeseen circumstances from the Merchant Alliance. Upon learning about Vail's vessel, Ferdinand was struck with envy. This ship, crafted from atom wood, was not only robust but also boasted an advanced electrical system that enhanced many of its functionalities. In Ferdinand's words, this vessel was not only safe and swift but also exceedingly comfortable, truly the epitome of maritime vessels. However, an awkward situation soon arose. Ferdinand had nowhere to stay. The ship contained but 1 bedroom, and due to its enormous bed, Vail found himself sharing it with a rabbit. Each night, the two would roll about, their sleeping positions drastically altered by morning. While sharing a bed with a rabbit was acceptable, being family and, as Vail had confirmed, a male sharing it with Ferdinand was entirely out of the question. Thus, Ferdinand honorably took refuge in the storeroom that Vail had tidied for him. We discarded all the items from the storage room to the lowest compartment of the ship, and subsequently assisted Ferdinand in constructing a makeshift bed. Just as we finished his task, he discovered that Rabbit, instead of lending a hand, was amusing himself by teasing the seagulls on board, playfully feeding them small fish. Upon closer inspection, Wei realized that this was no ordinary seagull. It resembled a newsbird, adorned with a hat featuring a white brim and black edges. It sported two small bags slung around its neck, one for collecting payment and the other for carrying newspapers. Vail had long been aware of the high regard other animals held for rabbits. Even the more ferocious creatures exhibited a degree of fondness. The gentler beings almost universally delighted in frolicking and conversing with rabbits. A few days prior, a herbivorous sea creature had astonishingly carried a rabbit on its back, serving as a makeshift speedboat across the ocean. This incident had nearly sent Vail into a panic, fearing the rabbit might plunge into the depths. For it was indeed a fruit user. Upon the rabbit's return to the vessel, Vail had administered a stern lesson to the oblivious creature that dared to flirt with danger. To Vail's surprise, today even the newsbird had befriended the rabbit. He approached, intending to purchase a newspaper to support this new companion of the rabbit. Upon receiving the paper, he noticed several bounty notices tucked within. Glancing through them casually, he saw the initial few featured minor characters with bounties in the millions. However, when he turned to one particular page, he nearly spat out the juice he was sipping, for he beheld his own visage. The bounty photo must have been captured after he had slain the ghost spider, taken from a distance as he returned to his ship. It depicted him holding a bottle of wine, a smile upon his face, with the rabbit beside him grinning foolishly. This was indeed the moment when the rabbit had consoled him, unbeknownst to them that the Navy had captured the moment on camera. As he scrutinized the lower part of the bounty notice, he saw the inscription, Thunder Swordmaster Vail, bounty of 170 million berries. Yet, this was not the most alarming portion. The fine print beneath the bounty label shockingly designated him as a pirate. Vail found this intolerable, for he considered himself an adventurer, not a pirate. The bounty of 170 million berries did not come as a surprise to him, despite his prior anonymity on the seas. He had indeed taken the life of a high-ranking vice admiral from the Navy. If not for the Navy's concerns about the broader implications, they would have already announced the ghost spider's demise and issued an even higher bounty for Vail. In the original narrative, vice admirals often played minor roles. Yet in the real world, they constituted the backbone of the Navy. Although the admirals wielded great power and intimidation, their numbers were few. While each Navy stronghold was overseen and guarded by vice admirals, the sudden death of one would undoubtedly throw the surrounding seas into chaos. With a surge of pirates brazenly emerging, one must not underestimate a stronghold, for it could safeguard hundreds of nearby islands, with some colossal fortifications even protecting thousands. Hence, the Navy concealed the news of the ghost spider's death and urgently summoned another vice admiral to temporarily stabilize the situation. The scene shifts back to Marineford. Just before Vail glimpsed the bounty notice, Sengoku sat at his desk, his head throbbing. The seas were already tumultuous, rife with pirates, and in the New World, the four emperors held sway. Just days ago, he had received disheartening news that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had perished, and moreover, at the hands of an unknown upstart. Sengoku, taking swift action, sealed the news of Ghost Spider's death and promptly dispatched Vice Admiral Akainu to temporarily fill Ghost Spider's position and stabilize the situation. Sengoku held considerable faith in Akainu's abilities, as they were old comrades who had faced life and death together numerous times. His only concern was the identity of the individual who had slain Ghost Spider. With Sengoku's wisdom, he could surmise that Ghost Spider had been killed aboard his own warship, indicating that his adversary was formidable and certainly no ordinary foe. Even among pirates, it was rare for someone to kill a vice admiral simply for being intercepted at sea. Later, based on the descriptions from Ghost Spider's subordinates, they reported that Vail was a powerful, dangerous, and somewhat neurotic swordsman, whose combat style was utterly frenzied. The more Sengoku read the report, the more his headache intensified. Vail was indeed a natural enemy of the Navy. Kizaru, a remarkable newcomer, has emerged at sea, said to possess incredible speed and the power of lightning. Could it be the Thunder fruit? Take a look at the data. Sengoku handed the file to Kizaru, who appeared on the verge of dozing off. In the marshal's office that day, Kizaru was the sole occupant, as others were out on missions, and Garp had taken leave to address some family matters. Thus, Sengoku sought Kizaru's opinion, considering Kizaru's expertise as a light fruit user, which might lend insight into speed-based abilities. Initially intending to skim the report, Kizaru's interest was piqued upon reading the details. Oh, this pirate named Vail, if I am not mistaken, should not possess the Thunder fruit, as his combat style does not reflect that of a Logia user. Throughout his battles, he has relied solely on his physical speed, never once demonstrating elemental transformation. If the reports are accurate, this Vail poses a significant threat, exhibiting extraordinary speed and formidable attack power, proficient in Haki. A bounty in the hundreds of millions would be well-deserved, Sengoku, Kizaru drawled, taking an unhurried time to articulate his thoughts. Sengoku, already pressed for time, pondered for a long while before deciding to assign the bounty of 170 million berries. After approximately 7 or 8 days of sailing, Vail and his companions finally arrived at their destination, a small island known as the Iron Furnace. Contrary to Vail's expectations, this island, home to a family of blacksmiths, was surprisingly prosperous rather than secluded. Typically, one would envision the families of master craftsmen residing in remote yet picturesque locales. However, the island before him belched thick smoke from numerous short chimneys, releasing a substantial amount of soot into the air. As they docked, a peculiar odor wafted through the atmosphere, reminiscent of something charred, mingled with the scent of burning grease. Where furrowed his brow, seemingly unaccustomed to the island's peculiar scent. Ferdinand elucidated that this island had long been a supplier of steel for various factions, and that the forging family was one of the island's powers. The steel used for weaponry on Tutu Island was procured from this very place. And it was through the acquisition of steel that Ferdinand had come to know the forging family. Displeased by the island's aroma, the rabbit adamantly refused to set foot on the land, forcing Weir to leave it aboard the ship. On Tutu Island, the rabbit exhibited an unexpected timidity, even blushing upon encountering Vicadolina, leading it to hide within the confines of the cabin, much to Weir's chagrin. Accompanying Ferdinand to the heart of the island, Weir found the air to be considerably fresher than that of the dock, yet still tainted by an elusive, peculiar odor. Ferdinand entered a blacksmith shop, disregarding the reception staff, and made his way directly to the smith in the rear workshop. Upon stepping into the workshop, the temperature noticeably rose. Before long, Ferdinand was sweating profusely, while Weir maintained a more composed demeanor. Within the workshop stood a solitary figure, an imposing, muscular man adorned with a thick beard. This robust individual was wielding an oversized hammer, diligently forging a piece of metal glowing a fiery red. Without introducing himself or exchanging pleasantries, Ferdinand approached and produced a distinctive silver coin, presenting it to the muscular blacksmith. The burly man initially paid no heed to the others present, but upon seeing the coin, he set aside his heavy hammer and the glowing metal, accepting the coin with a pair of long-handled tongs. Remarkably, the coin did not melt under the intense heat. Instead, it transformed from silver to a vibrant purple, emitting a series of resounding pops akin to firecrackers. Observing this phenomenon without surprise, the muscular man submerged the coin in water to cool it and mechanically stated, "Esteemed guest, please follow me. I shall escort you to the head of the family." With that, he led the group towards the rear exit of the workshop. Weir was genuinely taken aback by the grandiosity of this family. The effort required to arrange a simple meeting resembled that of a clandestine rendezvous, complete with tokens of trust and the like. He pulled Ferdinand aside, inquiring about the situation. Ferdinand, equally exasperated, quietly explained to Weir that certain members of this family possessed an air of arrogance, believing their exceptional skills rendered them superior to others, were it not for their business dealings and the fact that he was the purchasing party. Ferdinand would have found it exceedingly difficult to persuade them to assist Weir in forging a sword. Upon hearing this, a smile reemerged at the corner of Weir's mouth, one that would send shivers down Ferdinand's spine. He whispered to Ferdinand, "If they dare to refuse, I shall compel them to acquiesce, making them beg on their knees for my assistance in forging the sword." Although Weir is currently reluctant to resort to indiscriminate slaughter, he is by no means a virtuous individual. The notion that he would emulate the protagonists of tales, doing favors for others in hopes of gaining their gratitude, only to ultimately assist them in forging a sword, is utterly inconceivable in his case. Should someone refuse his request, he would resort to intimidation. If fear does not prevail, he would unleash violence. If that does not suffice, he would eradicate them entirely, subsequently seeking out other craftsmen. Should they also decline, he would simply repeat this cycle. Upon hearing Weir's declarations, Ferdinand's eyes betrayed a glimmer of terror as he whispered, "Brother, I beg you, do not take such measures. In light of my provision of rare metals and my assistance in finding a craftsman, I implore you to reconsider. I will surely advocate for you," urging them to exert their utmost efforts in forging your twin swords. Observing Ferdinand's panicked demeanor, Weir felt an unusual sense of perplexity. When did this fellow become so compassionate? In Weir's memory, Ferdinand was a mercenary opportunist, fickle and ruthless. Now, he was pleading for the very family that had once disregarded him? What could have prompted such a shift in allegiance? Weir gazed at Ferdinand with an inquisitive look, as if silently inquiring whether he harbored some hidden secrets that required urgent revelation. Unable to withstand Weir's penetrating stare, Ferdinand reluctantly confessed the truth. This fellow harbored affections for a younger member of the smithing family, specifically the granddaughter of the family head, a girl named Tai Lu Bai. As Weir gazed upon Ferdinand's aged visage, he pondered the implications of youth, realizing that, being a junior, the latter must not be very old. To his surprise, the lad seemed to favor the allure of a more mature partner. Moreover, he couldn't help but wonder if Katerina, her brotherly protector, would take issue with this affair, potentially harming the girl involved. Though Weir wore a broad smile, his words dripped with malice, causing Ferdinand's face to flush crimson. "I am but 24, and merely possess a mature appearance. If I were to shave, I would certainly appear youthful," Ferdinand protested. "And Katerina is no possessive sibling. She wholeheartedly supports my relationship with this girl." At that moment, Ferdinand had completely forgotten that he was engaging with a half-mad individual, passionately defending his pure love against Weir's taunts. Just as Weir prepared to unleash the sharp tongue he had learned from his mentor to mock Ferdinand further, the muscular gentleman had already led them to a quaint courtyard. The courtyard, though not ostentatious, exuded a timeless charm, as if it had stood in that spot for countless years. The muscular man guided them into the courtyard, approaching a door and knocking gently. When the door swung open, it revealed a vibrant young lady clad in practice attire. The muscular man appeared taken aback, his expression darkening upon seeing her. The girl greeted him warmly. Then her gaze fell upon Weir and Ferdinand. Upon spotting Ferdinand, her face lit up with joy, and she rushed to embrace him. "Ferdy, what a delightful surprise. It's been ages since you last visited. I've missed you so much. I can't venture out until I turn 19, so I haven't been able to see you or sail the seas. Did you bring me any gifts?" They twirled around in the courtyard, lost in their embrace, as Ferdinand seized the moment to steal a few kisses. Though the girl blushed, she made no attempt to resist, whispering sweet nothings into Ferdinand's ear. Weir finally comprehended the reason behind Ferdinand's earlier anxiety. It was far from the one-sided affection he had imagined. It was evident that Ferdinand had already succeeded in his pursuit. Given the current circumstances, a secluded room would suffice for their intimate encounter. Simultaneously, Weir observed the muscular escort who had brought them, his eyes brimming with jealousy and fury, casting a piercing gaze at Ferdinand as he whispered sweet nothings to the young lady. Could not suppress a neurotic laugh. It was simply too amusing. However, observing the affection shared between Ferdinand and the young lady, it was evident that the muscular man before him stood little chance. The disparity in the young lady's affections for Ferdinand compared to the muscular man's was as insurmountable as the difference in strength between Ferdinand and. When Ferdinand heard laughter, he shivered, suddenly realizing that this was not the moment for intimacy with the young lady, as a formidable presence awaited him behind. If he failed to handle the situation today, it would not merely be a tragedy, it would be a calamity. While he might escape unscathed, any future encounters with the young lady could only occur at each other's graves. Ferdinand took the young lady's hand and approached. "Xiao Lu, this is my friend. We have come seeking your grandfather's assistance in forging a sword. I wonder if you could persuade him on our behalf. This matter is truly of utmost importance, and I implore you to convince him," Ferdinand said, casting a furtive glance at the young lady. Upon hearing Ferdinand's words, Xiao Lu felt a twinge of awkwardness. The 17 or 18-year-old girl, unable to grasp her beloved's intention, replied, "Ferdinand, my grandfather has retired from forging as of last month. He will no longer craft weapons." She cast an embarrassed look at her beloved. "Indeed, my master has ceased his work, and now it is I who forge the highest quality orders," the muscular man proclaimed, gazing triumphantly at Ferdinand, as if he had finally bested him in some regard. It appeared they were acquainted prior and harbored considerable grievances that extended beyond mere rivalry and love. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's revelation about her grandfather's retirement, Ferdinand felt a sense of foreboding, disregarding the muscular man's boastful remarks entirely. "Oh, is your grandfather the only one in your family capable of forging renowned blades?" inquired gently, a smile adorning his face as he addressed the young lady. Before she could respond, the muscular man interjected, "Indeed. My master is the sole craftsman capable of forging such esteemed blades." He cast a proud glance at, his face brimming with pride for his master's skill. Ferdinand, having heard's question, intended to interject, but was taken aback when the muscular man answered before him. Weir remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Ferdinand, silently conveying, "You handle it. If your approach fails, I shall take over." Mastery of a particular skill is not always a blessing. Without the strength to safeguard it, one may attract predators. Currently, the Iron Clan has drawn the attention of a wolf named Weir. Ferdinand leaned in and whispered a few words into Xiaolu's ear. Initially, Xiaolu was merely curious, but soon his complexion turned pale. "Very well, I shall take you to meet grandfather. However, Ferdinand, you must elucidate the situation later, why we have brought him here." With that, Xiaolu's pallor deepened, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reproach and sorrow, as though he had arrived at a significant decision. Vail discerned that her gaze was one of reckless love. There was no need to inquire how he knew, for the young girl was looking at him with a fervor that suggested a willingness to perish alongside him. This left Vail feeling rather awkward, as if he were some malevolent antagonist forcing a young couple into a dire predicament. The female, it seemed, wished to share her fate with this villain, creating a rather melodramatic atmosphere. Upon further contemplation, Vail realized that he indeed played the role of the antagonist in this scenario. Initially, he had sought Ferdinand to inquire about the swordsmith, only to be provoked by Ferdinand's taunts, which incensed him. Subsequently, Ferdinand was faced with a dilemma, to forsake his sister or to thrust his beloved into peril. Ultimately, he chose to safeguard his sister, leading Vail to the family of his beloved. Arriving there, hope still lingered for a resolution. Even if a renowned blade could not be forged, he had tried earnestly. And based on his understanding of Vail, the latter would likely show him mercy. Yet, despite his careful calculations, he could never have anticipated that the only artisan capable of crafting a renowned sword had already ceased his work. Now, Ferdinand could only place all his hopes in the hands of his beloved's grandfather, praying that the old man would relinquish his past obstinacy. The girl guided several individuals into the chamber and approached her grandfather's door, knocking gently while calling out, "Grandpa, it's me." A voice from within responded, "Dear granddaughter, come in." As the door swung open, Vail finally laid eyes upon the legendary smith known as Tai. The title of Tai was reserved for the heads of the Iron Clan, bestowed only upon those who had crafted at least 21 formidable blades. This elder, however, possessed no extraordinary aura. He was slender and not particularly tall, with short white hair and a clean-shaven face adorned with a kindly smile, entirely devoid of the pride and stubbornness Ferdinand had described. Yet, those who had interacted with Tai knew that although he lacked the common arrogance associated with the Iron Clan, his stubbornness was well known. Tai was seated, holding a cup of tea, engaged in a game of chess with an individual whom Vail recognized. Indeed, he was a figure from an anime, Capone Begi, the user of the fortress fruit ability. Weir found the situation increasingly intriguing, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of impatience. He brusquely pushed aside Ferdinand, who was about to speak, and strode directly before Tai. "Are you the master craftsman capable of forging renowned swords? Assist me in crafting 2 blades. Here are the materials required for their creation." With that, he unfastened the box from behind him and tossed it onto the chessboard before the 2 men. Due to his recent notoriety, neither Tai nor Capone Bege recognized Weir. Tai remained silent, for this elderly man, having surpassed his 50s, had already gleaned something unusual from Ferdinand and his granddaughter's expressions. However, Capone Bege, a celebrated pirate and one of the supernovas, was oblivious to the tension. "Oi, can't you see I'm engaged in conversation? You have 5 seconds to vanish, or you'll meet your demise here," he sneered, regarding Weir with a sidelong glance. A cigar leisurely perched between his lips. Capone Bege had come primarily to procure high-quality steel from Tai to forge superior weapons for his crew, as the firepower of his subordinates significantly impacted his own prowess. Boasting his substantial bounty and fame, he anticipated a fruitful negotiation with the master craftsman, only to be disrupted by this brash interloper. Of course, Capone Bege would not entertain such insolence. Had it not been Tai's territory, he would have already resorted to violence. "Capone Bege, are you addressing me? Huh? A mere supernova dares to speak to me in such a manner? Very well. I shall dispatch you before resuming my discussion with this elder," Weir retorted, activating his lightning mode. With his dual swords shattered, he refrained from drawing a blade. Instead, he enveloped his right leg in armament hockey, subsequently coating it in lightning, intent on toying with this supernova. Seeing Weir's demeanor, Capone Bege wasted no time and transformed his body into a fortress, multiple miniature gates appearing across his chest and torso. manned by armed subordinates with guns and cannons at the ready. Just as Capone Beach was about to issue the command to attack, he suddenly noticed where had vanished. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a faint blue glow before feeling a tremendous blow to his head. As Capone Beach activated his devil fruit powers, or surged forward, his right leg entwined with armament hockey and lightning, delivering a kick with such speed that Capone Beach could hardly react. Launched by the force of Weir's strike, Capone Beach lay on the ground convulsing, his mind swirling with despair. Who was this individual, and how could he possess such overwhelming strength? Glancing at the dual swords at Weir's waist, it was evident he was a swordsman, yet he had not even drawn a blade before effortlessly dispatching Capone Beach with a single kick. What manner of power was this? Weir slowly approached Capone Beach, gazing at the fallen supernova, reflecting on the arrogance displayed moments ago. With a deliberate motion, he placed his foot upon Beach's head, intent on crushing it. However, to Weir's surprise, his foot, imbued with the formidable hockey, merely produced a loud crack as it pressed down, slightly deforming Beach's skull without shattering it. It appeared that the capabilities of the smooth fruit were indeed impressive, alleviating concerns of a fatal blow. Capone Beach felt as though death was imminent, his focus shifting solely to survival as he exerted great effort to unleash his subordinates from within, seeking an opportunity to escape. In truth, even as he fell, Beach had intended to release his crew, but the force of the kick had been overwhelming. Just as he began to regain his composure, another solid stomp followed, and it was only through extraordinary resilience that he managed to summon his subordinates now. Vail beheld the room, now brimming with individuals, and promptly surged into action, commencing the eradication of the minions. This time, none within the confines could discern Vail's swiftness. In just over a minute, the floor was strewn with bodies, some lifeless, others grievously injured. Meanwhile, Capone Becky, having scarcely crawled a short distance, utterly surrendered to despair in the presence of such formidable foes. The notion of escape had become a mere fantasy. Veer once again stood before Capone Becky, gazing at his left hand, which was reaching for the door. With a swift motion, he crushed it underfoot, as if to emphasize the hardness of his own head. Ha ha ha, what an audacious newcomer you are. Lacking even the slightest sense of intimidation. In this new world, you will merely serve as a dog for those formidable powers, he remarked, not pausing for Becky's response before delivering another forceful stomp to his head, this time with a resounding crack. It became evident that Capone Becky's head was indeed remarkably resilient. After two powerful strikes from Veer, it remained unbroken. This left Veer questioning the efficacy of his own leg techniques. Perhaps his choice to become a swordsman was indeed the right one, for his kicking skills were quite subpar. Simultaneously, Veer found himself intrigued by the durability of Becky's head, wondering if its structure resembled that of a castle, embodying perfect mechanical principles. Today, Vail's faith wavered. With renewed vigor, he stomped down once more, and with a resounding crack, Capone Becky's head had morphed into an oval shape, yet it remained unshattered. Veer grasped the head of Capone Beji, examining it with meticulous attention, utterly impressed. At that moment, Capone Beji was surprisingly still conscious. Yet he felt as though he were in the depths of hell, recognizing that he had encountered a madman today, fervently hoping that his assailant would end his life swiftly. After the madman stomped on his head 3 times, he surprisingly ceased his assault, instead seizing Capone's head to inspect it further, even giving it a few taps. Kill me. If you dare, just kill me. No matter how much you torment me today, I shall never yield, Capone Beji stammered, then closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. For the first time, Veer confronted Capone Beji. This fellow, though lacking in strength and character, possessed a certain audacity that was commendable. Ha ha ha, you certainly have guts. And I admire that. There's a saying in my hometown. Things seldom happen more than 3 times. I shall spare you today. Strengthen yourself, and then seek vengeance upon me. It would be too mundane to kill you now. Instead, allow me to leave a mark upon you to spur your growth. With that, Veer unsheathed his broken sword with a single hand and cast Capone Beji to the ground, leaving him sprawled on his back. He carved a deep W-shaped gash across Beji's chest, almost covering the entirety of it. Subsequently, Veer gestured for Beji's still-living subordinates to take him away. As they departed, Capone Beji mustered his strength to shout, I will surely avenge this humiliation. Wait for it. I will repay this disgrace 100-fold. After his declaration, his terrified subordinates hastily fled with him. Veer, unperturbed, remarked, I shall await your return, little new star, his tone devoid of anger, resembling someone watching a bullied child, imbued with a teasing undertone. Now, let us return to our previous discussion, Mr. Tai. Veer casually piled a few corpses together and took a seat upon them. At this moment, Ferdinand was drenched in cold sweat. Although he was already aware of Veer's somewhat twisted nature in battle, he had not anticipated it would escalate to such a degree. Not only did Veer torment incapacitated foes, but he also marked them and encouraged them to seek revenge. Ferdinand tightly grasped the small hand of Xiao Lu, shielding her with his own body. He resolved that even if he were to perish today, he could not allow her to come to harm, while simultaneously regretting offending Veer and bringing him to this place. Xiao Lu, paralyzed by fear, was ashen-faced. Had she not been held by Ferdinand, she would have collapsed to the ground. Having grown up on an island, she had never encountered someone as brutal as Veer. That she had not fainted spoke volumes of her innate fortitude. Amidst the silence, Tai finally spoke. "May I inquire your name? You have come here intending to forge 2 swords, correct?" The smile had vanished from Tai's face, for he could discern just how unhinged the young man before him truly was. "My name is Veer, Mr. Tai. Indeed, I wish to forge 2 swords. But I have other requests to discuss later. If you agree to assist me in this endeavor today, I promise not to cause any trouble. If you can help me create renowned blades, I, Veer, can assure you that I will protect your family from external threats. Should you encounter formidable adversaries, you may reach out to me. Furthermore, if a prodigy in swordsmanship arises within your family, you may seek my guidance. Should you desire monetary compensation, name your price. And as for my credibility, you may inquire with Ferdinand." Veer understood the immense value that 2 exceptional swords would hold for him, hence his generous promises to Tai. "Mr. Veer, the rewards you propose are indeed substantial, and they tempt me greatly. Had you approached me earlier, I would have unhesitatingly agreed to forge your swords. However, I have sworn an oath to cease the crafting of weapons." Tai's words subtly conveyed his refusal. "Oh, so you are rejecting my request, Mr. Tai?" Veer's smile faded, replaced by an expressionless gaze fixed upon Tai. Upon uttering these words, apart from Tai, the other 3 individuals in the room instantly became tense. Especially the muscular man who had just recovered from the previous shock, now confronted with an even greater crisis. To his astonishment, this brawny figure, whose name remained unknown, began to exhibit signs of misty eyes, revealing an unexpected vulnerability. It was truly unexpected that such a muscular giant harbored a heart as delicate as that of a young girl. Witnessing this scene, Weir felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, prompting him to turn away and await Tai's response. After a moment of silence, Tai inquired, "If I were to refuse Mr. Weir, what would become of me? Would you kill me?" His gaze was calm, and his tone remained undisturbed. At his age, he had long ceased to fear death. "Well, that is difficult to say. Let me ponder it." Remarkably, Weir actually began to contemplate. Much like a schoolboy grappling with a challenging assignment, tilting his head in thought. After a brief pause, Weir revealed his characteristic neurotic smile. "Mr. Ta, should you refuse me, I would not immediately take your life. Instead, I would sever your hands and feet, then take you to slay your entire family. Once they are exterminated, I would then deal with you. Rest assured, I would spare Xiao Lu. After all, she is Ferdinand's girlfriend. And I still hope to enlist Ferdinand's assistance in finding my next blacksmith. Who knows, perhaps she will grow stronger and come seeking revenge, ultimately killing me. What do you think of that proposal, Mr. Ta?" Weir resumed his solemn nonsense, delving into his cycle of threats and implications. Ta fell into silence. Had Weir spoken thus before, he might have dismissed it, but having witnessed the earlier events, he now believed that if he were to refuse, Weir might very well act upon his words. "May I take a moment to consider?" Ta concluded, closing his eyes and sinking into contemplation. Weir did not disturb him, but began to leisurely sip his drink. After approximately half an hour, Tai opened his eyes. "I can promise to help you forge 2 swords, but you must agree to one request of mine." Tai fixed a fervent gaze upon Weir, as if recalling something that incited both immense anger and profound longing. "Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall comply." Weir's eyes brightened, and he appeared somewhat exhilarated. "Help me kill a man named Yuji Shilio, who is currently imprisoned and impelled down. If he ever escapes, assist me in ending his life. This is my sole request." As Tai uttered Yuji Shilio's name, his eyes brimmed with hatred, as though he wished to devour his foe whole. "Oh, Yuji Shilio, you say? He is indeed a formidable opponent. If circumstances permit, I shall eliminate him. Thus, I agree to your terms, and I believe this will not take long." Weir was aware that soon, Luffy would cause an uproar and impel down, providing the perfect opportunity to take Yuji Shilio's life when he was rescued by Teach. The elder, finally choosing his descendants over his lifelong convictions, relinquished his stubbornness. It seems that, at times, familial bonds can indeed alter the most unyielding of beliefs. Tai refrained from demanding an oath or other commitments from Weir, instead opening the box before him to inspect the ores within. Though Tai had anticipated the materials would be of decent quality, he was astonished that Weir had procured such items. He picked up a piece of red ore, examining it closely. The fact that you possess such a rare metal is truly remarkable. While scrutinizing the ore, Tai could not help but express his astonishment. Tai, do you recognize this ore? What is it, and how might it be utilized in weapon forging? Weir, eager to learn about the ore's origins, understood it would serve as the primary material for his future twin swords. This ore is nameless due to its rarity. According to my family's records, my ancestors once forged an unparalleled great blade from it. Tai felt a surge of excitement. What craftsman would not yearn to create a weapon renowned throughout history? Haha. This is splendid news. Ferdinand, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile. I shall repay you for this in due time, Weir declared, patting Ferdinand on the shoulder. Ferdinand, observing this capricious individual before him, found himself at a loss for words. He sensed that aside from the rabbit on his ship, Weir showed little concern for anyone else, including himself. Elder Tai, I have another request. Might it be possible to fuse my two swords with this rare metal to forge a new blade? Upon finishing, Weir unsheathed his broken sword to display it to Tai. Though Tai remained silent upon seeing the two broken swords, he regarded their craftsmanship with disdain, perceiving them as merely apprentice-level work. However, out of respect for Weir, he accepted the twin swords. As he touched them, his expression shifted, and he closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. How many lives have you taken with these swords? They can only be deemed ordinary twin swords, yet they are on the verge of becoming cursed blades. If they remain intact, it won't be long before they transform into such. Tai was visibly astonished, struggling to comprehend the situation before him. How many people? Let me think. Weir contemplated carefully but soon abandoned the effort, overwhelmed by the sheer number. I have forgotten the exact count. These twin swords have accompanied me for a long time, since I began my sword training until recently. Alas, if it were not for my oversight, they would not have broken. As he recounted the moment when his sword shattered, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The others, taken aback by Weir's words, began to ponder the nature of his character and the experiences that had shaped him thus. Fusion is possible, yet it may result in the creation of a cursed blade. Tai appeared intrigued by the concept of fusion and sought clarification from Weir. Cursed blade? Ha ha ha. I have forged my share of those. What is there to fear? Just focus on the crafting process. How long will it take? Surely it won't take years, will it? Weir still harbored concerns, as he recalled that the forging of divine weapons often required considerable time. Tai gazed at Weir in astonishment and uttered a remark that made Weir blush slightly. How could it take years? Forging is an art and a skill. The duration does not determine the quality of the blade. It will take approximately a month to complete. After speaking, Tai glanced at Weir, as if to suggest that today's youth were often lost in their whims. Very well. I shall wait on the island for a month. If you require anything in the meantime, feel free to seek me out. Tai said no more and began arranging for the removal of the corpses within the chamber, as the deceased were pirates, and no one would pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Tai took the box containing the precious metal and made his way to his exclusive forging chamber, with Weir and his companions following closely behind. Upon reaching the forging room, Tai first requested the tips of Weir's twin swords before scrutinizing several pieces of rare ore. After extensive examination, he appeared to have devised a method for forging. Approaching the furnace, Tai did not place coal or similar fuels within. Instead, he produced a large box of transparent crystals, filling the furnace and igniting the fire for forging. As Weir observed the forging of iron, he initially found it quite intriguing. However, once the colorless crystal ignited, he was met with a wave of heat. Behind him, Ferdinand and Xiaolu could no longer endure the oppressive temperature and chose to exit the forge. Weir felt he could barely endure any longer, for the heat was truly unbearable. Yet, the frail and withered old man before him, aside from a slight sheen of perspiration on his bare torso, exhibited little response. In terms of heat resistance, Weir could not help but feel inferior to Tai. It seemed the title of Master Smith attributed to the other was well-deserved. Vail did not linger in the forge for long, intending to take a stroll outside. However, just as he exited the smithy, he was intercepted by Ferdinand, who hesitated for an extended period, seemingly reluctant to voice whatever matter weighed on his mind. Finally, growing impatient, Vail remarked that if he did not speak soon, he would take his leave. Only then did Ferdinand, with a look of deep embarrassment, articulate his request. It turned out that the young girl known as Little Six was also a swordswoman, yet her skills remained mediocre due to the absence of a mentor. Moreover, for certain reasons, members of the Iron Clan under the age of 19 were prohibited from leaving the island, and unfortunately, there were no esteemed masters of swordsmanship on the island. Thus, Ferdinand sought Vail's assistance in guiding Little Six in her swordsmanship. We cast a glance at Ferdinand, feeling a sense of resignation. Was it truly necessary to be so evasive over such a trivial matter? Come now, let me witness the caliber of your little lover. With that, he gestured for Ferdinand to lead the way. Ferdinand was taken aback, surprised that Weir had so readily acquiesced. Typically, great swordsmen are rather secretive about their martial techniques, yet Weir had consented so effortlessly. Thus, he found it hard to believe, though he was nonetheless pleased to escort Weir to the training grounds of the Iron Clan. Along the way, Ferdinand could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired why Weir had so easily agreed. Is providing guidance on swordsmanship such a monumental task? I am not taking her on as an apprentice. I am merely offering her advice on how to practice. It is a trifling matter, really, especially considering the significant assistance you have rendered me this time. Weir followed Ferdinand to the training ground, a vast and spacious room. Little Six had been waiting there, appearing somewhat apprehensive of Weir, yet eager to learn the art of swordsmanship from him. Let me first assess your fundamentals. Strike me directly with your blade, with all your might. Weir instructed, gesturing for Little Six to slash his own chest with the sword in hand. Though hesitant, Little Six mustered all his strength and swung the blade toward Weir's chest. Vail would not foolishly expose himself to harm. Instead, he enveloped his chest with the armor of hockey. As for allowing Little Six to strike him, it was to ascertain the true caliber of Little Six as a swordsman. What could be more revealing than first-hand experience? With a resounding clang, the long blade met Vail's chest. Weir's first reaction was one of admiration for the sword. It was undoubtedly of exceptional quality, a testament to its illustrious forging lineage. As for Xiao Lu's swordsmanship, to be frank, it was quite feeble, far from mastering the art of cutting through steel. Upon learning of Xiao Lu's skills, Weir chose not to impart overly complex techniques, but instead sat down on the ground. Your swordsmanship, though lacking formal instruction, has reached a commendable level. However, if you aspire to become a top-tier swordsman, know that the path ahead is still long. I will not inquire why you wish to become a swordsman. Rather, I ask this: can you feel your sword? Can you sense its essence as it cleaves through objects? Xiao Lu shook her head. Weir, upon witnessing this, sighed, regretting his agreement to Ferdinand's request, for there was much to teach, and Weir felt somewhat lethargic. Nevertheless, he was resolute in fulfilling his promises. Thus, in the training grounds, he began instructing Xiao Lu on how to connect with her sword and reflect upon her journey thus far. He specifically advised her against mimicking others' techniques, deeming it a foolish endeavor. While drawing inspiration was acceptable, imitation was to be avoided. Ferdinand observed Weir diligently teaching Xiao Lu the art of the sword, his expression becoming complex. Although he lacked understanding of swordsmanship, it was evident from Xiao Lu's earnest demeanor and joyous countenance that Weir was imparting valuable knowledge. With a sigh, Ferdinand quietly seated himself on the ground, lost in contemplation. In this manner, Weir, finding his days languid and uninteresting, dedicated his time to instructing Xiao Lu in swordplay. Aside from his personal training, he wandered the island during other hours. One morning, while Weir enjoyed breakfast aboard the ship, Xiao Lu hastily finished her meal and hurried off to peruse her cherished medical texts. After his own breakfast, Weir was uncertain of his next course of action. Lacking expertise in sword forging, he occasionally observed the process. As for Xiao Lu's swordsmanship, after weeks of Weir's guidance, she had made significant progress and began to practice independently. For it was indeed remarkable to see the fruits of her labor under the tutelage of a master swordsman. Weir intended to observe the proficiency of the rabbit's medical skills. Thus he made his way to the bedroom. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Indeed, it was a moment of sheer astonishment. The rabbit was engaged in an unusual procedure, utilizing a small knife to make an incision on the body of an octopus. While this act in itself was not particularly strange, the subsequent actions of the rabbit left Weir utterly astonished. Seated on the floor, the rabbit's fur began to elongate gradually from its forepaws. However, this time, the hair that sprouted from the fur fruit was markedly different from previous instances. Instead of the usual pale yellow strands, the rabbit was now producing fine, almost transparent filaments, and not merely a few. There were at least several hundred. The delicate hairs inched closer to the octopus's wound, eventually penetrating it, as the rabbit closed its eyes, donning a serious expression. After approximately 10 minutes, The hairs began to withdraw from the wound, and astonishingly, as they retracted, the injury itself commenced a miraculous healing process, leaving behind only the faintest trace of a line. Having completed this extraordinary endeavor, the rabbit appeared fatigued, resting on the ground with its large ears drooping. Weir was genuinely astonished that the rabbit had developed such an extraordinary ability. Its capacity for healing injuries was nothing short of miraculous. Previously, Weir had merely mentioned to the rabbit the powers of Don Quixote da Flamingo, which included the ability to stitch internal organs with threads. However, the rabbit's newfound skill was far beyond anything da Flamingo could offer. Impressive indeed, the rabbit had cultivated such a practical ability. With a smile, Weir approached the rabbit and assisted the weary creature to the bed. This newfound power must have demanded considerable mental and physical energy, as the rabbit had been unable even to rise moments ago. Instead of writing a note, the rabbit flashed a toothy grin at Weir and playfully flashed a peace sign. Weir gently patted the rabbit's head, signaling it to rest well, before he picked up the octopus from the ground to examine its wound. The injury had largely healed. This remarkable ability must have involved the use of exceedingly fine hairs to stitch together muscle and nerve. The hundreds of strands he had initially perceived were merely an illusion, for there were at least several thousand of these minute hairs. Indeed, these hairs had become so minuscule that they were invisible to the naked eye. It was no wonder the rabbit appeared utterly exhausted. Controlling such a multitude of hairs to execute such intricate movements was a testament to its genius. After waiting on the island for over a month, a member of the Iron faction finally arrived to inform Weir that the twin swords had been successfully forged. Weir hastily arrived at Ty's residence. Upon entering, he immediately perceived the two swords situated before Ty, even before he crossed the threshold. The sight that greeted him was of two dual blades, crafted to specifications he had previously requested, retaining their 8-sided design conducive for cleaving. The shape of the swords was reminiscent of the originals, yet the spines were adorned with intricate crimson patterns, irregular in form, bestowing upon them an alluringly sinister beauty. The most significant alteration lay beneath the grips. The former solid metal orbs had been replaced. Practical experience had rendered those solid spheres utterly ineffectual. Instead, they had been transformed into hollow metal orbs, their surfaces punctuated with numerous small apertures, within which resided a delicate azure iron bead, merely resting upon the table. The swords exuded an extraordinary aura. At that moment, Ty spoke. "These are two demonic blades, the most malevolent I have ever encountered, and they may well become the most formidable of their kind." Ty's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded the long swords. "Oh, what makes these swords so wicked? Pray, enlighten me. And what caliber of renowned blades do they represent?" Intrigued by Ty's introduction, Weir found himself captivated by his new weaponry. "They are classified as grade 21 large sabers," Ty replied after a moment of contemplation as he removed his outer garment. At that moment, Weir realized that Ty's complexion was ashen, resembling someone who had just recovered from a grave illness. "These two cursed blades were bloodthirsty after I had meticulously honed them. I tested their sharpness and inadvertently cut my hand, perhaps due to the fact that it was their first taste of human blood. They voraciously absorbed a significant amount of my life essence, subsequently forming crimson patterns along the spine of the swords. What astonished me further was that only one of the swords had drawn my blood, yet both blades bore the red markings. Additionally, I discerned that after their sanguine feast, they had gained a slight increase in strength. Indeed, I could feel that the quality of these two swords had improved marginally. After all, having devoted my life to the art of sword forging, I could not be mistaken." Upon finishing his words, Ty donned his coat. Weir became increasingly intrigued. These two swords possessed the potential to absorb blood and grow stronger. Could it be that, in the future, there existed a possibility for them to evolve into the exalted tier of the supreme great blade, the 12 works? Weir grasped the twin swords, and the sensation in his hands made him shudder. It was not the intimidation of the cursed blades nor anything else. Rather, the feeling was all too familiar. Reminiscent of the days when he wielded the dual swords of yore. "You're still alive, old friend. How wonderful," Weir mused. His gaze filled with nostalgia as he looked upon the blades. Under Ty's astonished stare, Weir drew one sword and deliberately sliced open his forearm. Blood gushed swiftly from the wound, and with careful control, he directed it all onto the blade. What intrigued Ty was the phenomenon that unfolded. Weir's blood flowed smoothly along the polished surface of the sword, showing no signs of being absorbed. With skepticism etched across his face, Ty seized a small knife and made a cut on his own finger, letting his blood drip onto the sword. In an instant, the blade behaved as if it were a sponge, eagerly absorbing Ty's blood. Confusion clouded his expression as he looked at Weir, silently inquiring about the nature of this occurrence. I've told you, even if it's a cursed blade, it was forged by me. This is my old companion. How could it possibly drink my blood? Weir sheathed the twin swords with precision, as if they were perfectly tailored to the scabbard. Let us name these blades Blood of Intent. What do you think, esteemed Tai? Though Weir posed the question to Tai, it stemmed from a place of reverence for the creator of Blood of Intent. The intent signifies the swordsmanship of the Intent Sword Pavilion, while blood represents the blades that thirst for life. Tai nodded, gesturing for Weir to take his leave, as it seemed that a month of forging and the process of Blood of Intent had indeed taken a significant toll on his body. As Weir reached the threshold, he turned his back to Tai and spoke. I shall assist you in eliminating Yujishio. Should your family face any peril in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I will come to your aid. With those words, Weir produced a communication device from his pocket and placed it on the cabinet by the door, departing without a backward glance. A smile crept across Tai's face. It had been a long time since he had encountered a grand swordsman, and he had not anticipated witnessing such youthful prowess. I hope he can help me vanquish Yujishio. At last, my son, I have discovered a way to end Yujishio. Weir, carrying the essence of vitality, sought out Ferdinand to bid him farewell. With no intention of returning to Tutu Island, he chose not to accompany him to the docks. Upon returning to the ship, he discovered Rabbit still engrossed in a pile of medical texts, basking in the sun on the deck, with a platter of fruit beside him. Ever since embarking on this maritime journey with Weir, Rabbit had increasingly embraced the pleasures of life. Vail promptly activated the ship, setting a course towards the direction indicated by the recording pointer. Once the navigation was established and the vessel set to autopilot, Vail sought out Rabbit to boast about his newfound blood as if he were a child who had just acquired a delightful new toy. Congratulations, Al. Today is indeed a splendid day. Perhaps we could forego training and take a day of rest? Rabbit, noticing Vail's exuberance, seized the opportunity to indulge in laziness. Vail merely smiled at Rabbit, who gradually lowered his head, sinking further until it ultimately rested against his chest. Weir discerned that the fellow was merely feigning helplessness. Yet he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Very well, today shall be a day of respite. Tomorrow, we shall resume our endeavors. The Rabbit nodded eagerly, and, out of Weir's sight, made a gesture resembling a peace sign. At that moment, a newsbird swooped down from the sky, landing directly before the Rabbit. Without hesitation, the Rabbit scurried to the kitchen to fetch some small fish to offer the newsbird. Once satiated, the newsbird did not take flight immediately. Instead, it dropped a newspaper at the Rabbit's feet, squawked at the Rabbit, and then took off into the sky. The Rabbit waved goodbye to the newsbird, picked up the newspaper from the ground, and reclined leisurely in a lounge chair, crossing its legs as it began to peruse the contents. Weir felt that the scene before him was vaguely reminiscent of something he had encountered before. It was somewhat jarring to the eyes. However, upon glancing at the Rabbit's adorably Navi appearance, he cast the thought aside. Just as Weir contemplated testing the sharpness of the Blood of Intent, the Rabbit suddenly grasped his arm and pointed to a corner of the newspaper. Following the Rabbit's fluffy finger, Weir's gaze fell upon the headline. General Sakaski defeats the Terika pirate crew, rescuing the villagers of the island. Weir glanced around, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Al, is this Sakasaki formidable? The Rabbit began scribbling notes for Weir once more. Indeed, I cannot defeat him yet. What is it, Rabbit? Weir inquired, perplexed as to the Rabbit's intentions. The Rabbit resumed writing fervently. Very well, henceforth I shall be called Rabbitsuki. I too shall grow strong. As the Rabbit displayed the note, a joyful smile illuminated his face, thrilled to finally possess a name. Upon hearing the name Tusk, Veer nearly spewed a mouthful of blood onto the Rabbit's face. Yet, as it was a name chosen by the Rabbit itself, Veer could only acquiesce, following the direction indicated by the compass for approximately 4 to 5 days. They finally beheld an island. As Veer gazed upon the island before him, an intriguing thought suddenly struck him. The island, imbued with a golden hue, was enveloped in swirling sands above. Indeed, this was the kingdom of Alabasta, the land of deserts. Observing the sparse vessels at the port, Veer realized that this island was not particularly prosperous, which was hardly surprising given the harsh climate. After securing the ship, he disembarked with Tusk and stepped onto the sandy shores of this small isle. Entering the town, he was met with an unexpected vibrancy, suffused with the essence of the desert. Most men were adorned with headscarves, while the women wore alluring attire. Tusk found his gaze fixated on the elegantly dressed women, his eyes somewhat glazed. When Veer witnessed Tusk's reaction, he was taken aback. You, a rabbit, actually fancy women? He delivered a light punch to the Rabbit's head. You should admire beautiful female rabbits. Women are not your type. Mind your image, Tusk. Upon hearing these words, the rabbit felt quite displeased. Clenching his fist, he retaliated with a punch to Veer's stomach, turning away in feigned anger. Observing the rabbit's response, Veer couldn't help but chuckle even more. Oh, come now. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to something delicious. With that, he made his way towards the center of the small town at the edge of the desert. After a lengthy search, they finally stumbled upon a nice restaurant and entered together. As Veer gazed at the menu presented by the waiter, he fell silent. What are these? Sand crocodile meat barbecue. Cactus salad? Desert fried rice? Adopting an attitude of curiosity, Veer ordered several dishes, and shortly thereafter, the waiter brought out the food. Veer and the rabbit set off. And to be candid, the taste was rather ordinary, yet it possessed a unique charm reminiscent of the desert. After their meal, Veer inquired with passers-by about the location of the capital of Alabaston, as he wished to witness the current state of this nation. Through his inquiries, he learned that reaching the capital necessitated traversing the desert, a journey that would take approximately a day on camelback. However, alternatives did exist. One could rent an F-crocodile, a swift creature in the desert, second only to the fast-running duck, though its rental cost was exorbitant, beyond the means of the average person. Upon hearing of such a method, Veer resolved to rent an F-crocodile. His memories of watching pirates in his previous life were not entirely vivid, as several years had elapsed. And apart from certain significant events, the details had grown somewhat hazy. After a brief journey, he arrived at the rental shop for the F-crocodile. Upon inquiry, he learned that only a few F-crocodiles were available here, each destined for different locations. Renting an F-crocodile did not necessitate a guide in the desert, for the F-crocodile itself served as one. Typically, an F-crocodile would remember only a single destination, thus, the rental point here would release its charges while the corresponding point at the target location would reclaim them, and this process would continue in a cycle. Veer paid for the rental directly. The fee was relatively high for others, yet not burdensome for him. After all, when he found himself short on funds, he would resort to ambushing pirates. Indeed, he would rob them. This became his primary source of income, and if he were fortunate enough to encounter particularly oblivious pirates, he would also collect their bounties. Regrettably, the prospect of claiming bounties was now out of reach for Veer, as his own head was valued at a staggering 170 million berries. Sitting atop the F-crocodile was, in fact, a delightful experience. Not only did it feature a reclining seat, but it also offered a selection of refreshing beverages. Despite its swift pace, this magnificent creature provided a remarkably smooth ride. Vail contemplated once more his initial thoughts upon first encountering Alabasta, to eliminate Crocodile and usurp his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The reason for this ambition eluded him, perhaps simply due to its intriguing nature and the allure of the title, which he found rather appealing. By midday, Vail arrived at the capital of Alabasta, Alubarna. However, upon reaching the city, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Was this truly the capital of a nation? While surrounded by towering edifices, the dilapidation of the city was undeniable. The Nefertari family, despite not having relocated to the holy land of Mariehua, had made a rather foolish decision in coming to this desert. With so many islands in the pirate world to choose from, it seemed nonsensical to settle in such an arid place. As for the notion of guarding the underworld king, Vail merely chuckled at the absurdity. After meandering through the capital for a while, Vail found himself at an impasse, pondering where to locate Crocodile. Should he venture to the royal palace or perhaps the rain base? Having just arrived in Alubarna, he was reluctant to embark on further travels, so he decided to investigate the royal palace. The palace's location was unmistakable, as it was the tallest structure in the vicinity. Approaching the palace, Vail paid no heed to the guards stationed at the entrance, striding directly inside. As the guards attempted to intervene, Vail unsheathed his sword, and within moments, several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Long ago, Veer pondered why he, once a law-abiding citizen, had become so ferocious upon entering the world of pirates. It was only during his time on Tutu Island that he came to a profound realization. In his previous life, he was bound by numerous constraints, morality, law, and the notions of right and wrong. However, upon arriving in the pirate realm, all those inhibitions vanished abruptly. While he could not fathom the feelings of other transmigrators, he felt a liberating surge within him, as if something was striving to break free. It was only during his first assassination mission that he comprehended the nature of that which sought release, the demon residing within his heart. Observing the fallen guards, Veer felt no sympathy for them. He recognized the distinctive emblem of the Baroque works on their arms. As he advanced toward the palace, he was resolute in seeking trouble with Crocodile. Thus, upon encountering guards adorned with the Baroque works insignia, he swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword. The blood of intent greedily feasted upon their essence, while the ordinary palace guards he merely rendered unconscious. Though they were incompetent, they remained innocent. As he continued his ruthless path, the mounting number of slain foes led Vail to regard Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta as a pitiful figure, woefully outmaneuvered by Crocodile's machinations. Was it not evident that Nefertari Cobra had been ensnared in control, resulting in the presence of so many Baroque works agents? In Vail's eyes, both Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta and King Riku of Dressrosa were mere inept individuals, shifting the blame for their inadequacies onto the strength of their adversaries. Despite wielding the resources of a nation, they failed to consider utilizing these assets to safeguard their realm while incessantly proclaiming their benevolence toward the populace. In these tumultuous times, the absence of strength equated to a lack of security. If one could not ensure the safety of their citizens, how could they speak of peace and prosperity? Such notions were utterly absurd. As he contemplated these issues while dispatching his enemies, Vail soon realized that he had eradicated all the guards of Baroque works. In response, Baroque works, undeterred by the risk of exposure, unleashed its assassins and pirates. Yet, this only intensified Vail's resolve, driving him to strike with even greater ferocity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Vail suddenly felt an urge to single-handedly conquer the Alabasta royal palace, just as his enthusiasm for battle surged. Within the confines of the palace's chambers, Nefertari Cobra lay languidly on the bed, her arms positioned above her head in a heart shape, exuding an air of utter boredom. However, this was not the true Nefertari Cobra but rather Mr. Tu, Bon Clay of the Baroque works, who had recently employed his fruit-based abilities to impersonate her. The genuine Nefertari Cobra had already fallen under their control. Mr. Tu spent most of his days in the palace's chambers, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. For despite the striking resemblance in voice and appearance, one could not replicate the nuances of daily habits. Following the replacement of the actual king, Baroque works' first order of business was to replace all the palace servants familiar with the king. The ministers, however, were off limits, as any alterations to their ranks would raise suspicions, compelling Mr. Tu to maintain a low profile. As Mr. Tu languished in boredom, the door to the chamber was suddenly flung open, and a plump young man rushed in, his face awash with panic. "Sir, it's terrible. The palace has been invaded. The one behind it is the Thunder Swordsman, Vail. Sir, please help. Our comrades have suffered heavy casualties." The young man gasped, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. Upon hearing the news of the palace breach, Mr. Tu remained relatively unfazed. For few dared to antagonize the Baroque works in Alabasta. However, the mention of the Thunder Swordsman, Vail, sent a chill down his spine. What could possibly compel such a formidable figure to invade the royal palace? Mr. Tu felt a twinge of anxiety, after all. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries, far beyond his capacity to confront. "We're not certain, sir. That man the young man began. But his words were abruptly cut short as the door to the chamber shattered with a resounding crash. From the swirling dust emerged a young man of modest stature. It was Vail. In truth, Vail had already dealt with the members of the Baroque workshop, however. Due to the vastness of the palace, he searched numerous locations before finally discovering this place. Where gazed upon Nefertari Cobra, accompanied by the rotund figure behind him adorned with the emblem of the Baroque works. It became evident to him that the entity before him was not the genuine Nefertari Cobra, but rather the deceptive Mr. Tu, a master of disguise. Vail once held a favorable impression of Mr. Tu and intended to resolve the matter through peaceful discourse. "You are Mr. Tu, are you not? I shall refrain from superfluous chatter. Simply inform me of Crocodile's whereabouts, and I shall not cause you any distress." Vail sheathed his sword, indicating his resolve to avoid violence. "The Thunder Sword Master, where is it? A figure as menacing as you approaching the president can only spell trouble. I would never betray him." With that, he unexpectedly charged directly at Vail. As Vail observed Mr. Tu charging towards him, a sense of helplessness washed over him. It appeared that diplomacy had failed. Swiftly evading Mr. Tu's flying kick, Vail couldn't help but notice his opponent's widespread legs, which sparked a rather mischievous thought in his mind. As Vail deftly evaded Mr. Tu's flying kick, he simultaneously delivered a swift kick that landed squarely upon Mr. Tu's groin. Though the force was not overwhelming, it was evident that Mr. Tu's movements faltered momentarily. His complexion shifted to a shade of purple, and he retreated hastily. After a brief distance, Mr. Tu's legs trembled as he pointed accusingly at Vail. Rendered speechless by the pain, Vail observed Mr. Tu's reaction and felt that his previous actions might have been slightly excessive. However, the stance adopted by Mr. Tu, with his legs wide apart, was undeniably lacking in finesse. Rather than engage in futile conversation with the already weakened Mr. 2, were understood that this sentimental individual would never betray Crocodile. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before Mr. 2 and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, causing Mr. 2 to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Vail began to search around, seeking the telephone snail that Mr. 2 typically used to contact Crocodile. It was evident that Mr. 2, tasked with such duties, would possess a direct line to Crocodile. Indeed, Vail discovered a telephone snail nestled within the nightstand. He promptly lifted the receiver, and a crackling sound emanated from the device. After a prolonged wait with no response, just as he was about to abandon hope, the call was answered, only to reveal a female voice. "This is Miss All Sunday. The president is currently unavailable. You may convey your message to me, Mr. 2. The familiar yet foreign voice of Robin echoed through the telephone snail. "Haha, it's you, Robin. Where is Crocodile? I never expected you to be the one answering the call." Vail found this encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates to be rather amusing. Upon hearing Vail's voice, Robin fell into a contemplative silence. "How do you know me? You are not Mr. 2. Who are you, and what business do you have with Crocodile?" Robin swiftly discerned that the voice was not Mr. 2's, yet she remained unfazed, as she held little regard for the Baroque Works members, her sole concern being the historical texts. "I am certainly not that flamboyant Mr. 2. I am Vail. As for why I see Crocodile, well, I suppose I intend to eliminate him. Just tell me where I can find Crocodile." Vail was singularly focused on locating Crocodile to deliver a beating. Driven by the sheer frustration of his elusive nature, "The Thunder Swordsman, you seek to know Crocodile's whereabouts? I might divulge that information, but what benefit would it serve me?" Robin, yet to encounter Luffy, had been further hardened by the realities of life. Without Luffy's salvation, might a ruthless female pirate emerge upon the seas? Unlikely, as Robin was inherently a kind-hearted individual. "All right then, if you reveal Crocodile's location, I shall disclose the whereabouts of a historical text." How does that sound? Vail began to employ his cunning strategy to entice Robin with the prospect of history. "You truly know the location of a historical text? Reveal it now, and I shall immediately tell you Crocodile's location." Upon hearing the mention of historical texts, Robin appeared quite animated. "Haha, let us discuss it once I meet Crocodile. If you refuse to speak now, I shall search for him myself. I am not oblivious to the whereabouts of Crocodile's lair. I can wait there indefinitely." Vail was not naive. Revealing the location of the historical text to Robin could very well lead her to disregard him entirely and pursue the text for herself. A plausible scenario. After a moment of silence, Robin relented. "Crocodile is at the Rain-based casino. Remember your promise to me. Once you meet Crocodile, inform me of the historical text location." With that, Robin ended the call. Veer felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, vexed by the fact that she had hung up on him. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. It was Tusk. Veer had previously inquired whether Tusk harbored any disdain for his penchant for killing. Tusk had responded, "As long as Al believes he is in the right, I shall support him." However, Tusk had little fondness for combat. His true passions lay in eating and collecting rubies. Thus, while Veer undertook the solitary challenge of the palace, Tusk busied himself in the background, gathering rubies with zeal. One glance at the large bag slung over Tusk's shoulder revealed the bountiful spoils he had amassed. Veer understood that today, regardless of his reluctance to travel, he had no choice. Should Crocodile act impulsively and venture elsewhere, Veer would find himself in a predicament of relentless searching once more. Having previously rented the Crocodile, he was now more adept in navigating this endeavor. Perched upon the back of the Crocodile, Veer felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover the extent of a natural-type devil fruit user in the pirate world. Although Crocodile had somewhat squandered the potential of the sand fruit, it remained a natural type, nonetheless. At long last, as darkness enveloped the sky around 8 o'clock in the evening, Veer arrived at Rain Base. Veer felt that this was indeed the capital of Alabasta, for the rainy night was truly vibrant. The rain-soaked streets were not cold and dreary. Instead, they were illuminated with a myriad of lights. As Veer gazed upon the enchanting scenery before him, he found no urgency in seeking out Crocodile, opting instead to meander through the rain-kissed streets. However, Tusk was less than pleased, as he was currently quite tired. This brings us to Tusk's peculiar sleeping habits. He would retire for the night around 7 or 8 o'clock and rise in the early hours, around 3 or 4. Each time he awoke, he would invariably rouse Veer from his slumber as well. Due to this matter, Wall often took his frustrations out on Tussie. However, in a state of drowsiness, Wall found himself facing the spirited Tussie, and the outcome of their encounter became uncertain. Furthermore, Wall refrained from exerting his full strength for fear of causing injury to Tussie. Observing Tussie's demeanor, while couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of mischievous delight. Enraged by Wile's mockery, Tussie extended his hand and rubbed his fingers together, signifying a demand for money. Vail was uncertain about the intentions of this individual, yet he reached into his modest backpack and handed over several 100,000 berries to Tusk. The bag was quite limited in capacity, and this was all he could spare. What left Vail speechless was the unexpected gesture from the rabbit, who brazenly extended a middle finger towards him before sauntering off to the hotel behind them, seemingly intent on taking a rest. Observing Tusk's evident fatigue, Vail resigned himself to the situation, merely calling out that he would seek him in the morning. If he did not appear, he could be reached through the telephone book. Vail continued to meander through the rain, only to realize belatedly that Tusk was incapable of utilizing the telephone book, as he could not speak. The prolonged companionship had led Vail to mistakenly regard Tusk as a fellow human, culminating in such a trivial oversight. After wandering around for a while, Veer arrived at the entrance of a casino, which undoubtedly was the most opulent establishment in Alabaston, known as the Rain Feast. Upon stepping into the Rain Feast, he was promptly greeted by a welcoming hostess. Veer gazed upon the casino before him, its grandeur undeniably impressive, and he found himself contemplating a few rounds of play. As for Crocodile, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with him. They had already arrived in the rain-soaked area, and he figured Crocodile could hardly stir up any significant trouble. However, Veer remained oblivious to the fact that he was devoid of funds. Most of the money he had brought aboard had been spent on renting the Crocodile, and the remainder had been given to Tusk. Consequently, when it came time to exchange for chips, an awkward predicament arose. His pockets were empty. What had initially sparked a desire for a modest gamble now extinguished his interest, leading him to abandon the idea of lingering any longer. Veer strode directly to the largest gambling table in the venue, leapt atop it, and bellowed, "All non-essential personnel, get lost. I am here solely for Crocodile. You have 30 seconds. If there is still a living soul here after that, Veer, shall take their life." As Veer's voice echoed through the room, most onlookers were merely curious, eager to witness the fate of one audacious enough to cause a ruckus at the rain banquet. For it had been ages since anyone dared to disrupt the event. However, upon recognizing that the man before them was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries, the crowd began to scatter, fleeing towards the exit of the casino. As for the members of Baroque Works, they had all vanished, evidently having received word from the palace about the dire situation, opting not to court death. For even the lowliest of minions cherished their lives dearly. Veer gazed at the vanished crowd, then glanced at the exquisite black pocket watch in his hand. 23 seconds. Indeed, when faced with death, human potential knows no bounds. As the commotion began to subside, Veer pondered that if Crocodile were not so cowardly, he would have emerged by now. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Crocodile still did not make an appearance. Could it be that this fellow truly had succumbed to fear? That seemed improbable. After all, he had once dared to challenge Whitebeard. Although Veer held such reckless bravado and contempt, it was evident that Crocodile was not one to shy away from confrontation. In truth, Veer's intuition was correct. Crocodile was not absent out of fear of Veer. Rather, he was biding his time for Veer to seek him out. Having witnessed Veer's formidable prowess during the day's events, Crocodile had no intention of engaging in battle within the confines of the Rain Banquet. Firstly, this was not his territory. Secondly, the Rain Banquet was his domain, and damaging it would be a considerable loss. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, each waiting for the other to make the first move. After enduring a tedious half-hour wait at the casino, Will, who abhors waiting above all else, grew increasingly impatient. He is never late and harbors a deep disdain for those who are. Consequently, Will resolved to take the initiative. Veer did not meander through the Rain Feast. Instead, he surged forward into the interior with a flash. However, as soon as he arrived in the corridor with his swift movement, he caught sight of Crocodile, who had just turned around and was about to dash inside. For the first time, Veer felt a sense of shame regarding his observation hockey, despite being so close. He had failed to notice it. However, this cannot be entirely attributed to Veer, as it also reflects a flaw in the development of his ability. Upon realizing the profound nature of his talent for observation hockey, Veer resolved to relinquish certain aspects. What he chose to forego was the range of this ability, condensing it to a circular area within a 10-meter radius around himself. Furthermore, Veer discovered that his lightning could be infused with his observation hockey, although the extent was limited. He unexpectedly unlocked the capability of creating an electromagnetic barrier. Typically, while maintains his electromagnetic barrier at a minimal level, enveloping only his entire being. This electromagnetic shield possesses no offensive capability, and its defensive strength is negligible. Its sole purpose is to significantly enhance the sensitivity of his observation haki. Vail confidently asserts that within a 10-meter radius, he can detect any attack. No matter how concealed the fruit's abilities may be, they cannot approach him within that proximity, for he will surely uncover them. However, this skill comes at a price, the exasperating limitation of range. In the corridor, Vail and Crocodile engage in a tense standoff. Their eyes locked. Crocodile feels a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to wait until Vail grew impatient and then lead him into the desert. Yet, he never anticipated Vail's swiftness. Before he could even begin to elementalize and take flight, Vail was already before him. Crocodile, you certainly make it easy for me to find you. But never mind, I have matters to discuss with you. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Vail remarked with a smile directed at Crocodile. Humph, what an arrogant fellow. You think your bounty grants you the liberty to act without restraint? I have encountered many newcomers like you, most of whom meet an early demise, Crocodile retorted, a smirk playing upon his lips. Yet, inwardly, he was gripped by anxiety. Given Vail's earlier speed, he could not hope to react in time. He could only pray that Vail remained oblivious to his vulnerabilities and was not proficient in armed haki. Now, let us dispense with the trivialities. I have come primarily for the title of Warlord of the Sea. By the way, you must have a way to contact the Marines, preferably through a Din Mushi link to Sengoku. If you provide it, I shall let you off the hook. Frankly, Vail regarded Crocodile with little concern, for the latter seemed rather weak. Crocodile relied solely on his fruit abilities, with his physical prowess being rather subpar, and his fruit's potential was not particularly well developed. Interested in the title of Warlord of the Sea? How laughable. Do you think anyone can simply become a warlord? Without waiting for Vail's response, Crocodile took immediate action. With his right hand pressed firmly against the ground, Crocodile unleashed his power, causing the rain-soaked earth to dry rapidly and transform into sand, followed swiftly by the walls. It appeared that Crocodile intended to turn the rain venue into a sandy terrain advantageous for his combat. Vail instantly appeared before Crocodile. And before Crocodile could fully unleash his erosion cycle, Vail, with his right hand enveloped in armament haki, delivered a powerful punch that sent Crocodile flying. I had no intention of resorting to violence, yet I was taken aback when you struck first. Do not blame me for my response. A manic grin, characteristic of battle, reappeared on Vail's face. With arms crossed, he drew Blood of Intent, shrouding the blade in armament haki and lightning, simultaneously activating lightning mode. As Crocodile struggled to rise, Vail reappeared behind him in a flash and brought his sword down. A tingling sensation coursed through Crocodile's scalp, a profound sense of impending doom looming behind him. Foreseeing the danger when Vail had covered his fist with armament haki, Crocodile refrained from using his naturalization, realizing the peril he faced today was unexpectedly grave. In a moment of desperation, disregarding his dignity, Crocodile executed a roll to narrowly evade Vail's dual blades. Just as he thought he had escaped the clutches of death, Vail launched a second attack. This time, the strikes were exponentially swifter, and Crocodile, unable to evade in time, felt his back sliced open by two intersecting wounds. Yet, this was not the gravest of his concerns. He sensed a copious amount of blood gushing from the wounds, an unprecedented rate of bleeding that he had never encountered before. Blood of Intent lingered in the wounds for merely a few seconds, and Crocodile felt as though he was on the brink of exsanguination. Weir was indeed taken aback. He had never anticipated the formidable vampiric prowess of Intent Blood. Just moments ago, Crocodile had been full of life, yet now he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Gasping for breath, his once dusky skin now pallid. Hey, what happened to your so-called natural abilities? This is rather pathetic. Don't die on me. Tell me where the Navy snail phone is, or I shall resort to the techniques that my second elder sister taught me. Weir kicked at the prostrate Crocodile, fearing that if the latter were to perish, his efforts would be in vain. Humph, you wish to obtain the specialized snail phone of the 7 warlords? Even if you were to kill me today, I would never divulge that information. Techniques from your second elder sister? How absurd. I, Crocodile, have faced countless trials. Despite being gravely injured and sprawled upon the ground, Crocodile retained an air of arrogance. While such pride was commendable at other times, Weir found it intolerable when Crocodile uttered the words, techniques from your second elder sister? How absurd, for those words would soon become his most regrettable utterance in life. Ha ha ha. You dare to belittle the interrogation skills imparted by my second elder sister? Very well, allow me to let you experience them firsthand. With that, Weir sheathed Intent Blood. Hidden within a discreet pocket on the right side of his coat was a concealed satchel. He retrieved this pouch, which contained a set of interrogation tools gifted to him by his second elder sister. Although these instruments were modest in size, They were capable of inflicting immense despair and suffering. Vail did not act immediately. Instead, he grasped Crocodile by the collar and dragged him inward until he located Crocodile's office. Only then did Vail enter, binding Crocodile to the chair he typically occupied. This was not a matter of Vail's idleness, rather. The previous location had been transformed into a desert by Crocodile himself. In such an inhospitable environment, Vail feared that his adversary might perish under interrogation, prompting him to seek a more suitable setting. Moreover, within a familiar atmosphere, Crocodile's resolve would be even more tenacious, rendering the encounter all the more intriguing. On Vail's face, a neurotic smile spread, sending chills down Crocodile's spine upon witnessing it, as an ominous premonition loomed. With Vail's movements, Crocodile emitted a wail that was far from human. An hour later, within the confines of Crocodile's office, the initial agonizing cries had vanished. Now, Crocodile trembled all over, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Yet, despite his plight, he remained unyielding, even as an array of peculiar instruments pierced his body. Each breath he took was a torment. For this perverse individual had inserted something unknown into his lungs. Crocodile never imagined he would one day eagerly anticipate the arrival of death, but such a fate seemed unattainable. As this deviant feared his demise and had administered life-sustaining drugs, even offering him a touch of anesthesia, though the pain persisted relentlessly. Ha ha ha. What a resilient fellow you are. Just a mere telephone bug, is it worth such tenacity? Vail mused. In that case, let us proceed to the next phase. Oh. By the way, that was merely the first stage. There will be 4 in total. My best record is completing the second stage, for most succumb before reaching the 4th. Only my senior has managed to complete the 4th stage a few times. After all, it was she who invented it. As Vail spoke, he retrieved several unfamiliar tools from the interrogation kit. Upon hearing that there were 4 stages, despair washed over Crocodile. That was just the first stage? 3 more to go? Ultimately, Crocodile capitulated. Bring out the telephone bug from that cabinet, he uttered, his voice strained, a consequence of the iron-like object lodged in his lungs. No one could endure such a torment with ease. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Veer's eyes sparkled with realization as he observed the man's capitulation. Fortunately, had this individual persisted any longer, he would have been perilously close to death, for the vital blood had siphoned too much from him. We retrieved the snail phone from the cabinet, scrutinizing it intently. Is this the specialized snail phone for the 7 warlords? It seems rather unremarkable. Hand it over to me. This is not the designated snail phone for the 7 warlords. Furthermore, take this wretched contraption away. It hinders my speech too much. I need to communicate with my partner and instruct her to retrieve it. Crocodile could no longer endure the strange object lodged in his lung and sought to use the call as an excuse for Weir to remove it. Are you certain? You might need to prepare yourself. Extracting this object is a procedure that can only be performed in the later stages of Phase 3. Weir felt somewhat troubled. Had he known Crocodile still required a phone call, he would not have inserted this device in the first place. Vail reluctantly retrieved some anesthetic from his backpack and administered another injection to Crocodile. Subsequently, he began to slowly extract the iron brush embedded in Crocodile's lung lobe. Crocodile howled in agony, blood bubbles forming at his lips. Once the iron brush was fully removed, Crocodile lay in a state of utter exhaustion. The iron brush, after extraction, bore little resemblance to its original form. It had transformed from a teardrop shape into a swollen sphere, adorned with numerous tiny spikes. This was one of the masterpieces of the second sister. The tip of the iron brush was crafted from a special material that gradually absorbed moisture, becoming straight, hard, and swollen, which was also the reason for Crocodile's difficulty in speaking. It took Crocodile quite some time to regain consciousness. Which perverse individual invented this ghastly contraption? All of you from that sect are deviants, lunatics. He glared at Vail with contempt. Crocodile, it seems you wish to proceed to the next stage, Vail remarked, placing the snail phone down and fixing his gaze upon Crocodile. Crocodile ceased to respond, for he was keenly aware of the folly in provoking this madman any further. Noticing Crocodile's silence, Vail did not press him. Instead, he picked up the snail phone and positioned the receiver beside Crocodile. Before long, the snail phone was answered by none other than Robin. Miss All Sunday, this is Mr. Zero. Please proceed to the secret base. Under my office chair. There is a hidden compartment. The code is 084355. Inside, you will find a snail phone. Bring it to the rain banquet, and then come to my office. I shall await your arrival. Before Robin could respond, Vail hung up the phone. I have instructed Miss All Sunday to deliver the snail phone to me. Kill me. At this moment, Crocodile was consumed by a desire for death, as he could not fathom that Vail would ever grant him mercy. Who would release a person subjected to such brutal interrogation? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Vail relished in such peculiarities. We're paid no heed to Crocodile, instead meandering through the opulent office. However, he soon found himself captivated by a particular sight, a magnificent wine cabinet. What exquisite vintages were marveled as he surveyed the collection. Yet, upon discovering a certain bottle, his admiration swiftly turned to incredulity. To think you would showcase a 200-year-old TC wine here. Pray tell, how long has it been displayed? And from whence did it come? We're gazed at the exceptional vintage, incensed at Crocodile for such an egregious display of neglect. Crocodile, startled by Weir's reaction, was bewildered, but, having endured Weir's torment for too long, could only respond submissively. These wines were discovered in the cellar of Nefertari Cobra's palace during the initial abduction. I thought them commendable, so I brought them back. They have been here for merely a few days. After answering Weir's inquiry, Crocodile closed his eyes. Wishing to avoid further conversation with the seemingly deranged individual before him, fearful that his words might provoke another tirade, he would rather perish than endure another round of Weir's wrath, had he known that biting his tongue would not lead to his demise. He would have done so long ago, for the pain he currently endured paled in comparison. Upon hearing Crocodile's explanation, Weir felt a surge of delight. As if he had unearthed a treasure, he carefully packaged the precious bottle, intending to present it to his senior brother upon his return to Rog Town. This was truly a rare vintage, one not easily acquired even with wealth. As for the other wines, they too were of exceptional quality. Weir gathered them all together. And in the midst of this, he retrieved a bottle of unknown provenance, eager to quench his thirst at that very moment. With the bottle opened, Weir took a sip. So pure, so potent, such a delightful flavor, truly an exceptional wine. Vail closed his eyes, savoring the moment, before succumbing to the temptation of taking a generous sip. It puzzled him. When his elder brother was alive, he indulged in alcohol only occasionally. However, after his brother's demise, his affinity for drinking intensified, to the point where 3 days without it felt unbearable. Yet, Vail was well aware that, given his physical constitution, alcohol could no longer inflict harm upon him, let alone foster any dependency. Thus, the likelihood of addiction was minimal. It was more a psychological reliance, likely stemming from his yearning for his brother. A smile crept upon Vail's lips as memories of his brother flooded back, particularly the humorous escapades they shared during drunken nights. One of the most amusing incidents involved both of them, thoroughly inebriated, hosting their master, who had also indulged a bit too much, since it was at his brother's residence. Sisterin was present as well. Somehow, in their drunken state, his brother fervently insisted that Vail marry his 5-year-old daughter, little Anna. Surprisingly, a tipsy Vail agreed. He vividly recalled their master rising abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, and exclaiming, "I shall be the officiant." Ultimately, it was Sisterin who managed to escort the trio of intoxicated men back to their respective quarters. Reflecting on this, Vail could not help but smile, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Just then, he heard the sound of sand being trodden upon. Vail was aware that it was Robin who had come to deliver the phone book. Upon arriving at the rain banquet, Robin immediately sensed that a battle had transpired. And recalling her previous words to Vail about Crocodile being present, she deduced that a confrontation between Vail and Crocodile had occurred. Robin hesitated. Neither side was to be trifled with, and she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. However, considering Vail's knowledge of the historical texts, her resolve grew stronger. As Robin opened the door, she was struck dumb by the horrific scene before her. Even with her extensive encounters with darkness, she felt her legs weaken. The sight of Crocodile surrounded by bizarre instruments was too much for her. She doubled over, beginning to retch. She had encountered death before, even dismemberment. But what she witnessed now was a cruelty far surpassing both, bringing this resilient woman to the brink of tears. Desperate to escape, Robin turned to flee. But a chilling voice from behind her halted her in her tracks. "If you dare to run, I will make sure you sit there and experience Crocodile's treatment." The frosty tone of the voice paralyzed her, leaving her trembling legs as the only sign of her fear. She sensed someone approaching from behind, and she knew it must be Vail. What Robin did not expect was Vail's cruelty. Upon seeing Crocodile's gruesome state, all she wanted was to escape, retreating as far away as possible. Weir gradually approached Robin, admiring her exquisite silhouette. A rather sinister thought crossed his mind. He pressed closely against her back, slowly slipping his hand beneath her garment, caressing the fullness of her bosom. Robin felt a wave of distress wash over her. The man behind her was not only cruel but likely a lecher as well. The anticipation of what was to come filled her with despair, and the thought of resistance only deepened her hopelessness. Yet, just as Robin was engulfed in her despair, Weir unexpectedly withdrew his hand. As Vail observed Robin on the verge of tears, having already indulged in his mischievous antics, he refrained from further teasing her. He, are you pondering something peculiar? He inquired. Fear not. I am merely seeking the transponder snail. After having taken advantage of the situation, Vail continued to jest with Robin. Regarding the transponder snail you desire, do enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the historical texts. Robin, instead of mentioning Vail's inappropriate behavior towards her, held the transponder snail designated for the 7 warlords in her hand. She did not directly hand it to Vail, implying that she would only relinquish it upon receiving information about the location of the historical texts. Veer, of course, would not be intimidated by this young girl. He swiftly employed Flash to bring Robin before him, seizing the phone bug for examination. This particular phone bug, while slightly larger than the ordinary variety, bore the insignia of the Navy and lacked any remarkable features. However, it seemed to have witnessed Crocodile's dismal fate, causing it to shrink into its shell, reluctant to emerge and fulfill its duties. Tell me, where is the poneglyph? You promised, Robin reiterated, her fear of Veer overshadowed by her greater desire for the ancient text. Oh, the poneglyph, you say? There is one in O'Hara. You might want to search for it, Veer replied, fully aware that another piece resided in Alabasta. Yet it was not the opportune moment to disclose this to Robin. Matters of redemption, such as those pertaining to Robin, were better suited for Luffy, the simpleton. While Veer was capable of taking lives, the notion of redeeming others seemed laughable. In this regard, he held a degree of admiration for Luffy's earnestness. You see, I know there was one in O'Hara, but alas, O'Hara now lies in ruins, and that poneglyph has already been seized by the world government. What a deceit. Upon hearing Veer's words, Robin realized she had been tricked. Have I deceived you? Was there not a poneglyph in O'Hara? Ah, I neglected to mention it once existed. Veer chuckled, recognizing his own grave grammatical error. Shifting his attention from Robin's plight, he focused on the quivering phone bug. If you do not emerge and perform your task, I shall use you for baked snails, he stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the bug that had retreated into its shell. At the sound of Veer's threat, the phone bug hesitantly extended its head, beginning to fulfill the demands of this formidable human before it. Veer gazed at the perceptive telephone snail and smiled, promptly picking up the receiver. A series of bubbling sounds emanated from the device, and shortly after, a man's voice was heard. This is the Navy headquarters. May I inquire if Lord Crocodile has any business? The voice on the line did not belong to Sengoku. It must be another officer of the Navy. I am not Crocodile. Have Sengoku take the call. If he refuses, one of the 7 warlords may well be lost, Veer stated, wishing to avoid unnecessary banter with the Navy soldier, who held no authority. May I ask who is speaking? Mr. Sengoku is quite busy and may not be able to converse with you, the soldier replied, failing to comply with Veer's request. Veer perceived a hushed exchange between the officer and someone nearby. Do not make me repeat myself. If a 7 warlord dies due to your negligence, can you bear the consequences? Veer asserted, falling silent as he awaited a response. The caller hesitated. Please hold, I will notify him. It won't take long. The officer finally responded before lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Sengoku was, as usual, engrossed in paperwork. The daily deluge of documents weighed heavily upon him, leading him to set aside his work and gently press his forehead, seeking to alleviate his fatigue. He glanced at Garp, who was blissfully asleep across from him. A twinge of envy creeping in as he contemplated Garp's life. Though not of high rank, he enjoyed ample freedom. Should he have followed Garp's path and become a vice-admiral? Yet, reflecting on his responsibilities, Sengoku dismissed the thought. Someone must step forward to guide the larger picture. The Navy required a sagacious fleet admiral, a role he was well suited for. If Garp embodied the Navy's might, then he represented its intellect. Though they both lamented their advancing age. Just as Sengoku was lost in contemplation, a knock sounded at the door. He called for the visitor to enter, and his secretary stepped in. Admiral Sengoku, we have just received a direct call from the 7 warlord Crocodile. However, the caller claims he is not Crocodile and states that Crocodile is on the brink of death. He demands to speak with you and threatens to kill Crocodile should you refuse, the secretary reported, saluting and awaiting Sengoku's command. So Crocodile has been defeated. These scoundrels would be better off dead. If not for the greater good, why would there even be a 7 warlord of the sea? Nevertheless, bring me the telephone snail. Also, do we know the identity of the caller? Sengoku mused, harboring a long-standing disdain for the 7 warlords. He believed they acted with impunity, disregarding orders in critical moments. Even if they were summoned, they merely went through the motions. Had it not been for the need for maritime balance, he would have eradicated them long ago. The caller did not disclose their identity. I will take my leave now, Admiral Sengoku, the secretary replied, bowing as Sengoku nodded his assent, signaling him to instruct the subordinates to procure the telephone snail. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the voice of Sengoku emanated from the transponder snail once more. This is Sengoku. May I inquire who I am speaking with? What has become of Crocodile? His commanding voice resonated through the device. Ah, finally someone competent, chuckled Veer. I am Veer. As for Crocodile, he is likely on the brink of death. Let us not concern ourselves with him. I have a rather intriguing proposal, and I wonder if Mr. Sengoku would be inclined to consider it. Veer, upon hearing Sengoku's voice, felt a surge of amusement. He had finally located the authority figure, though he wondered if they could negotiate the matter of the 7 warlords. You scoundrel! You have slain Vice Admiral Spider, and now you wish to kill Crocodile as well? What is your intention? Do you seek to challenge the Navy's authority? Sengoku's fury was palpable as he recognized the voice of the troublesome newcomer. Authority of the Navy? Mr. Sengoku, do not jest. In my eyes, while the Navy may be more reliable than certain pirate factions and the Revolutionary Army, at best, it is merely a lapdog of the Celestial Dragons, audaciously proclaiming its so-called authority. As for what I aim to do, Mr. Sengoku, I am primarily interested in knowing how you would feel if I were to eliminate Crocodile and claim the title of Warlord. I find that title quite appealing. Veer, unwittingly slipping into his acerbic mode, showed no trepidation even in the presence of the Navy's highest commander. You insolent child. The Navy is not for you to judge. Do you think the 7 warlords are the strongest in the world? Slay the previous one, and you shall be next. Not a chance. Sengoku was evidently infuriated, veins bulging on his forehead as he spoke into the transponder snail. Indeed, the Navy is not for me to judge, but Mr. Sengoku, you must also be aware of the current state of affairs. Among the 3 admirals, one has become a mere watchdog for the Gorosei. Do you truly believe that the Navy will remain unchanged after your resignation? Although we are adversaries, I must admit, I hold some respect for your character. Veer found himself enjoying the conversation with Sengoku, despite the latter's irascible nature, knowing well from the original narrative what kind of person he was. Who are you to possess such intricate knowledge of the Navy? Why do you desire the title of warlord? Sengoku, upon hearing Veer's words, regained his composure. His earlier fury was merely a fade to gauge the young pirate's reaction, and what he witnessed was the last scenario he wished to confront, a composed, albeit eccentric young pirate who seemed to know of Admiral Akainu, raising Sengoku's wariness. I have already introduced myself. I am Veer. However, I must clarify, I am an adventurer. Not a pirate, let me stress, not a pirate, not a pirate. I have repeated this thrice for your remembrance, Mr. Sengoku. I possess substantial knowledge of the Navy, but I shall not disclose it to alarm you. As for the title of warlord, it is merely a matter of interest. Upon arriving in Alabasta, I recalled Crocodile and found the title of warlord rather formidable, hence my desire to pursue it. Does that suffice as a rationale, Mr. Sengoku? Veer continued to banter with Sengoku, unfazed by Robin's astonished expression or Crocodile's impending demise due to excessive blood loss. Ultimately, it was Robin who could no longer bear the sight and tended to Crocodile's wounds. Should Veer not reveal the location of the poneglyph, she would continue to follow Crocodile, as both she and Veer had not explicitly stated their betrayal of him. Before Veer's arrival, Robin had informed Crocodile of Veer's imminent arrival in the Rain Base. Their relationship was one of collaboration, not subservience. Thus Robin harbored no fears of future repercussions from Crocodile. Whether or not you are a pirate, the Navy will render judgment. Your words alone will not suffice. What knowledge do you possess regarding the Navy? Pray, enlighten me. I find myself quite intrigued. As for the title of warlord, it is not for me to bestow. We shall discuss that later. For now, let us converse about your understanding of the Navy. Sengoku's heart raced as he heard Veer claim to possess extensive knowledge of the Navy. Had it been anyone else, Sengoku would have merely laughed it off. But through various sources, he had learned of Veer's close ties to a former celestial dragon, whose identity remained somewhat obscured. It seemed to involve a scandal concerning the celestial dragons, and the individual was known as Ferdinand, an arms dealer. Celestial dragons often possess secrets unknown to ordinary folk. Could it be that the former celestial dragon had divulged such information to Veer? Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a wave of irritation wash over him, muttering to himself about the troublesome individuals involved. Mr. Sengoku, do you truly believe I would disclose the specifics of my knowledge regarding the Navy? Do you take me for a child? As for the matter of the 7 warlords, consider it at your leisure. I am not particularly anxious. My primary concern lies with how to handle Crocodile. Shall I assist you in eliminating him, Mr. Sengoku? Veer discerned Sengoku's intent to extract information from him. However, with Sengoku's sagacity, it was implausible that he would reveal his motives so overtly. Surely, there was a deeper scheme at play. Veer pondered briefly and decided against engaging in a battle of wits with Sengoku, recognizing it would only lead to humiliation. So this is your sole purpose for contacting me? You have gone to such lengths for this? You killed a vice admiral and a warlord for these trivialities. Do you expect me to believe your words? Sengoku clearly misinterpreted Veer, as Veer's actions were driven solely by whim. Mr. Sengoku, please do not misconstrue my intentions. My slaying of Vice Admiral Spider was purely out of interest, devoid of ulterior motives. Furthermore, should I find myself labeled a pirate on the next bounty poster, I shall deliver quite the surprise to the Navy, Veer concluded before abruptly severing the connection. Meanwhile, at Marie Ford, Sengoku gazed at the transponder snail, now hanging lifelessly. With a heavy thud, he struck the table in frustration. It was evident he was genuinely enraged. What manner of creature is this? Completely devoid of decorum. Lacking any semblance of protocol. Years of experience led Sengoku to believe Veer was not lying, yet the more he understood, the heavier his heart felt. What actions might someone who kills a vice admiral purely out of interest undertake in the future? Even Kaido, that monstrous figure, had not exhibited such reckless abandon. Casting a glance at the perpetually slumbering Garp, Sengoku envied his colleague's carefree existence. Soon enough, I shall retire and support Akiji as the next fleet admiral. As for Akiji's character, it has been thoroughly vetted through years of observation alongside my old friend Garp. There is no doubt of his integrity. While he may appear indolent, his sense of justice is unwavering and balanced. Initially, both Akiji and Akainu were contenders for the next fleet admiral. But Akainu's close ties with the Gorosei had altered the dynamics. Though the Navy belonged to the world government, Sengoku firmly believed the Navy was distinct from the world government. While the Navy served as a facade for the world government, complete subjugation to it would spell disaster for the Navy. Thus, after conferring with several old friends, Sengoku resolved to endorse Akiji's rise. Akiji, in turn, had not disappointed. His reputation, accomplishments, and strength were all commendable. Now, it merely awaited the right moment for Sengoku's retirement. Weir hung up the phone, a smile gracing his lips. Although Sengoku had not explicitly acquiesced to his proposal regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, it was nearly a foregone conclusion. Weir had subtly threatened Sengoku, and his own prowess was more than sufficient. As for the matter of killing the vice admiral, Weir felt little concern. Far worse acts had been committed, especially by him. Weir claimed to possess extensive knowledge about the Navy. Yet this also implied that he might divulge such information. With the sagacity of the warring states, he should have understood this. However, Weir remained perplexed as to why the warring states was so overly probing him for information. Never mind, if it eludes his understanding, he shall not dwell on it. Should the warring states indeed harbor ulterior motives, time will reveal them. As long as he remains sufficiently formidable, even in the face of conspiracy, he will be capable of handling it. Vail glanced at his pocket watch. It was nearly midnight. He decided to seek out Tusk, but before that, he had a task to accomplish, retrieving the interrogation tools from Crocodile, a gift from his second sister. Approaching Crocodile, he was surprised to find the man still alive. Before reclaiming the tools, Vail cast a glance at Robin, who was standing silently in the corner. Hey, little cat over there. It would be wise for you to leave now. What transpires next may leave you with some psychological scars, Vail kindly warned Robin. Although the retrieval of the tools would not be as horrific as the interrogation itself, Robin, with her outwardly strong demeanor yet inward fragility, might struggle to bear the experience. Robin remained still and silent, silently resisting Vail's advice, displaying no intention of departing. Realizing his counsel was in vain, Vail commenced the retrieval process. The act was brutal. Crocodile, already unconscious, was violently roused by excruciating pain, his mouth opening wide as if to silently scream at the heavens. Witnessing the scene, Robin's legs weakened, and she leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the ground. It was apparent that Robin was genuinely terrified. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet the resilient girl did not allow herself to weep. After several minutes, Vail completed the collection of the tools and began meticulously cleaning them, even going so far as to disinfect them with a concoction invented by Tusk, which he always carried with him. Once the tools were properly stored, Vail took the specialized telephone bug for the 7 warlords and, bearing some fine wine on his back, prepared to find Tusk. However, just as he reached the entrance to the rain feast, he sensed someone approaching from behind. He recognized it was Robin but chose to disregard it. To his surprise, Robin unexpectedly grasped the back of his coat. Weir turned his head to gaze upon the girl, whose face had turned pale with fear and tears glistened in her eyes. Is something the matter, Robin? We're observed that Robin was genuinely terrified by him, prompting him to soften his tone. Please tell me, where is the historical manuscript? You must know, given that you are privy to such classified naval intelligence, surely you are aware of the manuscript's location. Robin's voice was barely a whisper, quivering with trepidation. Clearly terrified of Weir, yet she compelled herself to confront him for the sake of her enduring pursuit. Weir remained silent, scrutinizing the girl before him. While he had once admired the character of Robin solely within the confines of anime, he now found himself genuinely appreciating her in reality. Although Robin's actions were somewhat reckless and a tad immature, had it been any other adversary instead of Weir today, she might have met a tragic fate. Do not rush. Robin, your time will come, and it shall not be long, were stated before attempting to turn away. However, Robin grasped the fabric of his clothing, her slender fingers tightening their hold, turning pale from the intensity of her grip. As Veer gazed upon Robin's pitiful demeanor, he felt an unprecedented twinge of guilt for deceiving such an adorable girl. Observing the silent Robin, Veer spoke once more. Do you truly wish to know the whereabouts of the historical text? Do you genuinely believe you are prepared to venture to those locations? With that, he averted his gaze from Robin, gently pushing her hand aside, and seated himself upon the steps at the entrance of the rain feast, turning his back to her while casually retrieving a bottle of wine to continue drinking. I can, no matter where it is, I will certainly reach it, Robin asserted, her voice resolute and unwavering. You cannot. Do not be misled into thinking that years of fleeing have granted you an understanding of the darkness and dangers of this world. In this vast ocean, you are but a novice. You lack even a decent vessel. How do you intend to search for the historical text? And let us not even discuss the perils you may face at sea. How much navigational knowledge do you possess? How will you procure sustenance while adrift? What will you do when confronted by formidable foes? Will you simply await death if you fall ill? Child, you remain oblivious to the ocean's cruelty. The most terrifying aspect at sea is not the weather but humanity itself. After delivering this admonition, Veer took a hearty swig of his wine, uncertain why he had shared such thoughts with Robin. Perhaps it was the striking contrast between the Robin he saw today and the one from the original narrative that stirred something within him. Robin bit her lip, speechless, as she did not know how to counter his assertions. I know at least 4 locations of the historical text. Even if I divulged them to you now, what would it change? One of those places would spell certain doom for me. Revealing this to you would only serve to heighten your distress. Continue to wait and endure. Perhaps one day, you will realize that what you seek is not history, but something else entirely. With that, Veer turned and walked away, drinking deeply from his bottle as he went. Robin stood there, dazed, watching Veer retreat without attempting to stop him. For the flood of information he had imparted overwhelmed her thoughts. Weir ventured far ahead, casting a furtive glance back at Robin, and then erupted into laughter. Today, he had truly played his part brilliantly, leaving Robin utterly bewildered. Even now, he could faintly discern Robin's silhouette at the entrance of the rain feast, seemingly lost in contemplation of life's mysteries. Weir's spirits lifted further. He was not mocking Robin, but rather wishing for this tragically fated young girl to remain in Alabasta, awaiting the light that Luffy would bring to her. Weir is acutely aware of his own nature when he claims that he can kill without a moment's hesitation. It is merely a boastful assertion. If he were to traverse into a world of ancient warfare, he would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a ruthless butcher. Fortunately, he has found himself in the realm of pirates, and by a stroke of luck, he has entered the esteemed Swordsmanship Academy. Veer suddenly recalled certain events from his past as an assassin, which seemed to date back to when he was merely 16. He had successfully completed a mission, and as he prepared to eliminate any traces of his presence, he encountered a strikingly beautiful woman. Despite her evident terror at the sight of the formidable figure he presented, she made a remarkably astute decision. Before Veer's eyes, she disrobed, using her enchanting physique to entice him. In that moment, Veer found himself ensnared by this captivating woman, losing his composure entirely. Throughout this encounter, he never learned her name, nor did he inquire, as she remained silent on the matter. Ultimately, this exquisite woman became the sole survivor within the castle of his target. By the following morning, Veer departed Alabaston, accompanied by a rabbit. Weir retrieved the navigational pointer he had obtained from Dr. Coloccus. The direction indicated by this pointer was presumably the course that Luffy and his crew would follow in their future voyages. Therefore, Weir unceremoniously discarded it onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. If one were to embark on an adventure already acquainted with the course, could it truly be deemed an adventure? How could Weir possibly have the audacity to call himself an adventurer? He adjusted the course to align with the new navigational pointer's direction, which he had recently acquired that morning from Alabasta, locking in the trajectory to continue his maritime escapades. Veer has recently discerned that his progress and strength development has been somewhat sluggish. The art of swordsmanship cannot be mastered in a fleeting moment at his current level. Advancement is not a matter of sudden enlightenment, but rather requires the passage of time and diligent honing. In contrast, his proficiency in armament hockey and physical techniques has seen considerable improvement. Veer has sensed a significant enhancement in the quality and speed of his armament hockey, which also necessitates accumulation and refinement. As for his physical techniques, due to the influence of the thunder-piercing method, they have been steadily advancing at a measured pace. Thus, if Veer wishes to bolster his strength, he must devise new techniques. He feels that his current moves are beginning to lag behind his capabilities, particularly the Swallow's Return. Presently, Veer can utilize the Swallow's Return as a standard move, with the only drawback being a slight depletion of stamina. Therefore, he seeks a sword technique that surpasses the Swallow's Return in potency. Although he harbors ambitious ideas, one of them presents a daunting challenge, the feasibility of which remains uncertain. Consequently, Veer resolves to commence with simpler endeavors and heads directly to the training room. The walls of this chamber are constructed from a special metal that can be disassembled and replaced. As long as Veer's actions do not excessively damage the ship's structure, he is generally free to practice without concern. Veer drew forth the blood of intent and channeled lightning into the two intricately hollowed metallic orbs situated beneath the hilt of his sword. To his astonishment, the diminutive blue spheres within these orbs began to absorb the electrical energy. After consuming a modest amount of lightning, the blue spheres transformed into small orbs of thunder, surrounded by a radiant aura of electric light. Veer infused a substantial amount of lightning into both swords until they transformed into a shimmering silver-blue hue. Subsequently, he hurled the two swords into the air, causing them to rotate at high speed around a hollow metallic sphere, yet this was only the beginning. In his hands, Vail conjured two orbs of lightning. As these spheres of electricity materialized, the radiant glow of the blue metallic orb intensified, seemingly resonating in harmony with the lightning held by Vail. Vail began to exert control over the two silver-blue sword wheels with remarkable ease, though his command was limited to altering their direction. Their flight speed was swift, and their cutting capability formidable, yet their agility remained rather average. Veer has named this new technique the Blood Wheel. In essence, this ability is a refinement of a previous skill, which originally employed only electromagnetic attraction. Now, it has been enhanced with repulsion. Furthermore, the small blue orb beneath the hilt of the Intent Blood Sword is a metal capable of storing lightning, facilitating Veer's control over the Intent Blood. Although this ability appears formidable, it is not without its shortcomings. It is primarily suited for group battles, excelling at dispatching lesser foes. While controlling the formation of blood energy through the sword wheel's cutting technique, Vail must exercise meticulous precision, as any haste in his movements could disrupt the electromagnetic forces at play, ultimately leading to the failure of his technique. Furthermore, this ability lacks a degree of agility. It is purely a product of Vail's overindulgence in reading Xianxian novels in his past life, yearning to experience the thrill of sword flight. However, reality has imparted a sobering truth. He shall never achieve the dream of soaring through the skies on a sword. Although he can manipulate his sword for a brief period after releasing it from his grasp, the underlying principle relies solely on magnetic attraction and repulsion. Should an adversary wield a substantial magnet, Vail would be left with no choice but to firmly grasp his dual swords. Upon successfully developing this ability, Vail did not experience overwhelming joy, for it was merely a means to fulfill a fantasy, lacking substantial practical combat value. It may serve well for trivial challenges, but employing it against formidable opponents would be tantamount to courting disaster. Setting aside the issue of agility, simply being unable to move swiftly would render him vulnerable to even equally ranked foes. In contrast, another envisioned technique represents Vail's true trump card, contingent upon successful development. Thus, he plunged into a fervent regimen of training, devoting his days solely to eating, sleeping, caring for his rabbit, and devising new techniques. After a month of relentless toil, although he had not yet perfected his ability, he stumbled upon a new island. This island, the most peculiar Vail had ever encountered in the world of pirates, possessed a uniquely circular shape, with a singular gap at one edge. Strikingly, the island's center was devoid of land, instead revealing a vast expanse of pitch-black sea that dominated most of its area. From a distance, it resembled a droplet of black ink dispersed upon the ocean, encircled by the landmass of the island. However, the shape was not entirely circular. The aforementioned gap appeared to beckon travelers to navigate into the enigmatic depths of that dark sea. Veer did not venture into the dark sea, for merely gazing upon its expanse instilled in him an inexplicable sense of unease. The absence of a single vessel upon those waters raised profound suspicions about the inherent wrongness of the place. Weir approached the island from different directions, steering clear of that particular gap. Weir discovered that the entire perimeter of the island was lined with docks, save for a solitary gap, which piqued his curiosity. It is worth noting that constructing a dock is no trivial expense, let alone the sheer number present here. Furthermore, the waters surrounding this small isle were nearly brimming with vessels, representing an eclectic assembly of individuals, from the navy to pirates, various merchant guilds, and even some unfamiliar flags, alongside numerous ships that bore no insignia at all. As Weir ventured closer, he realized that the island boasted no buildings, only a multitude of tents. This revelation deepened his perplexity. What on earth was happening here? Was it possible that the fabled treasure had finally emerged, attracting a convergence of all these factions? But how could that be? This was still the realm of pirates, where aside from the devil fruits, other phenomena possessed a hint of scientific rationale. How could one expect the emergence of mythical treasures? Weir resolved to abandon his aimless guessing and decided to venture to the island to assess the situation. He called out to Tussie to come and witness the spectacle of Superman, and then began searching for a suitable place to anchor his vessel in preparation for disembarkation. However, after a while, Weir was dismayed to discover that the area was teeming with ships, leaving no room to dock. In a previous life, he had encountered a lack of parking spaces, but now, in the world of pirates, he found himself facing the same predicament. Was he to simply abandon his ship by the seaside? Yet the distance to the island was far too great. If he were to anchor here, he would have to navigate past a dozen vessels before reaching the small island. This clearly illustrated the sheer abundance of ships surrounding the isle. With a sense of helplessness, Weir had no choice but to anchor his vessel here, utilizing the boats of others as stepping stones to gradually approach the island. Just as Weir intended to seize Rusky and leap towards the isle, Rusky unexpectedly brushed aside Weir's hand, gazing at him with evident disdain. Subsequently, under Weir's envious stare, Rusky crafted a pair of wings from its fur and then hardened the fibers at will. After a brief adjustment, the rabbit took to the skies with remarkable finesse, suggesting that it had honed this ability over some time. Watching Rusky soar above him with a look of contempt, Weir felt a deep-seated irritation gnawing at him. Weir could only shout sourly to the sky, "Flying is quite impressive. I shall learn the moonwalk eventually, and then I too shall soar." After uttering these words, Weir slowly made his way towards the island, hopping like a grasshopper. Tusk, with a broad grin revealing his large incisors, leisurely soared towards the island. Only Tusk dared to tease Weir in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, be they weak, like Crocodile, or strong, Weir would have fought back fiercely. Upon Weir's arrival at the island, the earlier uncertainties had yet to be resolved, and an even more bizarre scene unfolded before him. Several groups of individuals were locked in a standoff, as if a skirmish could erupt at any moment, while numerous spectators, much like Weir, watched intently. Among these groups, two stood out due to their size and the factions that surrounded them. One group, easily identifiable by their neat uniforms and orderly formation, was the Navy. The other, with their brazen demeanor and eclectic attire, appeared to be pirates. At that moment, an officer from the Navy spoke up. "Charlotte Lonnie, you have already obtained one piece. Do not be too greedy. Do you truly wish to oppose the world government?" The officer's voice was resounding, his stature imposing, with metallic gauntlets extending to his forearms. Clad in crimson trousers and bare-chested, what left a lasting impression was the gold-tipped mustache adorning his chin, complemented by a mane of golden hair, exuding an aura of ferocity and dominance. To Weir's surprise, this officer was indeed a representative of the world government, contrary to his assumption that he was Navy. The woman referred to as Charlotte Lonnie was a remarkable figure. Her uniqueness lay in her divergence from the typical feminine archetype, while undeniably beautiful. Her allure was of a distinct nature. Charlotte Lonnie's hair was short, barely covering her ears and neck, similar in length to Weir's, though slightly longer. She possessed a petite frame, appearing somewhat fragile, with a fair complexion and refined features, exuding a beauty that was androgynous rather than conventionally feminine. Her attire was similarly neutral. Yet there was an unmistakable sense of poise about her, particularly noticeable in her bosom. Charlotte Lonnie's bosom was not overly large, yet not insignificant either, ordinarily. This would be inconsequential, but it conveyed an air of tranquility, as if she were inherently not meant to possess a more ample figure. With a disdainful smile, Charlotte Lonnie regarded the officer. "It's merely a matter of skill. Who said it was to be divided equally? I am a pirate. If you dispute, let us fight. Why so much idle chatter?" Her voice rang clear and melodious, revealing no fear of the world government. Vail found today's events to be increasingly intriguing. Although he was unaware of what both parties were vying for, one side represented the world government while the other was presumably the notorious Big MOM pirates. The object of their contention must be exceedingly valuable. Just as Vail contemplated observing the situation further, a group of pirates approached him. "Hey, kid, state your name or bounty. I am Perkin from the New World. If you do not wish to support us, you should leave immediately. This is no place for novices like you," Perkin declared, his tone dripping with arrogance, perhaps emboldened by his status as a pirate from the New World. He seemed to look down upon the so-called small fry of the first half of the Grand Line. To be honest, it was Vail's first encounter with such an audacious pirate, and he was somewhat taken aback by the sheer ignorance of his demeanor. It appeared that pirates from the New World indeed held a disdainful view of their counterparts from the first half of the Grand Line. Although Veer was also sailing in the first half of the Grand Line, he was not a pirate. Feeling confident in his own abilities, he simply responded to Mr. Perkins with a single word: "Gone." After uttering this word, Veer paid no further attention to him and intended to continue enjoying the spectacle. If Perkins dared to act arrogantly again, he would deal with him decisively. Upon hearing Veer's succinct reply, Perkins was taken aback. He never expected this fellow would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Anger surged through him, perhaps due to the ease of his journey so far, which had caused him to become somewhat overconfident. Consequently, he drew the spiked club from behind him, aiming to strike Veer with lethal intent. When Veer noticed the other's lack of discernment, he delicately extracted a trace of his essence, subsequently unleashing a faint azure sword aura that surged toward Perkin's face. Before Perkin could react, he was swiftly decapitated by Veer's blade, causing a cascade of crimson to spray behind him like a spilled bowl of soft tofu. At the moment Veer's sword manifested, both Charlotte Lonnie and the officer of the world government turned their gazes, sensing the formidable presence of the swordsman. As Perkin fell motionless to the ground, all eyes in the arena converged upon Veer. Although the factions were locked in a standoff, under the intentional restraint of both parties, no casualties occurred, for their intent was not to annihilate one another, but rather to seek greater advantage for their respective powers. Thus, Perkin, the unfortunate soul, became the first casualty. As the crowd's attention remained fixated on Veer, Tusk arrived on the scene. Previously, Tusk had not flown directly to the island. Instead, he circled above. Surveying the situation, Vail found himself to be the center of attention, which left him somewhat discontented, for he had intended to witness the clash between the Big MOM pirates and the world government. To his surprise, all eyes were fixated upon him. "What are you all staring at? I am merely a passing adventurer. Please, continue as if I were but a fleeting shadow." Vail endeavored to divert their gaze away from himself, hoping to savor the impending chaos of the grand battle. However, both parties remained silent, neither making an effort to engage him nor to expel him. Instead, they continued to stand off against one another. It appeared that both factions were astute, recognizing that with such a volatile swordsman, who would not hesitate to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, persuading him to join their ranks was no simple feat yet. Expulsion was equally unfeasible, as neither side could ascertain the true extent of the other's strength, knowing only that they were dealing with a formidable swordsman. Thus, both parties tacitly resumed their standoff. As Vail passed by a pirate, the initially impatient pirate's expression tightened upon seeing him, and he inquired about the matter at hand. What was the current situation on the island? The pirate looked at Vail with curiosity. "Are you unaware of the secrets here? How did you manage to arrive?" It appeared that this pirate was intrigued by Vail's intentions. After Vail explained that he had navigated here based on the direction indicated by his log post, the pirate gazed at him in astonishment and proceeded to reveal all that had transpired on the island. Through the pirate's introduction, Vail finally grasped the general circumstances. It turned out that this island was unsuitable for human habitation. Each year, it could only be accessed for less than a month. For the rest of the year, the island would sink, with the central Black Sea expanding to encompass the entire island, forming a conspicuous circular expanse of darkness amidst the azure ocean. The island was not renowned for its peculiar climate, but rather for a specific mineral it produced, known as sea prison stone. Indeed, this was the nemesis of devil fruit users, sea prison stone. Many believe that hockey, seawater, and sea prison stone can all counteract devil fruit powers, but this notion is misguided. Hockey can indeed capture the tangible forms of Logia and certain paramecia users, yet it does not impede the use of their abilities. Thus, hockey can only be considered a means to confront these types, and it must be sufficiently powerful. Merely possessing hockey does not guarantee the ability to capture the form of a Logia user. If the hockey is inadequate and the power disparity is too great, capturing them remains impossible. As for seawater, it can indeed suppress devil fruit users, rendering them powerless and unable to actively utilize their abilities. although it does not cause their powers to vanish. For instance, Akiji once fell into the sea but managed to freeze the water in time to escape. In contrast, sea prison stone cannot merely counteract devil fruit users, it is their absolute nemesis. Upon contact with sea prison stone, devil fruit users become entirely powerless and temporarily lose their abilities, reverting completely to ordinary humans, regardless of whether they are Logia, Paramecia, or Zoan users. Thus, this small island, which produces sea prison stone, is essentially the property of the world government. If not for the island's unique environment, a substantial naval presence would have already been established there. This year, as in previous years, the world government dispatched personnel to collect sea prison stone, as most of it is exposed, with only a small portion buried underground. Consequently, the government enlisted numerous Navy personnel to scour the island. However, this year was different. The big MOM pirates had made an appearance, complicating matters further. To make matters worse, news of the big MOM pirates' intent to seize sea prison stone from the world government somehow leaked, prompting various factions to converge, each hoping to seize some advantage amid the chaos. Weir is acutely aware of the preciousness of sea stone, as evidenced by the mere fragments he possesses from his ship, which highlight the rarity of this material. Although the black market price for sea stone is relatively modest, its scarcity renders it often unattainable. Furthermore, even if a typical faction were to acquire sea stone, it could only be utilized as a means to combat those endowed with devil fruit abilities. The challenges of smelting or reshaping sea stone are formidable, with the specific techniques for smelting being classified as state secrets. It remains a mystery why the big mom pirates would seek to procure sea stone. Could it be that they have mastered such techniques? The process of merely polishing sea stone entails a complex series of procedures, and in a pirate world where technology is not highly advanced, even the cutting of ordinary gemstones poses significant challenges, let alone the task of cutting sea stone, which possesses hardness equivalent to that of diamonds. Upon learning that sea stone is found on the island, Weir's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he, too, is in dire need of this elusive material. Weir had always yearned to embed more sea prism stone beneath his vessel, aiming to diminish the likelihood of assaults by sea kings. However, he had yet to find a means to procure such stones. The sea kings of the pirate world are vastly diverse, with some colossal creatures that evoke sheer terror. Should Weir encounter one of these gigantic sea kings while navigating the waters, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. He could never forget the sight of a gargantuan sea king he once glimpsed from afar during a voyage, resembling a mountain, capable of crushing him with ease. Thus, Weir was fervently eager to acquire sea prism stones. Embedding them in the hull would significantly reduce the probability of an encounter with such formidable creatures. Aware that this island harbored a wealth of sea prism stones, Weir lost interest in the ongoing brawl between factions and instead resolved to venture in search of the stones. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he discovered that the outer layer was encircled by a group of individuals, half of whom were Navy and the other half pirates. It appeared to be a precautionary measure against other factions seeking to exploit the chaos. While this might be effective for others, it proved less so for Weir. Vail strode directly up to a naval officer, forcefully pushing him aside as he confidently advanced. The officer, likely recognizing Vail's identity, refrained from making any foolish moves. Yet, he was equally bound by his superior's orders, even at the cost of his life. Consequently, this officer, along with several colleagues, surrounded Vail. "Do not obstruct my path. I have no desire to spill your blood," Vail declared, casting a glance at the naval personnel. He genuinely wished to keep his blade untainted by the blood of these soldiers, regardless of the incompetence and folly of the world government. These soldiers deserved respect. Their loyalty, steadfastness, and courage in the face of formidable foes were commendable. Unlike those officers who retreated upon his approach, the resolute naval soldier proclaimed, "Thunder Swordmaster Vail, I have orders from the commander. No one is to leave the encirclement without permission. Please step back." With that, the soldier raised his weapon, aiming it at Vail, his demeanor unwavering. Weir ceased engaging in futile conversation with several naval soldiers, recognizing its futility. Instead of resorting to lethal measures, he activated his lightning mode, deftly maneuvering around them. However, at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. Within the confines of Weir's electromagnetic barrier, he sensed an adversary rapidly advancing towards him from the rear. Veer swiftly leaped to the side, and with a resounding thud, the ground where he had just stood was cratered. It was the officer from the world government. "Pirate, who permitted you to roam freely on this island? Do you wish to meet your demise? It would have sufficed for you to simply observe from a distance, yet you dared to covet the sea prism stone? Have you sought the approval of Apollo Bernard?" This officer, Apollo Bernard, appeared distinctly displeased with Veer. Adjusting the metallic gauntlets adorning his hands, he fixed his gaze upon Veer, intent on extinguishing the pirate's existence. Though his opponent was a master swordsman, Apollo Bernard possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Veer gazed at Apollo Bernard before him, sensing a troubling arrogance in the man's demeanor. In a moment of impulse, he drew his weapon, blood of intent, intending to eliminate the officer of the world government. Just as the two were about to engage, Charlotte Lonnie arrived with her subordinates, encircling them. Noticing her presence, Apollo Bernal spoke up, proposing an alliance. Charlotte Lonnie, let us join forces to eliminate the lightning swordsman, and we shall divide the sea prism stone between us. It appeared that Apollo Bernal was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that the distribution of the sea prism stone this year had already been determined, as a portion had been claimed by the big MOM pirates. Rather than risk greater losses, he offered to share half, thus consolidating their strength against a common adversary. Dividing the sea prism stone with the big MOM pirates was a compromise he could accept, as it would be easier to justify to his superiors, given the formidable nature of their influence. However, should a mere rookie pirate seize the sea prism stone, it could jeopardize his future prospects and raise doubts regarding his competence in the eyes of his superiors. Charlotte Lonnie, contemplating the proposal, found it agreeable and nodded in assent. Positioning herself beside Apollo Bernal, intent on joining forces to eliminate Veer, the unwelcome intruder. This unexpected guest had arrived on the island and slain one of their own pirates. Despite the deceased not being a member of the big MOM pirates, Weir discovered that two factions were conspiring to confront him. An unsettling realization prompting him to advise Tusk to ascend once more into the skies or seek out some weaker pirates for practice. Tusk immediately soared into the heavens, seemingly averse to conflict and unconcerned for Weir's safety. What manner of freaks are you? The world government collaborating with pirates? That buxom pretender over there. I offer you a chance. Leave now, and I shall pretend you do not exist. Weir held a favorable first impression of Charlotte Lonnie and had no intention of antagonizing her. However, his perspective was somewhat naive. Why should the world government not ally with pirates? Strength alone defines justice. I extend you an opportunity to depart this place at once, and I shall act as if you never appeared. Charlotte Lonnie, too, was reluctant to confront Weir, as she remained unaware of his true capabilities. Apollo Bernal, witnessing the budding dialogue between the factions and Weir's persistent interest in Seastone, decided to take action. Cloaked in the inky blackness of armament hockey, Apollo Bernal charged at Weir with full force. As Apollo Bernard charged towards him, Vail's impression of the man soured further. Without exchanging pleasantries with those present, Vail unsheathed blood of intent. It had been a while since he had engaged in a satisfying battle, and he was uncertain of the prowess these foes possessed. While Apollo Bernard rushed at Vail, Charlotte Lonnie refrained from aiding him, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation from the sidelines. The obsidian aura and silver blue lightning enveloped his twin blades, imparting a nebulous quality to blood of intent, rendering it even more formidable. The already sinister blade, augmented by Vail's lightning and imposing presence, became nearly indomitable. As Apollo Bernard, his fists laden with armed color, swung towards Vail, the latter found the assault painfully slow, leaving him somewhat disillusioned by the opponent's feeble strength. To Vail's perception, the incoming punch seemed almost lethargic. His superhuman reflexes bestowed upon him an extraordinary reaction time. With a decisive stroke, he cleaved through the opponent's arm. Although Apollo Bernard had fortified his limb with armed color, his mastery of the technique was regrettably lacking. As the anguished cries of Apollo Bernard echoed, his severed arm flew through the air before crashing to the ground. Strangely, no blood spilled forth, yet upon glimpsing Vail's blades, Apollo Bernard comprehended the terrifying reality. They were siphoning his life essence. With a speed surpassing that of his earlier assault, Apollo Bernard retreated, his face drenched in cold sweat. He realized, with dawning horror, that he had indeed struck an impenetrable wall. The previous strike had merely allowed him a fleeting glimpse of blue light before he was engulfed by searing pain, resulting in the loss of his arm. Weir gazed at the rapidly retreating officer of the world government, shaking his head in disdain and muttering a curse under his breath. This was a quintessential example of a sheltered flower, one who thrived in a protected environment, bullying the weak but utterly losing the will to fight when confronted with a formidable adversary. Veer swiftly closed the distance, using a flash of movement to appear before Apollo Bern, cleaving him into several pieces under the horrified gaze of onlookers. The others on the island gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the sheer strength and cruelty displayed by Veer, retreating slowly in fear. Charlotte Lonnie, too, found herself in a foul mood. She had received a directive from her mother to venture into the first half of the Grand Line and seize a substantial cache of sea prism stones. a precautionary measure against Kaido's legion of artificial Zoan devil fruit users. Even if she could not confront them directly, their presence would serve as a deterrent. Otherwise, should hostilities arise, Kaido's army would deliver a devastating blow to her subordinates' mid-tier combat capabilities. Charlotte Lonnie had accepted Big Mom's task to procure the Sea Prism Stones. Initially, she regarded the mission with a degree of nonchalance. Despite being of above-average strength within the Big Mom pirates, she was undoubtedly a formidable force in the first half of the Grand Line. At just 18, she had ample room for growth. Bolstering her confidence as she undertook this task, eager to prove to her mother that she was no less capable than her siblings. However, Lonnie now found herself facing an unprecedented crisis, having encountered a perilous adversary, a murderous swordsman. Swordsmen are inherently aggressive, requiring a particular level of caution in combat. Although they may not possess the unpredictable abilities of devil fruit users, a moment of carelessness could result in severe injury, especially from one as lethal as this swordsman. Observing Veer's twitchy smile of excitement, Lonnie realized that reconciliation was no longer an option. All that remained was to fight for her life. Despite the grim prospects of survival weighing heavily on her mind. Surprisingly, however, Veer did not launch an immediate attack against her. As Veer gazed upon the exceedingly tense figure before him, his intrigue deepened, prompting him to clear the area before indulging in a leisurely pursuit of his new abilities. With that thought, he commenced the transmission of lightning to the dual swords. Once the transfer was complete, Veer hurled the swords into the air, initiating the blood wheel. The inhabitants of the island, witnessing the rapidly spinning blades in the sky, sensed impending doom and hastily fled towards the docks, eager to escape this den of turmoil. Alas, their chances of survival had evaporated. As the blood wheel approached the crowd, the first victim, a pirate, was gruesomely severed in two, yet staggered forward a few steps before collapsing sideways. The sight struck terror into the hearts of pirates, merchants, nobles, and navy personnel alike, hastening their flight. However, this frantic escape did little to avert their fates, as one after another fell victim to the merciless blades of the blood wheel. In less than 2 minutes, the island lay strewn with dismembered bodies, yet blood was conspicuously scarce. For the insatiable blood was voraciously siphoning life essence. With over half of the island's populace having perished, those remaining had made futile attempts to break free. But the speed of the two blood wheels rendered any hope of reaching their vessels utterly impossible. The massacre continued unabated. In a desperate bid for survival, some individuals charged at Veer, intent on slaying him to halt the relentless blades. Yet, while executing the blood wheel, Veer was merely hindered in his velocity, not immobilized, and these brave souls swiftly became martyrs, meeting a gruesome end at his side. As this harrowing reality unfolded, some resigned themselves to their fate, sitting upon the ground in despair, while others knelt before Veer, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I possess riches. There are 300 million berries on my ship. Take it all and grant me my life. I have a devil fruit. Spare me, and I shall offer it to you. I cannot die. Little Lisa awaits my return. How could I perish here? Oh heavens, what shall I do? Someone, please, save us from this demon." Under the relentless onslaught of Veer's blood wheel, all factions upon the island crumbled into chaos. Veer gazed upon the group of supplicants before him. Spare you? 300 million berries? Devil fruits? Such wealth? If you possess such riches, why venture here to court death? Veer regarded the assembly with intrigue, perplexed by their unexpected affluence. As he spoke, a cacophony of voices erupted in response. Yes, my lord, I can offer you anything. I possess countless treasures. I have a Zoan-type fruit. Do not be deceived by its classification, for if it is a mythical Zoan, its value is exceedingly high. So please, spare me. Indeed, indeed. We should not covet the Sea Prism Stone. It is all yours, entirely yours. Though these individuals harbored deep-seated resentment towards Veer, the threat to their lives compelled them to shower him with flattery. Veer gazed upon the wretched souls kneeling before him, pleading for mercy, and felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He had always been one to slay those who begged for their lives, sparing only those with a semblance of courage. Alas, the individuals before him were unfortunate. They were gripped by an overwhelming fear of death, and thus, they were destined to perish. Given that those entities resided on their vessel, it would be far more advantageous for him to eliminate them and personally venture aboard their ship in search of them. Upon concluding his statement, Veer commanded the blood wheel to resume its merciless slaughter of the remaining souls. The survivors, upon hearing Veer's words, were engulfed in despair. The most pronounced manifestation of this despair was a female pirate, not conventionally beautiful, yet exuding a certain vibrant allure. This vibrant pirate, unexpectedly, pointed at Veer and erupted into a fit of laughter, her face awash with tears and snot, bearing an expression of utter devastation. Vail gazed at the expressive figure before him, swiftly commanding the blood wheel to execute her. He neither struck her nor engaged in any peculiar actions, yet her expression was remarkably vivid. The look of someone thoroughly toyed with was quite displeasing to behold. 5 minutes later, only a handful of survivors remained on the island, including several valiant Navy personnel. Charlotte Lonnie, and a delicate, beautiful woman standing behind her. Vail had not previously taken notice of this woman, but when he aimed to slay her, Charlotte Lonnie intervened. Now, this woman lay limply against Charlotte, clutching her attire tightly. "Eileen, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. I will distract this madman. And you must seize the opportunity to flee," Charlotte Lonnie declared, unexpectedly bestowing a passionate kiss upon Eileen before gently pushing her behind, signaling her to escape. A sudden twitch gripped the corner of Weil's eye as a torrent of expletives surged through his mind. This must be Alala, without a doubt. Even in the world of pirates, Alala has made its appearance. It had certainly escaped his notice before. We regarded the two individuals with the gaze one might reserve for observing rare creatures. Meanwhile, a few naval officers stood nearby, appearing somewhat bewildered and uncertain whether to depart or remain. "Gentlemen of the Navy, you may take your leave. Return and inform Sengoku. And do not forget the matter of the 7 warlords. Otherwise, I shall extend my greetings to him in a rather unique manner." Having uttered these words, he dismissed the naval officers from his consideration. The officers, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, retreated towards the dock, glancing back at Weir as if fearing he might launch a surprise attack upon them at any moment. Vail observed the 2 women before him, choosing not to engage in battle immediately, but rather to await the unfolding drama. As anticipated, these 2 did not disappoint him. The gentle Erin surprisingly declared her intention to stay, uttering, "I will not leave. I wish to remain by your side." Thus, they embarked on a theatrical episode reminiscent of a soap opera, enacting a poignant scene of life and death separation. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Tusky, upon noticing that Vail had nearly vanquished his foes, descended to the ground to join him in this spectacle. Vail observed Tusky as it rummaged through its backpack, soon emerging with a bottle of wine, indulging in its contents while relishing the unfolding spectacle. Tusky, slightly perturbed by Vail's covert appropriation of alcohol from its bag, expertly retrieved a large apple, munching on it while watching the scene. Just as these 2 shameless characters were engrossed in the show, the drama on the opposite side reached its zenith. Charlotte Lonnie, upon discovering that the madman and his pet were engrossed in the performance, felt a genuine sense of relief. However, her concerns soon resurfaced. One could never predict when the lunatic might grow impatient and take action. Thus, she resolved to hastily send Erin away. After a moment's hesitation, Charlotte Lonnie delivered a resounding slap to Erin's face. "Leave now. Do you wish for me to beg you on my knees?" Her eyes were red-rimmed, not from fear of a formidable adversary, but from the urgency spawned by her lover's obstinacy. Erin, still unwilling to depart, shook her head, her face awash with tears. Weir had consumed a bottle of wine, yet observing that the 2 had yet to finish their performance, he lost interest in the play. "Hey, are you truly acting? That woman over there, will you leave or not? If you decide to depart now, I might spare you." Weir resumed his wicked amusement. A glimmer of hope illuminated Charlotte Lonnie's eyes, only to be extinguished moments later as another thought crossed her mind. "Come, let us battle. Today I shall surely prevail." Charlotte Lonnie shouted, diverting her gaze from Eileen, fully aware that Eileen would not leave, thereby solidifying her resolve to win. She removed her outer garment, revealing a snug black tank top, at which point Weir noticed a long dagger tucked at her waist. Charlotte Lonnie unsheathed the dagger, enveloped in the fierce aura of Haki. Indeed, many pirates of the New World possess the ability to wield Haki, but few could reach the level of mastery exhibited by Weir, let alone the prowess of Haki masters like Garp and Zephyr. Charlotte Lonnie gripped the dagger in reverse, refraining from launching an immediate attack on Weir, instead biding her time to seek out his vulnerabilities. Vail intended to assess the prowess of Charlotte Lonnie, thus he unsheathed blood will and charged towards Eileen. Indeed, Vail did not directly engage Charlotte Lonnie. Rather, he chose to target Eileen, not due to Eileen's frailty, but to provoke Charlotte Lonnie, igniting a spark of motivation within her. As Vail surged towards Eileen, Charlotte Lonnie's eyes widened in fury, and she swiftly dashed to shield Eileen. When Vail's sword clashed with Charlotte Lonnie's dagger, a tremendous spark erupted. Blood will sliced through her dagger as if it were a mere piece of wood, leaving a deep gash on her abdomen. Though Vail had not unleashed his full speed, Charlotte Lonnie barely managed to keep pace. However, the razor-sharpness of Vail's blade caught her off guard, and before she could evade, She sustained severe injuries, losing a significant amount of blood. Charlotte Lonnie's countenance darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, she resolved on a particular course of action. Eileen, witnessing the change in Charlotte Lonnie's expression, seemed to grasp her intentions, yet her own clarity served only to deepen her sorrow. Without hesitation, Charlotte Lonnie stripped off her black tank top, showing no concern for her exposed upper body. Perhaps in her mind, she believed herself to be a man. She tore the black fabric, fashioning a makeshift bandeau to bind her chest. Subsequently, she clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes, and appeared to await her fate with a resigned demeanor. Weir did not seize the opportunity to approach, for he sensed that Charlotte Lonnie's aura was intensifying. At that moment, Charlotte Lonnie appeared flushed, her entire body seemingly engorged with blood. After a few seconds, the crimson hue faded, revealing the emergence of defined abdominal muscles on her previously flat midriff. As she opened her eyes, a faint red dot materialized at the very center of her pupils. Subsequently, she enveloped her hands in armament hockey and charged towards Weir. Weir observed the approaching Charlotte Lonnie, noting that her speed was commendable, albeit only marginally faster than Apollo Burner. Thus, he advanced with his sword, eager to discern the changes within Charlotte Lonnie. The moment their weapons clashed, Weir was met with an overwhelming force, which unexpectedly propelled him through the air. Although uninjured, he felt a sharp ache in his arms. Anticipating his landing, Weir deftly hurled a sword, embedding it into the ground below. He then positioned his feet upon the blade, unleashing a torrent of lightning between the sword and the earth, astonishingly halting his backward momentum. Once he landed smoothly, Weir was taken aback. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? What kind of fruit could amplify strength so markedly? And why had Charlotte Lonnie not employed this ability from the outset? Vail adopted a serious demeanor. If struck directly by the current Charlotte Lonnie, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury, for her strength was formidable. He raised his gaze towards Charlotte Lonnie, noticing that her hands were now stained with blood. It seemed her mastery of armament hockey left much to be desired, as she could not withstand his slashes. Upon realizing this, Vail felt a sense of ease. To him, Charlotte Lonnie's speed resembled that of a tortoise, and he could dispatch her in an instant. Nevertheless, he remained cautious of any other peculiar ability she might possess. Vail abruptly materialized behind Charlotte Lonnie, his dual blades falling gracefully at his sides. With a swift motion, he unleashed the secret technique, Yin Return. For immense waves of sword energy surged toward Charlotte's vulnerable back. Despite Charlotte's desperate attempts to react, Vail's speed was insurmountable, leaving her no time to defend herself. The 4 strands of purplish-black sword energy struck her back with unrestrained ferocity. As Vail unleashed his sword energy, the force of Yin Return intensified, transforming into a more menacing purplish-black hue, its striking power soaring to new heights. From his vantage point behind Charlotte, Vail observed as the 4 waves of energy first sliced through her Busashoka haki, then cleaved through her back muscles, and as the energy dissipated, he even glimpsed her spine. The impact was devastating. Charlotte let out a harrowing scream, staggering a few steps as she fought to maintain her balance. However, the severity of her injuries proved too great, and she ultimately collapsed to the ground. Upon Charlotte's fall, Aaron, standing nearby, emitted a cry of distress. In the midst of Vail's astonishment, Aaron sprouted 2 adorable beast ears atop her head, white whiskers appearing on her face, and a long, fluffy tail manifesting at her rear. At a glance, Weir discerned that this was the cat-cat fruit, in its feline form, perhaps the most feeble of all the cat-cat varieties. Upon transforming, Aaron lunged towards Weir as if embracing her own demise. As Weir gazed upon the beast-eared maiden, his initial impression was one of sheer cuteness. However, he soon realized that she was utterly lacking in strength and speed, merely possessing a hint of agility. When Aaron's fluffy little paws reached out toward Weir, Charlotte Lonnie's strained voice could be heard from the ground, pleading for her to desist. Weir gazed at the fluffy little paw, devoid of any interest in wielding a sword. He first sheathed his blade, then executed a leg sweep on Eileen, followed by a punch to her abdomen, resulting in a knockout. Eileen clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground in agony. Weir conducted a thorough search of Charlotte Lonnie but found no trace of the sea stone. Previously, he had heard from Apollo Burner that they had acquired a piece. There should at least be one, yet after searching for a considerable time, he found nothing. He had thoroughly examined Charlotte Lonnie, leaving no stone unturned. Could it be that this individual had truly concealed the sea stone in an impossible location? Weir shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion. Setting aside the issue of comfort, the size required to hide the sea stone in such a place would be minuscule, hardly worth the fierce competition. Thus, it seemed the sea stone was not with Charlotte Lonnie. Weir's gaze shifted to the equally fallen Aaron. Just as he was about to approach Aaron, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Charlotte Lonnie, lying on the ground, had grasped his trousers in an attempt to prevent him from getting closer to Aaron. The corners of Vail's mouth twitched. Moments ago, his trousers had nearly been yanked off. Just how much strength had that woman exerted? Had he not swiftly grasped his belt? He would have found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, particularly with Tusky observing nearby. The embarrassment would have been unbearable. For Tusky's nature would undoubtedly lead him to mock Vail mercilessly. "Release me, you impostor. Do you no longer desire your hand?" Vail glared at Charlotte Lorne, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, though Charlotte Lorne had no intention of relinquishing her hold on Vail. The excessive blood loss had rendered her vision blurred, inadvertently diminishing her grip. Taking this opportunity, Veer broke free from Charlotte Lorne and approached Aaron, lying on the ground. Aaron watched as Veer advanced towards her, fully aware that his intention was to seize the sea stone. In a moment of urgency, she clutched the bag that had fallen to the ground when she collapsed, holding it tightly against her chest. It was entrusted to her by Lonnie, and she knew she could not afford to lose it. Moreover, it was a testament to Lonnie's abilities in front of her mother. Veer gazed at Aaron, who clutched her bag tightly, now convinced that it contained the sea prism stone. Observing this stubborn yet innocent woman, a surge of frustration welled within him. He found her character exceedingly irksome. Her obstinacy led her to remain steadfast, refusing to leave when she could have chosen to grow stronger and seek vengeance against him in the future. Instead, she insisted on staying, seemingly courting her own demise. Perhaps she was indeed correct, yet their beliefs diverged profoundly. Veer placed his foot directly upon Aaron's head, not applying excessive force. Yet her head still sank slightly into the ground. Subsequently, Veer extended his hand towards Aaron's chest. "Please do not misconstrue this action," as he merely intended to seize the bag. Nevertheless, Aaron clung tenaciously to the bag, refusing to relinquish her grip, her delicate, alabaster fingers firmly clutching it. Veer exerted more force beneath his feet, eliciting a delicate gasp of pain from Eileen. Soon after, her grip weakened, and she could no longer hold onto the bag. Upon retrieving the bag, Veer opened it to find a rough, uneven black stone, presumably an item of sea prism stone. Veer no longer paid attention to the two, intending to leave them to their own devices. Charlotte Ronnie's hopes of survival had dimmed considerably, and as for Aaron, Veer held no interest in ending her life. After taking a few steps, Veer noticed Tusky scribbling a note for himself. "Al, you go seek the sea stone first. I shall practice my medical skills and that ability to heal injuries." After reading the note, Veer understood that this fellow, Tusk, was likely overwhelmed by compassion, perhaps unable to bear the thought of the beautiful Charlotte Ronnie meeting her demise. Truly, what a lascivious rabbit he was. However, it was imperative not to restore Charlotte Ronnie to full health too swiftly. Otherwise, once she regained her strength, she might subdue him and use him as leverage against Veer, which would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Veer felt compelled to remind the rabbit, as Tusk's ability to heal was rather extraordinary, making such a scenario not entirely implausible. Upon hearing Veer's words, Tusk nodded in agreement and utilized his powers to conjure thick strands of fur, binding the hands and feet of both Charlotte Ronnie and Eileen, before severing the strands. Upon witnessing this scene, Veer felt a sense of relief and began to traverse towards the other side of the island in search of the sea tower stone. Vail scoured the island and, as anticipated, discovered an abundance of sea floor stones. However, he soon faced a dilemma. His bag was too small to accommodate the plethora of stones. Consequently, Vail sought out a larger bag from the boats moored at the shore, which now rightfully belonged to him. He resolved to plunder each vessel sequentially after completing his search for the sea floor stones. After a thorough search around the island, he could no longer find any stones exposed above the ground. As for the ones buried beneath, Vail had no intention of excavating, for he had already collected enough stones to fill a substantial bag, ample to replace the entire bottom of his boat with seafloor stones. Thus, he returned to the battlefield with the hefty bag upon his back. Upon his return, Vail discovered that Charlotte Lonnie had regained consciousness, her back injury healed, leaving only a wound on her abdomen, which had been sutured by the hair generated by the rabbit, Tusk. However, upon seeing Aaron, who was indulging in a drink, Vail was abruptly choked by his beverage, leading to a bout of coughing. Once he recovered, he approached Aaron, who now bore a flushed visage. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Aaron was bound in a rather humiliating manner by Tusk's hair, her ample bosom accentuated and her legs forcibly spread, tied to her hands. She appeared to be subjected to a rather degrading form of play. Indeed, Tusk was quite the experienced hand at such matters. "Hey, Tusk, what on earth is happening? Release her at once. This is too embarrassing for me to witness," Vail urged, noticing the deep shame etched across Aaron's face, almost to the point of unconsciousness. Tusk nodded, seemingly not intending to bind Aaron in such a disgraceful fashion. Perhaps she had misbehaved in his absence, prompting Tusk to secure her so tightly. Once freed, Aaron rushed to Charlotte Lonnie, embracing her tightly. Charlotte remained silent, fully aware that surviving this ordeal was not necessarily a stroke of luck. The man might still harbor intentions for both her and Aaron. At that moment, she lacked the strength to resist, despite the rabbit's mysterious method of healing her back injury. Although her abdominal wound was not severe, it significantly hindered her ability to fight. Just as Vail was about to call Tusk to transport the seafloor stones back to the ship and subsequently embark on a treasure hunt, a peculiar bubbling sound emanated from Charlotte Lonnie. It was the sound of a snail phone. Hearing this, Vail turned to Charlotte, gesturing for her to hand it over. Reluctantly, she retrieved a pink snail phone from her pocket. Veer picked up the phone bug and answered. Lori, how are things progressing? I have prepared the dessert for our banquet upon your return, my beloved daughter. To his surprise, the voice on the line belonged to Big Mom. Well, under the current circumstances, not very well. Your daughter Charlotte Lori is now my captive. So, would you like to discuss how to redeem your daughter? Initially intending to abandon Charlotte Lori, Veer suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, to use her as a hostage to threaten the 4 emperors of this new world. What of the 4 emperors' daughter? I can kidnap her too, just to show you. It seems you are neither Lori nor Aaron. Who are you? Big Mom, taken aback by the audacity of the threat, momentarily faltered. I am Veer. You may not know me now, but you will soon. Let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the ransom. Veer was not driven by greed in extorting Big Mom. He simply found the idea of kidnapping the daughter of a 4 emperor delightfully amusing. You brat, I feel I've heard of you, but I can't quite recall. How dare you threaten me? Even for my most beloved daughter, I would not part with a single penny due to your threats. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, in a vast chamber, a corpulent woman lay upon a bed resembling a giant tart. Her eyes were bloodshot. A clear sign of her immense fury, this woman was Big Mom. Beside her stood a man, small and gaunt, bare-chested except for a piece of armor on his right shoulder, with a scar across his right eye. Upon hearing Big Mom mention abandoning Lori, the man lunged forward and seized the phone bug from her. Mother, that is Lori. She is family. How can we abandon her? Leave this to me. Trust your son Charlotte Cracker. I will rescue Lori. After uttering this, the man named Charlotte Cracker knelt, awaiting Big Mom's response. Very well, Cracker, I entrust this matter to you. Big Mom genuinely cherished her daughter, so she handed the issue over to the family-oriented Charlotte Cracker. All right, Mother. I will negotiate with them. He then took the phone bug and stepped outside, fearing he might unintentionally say something compromising in front of Big Mom that would upset her. I am Charlotte Cracker of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the Sweet Commanders. I am unaware of your demands, but if you release Lori now, I shall pretend this kidnapping never occurred. Charlotte Cracker's expression darkened, for he could not believe someone dared to abduct his sister. Hearing the earlier exchange between Charlotte Cracker and Big Mom, Veer realized the gravity of his opponent. He had not anticipated facing Charlotte Cracker. How could you pretend this never happened? Do you think I, Veer, fear the Big Mom Pirates? As for my demands, I want the road poneglyph in exchange for Lori. Veer made a chilling demand. The road poneglyph is distinct from the poneglyphs of history. The road poneglyphs are red, and there are 4 of them, while the poneglyphs of history are black, in an unknown quantity, known only to their creators. The Kazuki family. Among the 4 road poneglyphs, Big Mom possesses 1, Kaido possesses another, the Kazuki family has 1, and the final one remains missing. The significance of the road poneglyphs involves a colossal secret. Each one marks a location, and connecting these 4 points on a map reveals the location of the final island, Laughtail. Veer's demand left Charlotte Cracker speechless. Upon hearing Veer's request for the road poneglyph, Charlotte Cracker was taken aback. How did this person know that his mother possessed one? As Charlotte Cracker pondered, Veer spoke again. Don't be alarmed. I was merely jesting. I have no interest in Laughtail. As for Lori's ransom, let me think. Don't you all like to call Big Mom Mama? How about you call me Papa? Call me Papa, and I will release Lori. What do you say? Veer began to taunt the Sweet Commander, a significant figure in this new world. You bastard, are you courting death? Charlotte Cracker felt his fury reach its zenith. Had it been anyone else from the Big Mom Pirates, they would have already hung up and rushed to the Grand Line to confront this insolent fool. But he was Charlotte Cracker, afraid of pain yet cruel. A man who cherished his family above all. Enough of this pointless banter. Think of something of value you might trade for your sister, and come back to me. After saying this, Veer abruptly ended the call and, using all his strength, hurled the phone bug into the sea. From the very outset, Veer had no intention of deriving any benefit from the abduction of Lonnie. Now, engaging with the IGMOM pirate crew is tantamount to courting death. Although Veer has a penchant for self-destructive behavior, it is not as reckless as Kaido's suicidal tendencies. Hence, after casting the transponder snail into the sea, Veer regarded Lonnie with a frigid gaze, as if contemplating how to deal with her. Lonnie had never before felt that a person's stare could be so terrifying. In Veer's eyes, she no longer perceived herself as a human being, but rather as an object in his possession, to be disposed of at will. Yet at that moment, the recently untied Aaron stood defiantly in front of Charlotte Lonnie. Let anything come at me. Spare her. Even if it means becoming your slave, I would consent. This tender girl, in this moment, exhibited extraordinary courage for the sake of her beloved, acting with reckless abandon. Oh, what a brave girl you are. Let me see just how far you can go. Upon finishing his words, Vail unsheathed his sword with a single hand and, before Aaron could react, swiftly severed the head of Charlotte Lonnie. Aaron, stunned in disbelief, let out a heart-wrenching scream after a moment, collapsing to her knees and weeping inconsolably. Veer kicked Charlotte Lonnie's head before her. Upon seeing Charlotte's head, Aaron trembled as she gently picked it up and cradled it in her arms. He, do you hate me? Fear not, I shall not kill you. Grow stronger, in every conceivable way. When you feel sufficiently powerful, come and avenge your beloved by taking my life, Veer declared. Before delivering a swift kick to Aaron's head, not with full force, but enough to render her unconscious, the intermittent neurosis of Veer flared up once again, imparting a lesson to the fragile girl, reminding her of the harsh realities of this world. Tusk, beside her, held his forehead in exasperation. Appearing to think that this child was beyond saving, Veer called out to him, and together, they commenced their treasure hunt. Given the sheer number of ships, Veer resorted to brute force to dismantle the cabins, subsequently searching for treasures without the hassle of locating hidden compartments or deciphering convoluted mechanisms. After several hours of scavenging, Veer and Tusk finally transported all the treasures back onto the ship. To be honest, Veer was pleasantly surprised by the haul. The gold and jewels had accumulated to such an extent that the storage room could barely contain them, with heaps adorning the deck. Among the rarities, Veer discovered 2 animal-type devil fruits and a beautifully crafted long black flintlock pistol, devoid of ammunition. The remaining items were a variety of rare materials and metals. Veer was uncertain of their worth, but their concealment by the shipowners led him to believe they must be valuable. Veer placed the devil fruits and rare materials directly into the display cabinet in his bedroom as exhibits. As for the pistol, after testing it, he found that it could only fire 1 bullet at a time before needing to be reloaded, yet its power was undeniably formidable. Thus, he entrusted it to Tusk for self-defense. He couldn't fathom why the ship's owner had not taken it for personal protection. As for the bounty, Veer uncovered a total of 600 million, which he also stored in the treasury, as money held little significance for him. Upon entering his bedroom, Veer retrieved the transponder snail and picked up the receiver. Soon, the transponder snail buzzed and, after a brief moment, the other party answered. Hello, this is Ferdinand. Is this Veer? How have you been lately? Ferdinand's voice resonated through the line, and Veer sensed a newfound warmth in his tone. As if he were genuinely concerned, could it be that he had taken the wrong medication? Ferdinand, I have a substantial opportunity for you. Would you like to seize it? Although it may cast a negative light on the world government, it is of immense value. Veer had reached out to Ferdinand with the intent of offering him the unmined sea prism stone from the island. After all, during their last encounter when forging the sword, Ferdinand had contributed both materials and effort, and he felt compelled to repay the favor. Oh, what opportunity could that be? Others may hesitate. But you know me well, I fear not the world government. What could they possibly do to me? Hang me? Ha ha ha. Ferdinand laughed heartily, and rightly so. Having once been a celestial dragon, even in exile, the world government would not dare to act recklessly against him. I have sailed to a peculiar island that yields sea prism stone. I have cleared all factions there, and only the exposed sea prism stone remains for me to collect. There should be a substantial amount underground. You may send your people to excavate it while I stand guard. Whoever comes to harm you will meet their end. What do you think, Ferdinand? Does that qualify as a substantial opportunity? Veer smiled, satisfied with Ferdinand's attitude. A man unafraid of the world government was someone Veer greatly admired. A significant amount of sea prism stone, Veer. You are indeed presenting me with a grand gift. However, my current status is somewhat delicate. The 5 elders intend to promote me as the representative of this maritime region. I can send my brother instead. What do you say? Ferdinand showed no intention of coming personally, but rather inquired about Veer's opinion. Oh, the 5 elders plan to elevate you to the position of representative for that maritime region? That is splendid news. Does that mean our channels for intelligence will multiply in the future? Which CP unit can you mobilize now? As for who to send, that is entirely your decision. My intention is merely to provide you with the Sea Prism stones. There is no need for you to come personally. Just be mindful of the consequences of acquiring these stones. But it seems there is nothing to worry about now. Veer was pleased with Ferdinand's words, as intelligence had always been of utmost importance to him. I can now mobilize a portion of CP9. Were it not for that scoundrel Spandam interfering, I would be able to command the entirety of CP9. Ferdinand boasted about his accomplishments, leaving nothing hidden from Veer. Spandam, is it? If the opportunity arises, I shall deal with him. Also, I recently spoke with Sengoku about obtaining the title of Warlord of the Sea. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter with the government. Veer suddenly recalled Ferdinand's connections within the world government and sought his help. Veer, please do not eliminate Spandam. I am on the verge of usurping power. If he were to die now, it would be a wasted effort. As for the warlord title, that is entirely feasible. I will petition the 5 elders. Given my current standing, I believe it will be a simple matter. Ferdinand seemed intrigued by Veer's proposal to become a warlord of the sea and expressed his intent to appeal directly to the 5 elders. Very well. I shall await your envoy. By the way, who is your brother? I have not heard of him before. Ha, you will surely know him. It is a coincidence that he is the current warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Ferdinand revealed, naming the individual who would assist in handling the Sea Prism stones. Ah. I never anticipated it would be him. However, given your similar circumstances, it is only natural for you to have such a connection. I shall await his arrival. Let him come swiftly. Veer, ever the drinker, opened another bottle of alcohol and began to drink. Yes, no problem. He has just taken a large shipment of arms from me and is currently returning to the New World. Due to the vast quantity, he is coming personally. He is not far from your indicated location, and I will contact him shortly. He will reach you in a few days, so you need not wait long. Ferdinand brought yet another piece of good news to Veer, as remaining on this island for too long was fraught with uncertainties. It had become a place of conflict. Very well, I shall await him. No need to linger on the line. After Ferdinand acknowledged, Veer ended the call. Rising to his feet, Veer surveyed the surrounding ships, momentarily uncertain of how to dispose of them. Should he simply set them ablaze? Just as Veer contemplated how to handle the vessels, an unflagged ship sailed into view. Could it be yet another faction seeking to seize the Sea Prism stones? Never mind, I shall wait on the island, battling at sea lacks sensation. And I am unaware of the strength of my potential adversaries. With that, Veer jumped from the ship and made his way to the island, followed closely by Tusk, who seemed intent on observing the unfolding drama. Upon returning to the scene of the earlier conflict, Veer found that Aelin had vanished, along with the body of Charlotte Lonnie. Yet, on the ground lay a message written in blood. Veer, I will seek vengeance upon you. Await your reckoning. I shall personally claim your head in retribution for her. Lonnie Aelin. Upon reading the line, while found the situation increasingly intriguing, that frail girl must have perished on this island. What might the newly reborn Rayoni Aaron be like? I hope to see her soon, so let her grow swiftly. No longer dwelling on Rayoni Aaron, he quietly awaited the arrival of new adversaries. The enemies did not keep while waiting for long. Soon, a group of individuals arrived on the island, and the leader appeared strikingly familiar to him. This was a woman adorned with a red hat, embellished with an extravagant pair of goggles, golden locks cascading down her shoulders. Clad in a pink top and a strikingly short red skirt, her petite boots paired with black stockings accentuating her slender figure and ample bosom. Was this not Clara of the Revolutionary Army, the enchanting beauty often seen by Sabo's side? To encounter her here was quite the surprise. Clara's mission was to seize the precious Sea Prism stone acquired by the world government, a resource of war that the Revolutionary Army could scarcely relinquish. Yet, upon her arrival on the island, Clara sensed an eerie atmosphere. Although the dock was brimming with vessels, the island itself was astonishingly silent, as if it had transformed into a monstrous entity, ready to devour unsuspecting travelers. As she ventured further into the island, Clara soon understood the source of the unsettling quietude. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses, some belonging to the Navy, others to pirates, and some so mangled that their identities were utterly unrecognizable. Witnessing such a gruesome scene stirred discomfort in Clara's stomach, despite her experiences in numerous battles. This was her first encounter with such a landscape of carnage. At that moment, the only living soul on the island was a youth perched upon a large rock, indulging in drink. He bore dual swords at his waist, and the meticulously severed bodies around them suggested that this man was indeed responsible for the grisly spectacle. In any case, he exuded an air of danger, warranting utmost caution. Weir observed the approaching Kella and did not immediately dismiss them. Instead, he waited for them to draw nearer before speaking. The sea stone on this island already has an owner. If you wish to avoid demise, depart swiftly. After uttering these words, Weir resumed his drinking, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with the revolutionaries, yet not inclined to eliminate them either. Those who dared to stand against the tide were indeed warriors. One could not predict their potential for triumph in the future. It was quite possible, after all, for their leader was Your Excellency, I am Kella of the revolutionaries. We have come seeking sea stones to confront the world government. Even a trade would suffice. Kella carefully articulated. Upon hearing that the other party wished to engage in trade, Veer felt a sense of curiosity. The revolutionary army was indeed different, displaying a greater propensity for reason than the world government. Trade? What could be offered in exchange? Sea prism stone was the most effective weapon against devil fruits. Would you attempt to barter with devil fruits themselves? Kella pondered for a moment. Regrettably, we cannot fulfill your request for devil fruits. Might we propose an alternative? If you would be so kind? Kella realized that Veer was still open to communication and was even attempting to charm. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. I have heard whispers of an intriguing individual within your ranks, named Emporio Ivankov. His hormone fruit can transform men into women, correct? Do you possess a stock of this peculiar hormone? It could prove highly effective in extracting confessions from those stubbornly resilient types. Should you have it, I would contemplate a trade with you. Moreover, have you noticed the vessels on the island? I shall not only provide you with sea prism stone, but these ships shall also be included. Veer suddenly conceived a rather mischievous idea, one that required the feminine hormone of the Okama king. Keela's eyelid twitched in disbelief at the man's thoughts, yet he quickly responded to Veer. I do not currently have Ivankov's magnetic hormone on hand, but we possess some at our temporary headquarters. I can dispatch the newsbird to retrieve it immediately, though these ships must serve as collateral for now. We shall depart with them. As for the sea prism stone, it can be delivered once the magnetic hormone arrives. What say you, Lord Veer? For the revolutionary army. Ivankov's hormone was a valuable asset, serving not only as a stimulant with minimal side effects, but also capable of healing certain unique injuries. Indeed, the magnetic hormone was, as Veer noted, the bane of the tough and resilient, which is why they had reserved some, albeit Ivankov had been imprisoned by the world government for many years, leaving limited supplies. Very well, you may take the ships, but you must leave them as collateral. Once the feminine hormone arrives, you may be on your way. Oh, at least 5 doses, please. With that, Veer gestured for the revolutionary army. The vessels were theirs. Keela felt somewhat speechless, realizing that, after all this, he seemed to have become a hostage. The revolutionary army operated with remarkable efficiency. Within less than an hour, only a few ships remained at the dock. On the island, Veer reclined in an armchair crafted by Tusk's abilities, idly sipping wine, while Keela stood nearby. The two were distinctly silent. The rabbit was engrossed in medical texts, while Veer contemplated his recent transformations. Vail has recently found his demeanor increasingly casual, acting on whims and speaking without restraint. He even threatened Charlotte Kreja to call him father, a behavior he would have never entertained in the past. What could be the reason for this change? Vail pondered deeply. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. It was the absence of rules. Once constrained by regulations, he now thrived in a lawless pirate world. Although he indulged in this newfound freedom, old habits die hard. Years have passed since he entered this pirate realm, and many of his former values have faded. His affinity for combat has evolved into a thirst for bloodshed, and Vail now perceives himself as increasingly unhinged. He had once speculated whether the influence of intent blood was the culprit, but he dismissed that notion as he was virtually the creator of the 2 cursed blades, rendering the possibility of backlash minimal. Thus, Vail recognized that the catalyst for his transformation was not intent blood, but himself. During his recent sojourn on Black Iron Rock Island, he acquired advanced training methods for hockey and insights from the legendary Swordsman, the world's foremost master of the blade. Consequently, his strength surged dramatically. Years of dedication and perseverance, combined with these newfound techniques, propelled Vail's prowess to nearly match that of an admiral. Although he might not stand a chance against an admiral in direct combat, they would certainly incur considerable costs to subdue him. This rapid ascent in power has left Vail somewhat disoriented. He is not the epitome of composure, lacking the introspection characteristic of protagonists in novels who, despite gaining immense strength, remain self-reflective. Before entering the pirate world, he was merely an ordinary individual. Losing oneself is not inherently frightening, but failing to recognize that one has become lost is truly alarming. If there is one aspect of Vail's character to commend, it is his self-awareness. He understands he is not destined for greatness, and even if he sought mentorship from the formidable figures of his original narrative, he would likely face rejection. Thus, he sought out a modest sword dojo, relying on his own efforts, tenacity, and a dash of fortune to attain his current capabilities. Vail sensed that he could not persist in this manner. To continue down this path would either lead to world annihilation or his own demise. The grandiose notion of destroying the world was far beyond his contemplation. The prospect of being obliterated by the world, however, seemed equally undesirable. Therefore, Vail resolved to implement changes in his life, establishing certain principles. First, he would no longer slaughter those who posed no threat to him. If faced with enemies, he would spare the innocent unless the adversary was particularly detestable. Second, he would refrain from tormenting the innocent and vulnerable. Take Erin, for instance. That young woman has already been subjected to his whims, and he cannot fathom what her mental state will become. Should she ever possess the means to eliminate him, it would be a consequence of his own actions, nothing to resent. Third, he would engage in endeavors that he deemed worthwhile. Although compassion is not his forte, he must refrain from actions as absurd as threatening Charlotte Creja to refer to him as father. Such actions are devoid of meaning and leave him feeling somewhat ashamed. He could not continue in such a foolish manner. With these thoughts in mind, Vail chuckled softly. Though he now embodies the essence of a villain, his heart feels liberated. The pirate world operates on the precarious balance of kill or be killed, and for a battle fanatic, the prospect of inaction feels akin to death. Moreover, he has numerous unfinished tasks, such as fulfilling the aspirations of his master and senior brother. Veer drained the remaining wine in one gulp, glancing at Keela, who was staring blankly at the sky out of boredom, and decided to engage this young revolutionary girl in conversation. Hey, Keela, what do you revolutionaries typically do? Do you simply seek trouble with the world government? Veer observed the beautiful girl, silently marveling at how fortunate Sabo was to have captured the heart of such a charming maiden. Keela was taken aback by the fact that this notorious swordsman initiated a conversation with her, but her interest piqued upon hearing his words. Of course not. We merely resist the world government, assist nations suffering under its oppressive rule, or overthrow tyrannical kings. Afterwards, we must care for the displaced. In summary, it's quite exhausting. She then inquired, did you kill all the people on this island? Why did you kill them? Keela seemed eager to converse with Veer. Why did I kill them? Well, that's a profound question. Perhaps I have lost myself, but the greater reason is that they are my enemies. Is it not normal to eliminate one's foes? Veer regarded Keela with curiosity, pondering why someone who had presumably experienced war would possess such naivety. Eliminating enemies is indeed normal, but the manner in which you do so is rather extreme. It's akin to hell itself. Even in killing, must it be so brutal? Keela appeared to disapprove of Veer's methods of slaying. This poses a dilemma. As you should know, swordsmen are inherently aggressive, and my abilities are unique, surpassing those of ordinary swordsmen. Alas, it's all tears. Sometimes, I find it challenging to leave anyone alive, and I must tread carefully, truly. Veer had no intention of altering his combat style. Establishing principles was one matter, but in battle, a dead enemy is a good enemy. Other considerations could wait until after defeating formidable foes. After all, Veer firmly believed that mercy towards enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. Thus his approach in conflict would remain unchanged. Keela sensed that this man before her possessed an utterly abnormal worldview, yet surprisingly, he was easy to converse with. Based on his combat style, he should be exuding a menacing aura, yet he emanated the warmth of a neighborly older brother, creating a stark contradiction that allowed Keela to relax her previously tense demeanor. You have a problem that needs addressing. Nevertheless, everyone has their own beliefs and thoughts. Just like me, I only do what I believe to be right, and I never kill indiscriminately. If I can avoid killing, I will, for that is a life. Keela surprisingly attempted to correct Veer's perspective, showcasing her naivety. Ha ha ha, what difference does it make whether one is alive or dead? Life and death are but a ceaseless cycle. We live, and they die. If one fears death, it would be better to return home and till the fields. We found it quite amusing to converse with Kira, and he couldn't help but indulge in a certain air of superiority, although he sensed that her words held substantial weight. Something felt amiss. Nevertheless, observing her demeanor, he surmised she must have taken many lives, surely not merely hundreds. Kira chuckled, regarding Weir with the fascination one might reserve for a rare creature, eager to uncover why this seemingly callous swordsman was so amiable in everyday interactions. I cannot recall the exact number of lives I've taken. It's probably in the vicinity of 5 figures. After all, I was once an assassin. And now I am an adventurer. Come with me, and I shall treat you to something delightful, he offered. As he realized he hadn't eaten since arriving on the island and was feeling rather peckish. 5 figures? You must be a veritable slayer. What misfortunes beset your childhood? Kira gasped, somewhat taken aback by Weir's confession. Yet, perceiving no malice in his intent, she decided to accompany him to the shore, acknowledging that she might not stand a chance against his prowess. What unseemly thoughts occupy your mind? What does this have to do with childhood? In these chaotic times, death is merely commonplace. Do you believe the Revolutionary Army suffers fewer losses? Yet you seem to think you were in the wrong? Weir continued their casual exchange as they made their way to the vessel. Certainly not. We strive to transform this grotesque world and overthrow the decaying world government. The celestial dragons trample the dignity of the common folk. Everyone should be equal, Kira retorted sharply upon hearing Weir's disparaging remarks about the Revolutionary Army. Regarding your notion of equality, I concur. In my understanding, all sentient beings are equal, whether they be fishmen or furfolk. However, reality proves otherwise. Some are strong, while others are weak. As for the celestial dragons, remember this, they are merely a cycle. Each new dynasty begins with vigor and prosperity for its people. Yet time breeds arrogance among its rulers, ultimately leading to their downfall. Should the Revolutionary Army indeed topple the world government and establish a new regime, can you guarantee that it will flourish centuries hence, avoiding the fate of becoming a second world government? Do you understand why the world government has deteriorated? Having unraveled his thoughts, Weir felt an unexpected lightness and found himself discussing the world government with Kira. Her astonishment was palpable. Could such philosophical musings truly emanate from a man known for his lethal prowess? Isn't the world government inherently corrupt? How then can we break this cycle? Young Kira, seemingly entranced by Weir's insights, began to seek his wisdom. I cannot say if the world government has always been thus, but I do have a solution to the cycle. I just wonder if your leader would accept it, given that a person of modest greatness, once in power, seldom makes such decisions. The solution is simple: abolish the hereditary system. Succession should not pass directly to kin. Instead, we ought to adopt an electoral system to select capable leaders, whether through popular vote or parliamentary elections. With that, Weir leaped aboard the ship, intending to prepare a delectable meal for the newly acquainted young girl and Rusky. Kira followed suit, profoundly moved by his words. I will convey your thoughts to our leader. With such vision, why not join our Revolutionary Army? Kira, seemingly bewitched by Weir's charisma, extended the invitation to him. Weir was momentarily taken aback. You wish to invite me to join the Revolutionary Army? Are you not afraid that I might become a ruthless killer, slaying even your companions? He chuckled softly. The dragon would not want me. We are not of the same ilk. With that, he dismissed any further idle chatter with Kira and headed to the kitchen to prepare a feast. Kira seemed to realize her blunder, settling into a deck chair in silence. Just as she reclined, she felt a gentle nudge beside her. Turning her head, she was astonished to find the adorable rabbit that had been following Weir. What happened next left Kira utterly speechless. The charming rabbit began to scribble notes and soon handed her a piece of paper. Thank you for persuading Al. You are truly a kind soul. So I have decided to present you with a gift. The rabbit waved at Kira and made its way toward the laboratory that Weir had specially modified for it. Kira felt her heart melting. Upon first sight of the rabbit, she found it irresistibly cute. However, the imposing presence of Weir, the slayer, cast an intangible pressure over her, making her momentarily overlook the rabbit's adorableness. Yet, when she discovered that this rabbit could communicate with her, she could no longer contain her excitement. She embraced the rabbit, nuzzling her face against its head and joyfully exclaiming, "Kawaii." The rabbit, surprised to be held by such a beautiful creature, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As Al would say, this life is truly worth living. Are you Weir's pet? How adorable, Kira inquired, releasing the rabbit, and her curiosity piqued. The rabbit quickly resumed writing. No, I am Al's family. Please do not refer to me as his pet in front of him. He might become angry and could potentially harm you. However, I like you, so please refrain from calling me Al's pet. My name is Tusk. Kira nodded vigorously, her interest now shifting toward the formidable swordsman, Weir. Following Tusk into its laboratory, she realized it was a room Weir had previously reserved without a specific purpose, which was later transformed into a laboratory for the rabbit. The space was filled with numerous instruments and equipment for concocting potions, all of which had procured at great expense for Tusk. The rabbit approached a long table against the wall, which was cluttered with various medicines and test tubes, an overwhelming sight for an ordinary person, let alone distinguishing their types. However, the rabbit deftly retrieved a large bottle of emerald green liquid and presented it to Kira. Curious, she tapped the bottle. "What is this? Given the setup here." "Are you a doctor?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. With a few swift strokes, Tusk handed her another note. "Indeed, I am a doctor. This bottle contains a potion I developed using my abilities, named 1 foot. It has remarkable effects on external wounds and can heal minor internal ruptures. I offer it to you as a gift." Kira examined the potion in her hand, sensing the sincerity behind Tusk's words, and decided to give it a try. She dipped her finger into the emerald liquid, inhaling its scent before tasting it, bitter but harmless. Then, she produced a small knife and made a small cut on her hand. Applying a bit of the S1 potion to the wound as instructed by the rabbit. To her astonishment, the wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. Within half an hour, only a faint scar remained. Stunned, Kira realized that if the Revolutionary Army had a substantial supply of S1, the casualties in battle could be drastically reduced. Just as she was about to inquire about the specific formula from Tusk, she hesitated. Recalling that her relationship with Tusk and Weir was still tenuous, it would be rather presumptuous to request the formula outright, despite its undeniable importance to the Revolutionary Army. Tusk, sensing Kira's thoughts, swiftly wrote another note. "I can provide the formula. It is not a matter of great consequence. However, it was created using my abilities. If you utilize precise instruments for its preparation, you should achieve about half of its effectiveness." The rabbit casually handed her a piece of paper with the formula. Kira accepted it. Though she could not understand it, she felt confident that Tusk was not deceiving her. What generous beings they were! Just as Kira carefully tucked the formula away, Weir's voice called out from outside. Upon hearing his summons, Tusk's ears perked up excitedly, revealing its enthusiasm for food. Kira watched the rabbit dash out, puzzled. Did Weir mistreat Tusk? Did he not feed it? It seemed rather eager at the mention of a meal. With a sense of curiosity, Kira followed Tusk out of the laboratory to join Weir in the dining area. As she approached the dining room, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, hinting at the sumptuous feast laid out before her. Upon entering, she could hardly believe her eyes. This renowned swordsman could cook? The appearance and scent of the dishes suggested they would be truly delicious. Taking her seat, Kira picked up her knife and fork, savoring the red wine steak before her. After her first bite, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was exquisite. She quickly indulged in the other delightful offerings. Thus, the three of them enjoyed a joyous meal together. After dining, Kira reclined on a deck chair, feeling the ocean breeze and sipping on fresh juice, enviously contemplating Weir's seemingly idyllic life. This mission had turned out to be one of the most enjoyable she had experienced, rich in rewards and culinary delights, just as she was reveling in her contentment. A newsbird she had sent out returned with the magnetic hormones Weir had requested. True to its purpose, the newsbird displayed impressive speed, completing a journey that would typically take 3 to 4 days in mere hours. Kira approached Weir. "The female hormones you requested have arrived. And as for the sea prism stone, the quantity depends on your mood." Having already gathered ample rewards, Kira felt a bit awkward about making further requests. If it weren't for the task assigned by the leader, she would not have mentioned the sea prism stone at all. How could Veer possibly go back on his word? Thus, Veer generously presented several substantial pieces of sea tower stone, weighing perhaps dozens of pounds. While this quantity may not be particularly significant in the grand scheme of Veer's gains, it is certainly not negligible. Here lies approximately several dozen kilograms of sea tower stone. I have other uses for the rest, so I shall bestow these upon you. Kurla felt even more embarrassed. For such a weight of sea tower stone could already be considered a fortune, especially after having received so many benefits from Veer and Tubsky. As Veer observed the embarrassment of the foolish girl, a smile inevitably crept upon his face. She was indeed a genuine person, feeling shy even while accepting items. "Do not be bashful. We have come to an agreement. I, Veer, am always one to honor my word. I have plenty of sea stone, so take it. If you do not, I shall toss it into the sea." Reluctantly, Keela, sensing Veer's demeanor, hoisted the sea stone upon her back. Despite its considerable weight, she appeared to carry it as effortlessly as one would a bundle of blankets. "Very well, I shall accept this. Here is my communication book. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, Keela leaped from Veer's vessel, seemingly intent on returning home. By evening, Veer's ship remained the sole occupant by the island's shore, a stark contrast to the bustling arrival he had once experienced. Thus, He began his vigil for Don Quixote Doflamingo. The first day passed in tranquility, but the subsequent days saw various factions attempting to invade the island to seize the precious sea stone. Vail approached these encounters with a degree of rationality. He would first attempt to drive them away, resorting to lethal measures only if they resisted. Should he vanquish their leader and they chose to retreat, he would not pursue, allowing the disorganized throng to flee. Nevertheless, there were always those who sought their own demise. Some factions continued to resist even after their leaders had fallen. If, after eliminating a significant number of their ranks, surrender or flight did not ensue, Vail would extinguish the remaining foes without hesitation. One should not mistake Vail's adherence to principles for compassion. He believed that annihilating such obstinate elements was the most effective solution, without exception. A tiger may be able to forego bloodshed, but how could it possibly adopt a herbivorous diet? At long last, on the morning of the 6th day, Vail was greeted by the sight of a pink vessel, resembling a flamingo in its entirety, with white sails emblazoned in pink paint bearing the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Ha ha ha, at last you have arrived. How dreadfully slow you are, making me wait for so many days. Vail chuckled as he sat atop the pile of corpses left in the aftermath of battle. The area remained true to Vail's style, littered with dismembered limbs. The landing party comprised not only Don Quixote Doflamingo, but also several of his family members, Princess Mayhua and Violet from the Kingdom of Dressrosa, along with Spade, one of the top 3 executives of the Don Quixote family, and Buffalo, another executive of the family, were observed the peculiar individuals brought by Doflamingo. Finding the scene rather amusing, a covert operative, a flamboyant character, and a helicopter. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, upon witnessing the state of the island, expressed a degree of astonishment. Although he had long been informed by Ferdinand about this were being a lunatic of considerable cruelty, the hellish scene before him elicited laughter from Doflamingo. He was indifferent to the identities of these individuals. As long as there was profit to be gained and they possessed sufficient strength, collaboration was feasible. However, the others did not share his commendable composure. At this moment, Violet felt utterly unwell. Her legs were weak and her stomach churned uncomfortably, forcing her to suppress the urge to vomit. Were it not for Doflamingo's presence beside her, she would have collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Having been a princess since childhood, she had never encountered such a scene. Even under Doflamingo's command, her engagements in battle were sporadic, and she had seldom ventured beyond Dressrosa. Yet, the thought of her father and sister's plight compelled her to endure the physical discomfort. The first to speak was not Doflamingo, but Pika. "Are you Vail? We received word from Ferdinand to come here and excavate sea prism stone. Lead the way." Pika's tone was somewhat arrogant, and his voice was piercingly shrill. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Hey, don't speak. Let someone else negotiate with me," Vail exclaimed, bursting into an unrestrained laugh, devoid of decorum. Did the customs of the Don Quixote family concern him? Doflamingo, observing Vail's behavior, felt a vain throb on his forehead, clearly infuriated by the mockery directed at Pika. Consequently, Doflamingo took action, enveloping his lower leg with a dark, armed haki, preparing to strike. Vail observed the formidable Doflamingo approaching him, sensing the immense strength of his opponent. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his dual swords, enveloping them in haki and lightning. The clash of swords and strings resonated with a thunderous roar, echoing across the island. After their fierce encounter, both combatants retreated simultaneously. Vail felt that Don Quixote Doflamingo was perhaps the strongest adversary he had ever encountered, and he could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. It had been so long since he experienced such a sensation, this feeling of being on the brink of life and death, a fervor coursing through his veins. Vail directly activated the maximum thunder mode. A surge of azure and silver lightning enveloped him, causing his hair to billow dramatically due to the immense energy emanating from his body. Clutching will of blood, Vail, in this electrifying state, exuded an aura reminiscent of a bloodthirsty Azura in battle. Upon sensing Vail's formidable presence, Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki without hesitation. Vail felt as though a peculiar intention was rushing towards him, yet it did not impose any significant pressure. Is this the legendary conqueror's haki? Is this all there is to it? Vail felt a peculiar sensation. The renowned conqueror's haki, celebrated in the original work, seemed rather ordinary upon his personal experience. Little did Vail know that the reason Don Quixote Doflamingo unleashed such formidable conqueror's haki was due to the overwhelming force of his own presence. Vail had no intention of continuing his confrontation with Doflamingo. Instead, he surged forward at full speed, a mere blue shadow in the eyes of Pika and the others. Only Doflamingo could match Vail's velocity in the arena. A sword swung towards Doflamingo's neck. Yet it yielded no success as the blade was halted by Doflamingo's threads with a resounding clang. However, it was not a complete blockade. In that fleeting moment of contact, Veer sensed that he had severed numerous threads. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Doflamingo saw that the threads before him were on the verge of being entirely cut. The sudden onslaught of the 5 colored threads did not rattle Veer. Instead, he parried with another sword. Thus, the two engaged in an all-out battle upon the island, their silver-blue sword energy clashing with Doflamingo's sharp threads. Each wayward strike wreaking considerable havoc upon the island itself. Violet and the others could only observe from a distance. For the intensity of the battle rendered them utterly incapable of assistance. Their presence would merely hinder Doflamingo, and even watching from close quarters posed a significant danger. While Doflamingo's attacks were not a cause for concern, the sword energy emanating from Veer was indeed perilous. Had it not been for Pika shielding Violet from a lethal strike, she would have sustained severe injuries, if not met her demise. As the confrontation with Doflamingo progressed, Veer gradually discerned the latter's combat style. Doflamingo's speed paled in comparison to his own, yet he compensated for this deficiency through his devil fruit abilities. Additionally, Doflamingo's physical prowess was formidable, and his armament hockey was exceptionally strong, though his observation hockey was rather average. The true strength of his capabilities lay in the mastery of his devil fruit powers, as evidenced by the lines floating around him. It was astonishing to realize that Doflamingo had already awakened his devil fruit during this period, and not just any awakening, but that of a paramecia type. A truly remarkable feat. Vail unleashed another wave of sword energy, while Doflamingo swiftly manipulated a multitude of threads to obstruct it. Debris scattered in the air as many of the threads were severed, yet Doflamingo remained unscathed. Seizing the moment of vulnerability as Vail launched his attack, Doflamingo retaliated. Although the rebound line traveled with remarkable speed, it was sluggish in the presence of the electromagnetic barrier, allowing Vail to effortlessly evade it. In the spirit of reciprocity, Vail allowed his arms to fall naturally. With a flourish, he invoked the secret sword, Swallow Return, sending 4 dark violet streams of sword energy hurtling towards Doflamingo. The latter sensed the gravity of the impending strike and promptly employed his defensive technique, White Shield Line. The clash resounded as the white threads before Doflamingo were entirely severed. Though the violet-black energy was significantly diminished, it did not dissipate and continued its relentless approach. At that moment, the threads Doflamingo had assimilated surprisingly grasped him, enabling him to evade the onslaught. The sword energy of Swallow Return ultimately struck the earth, carving deep furrows into the ground. Weir was astonished, marveling at the remarkable dexterity with which Doflamingo wielded his strings, evoking the essence of Spider-Man. The white line of the wasteland appeared as a multitude of threads intertwined like twisted pastries, culminating in an opening at the tip that surged towards Weir with alarming speed, as if intent on engulfing him. Having just utilized his technique, Weir's reaction was notably delayed. Gazing at the oncoming threads, he realized evasion was no longer an option and could only muster all his strength to unleash a single strike. The blood intent did not disappoint, severing the threads before him and granting Weir a moment to breathe. Once again, the two adversaries faced each other. At this juncture, Weir had activated his body to an extraordinary degree, experiencing a sense of fluidity in battle that grew more pronounced with each exchange. The long-awaited challenge invigorated him, a radiant Weir smile illuminating his face. In contrast, Doflamingo perceived that their strengths were closely matched, engaging in a life-and-death struggle over a mere utterance from Weir seemed unwarranted. In Doflamingo's worldview, only the formidable were entitled to negotiate, and were certainly qualified as formidable. Thus, he contemplated a truce, recognizing their shared allegiance. Indeed, while Pika's offense was undoubtedly misguided, mocking his family was equally unacceptable. Hence, he deemed the matter settled and proposed a conversation. Such thoughts, however, overlooked a crucial aspect. Since the onset of their battle, Weir had been utterly relentless, reveling in the intensity of the conflict. Ha ha ha. Do not dwell on Pika's transgressions. Today, encountering an opponent as formidable as you is a stroke of fortune. Let us defer other matters until after the fight. Come. Unleash your most powerful strike and let us determine the victor. With that, Weir enveloped his lower body in armament hockey, a cascade of lightning crackling around his calves as he prepared to unleash his most potent attack, the electromagnetic cannon. Doflamingo, observing this frenzied combatant before him, understood that mere negotiation would not suffice to deter Weir. Moreover, judging by Weir's actions, it was evident he intended to execute a formidable move. Doflamingo summoned all the strings at his disposal, shrouding them in armament hockey. With a fierce roar, Veer unleashed the electromagnetic cannon, and simultaneously, Doflamingo also emitted a passionate shout. The two formidable attacks, the divine execution and the electromagnetic cannon, collided in midair, creating a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward upon their contact. The three onlookers were nearly blinded by the intense gust of wind, with Violet appearing the most disheveled. Had she not clung tightly to Pika, she would have surely been swept far away. Even the rabbit, who had been observing from above, was tossed about uncontrollably. The most spectacular sight was the vast ocean surrounding the island, where a colossal wave formed at the epicenter, expanding outward. At that moment, dense fissures manifested in the air between Veer and Doflamingo as their attacks continued to clash, generating relentless shockwaves. Since the two bore no animosity towards each other, they instinctively retreated simultaneously, not diminishing the impact but rather amplifying it to its zenith. Dust billowed into the air, revealing two upright figures amidst the haze. Pika gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom such strength. It was the first time witnessing someone withstand Doflamingo's divine execution. As she beheld the silhouettes within the dust, her pupils constricted to their utmost. Violet and Buffalo stood with mouths agape in disbelief. Buffalo was in awe of Veer's might, astonished that he could contend with the young master without faltering. Violet, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by despair at Doflamingo's power and the bleak future of her nation, never imagining that a human could possess such strength. Yet, upon seeing Veer, a glimmer of hope ignited in Violet's eyes. If this man were to assist her, perhaps her country could be saved. However, the recollection of the rumors surrounding Veer dimmed her optimism, even if he were to vanquish Doflamingo. The prospect of him ascending to the throne gave her pause, for his reputed ruthlessness could plunge her nation into even greater peril. Meanwhile, Veer felt an exhilarating sense of joy. It had been ages since he had encountered a worthy opponent since departing from the Black Iron Rock. Even the notorious ghost spider had not evoked such a thrill. A hearty laugh escaped his lips, harmonizing with Doflamingo's own chuckle, as if their battle had birthed no animosity between them. Indeed, Ferdinand had not deceived me. Veer, let us forge an alliance. Your might, my influence, and Ferdinand's intelligence combined would be formidable even in the New World. Doflamingo seemed to acknowledge Veer's power and was inclined to ally with him. An alliance? What a splendid proposition. Very well, we shall ally. Should any matters arise, we shall communicate via the snail phone. My journey has not been long, and there remains some distance to the New World. Once I arrive, everything will become much more convenient. Come, let us celebrate this delightful battle with drinks aboard my ship. I have fine wine, Veer declared as he made his way toward the vessel. Doflamingo signaled to his numerous subordinates disembarking from the ship to mine sea stone on the island before leading his family toward Veer's ship. After giving Doflamingo a tour of his ship, Veer introduced them to Tusk. Upon learning that Tusk possessed abilities quite similar to his own, Doflamingo expressed his astonishment. After meticulously preparing a sumptuous feast, Veer gestured for Doflamingo and his companions to wait a moment while he retrieved a well-aerated bottle of red wine from the kitchen. Considering the presence of a lady, he chose to present a cherished vintage rather than a more potent spirit. Deep within the lowest chamber of the ship lay Veer's wine cellar, where he had meticulously categorized his collection into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of exquisite wines that were not to be consumed lightly. These rare treasures were meant for sharing with his mentor, disciples, and brothers upon his return to Rogue Town, of which Veer possessed only 2 bottles. The second tier housed exceptional wines, difficult to procure even with wealth, of which Veer had merely a dozen. The third tier comprised the fine wines Veer indulged in regularly. Though expensive, they remained accessible for those willing to spend. The wine Veer selected to entertain Doflamingo was from the second tier, a gesture of respect for the man he admired, offering a vintage he typically reserved for himself. After savoring Veer's culinary skills, Doflamingo expressed his admiration, while Pika and Buffalo indulged heartily, and Violet savored her meal with grace and enjoyment. How does this wine fare? It is one of my prized selections, Veer remarked as he poured half a glass for each guest. Doflamingo scrutinized his glass with a discerning eye, raising an eyebrow before taking a sip and closing his eyes. Ah, exquisite wine. Veer, you are truly generous. I wonder what your future holds. Have you considered joining my family? Doflamingo seemed somewhat taken by Veer's formidable prowess, extending an invitation into his fold. Ha ha ha, let us not entertain that notion. I am an adventurer. Joining your family would hinder my pursuits. While I could easily head directly to Fishman Island, I prefer to journey alongside the log posts, appreciating the sights along the way. I wish to discern the essence of good and evil. Many label me a demon. Does one become evil simply by taking a life? Ha ha ha. I remain perplexed. Doflamingo, what is your interpretation of evil? Veer declined Doflamingo's invitation, his ambition focused on exploring the pirate world and relishing its culinary delights. What a pity. And as for the nature of good and evil, I never imagined you would ponder such matters. To individuals like us, we are perceived as evil by outsiders, yet viewed as good by our kin. Doflamingo chuckled darkly, taking a hearty gulp of his wine. The two engaged in conversation while consuming the wine, and before long, they found themselves pleasantly inebriated after finishing several bottles of exquisite vintages. Fueled by the excitement of the day, Veer astonishingly opened the remaining bottles from his collection, toasting with Doflamingo. Meanwhile, apart from Pika, who continued to giggle with her glass in hand, the other two had succumbed to slumber. Though I have never experienced betrayal by family, I have endured the loss of kin. Thus, I am resolute in my vow to grow stronger. I cannot afford to lose my last remaining family member. Furthermore, Doflamingo, how do you intend to deal with King Riku, a disobedient dog, postmaster's demise, daring to claim dominion? Why allow him to persist? Do not question my knowledge of such foolish matters. I am well acquainted with all affairs of Dressrosa. It appears Veer sought to delve into the predicament surrounding King Riku. In his previous life, Veer had always found King Riku distasteful, a king who neglects to safeguard his people, instead utilizing national resources to cultivate formidable forces, while merely proclaiming love for his subjects. The most repugnant aspect is that such a prosperous nation as Dressrosa has been managed into destitution under his reign. Once flourishing under the Don Quixote banner, Dressrosa's decline is evident since King Riku took charge. Moreover, with the previous ruler deceased and a young heir poised to ascend, while it is understandable that King Riku would refuse to relinquish his throne, it is absurd that he resorts to soliciting funds from his subjects to placate the new lord. The very thought is laughable. Perhaps King Riku genuinely cares for his people, yet his incompetence is an undeniable truth. His indulgence of the diminutive tribe's thievery reveals that for the sake of his throne, he bestows privileges upon certain individuals. As for his alleged sympathy for the diminutive tribes, ridiculous. That race, while small, possesses considerable strength and agility. Many of their kind are endowed with tremendous might. Does King Riku truly need to pity them? It is laughable that his reign remains unchallenged by them. Doflamingo, upon hearing Veer's words, displayed little surprise. King Riku, you say? The time for his demise has yet to arrive. Of the former royal family, save for one princess who has perished, the others remain alive. Do you see her? She is one of the royal family. Doflamingo chuckled. Though the Riku family is inept, their image in the eyes of the populace is too pristine for now. Thus, he cannot be eliminated. With that, Doflamingo fell silent, choosing instead to indulge in his drink. So you intend to employ Sugar's devil fruit abilities to manipulate those unruly subjects? What a foolish notion. Should misfortune befall Sugar one day, would that not incite a nationwide rebellion? That innocent fade of Sugar's could easily attract the attention of a depraved individual. However, once initiated, there is no turning back. Should a nationwide insurrection arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall assist you. After all, we are allies, and I, Veer, am a man of my word. Veer observed the widening eyes of Doflamingo and chuckled. Do not think it is only Sugar. I possess foresight regarding your failures as well. Trimble, mortal. Where do you acquire such information? It matters not. I too have allies in other factions. Kaido of the Beast reached out to me recently, and we have forged certain agreements. Even should Dressrosa descend into chaos, the four emperors will lend their aid in quelling the unrest. Doflamingo seemed to regard Veer as a valuable ally, revealing his collaboration with the four emperors. Kaido is notoriously unreliable, Doflamingo. If you were to ally with Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks, there would be no issue. However, Kaido and Big Mom are a different matter entirely. That said, Caesar Clown possesses exceptional talent. He is a gem in obscurity. If he sincerely dedicates himself to your cause, he shall undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Veer felt the effects of the wine as he started to sway, and unbeknownst to him, Doflamingo was even less composed, having slumped onto his chair in slumber. Despite their inebriated state, both Veer and Doflamingo would have the means to swiftly regain their faculties should an enemy appear. After all, their physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. The following day, Veer awoke to find it was nearly noon. When exactly did I fall asleep last night? Alas, it appears I have indulged too deeply. How could I, the esteemed Veer, succumb to such excess? Weir lingered in a moment of melancholy before changing his attire for a wash. Due to the sweltering heat of the region, he opted for a pair of black shorts and casually donned a checked tank top, while his beloved sword, his intent blood, remained steadfastly at his side. For a swordsman, to be without a blade would be a profound disgrace. Clad lightly, Weir made his way to the deck, where Tusk was as usual, munching on snacks while perusing texts on medicine. Weir chose not to interrupt him and instead proceeded to the island, intending to bid farewell to Doflamingo. However, upon arrival, he found not Doflamingo but Pika, who was exuberantly swinging a large sword. It was quite a spectacle, to say the least. If you continue to practice like that, young man, you'll only end up with a well-toned physique. Swordsmanship is not cultivated in such a manner. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Weir interrupted the swordsman, who resembled a child swinging a bat. It is you, Lord Weir. I am uncertain what you meant by your earlier remark. Is there something amiss with my swordsmanship? Pika began to address Weir informally, but then recalled that Doflamingo had forged an alliance with him the day prior, acknowledging Weir's formidable prowess. He opted for a more respectful title, driven by a desire for guidance and swordsmanship. After all, Pika's character would not typically permit such address otherwise. Spare me the unnecessary formalities. Simply call me Weir. Regarding your swordsmanship, I must candidly state that what you are practicing is not swordplay. It is merely a primitive form of swinging a stick, and it bears elements of mimicry. I advise you to abandon swordsmanship altogether, for it does not suit you. Instead, focus on harnessing your abilities, using swordsmanship as a means of physical conditioning. Pika, you lack the innate talent for swordplay. I do not wish to deceive you. Your lack of progress is not merely due to improper training methods. One's energy is finite. It is best to specialize in a single skill. For instance, I have honed my swordsmanship while Doflamingo has cultivated his fruit abilities. Your stone fruit holds great potential and deserves exploration. How to develop it is entirely upon you. As I am not a fruit user myself and would not presume to dictate your path of development, mastery of everything often leads to mediocrity and all. Having delivered his thoughts, Weir turned away from Pika, continuing his search for Doflamingo, leaving Pika to ponder his words. Finally, Weir found Doflamingo aboard his ship. Doflamingo, the task is complete, and I intend to set sail. Here's my transponder snail. Contact me if anything arises. With that, Weir handed Doflamingo the transponder snail. Preparing to depart the island. Very well, reach out via the transponder snail for any matters. Once you arrive in the new world, seek me out in Dressrosa. I shall host you then. After exchanging farewells, Weir returned to his own ship, continuing his adventures at sea alongside Tusk. As the island gradually receded from view, Weir could not help but reflect on the fate of such a small island rich in sea stone. It would likely never know peace. Destined to become a coveted prize for various factions vying for power. With the island disappearing from sight, Weir returned to his training room. Resuming the development of his unfinished ability, a form of swordsmanship crafted in response to the unique environment of the pirate world. Weir discerned that the fabric of the pirate world is exceedingly fragile. Whether during his utilization of the yin return technique or in combat with Doflamingo, he sensed this vulnerability. When employing the yin return, Weir felt a subtle tearing of space as he swiftly executed a second strike, albeit it was not overt. However, in his confrontation with Doflamingo, the collision of their techniques resulted in visible fissures appearing in the surrounding space. This observation clearly indicated the tenuous nature of the spatial realm within the pirate world, prompting Weir to contemplate this aspect as his focal point for further exploration. In the idealistic vision of Vail, swordsmanship entails striking the very fabric of space where the target resides, thereby creating fissures that lead to the demise of foes. Thus, Vail's objective is to carve these rifts in space, yet not to sever it entirely. For while these two actions may appear similar, their potency is indeed worlds apart. Creating a mere crack in space is an act of brute force, whereas severing space embodies a profound artistic essence, an aspiration Vail may never attain in his lifetime. Consequently, Vail commenced his earnest endeavor, wielding his sword with all his might. However, the results were rather lackluster. Apart from generating ripples in the air, no discernible fissures manifested. This led Vail into deep contemplation. Why did the second stroke of Yin Fan seem to subtly tear through space, while his own strikes yielded no effect, regardless of their intensity? What was the root of this conundrum? We're resolved to approach the issue from a different perspective. What determines the force of a strike? It encompasses the mastery of swordsmanship, the potency of the slash, and the slicing capability of lightning. Additionally, the velocity of the strike plays a crucial role. Indeed, speed is of the essence. The reason why the swallow return technique imparts a subtle sensation of cleaving through space is that it embodies a technique where the speed of the sword reaches its zenith. If Weir aims to shatter space, he must undoubtedly focus on the aspect of velocity, for speed is synonymous with strength. Vail once again closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of employing the swallow's return technique. Drawing forth his intent blood, he struck the air before him with a single sword. This time, Vail executed the swallow's return with one sword, deliberately refraining from manifesting the violet sword aura. Such a display would have jeopardized his vessel. Nevertheless, Vail still experienced that subtle sensation of fracturing space. Yet, it was insufficient. The speed was lacking. Merely relying on the swallow's return to shatter the fabric of space was an impossibility, prompting him to seek alternative methods. Veer once again fell into deep contemplation. The development of new techniques imposes a significant burden on the body, and the mind is hardly at ease. Many only witness the glorious moments of the strong. Yet who can truly see the sweat they shed during their training? The agonizing struggle of grappling with the unknown while honing one's abilities is often overlooked. Weir has always firmly believed that only through dedication can one reap rewards. Just like the formidable figures of the Warring States period, Cap, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Red-Haired, they too must have endured the same struggles, sweating profusely to hone their bodies and exhausting their minds in the pursuit of new abilities. After quietly motivating himself, Veer continued to develop his new technique. 3 days later, while engrossed in his work, he was interrupted, specifically by a message delivered by Tusk. Tusk brought Veer the day's newspaper along with several wanted posters. The newspaper itself was unremarkable, but the wanted posters were striking, prominently featuring his own new bounty. Thunderblade's Swordsman Veer, with a reward of 680 million berries. Upon witnessing the bounty, Vail's forehead throbbed with fury. How dare these scoundrels mock me? What about my status as one of the 7 warlords? Instead of achieving that, my bounty has merely increased. Sengoku, prepare yourself. I shall soon deliver a grand surprise. Vail was infuriated, believing that with Ferdinand's connections, his ascension to the ranks of the 7 warlords was nearly assured. Yet, unexpectedly, Sengoku had intervened. Raising his bounty instead, was he intent on preventing Vail from attaining the title? Vail returned to his chamber and grasped Ferdinand's telephone bug, awaiting a response amidst the buzzing sound. Shortly thereafter, the line was answered. Moshi Moshi, this is Ferdinand. Just as Ferdinand was about to finish his thought, Vail interjected sharply. Ferdinand, please assist me in locating any naval fortifications in the vicinity. The more significant, the better. I have just concluded my dealings with Dover, and I am not far from their island. Ultimately, the site must hold considerable importance to the Navy. They truly underestimate my resolve. It seemed Vail was intent on fulfilling his promise, intending to present a grand gift to the Warring States. Hello, Vail, what is going on with you? You sound rather aggressive. Aren't you aiming to become one of the 7 warlords? It would be wise to avoid provoking the Navy, Ferdinand attempted to counsel Vail, hoping to steer him towards a more rational approach. Weir fell silent for a moment, then spoke through gritted teeth. Damn the 7 warlords. That bastard Sengoku has directly increased my bounty. My head is now worth nearly 700 million. After Weir finished speaking, Ferdinand, on the other end of the transponder snail, paused in contemplation. I have already requested the 5 elders to appoint you as a warlord. Although they have not explicitly agreed, their attitude suggests tacit approval. It seems Sengoku is obstructing the process. Please hold on. I will utilize my connections to investigate further. With that, Ferdinand ended the call. Weir has now calmed down, quietly pondering how to impart a lesson to the Navy. To slaughter civilians? Absolutely not. Even if he were to take countless innocent lives, the Navy would remain unscathed. Such actions would merely provoke various righteous forces, and moreover, his own principles would not permit him to act in such a manner. Thus, he must resort to assaulting some fortifications. Typically, these strongholds are overseen by rear admirals, although a general like Weir might struggle against a full admiral. He is more than capable of dealing with a rear admiral. Weir could hardly believe that he had consecutively dismantled 3 or 4 naval fortresses, wondering if Sengoku would still dare to be so arrogant. As for the notion of attacking Marineford, Weir had never entertained such an idea. Not only could he potentially face a coordinated assault from the 3 admirals, but even if fortune smiled upon him and the admirals were otherwise occupied, he felt that Garp alone could reduce him to a near-death state, subsequently casting him into Impel Down. Though Garp had aged, what of Whitebeard? At 72 years of age, he had wreaked havoc upon Marine headquarters, though he ultimately met his demise. Who could claim he was not formidable? Garp was a figure from the same era as Whitebeard and Roger, capable of pursuing Roger across the globe, which attests to his immense strength. Even with Akiji at his side, one must not forget that aboard Roger's ship, alongside himself, were the likes of the 3 great pirates. This serves to illustrate that Garp was certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. On the battlefield at Marineford, had it not been for Ace's execution causing profound distress to the old man, perhaps the Whitebeard pirates would have indeed remained at Marineford. One could glean Garp's strength from his words. Stop me here, Sengoku, or I shall be unable to restrain myself from killing Akainu. While Weir was contemplating how to retaliate against the Navy, he was interrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Have you located the nearby naval fortresses, Ferdinand?" Weir was solely focused on discovering the location of the nearest naval stronghold so he could strike. "Well, I have identified the fortresses, albeit quite distant. However, I have come across a more intriguing island. I wonder if it piques your interest," Ferdinand teased, feigning mystery. Noting the recent events involving Bloodlust and Seastone, their relationship had certainly grown closer. "What island?" "It need not be a naval fortress, as long as it holds significance to the Navy," Weir replied, intrigued by Ferdinand's words. "I have just uncovered that there lies an island under the Navy's dominion nearby, marked on the map as a timber production site for shipbuilding. However, the presence of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, has been frequently reported in the vicinity. Furthermore, I have learned that the island has consumed a substantial amount of special steel and is home to a considerable naval presence. I wonder what thoughts this may evoke in you." At this juncture, Ferdinand ceased speaking, a sinister smile adorning his face. Hee. "How curious it is that you stumbled upon such a place. Could it be an experimental base for pacifists? Might there be an admiral lurking within?" Weir pondered as he connected the dots regarding Kuma and the consumption of special steel. "Who knows? Would you care to investigate? I can provide you with the coordinates." Ferdinand awaited Weir's response. After contemplating for a moment, Weir gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I fear no one." He then commenced recording the coordinates provided by Ferdinand. Once the direction was duly noted, Weir terminated the call and retrieved a compact directional pointer, followed by a recording pointer. He began to ascertain the precise location of the island known as Becaster based on the direction indicated by the recording pointer. According to Ferdinand's account, this island could not be reached by the recording pointer. It remained a mystery how the Navy had managed to prevent the island from ever being locked onto the recording pointer. To locate Becaster, one would need to navigate through several nearby islands to confirm its position. This was precisely why the Navy had established a secret base there. If the island were to be locked onto by the recording pointer, the frequent incursions by pirates would pose a significant headache for the Navy. While ordinary pirates might be manageable, an adventurer like Weir would spell disaster. Yet, at this moment, Weir, the very embodiment of that disaster, was diligently striving to discern the location of Becaster. One might wonder if the Navy stationed on the island would shed tears of joy upon learning this. Thus, Weir embarked on his quest to locate this clandestine base. Truth be told, the journey proved exceedingly arduous. He miscalculated his course 5 times. However, after a month and a half of relentless effort, the island that would never appear on any recording pointer, only identifiable by its coordinates, finally manifested before him. Becaster. The island, named Becaster, was far more beautiful than he had envisioned. It was adorned with lush green forests, and the ground was carpeted with soft grass, occasionally punctuated by the sight of a lovely wildflower. The air carried a sweet fragrance, and the forest thrived with vitality. It was indeed a splendid island, which explained the Navy's choice to establish a secret laboratory here. After safely docking the ship with Tusk, Weir disembarked, intent on stirring trouble for the Navy. He specifically instructed Tusk to put into practice the combat techniques and fruit abilities Weir had taught him. Tusk had become increasingly lethargic, often collapsing on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion whenever Weir prompted him to train. Were it not for Weir's persistent encouragement, Tusk might go an entire year without voluntarily engaging in training. The most perplexing aspect was Tusk's weight. Weir had weighed him just the day before, discovering he tipped the scales at a hefty 120 pounds, while Weir himself weighed less than 140. Given that Tusk barely reached Weir's chest, Weir couldn't help but ponder whether it was time to assist him in shedding some pounds, as Tusk was on the verge of losing sight of his own feet. Leading this increasingly rotund companion onto the island, they were soon surrounded by a group of Navy personnel. "Who are you? State your name and how you arrived here. Also, disarm yourself and throw your sword over." One of the Navy officers pointed a gun at Weir, commanding loudly. Weir gazed at the naval officers before him, a smile gracing his lips as he drew forth the twin blades known as ishwe from his waist. However, he exhibited no intention of engaging in combat. Instead, he tossed the swords towards one of the sailors. The officer, caught off guard by Weir's apparent surrender, quickly assessed the 2 blades hurtling towards him. It was evident to him that these were exceptional weapons, and the thought of appropriating them for himself should he eliminate Weir was tantalizing. In a flurry, he discarded his firearm and clumsily caught the swords. Yet, as his hands grasped the hilts of ishwe, A grotesque transformation overtook his visage. His head began to twitch unnaturally, and a strange red glow emanated from his pupils. His companions quickly noticed his distress. "What is wrong, John? You look unwell. Respond." One exclaimed, "Indeed, John. What has happened to your eyes? What have you done to him, you rogue?" The others inquired, their gazes fixated on their anomalous comrade. "Oh, I've done nothing at all. However, you should tread carefully. Ishwe has a rather volatile temperament," Veer retorted with a chuckle. Almost immediately, John erupted into an uncontrollable, manic laughter, saliva spilling from his mouth. As his bewildered companions looked on in confusion, Ishwe underwent an even more peculiar transformation. Numerous slender red tendrils, ethereal as mist, began to emerge from the sword hilts, piercing deeply into John's wrists. His laughter ceased abruptly, and his demeanor turned blank, to the horror of his fellow sailors. John suddenly raised the twin swords and began to unleash a torrent of violence upon his erstwhile comrades. His speed and strength surged, rendering the less formidable naval officers helpless against his onslaught. "John, what are you doing?" "It's me, Jeffrey," came the desperate cry. In the next moment, a scream pierced the air as Jeffrey fell, blood pooling around him, his life extinguished in an instant. This grim scenario unfolded repeatedly across the island, until, at last, John approached Veer after dispatching the final naval officer. His face bore an eerie smile, his eyes aglow with crimson light, and in a tone reminiscent of a simpleton. He addressed Veer, "Master, you hello?" With that, John raised his hands, gripping the blades of Ishwe, presenting the hilts towards Veer. "Ho ho ho, splendid work, Ishwe," Veer remarked, accepting the hilts and drawing the swords from John's grasp, severing a few of his fingers in the process. As the sailor broke free from Ishwe's influence, he emitted a series of anguished sounds, his skin and muscle rapidly withering, his hair turning a ghostly white. Indeed, Ishwe had bestowed upon him a fighting prowess beyond his normal capabilities, but at a grave cost, the consumption of his vitality. Thus, while John wielded Ishwe in battle, the blades did not siphon blood. Instead, they absorbed something far more precious, life itself. Weir inserted the blood of intent into the sheath and continued his journey towards the island. Meanwhile, Rabbit Skis observed in astonishment, recalling his own experience training with the blood of intent, which had only left him with a slight chill in his hands, devoid of any extraordinary sensations. Upon noticing the desiccated corpses strewn across the ground, Rabbit Skis shuddered, resolving never to touch the blood of intent again. As Weir ventured further, a surveillance insect slowly emerged from a nearby tree. At that moment, chaos erupted within the experimental base at the island's center, where the Navy personnel were in disarray. In a disheveled laboratory, a slender man with a small mustache busily worked at a massive experimental table. Lying upon the table was none other than Bartholomew Kuma. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Kuma's palms lacked the pads of the Opopnomi, which was the Navy's clandestine weapon, the pacifista. What was transpiring within the Navy? Why had the shipment of sea prism stone not yet arrived? If they could equip the pacifista with some sea prism weaponry, it would render them capable of overcoming even natural-type pirates. Just as Vegapunk lamented these circumstances, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Vegapunk, displeased by the interruption of his experiments, was startled when a Navy officer hastily burst into his laboratory, gasping for breath and visibly agitated. "Dr. Vegapunk, it's dire. The Thunder Swordsman Weir has invaded the island. We must seek shelter immediately." "The Thunder Swordsman Weir? He is merely a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The likes of Sabaody can handle him. There is no need for alarm." "Have a drink of water," Vegapunk reassured, exhibiting confidence in the island's robust defense systems, despite Yellow Monkey's temporary absence due to official duties. "That is not the case, Dr. Vegapunk. The headquarters has just increased the bounty on the Thunder Swordsman Weir to 680 million berries. Lord Sabaody may not be his equal, so please, we must retreat. Reinforcements are on their way from headquarters." Vegapunk exclaimed Nanny, and then complied with the Navy officer to take refuge. Concurrently, another group had stealthily landed on the island, taking advantage of the chaos. This group, evidently employing a different strategy than Weir, discreetly made their landing in a grove near the shore. Their leader bore an X mark on both chin and chest, with a hooked nose, a black eye patch encircling his eyes, and donned a medieval swordsman's hat. At his waist, he carried a four-bladed axe and a stiletto. One of his crew members whispered, "Captain, is this island truly a secret Navy base? We won't be surrounded by the Navy, will we? If we become trapped here, we are doomed." The captain pondered momentarily before responding, "Fear not. I have witnessed Yellow Monkey depart from this island. Moreover, everything on this island must be destroyed, otherwise, this sea will no longer harbor a place for pirates. With that, the group continued to infiltrate the island. Meanwhile, we found it peculiar that he had roamed the island for quite some time without encountering a single Navy officer. Had the Navy become so astute? Unbeknownst to Weir, the Navy personnel were intimidated by the two wicked blades at his waist and his exorbitant bounty. With no one to confront him, Weir aimlessly wandered the island. Had I known, I would have left one alive. Now what to do? Old driver, take to the skies and see what structures are present on the island. Reluctantly, Weir began to summon rabbit skis. The moniker Old Driver was a jest Weir had coined after the Aaron binding incident. Initially, rabbit skis had been pleased by the nickname, but upon learning its deeper implications, he raised a finger in defiance toward Weir. With a roll of his eyes, rabbit skis utilized his fruit abilities to sprout a pair of wings and took flight. After departing from Black Iron Rock, rabbit skis had been able to borrow Weir's technique of sky path from Doflamingo. However, not long ago, rabbit skis had despondently discovered that due to his weight, he could no longer maintain the sky path. The hair produced by the hair fruit was indeed resilient, but if it grew too long, its durability diminished. Previously, his weight of under 50 pounds had sufficed, but now it was utterly untenable. Thus, Rabbit Ski's ability to fly was now limited to his own rabbit wings. Before long, Rabbit Skis returned to Weir's side, pointing towards a direction at the center of the island and presenting Weir with a note. "Ow, there is a cluster of buildings over there. There should be someone." After perusing the note, Weir nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there must be a clandestine naval base on this island, though he wondered if there were any high-ranking officers present. Discarding the piece of paper, Weir proceeded in the direction indicated by Tusk. Meanwhile, Vegapunk was being herded deeper into the experimental facility by a throng of Navy personnel. To his side, there was an adorable little girl, a young lady with golden locks cascading down her back, a fair complexion, and striking green eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, her cherubic visage bore an air of precociousness, adding a delightful touch of humor to her demeanor. At that moment, this charming little girl, fatigued from running, began to haughtily complain, "Dr. Pantaloons, how much further must we go? It's just a pirate. Why are we fleeing? I am Anita, and that mere pirate should kneel before me. Also, when will you create my super communication device? You promised me, Dr. Pantaloons." Vegapunk chuckled at the sight of the girl beside him. She was a celestial dragon he had met at a world government conference. Although her words were filled with declarations of superiority, her heart was kind. Raised in the opulent yet harsh environment of Mariewa, she had not grown cruel like many of her kind. Remarkably, she had even removed her hood after leaving Mariewa. "Anita, stop being foolish and come with me to safety. We are being pursued by exceptionally dangerous pirates. Those who have perished at their hands likely outnumber the living souls you have encountered. It was unwise to bring you here and expose you to peril," Vegapunk expressed with concern. It was clear he had a fondness for the little girl, and given his status, he was indifferent to her background or lineage. "Humph, a mere pirate. Tremble before my might," she declared, just as Anita finished her proclamation. A tremendous crash echoed from the corridor they had just traversed as an iron wall was forcefully breached, creating a gaping hole. From this void emerged a young man, wielding twin swords at his waist. Upon sighting this figure, the Navy personnel were suddenly filled with trepidation. Weir, the Thunder Sword Master. How could he arrive so swiftly? "Doctor, you and Lady Anita must escape. We'll hold him off," an officer among the Navy urged, standing protectively in front of Vegapunk. Vegapunk grasped Anita's hand and nodded at the officer, then continued his flight towards the escape route within the base. The frightened little girl, Anita, no longer dared to speak, and followed Vegapunk as they rushed towards safety. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Weir felt an extraordinary stroke of fortune today. Casually kicking a hole in this experimental base, he unexpectedly discovered Vegapunk right before him, accompanied only by a handful of inconsequential minions. He chuckled to himself, contemplating the capture of Vegapunk and eagerly anticipating the Navy's reaction. With that, Weir unsheathed his twin swords and activated his lightning mode. In the terrified gaze of the naval officer, one swift strike sent the officer's head soaring. Following that, he unleashed a pale blue sword energy. The blade cut through the air with such velocity that the bewildered naval personnel had no time to react, resulting in them being cleaved in two. As they stood in shock, they caught sight of their own severed lower halves, followed by an overwhelming surge of agony. The corridor of the experimental base was soon filled with the anguished wails of suffering. Upon witnessing the unfolding circumstances, Weir unleashed a surge of sword energy. sending several individuals to their eternal rest. His gaze then shifted to Bejapankra and the little girl beside him. Anita, paralyzed by fear, halted her flight, standing frozen in place before succumbing to a state of helplessness. Her large emerald eyes brimmed with tears, yet she dared not weep aloud, lest she provoke the harbinger of death before her. As Veer's attention fell upon Anita, the sweet little girl felt an icy chill envelop her. It seemed as though he emanated a crimson mist. Once, her elders had extolled her with the notion that she possessed a talent known as observation hockey. Yet now this gift offered her no solace, amplifying her awareness of the terror embodied in the figure before her. Anita, seated on the ground, realized with dismay that her legs were damp, and to her astonishment, a pale yellow liquid had formed around her. The unfortunate little girl, endowed with an innate sensitivity, was so thoroughly frightened by Veer that she lost control of her bodily functions. As Veer beheld the scene before him, an inexplicable sensation reminiscent of an illicit narrative washed over him. The tableau seemed eerily familiar. However, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. This was not the moment for such musings. First and foremost, he needed to apprehend Vegapunk. Vail swiftly materialized before Vegapunk, just as he intended to seize the greatest scientist in history. However, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind him. Exercising caution, Vail evaded backward, allowing Vegapunk to distance himself and take the opportunity to assist the incapacitated Anita. Suddenly, a massive axe crashed down before Vail, cleaving the iron ground as if it were mere tofu. We're turned to see a stout young man with a prominent scar across his face. It was none other than the captain of the Navy's scientific unit, Admiral Peach. Thunderous Swordmaster, you scoundrel! You dare to slay my subordinates? I shall avenge them. Weir, having scratched his ear, expressed that he had heard such words numerous times. Yet here he stood, alive. If you wish to strike, then do so. Why all this unnecessary chatter? You have 10 seconds to deliver your final words. Upon uttering the word 10, Weir surged forward towards Jean Tamaru, who had barely opened his mouth to speak, unaware of how swiftly Weir's countdown had elapsed. Lacking any weaponry, Jean Tamaru could only envelop his right hand in hockey, intending to parry Weir's impending strike. Alas, his mastery of hockey fell short. Had it been someone like Karp or Zifa, seasoned in hockey, perhaps they could have withstood the blow, but Jean Tamaru was not of their caliber. A fleeting flash of blue light appeared, and half of Jean Tamaru's arm was severed. Ah, bastard! He cried out in agony, swiftly covering his left hand with hockey, hoping to seize the opportunity to retaliate against Weir. One must commend Jean Tamaru for his resilience, despite having his arm brutally severed. He merely let out a cry of pain before continuing his counterattack, which undoubtedly earned him the admiration of Kizaru. Just as Jean Tamaru's left fist was about to collide with Weir's head, Weir's eyes turned a vibrant blue, activating his super speed, allowing him to deftly evade Jean Tamaru's assault. Well done, kid, you possess quite the spirit. Weir toyed with the blood of intent in his hands, gazing at the chubby figure before him. Humph. I am the pride of the new generation of pirates. Had it not been for the old man's interference, I would have long since joined the Navy to hunt down pirates at sea. Meanwhile, Jean Tamaru felt a surge of anxiety for upon his emergence. He activated PX1 to PX3. However, due to the prolonged activation time, he had to move ahead to protect Dr. Vegapunk. He felt grateful that he did not wait for the pacifista to complete its activation before rushing to the doctor's aid. By then, it would have been too late. Although he lost an arm in the process, Jean Tamaru did not regret it. The old man had always taught him that a soldier must obey orders, a principle he too intended to uphold. Though you exhibit great spirit in times past, I might have spared you. However, the Navy's prior conduct has left me quite irked, so you shall meet your end here. With that, we're charged at Jean Tamaru. Upon witnessing Weir's speed, a chill gripped Jean Tamaru's heart. His strength was heavily reliant on that axe. The remainder was comprised of hockey and martial prowess. Engaging in a physical contest with a swordsman was a foolish endeavor, especially against a master swordsman. As for the application of armament hockey, it was not a wise choice either. His severed arm bore testament to how sharp the opponent's blade was. He had enveloped his arm completely with hockey, yet it was still severed. Just when Jean Tamaru felt that this was the end, 3 beams of laser light suddenly shot forth from one side of the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of 3 explosions resonated almost simultaneously, and Weir, glancing at the gaping crater behind him, could not help but admire the prowess of Kizaru's lasers. Arriving on the battlefield were 3 pacifista, who formed a protective triangle around Jean Tamaru. One of them even recited Weir's name and bounty aloud, before all 3 unleashed a barrage of fire towards him. Although Veer was able to deftly evade the laser, he could not advance at that moment. For it was the yellow monkey's laser, and he dared not take it lightly. Meanwhile, Beach Punk and the terrified little girl had vanished without a trace. War Peachmaru also appeared to be in a state of strategic retreat. Vail was somewhat exasperated by the individuals before him, one after another. They either fled or marched to their demise. As Veer focused intently, he gradually intensified his lightning mode, significantly stimulating his bodily cells. This time, the three pacifistas were no match for Veer's swiftness. With a single strike, PX-3 was neatly cleaved in two, resulting in an explosion of electric sparks that erupted with a thunderous roar. Just as Veer intended to pursue Vegapunk, he was unexpectedly confronted by Sabo, who wielded a massive axe with one hand, supported by the two remaining pacifistas to impede Veer's advance. While Veer possessed the capability to eliminate Sabo and shatter the two pacifistas simultaneously, it would require precious time he could ill afford. Who knew where Vegapunk might flee? If this cursed place indeed harbored a secret underground escape route leading directly to the sea, the adversary could easily make their getaway by boat. There was no doubt that, with Vegapunk's intellect, such a feat was entirely within reach. Thus, Veer needed to swiftly resolve the immediate conflict before him. However, both the determined Sabo and the two strategically positioned pacifistas were not adversaries he could dispatch in a short span of time, especially given their seamless cooperation. The previous strike that obliterated one pacifista had been a surprise, as they had not anticipated Veer's astonishing speed. Now, whether it was the two pacifistas or Sabo, they launched relentless attacks without restraint, even striking their own allies, all in a desperate bid to delay Veer. Veer intends to take the risk of utilizing the electromagnetic cannon, no longer wishing to prolong the standoff with those before him. There should be no formidable generals on the island at present, otherwise, they would have come to seek him out long ago. Veer enveloped his lower body with the armor of hockey, electric arcs crackling around his legs, as his right calf and foot transformed into a vibrant orange hue. Upon witnessing Veer's actions, Jean Tamara sensed impending doom and promptly commanded the two peacekeepers to shield him, while he himself began a frantic escape. It was evident that Jean Tamaru's decision was judicious. The peacekeepers could be replaced, and Dr. Vegapunk would certainly not cast blame upon him. At that moment, the objective of stalling for time had been accomplished, as Dr. Vegapunk had distanced himself significantly. Remaining any longer would be tantamount to courting death, thus Jean Tamara resolutely commenced his flight. Vail directly appeared beside the two pacifists with a flash, and then delivered a powerful kick. The base emitted a resounding boom, followed by two immense beams of orange-yellow light soaring skyward from within the facility. Weir found the situation resulting from the strike somewhat peculiar. In his imagination, the two pacifists should have been shattered. However, to his surprise, they were launched in the form of an electromagnetic cannon. Upon reflection, it might have been due to the considerable amount of metal on the pacifists, which could be seen as a flaw of the electromagnetic cannon. Stretching his right leg, which ached somewhat after using the cannon, Weir gradually resumed his pursuit towards Vegapunk. It was not that he was unwilling to sprint at full speed. Rather, his right calf felt numb following the cannon's discharge. After pursuing for a while, he did not catch up with Vegapunk but unexpectedly encountered the battered Sabayati. At this moment, Sabayati was in a dire state, with a large gaping hole in his abdomen. It seemed that Weir's earlier attack had caused certain components of the pacifists to be dislodged, which then penetrated the wall and struck the unfortunate Sabayati. One should not underestimate the after-effects of the electromagnetic cannon. It was one of Weir's most formidable attacks at this stage. Having lost an arm and suffered extensive blood loss due to bloodletting, and subsequently being struck by stray bullets, Sabayati was on the verge of collapse. Observing his pitiful state, Weir had no intention of aiding him and simply walked past. Sabayati attempted to impede Weir's progress, but his body had reached its limit, and he collapsed onto the ground. Yet, in his fall, Sabayati clung desperately to Weir's leg, preventing the perilous pirate from advancing towards Dr. Vegapunk. Gazing at the nearly unconscious Sabayati, Weir felt a surge of admiration for this loyal warrior. If the Navy possessed such qualities, would there truly be so many lawless pirates in this world? What of the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, or even the Revolutionary Army? Such resilience is commendable. I respect you, and before you lose consciousness, I shall not proceed any further. Veer stood still, his hands clasped around his shoulders. However, these words fell upon deaf ears for Jean Tamaru, whose gaze had already begun to lose focus. Mere seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his grasp on Veer's leg. Old driver, hurry over here. I know you're right behind me. There are rubies here. Shortly thereafter, Rabitsky slowly approached from the corridor behind, regarding Veer with a questioning look. "Don't let him die. This fellow has potential," Veer remarked before resuming his pursuit of Vegapunk. Rabitsky, watching Veer depart, grinned broadly, then turned his attention to the fallen Jean Tamaru. While an ordinary doctor might have been rendered powerless, Rabitsky, being a part of Veer's family, was undeterred by such injuries. Delicate fur began to sprout from the rabbit's hands, weaving into Jean Tamaru's wounds, mending severed muscles, blood vessels, and even bone and nerve endings. This ability, which Veer had named the Holy Healing Line, surpassed the healing prowess of most doctors in the pirate world. After a brief chase, Veer finally caught up with Vegapunk and the terrified little girl. However, the situation appeared rather peculiar. Logically, Vegapunk should have already made his escape. But he was unfortunate enough to be intercepted by a group of pirates, the very ones who had stealthily approached the island. It seemed they were embroiled in a heated debate with Vegapunk. "Doctor, such inventions should never have seen the light of day. Do you not comprehend the level of corruption within the Navy? I do not understand. But only the world government can bring peace to this world. Do not impede me. Drake, enemies are pursuing us from behind. If we do not enter the emergency escape passage now, Anita and I will be in grave danger, so step aside, Drake." Vegapunk's expression was fraught with urgency, aware that Jean Tamaru could not hold off the adversaries for long. If he were alone, he would show no fear. But with Anita at stake, he could not allow harm to befall the innocent girl. "Doctor, to use such an excuse is deeply disappointing. I shall bring this place to ruin," Drake replied darkly, astonished that the esteemed doctor he had long respected would utter such a ludicrous lie. This island. Had it not been for his accidental discovery of the Navy's secret plans, he would never have located it. No. He is not deceiving you. And thank you for helping me stall him," Veer said, eyeing the former Navy officer, now pirate, Drake. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Drake's pupils constricted. "Who are you? Could it be?" Just as Drake was about to inquire about the newcomer's identity, he noticed the two swords at the figure's waist and, upon seeing their age, his body froze. He thought of someone recently renowned. A pirate rookie whose bounty had skyrocketed by several billion. If it truly was him, then the doctor had not lied. Drake drew his weapon, seemingly prepared to engage Veer. "If you have no business here, then leave. In light of your assistance in stalling Vegapunk, I shall allow your pirate crew to depart safely." To harm the doctor. "You must first pass through me." With that, Drake charged at Veer, while Vegapunk anxiously called out, "Don't engage." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Drake surged away at an even greater speed. It turned out that upon noticing Drake barreling toward him, Veer had drawn his weapon, Bloodwill, intending to resolve the confrontation swiftly. Yet, to his astonishment, Drake simultaneously raised both his rapier and axe, deftly intercepting Veer's strike. Veer was taken aback. In the original text, Drake's prowess was merely mediocre, having been unable to retaliate against Kizaru. Had he concealed his true strength? That seemed unlikely. However, only Drake was aware of the perilous nature of the previous strike. He swore to the heavens that he had not anticipated Weir's movements, which led him to defend himself. His initial intention was to attack Weir's head, but as soon as he raised his weapon, he found himself propelled backward, realizing the situation only midair. Upon landing, Drake was devoid of his earlier bravado, drenched in cold sweat, for in that moment, he had nearly met his demise. "Indeed, you possess considerable skill. This should prove entertaining," Weir remarked, activating his lightning mode with a newfound seriousness. Meanwhile, Drake's body rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a deep green Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the sight of the dinosaur, Weir's eyes gleamed with excitement. In his time at the Sword and Tint Pavilion, he had often heard his master recount tales of his ancestors slaying dragons, which had piqued his interest in such creatures. Although the being before him could not be classified as a legendary dragon, it could be considered a distant relative, and thus, it was certainly worthy of being felled. Consequently, Weir naturally shifted his focus from Baroque works to the T-Rex before him. In that fleeting moment, Drake felt a surge of dread. Had he not been a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, he would have turned and fled. Yet, even if he attempted to escape now, Weir would not grant him that opportunity. Within Drake's line of sight, a flash of blue light erupted, followed by a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see that Weir had carved away a substantial portion of flesh from his torso. After severing a large chunk of Drake's flesh, Weir's face broke into a smile. The sensation of cutting was quite satisfying. He resolved to persist. As Veer gazed upon the somewhat retreating Drake before him, He realized that the fellow had merely been fortunate enough to deflect his sword strike moments ago. Nonetheless, such trivialities were of little consequence. The sensation of slashing through the air felt unexpectedly gratifying, and Veer could sense the exhilaration of his will blood surging within him. In recent times, Veer had come to understand that will blood does not simply amplify its strength through the consumption of blood. The blood of ordinary individuals yielded minimal effects, almost negligible. It was the blood of powerful beings that truly enhanced its potency. The mightier the source, the greater the increase in will blood, just moments prior. After absorbing a substantial amount of blood from the formidable Watanuki, Veer distinctly felt his will blood sharpen. Thus, Veer's relentless assault on this dinosaur was not merely a matter of enjoyment or some peculiar whim. It was a quest to allow his will blood to indulge in the lifeblood of more formidable foes. The sanguine essence of such colossal ancient creatures was, without doubt, a tremendous boon for will blood. Consequently, Veer commenced his brutal onslaught against Drake, and within mere minutes, Drake reverted to his human form. Goodness, he is so fragile, Veer muttered. Hey, get up. If you rise now, I shall spare your life. He began to gently prod Drake with his foot in an attempt to rouse him for further combat. However, after calling out for some time without receiving any response, Veer resigned himself to the reality that Drake had indeed been vanquished. Yet, Veer was not inclined to grant him such an easy reprieve. Instead, he plunged his twin blades into Drake's chest, allowing the will blood to continue its sanguinary feast. Captain, what have you done to our captain, you scoundrel? Release him at once, or I shall open fire. One of the more audacious crew members shouted as they charged towards Veer. Quickly, everyone. We must find a way to rescue the captain. He may not survive. Vail gazed at the swarm of insignificant foes rushing towards him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why did these supernovas prefer to lead such a horde of underlings? Could they not learn from the likes of Luffy, who embraced a path of elite prowess? With a swift kick, he sent one of the petty minions hurtling away. The unfortunate wretch crashing against the iron wall of the experimental base with a resounding thud. It then slumped down the wall like a splattered mass, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind. The other pirates, witnessing their comrade's fate, hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as Vail contemplated capturing Vegapunk, an icy chill emanated from the nearby wall, followed by a flurry of ice shards hurtling towards his head with alarming speed. The electromagnetic barrier of Veer had already sensed the rapidly approaching ice spikes, sending a shiver down his spine as he immediately activated his overclocking mode. His pale blue eyes fixated on the incoming projectiles, and he dodged with all his might. Nevertheless, a crimson line was etched across his face. The warm, red liquid trickled down his cheek and splattered onto the ground, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. Yet, Veer remained still, vigilant against the formidable foe that was soon to arrive. It was unmistakably the ice-wielding Admiral Aokiji, renowned for his immense power. The pirates ought to confine their mischief to the seas. Why must they intrude upon a naval research base? Come now, accompany me. I shall arrange for your future sustenance and lodging. Cloaked in an aura of cold, Aokiji emerged slowly from the shadows. Although his demeanor and movements exuded a nonchalant elegance, the creases in his attire betrayed the haste of his journey. Upon receiving the alert from headquarters, Aokiji had rushed over at full speed, opting not for a warship or his 28 bicycle, but rather traversing the distance using his moonwalk technique. Whenever fatigue set in, he would freeze a section of the ocean to rest before continuing his pursuit. Ordinarily, such emergencies would be addressed by Admiral Kizaru, but this time, with Kizaru engaged in the new world, Aokiji had to step in. Veer scoffed. I have no interest in a place like Impel Down. If you manage to capture me, then I shall have no further words to say. With that, Veer amplified the intensity of his thunder mode, pushing his body to its utmost limits. For he was aware that his opponent was Aokiji, and a moment of carelessness could lead to his downfall. In a flash, Veer materialized behind Aokiji, both swords poised to strike. However, as Veer executed his attack, Aokiji had already elementalized, transforming into a crystalline ice sculpture. With a sharp clang, Aokiji was cleaved into 3 segments, scattering across the ground. Yet, Veer wore no expression of triumph upon witnessing this. His blades had failed to apprehend Akiji's true form. It was not a deficiency in his haki that rendered him ineffective, but rather the extraordinary mastery Aokiji had achieved with his ice powers. His position as an admiral was not merely due to being a Logia-type devil fruit user, it was because he had nearly perfected the capabilities of his freezing fruit, making it exceedingly difficult for even a haki expert to capture his essence. Close, but let us see whose reflexes are swifter. Ah, how remarkable it is to encounter such a formidable pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, the two engaged once more in battle. This time, Aokiji resolved to take the initiative, lightly tapping the ground with his finger, causing a blanket of ice to swiftly envelop the research base, transforming it into a realm of frost. Upon observing the surrounding ice crystals, were felt an acute drop in temperature, causing him to struggle for stability on the exceedingly slick ground. This confined terrain was undeniably conducive to the combat style of the Blue Jay, prompting Weir to resolve to alter the battlefield's topography. Weir tightened his grip on his dual swords, unleashing several massive pale blue sword energies that obliterated the surrounding structures of the experimental base. Moments later, the facility began to collapse. The crumbling of the base posed no threat to Weir and Aokiji. However, it was perilous for Vegapunk and Anita. Consequently, Aokiji refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike Weir and instead moved to safeguard Vegapunk and Anita. In the blink of an eye, the once dimly lit experimental base had transformed into a desolate ruin, with sunlight pouring down upon the cold metallic ground, causing the ice atop it to gleam even brighter. Secret Sword, Yin Return. As the dust settled, Weir employed his most frequently used sword technique. Ice Ball. Aokiji conjured 5 ice pillars from his palm, launching them towards Weir in an attempt to encase him in ice. The two techniques collided mid-air with a resounding crash. The tremendous noise caused both Vegapunk and Anita to cover their ears, while the sword energy from Yin Return cleaved through the ice balls, hurtling towards Aokiji. Although it was improbable to inflict harm upon him, it certainly presented an opportunity. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Weir retrieved a slender iron rod, measuring merely a few inches in length, from the inner pocket of his coat. The rod was thin, no thicker than a finger. However, upon activating its mechanism, it emitted a sharp sound, with sections extending from either side, one end tapering to a needle-like point. What made this object remarkable was the multitude of barbs that erupted from its surface. Essentially, it was a massive iron needle adorned with numerous barbs, with a single iron rose at its tail end. This exquisite instrument, named Blood Rose, was the invention of the second senior sister, specifically designed to ensnare fleeing foes, provided they were not excessively powerful. Vail hurled the deadly weapon towards Vegapunk, while a fine thread remained connected to the tail of the Blood Rose within Vail's sleeve. Upon witnessing such a lethal weapon aimed at Vegapunk, Aokiji could not remain passive. Countless ice spears erupted towards the Blood Rose, also targeting Vail behind it. Upon witnessing the imminent descent of the Blood Rose, Veer deftly tugged at the slender thread connecting him to it, and astonishingly, the Blood Rose altered its course just enough to evade the twin-pronged spear of Green Pheasant. However, the Blood Rose did not strike Vegapunk. Instead, it pierced through the leg of Anita, firmly embedding itself in the ground. Anita, initially oblivious to her predicament, shifted her leg only to discover that she was rendered immobile. Gazing down, she was met with a horrifying sight. Oh, it hurts so much. Please, someone, remove it from me, it hurts. She cried out. Anita, are you alright? Thundersword Master, how could you be so merciless towards such a young child? Are you even human? Upon uttering these words, Vegapunk knelt down, intending to extract the Blood Rose from Anita, yet the weapon, designed by the second senior sister, was not something that could be easily removed. Vail did not strike at Vegapunk as intended. Instead, he inadvertently hit the frightened little girl, much to his surprise. He swore to the heavens that it was unintentional. He had scarcely used this device before, thus his aim was rather ordinary. While he could usually hit his target with precision, after the second adjustment, it became a matter of chance. Moreover, the Blood Rose was remarkably accurate today. Yet, as a renowned slayer, Vail dismissed any inquiries with nonchalance. He retrieved the Blood Rose line reel from his sleeve and anchored it to the ground with another part of the Blood Rose, infusing it with lightning to prevent the target from fleeing. With Aokiji present today, the notion of abducting Vegapunk was utterly unrealistic. Hence, Vail resolved to seize the girl who seemed to be Vegapunk's daughter. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Aokiji's expression turned frosty. How outrageous. A beauty so exquisite, and you show no tenderness. I'll shatter you. With that, Aokiji transformed completely into his elemental form. Frozen time capsule. A barrage of ice projectiles hurtled towards Vail, who found himself pursued by Aokiji, now fully elemental. Vail felt a sharp pang of unease. In the past, watching anime, the three admirals fought using their physical forms, only transforming after being attacked. Now, Aokiji was entirely elemental, engaging Vail without the need for his corporeal form. Virgil was unaware that if Akiji were to confront an opponent capable of elemental transformation, he would undoubtedly engage in combat utilizing his physical form coupled with haki, employing his fruit's abilities merely as a supplementary tool. However, when faced with someone like Virgil, who, despite possessing the power of lightning, is not an elemental fruit user, complete elemental transformation would undoubtedly be a most advantageous choice. We gazed at the incoming ice projectiles. Despite their rapid speed, their power was relatively feeble. With a few swift strokes of his sword, he shattered them. Yet, had we recalled the original narrative, he would never have made such a foolish decision. As he obliterated the ice projectiles, a dense white mist enveloped the air, and upon witnessing this, we realized that peril was imminent. Indeed, the frigid mist possessed an extraordinary low temperature, and in an instant, it encased Weir in a solid block of ice. When Akiji arrived, he did not shatter the ice sculpture. Before Weir was frozen, he had noticed Akiji enveloped in a cloak of haki, prompting Akiji to merely place his hand upon the icy form, initiating a secondary freeze. Subsequently, the ice sculpture rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal 5-meter-high statue. After completing this feat, Akiji's expression remained somber. Through his observation haki, he sensed that Weir had not yet lost consciousness. A small crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, which subsequently spread until it encompassed the entire structure. With a thunderous crash, the ice sculpture shattered, revealing the disheveled Weir within. At that moment, Weir was in a pitiful state. His upper garments had been completely frozen to shreds, and a large area of frostbite marred his chest. He exhaled a plume of cold air and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. It seems the Admiral is quite formidable. One cannot afford to be careless, ha ha ha. Yet I relish this combat. With renewed determination, Weir grasped his twin swords and charged at Akiji. Most individuals, having sustained such grievous injuries, would seek an escape. However, Weir, in the throes of battle, had never been one to act rationally. In a flash, he reached Akiji, delivering a decisive strike aimed at his head, followed by a second sword swing severing one of Akiji's arms. Simultaneously, Weir's leg, enveloped in haki, propelled itself toward Akiji. Though Akiji managed to evade Weir's second sword strike through his elemental transformation, he was still struck by Weir's kick upon his true form. The elemental transformation did not render Akiji entirely impervious to Weir's assault. Each of Weir's strikes bore an abundance of haki. Akiji's ability to evade was due to his preemptive transformation, turning part of his body into genuine ice while his elemental form had shifted to another location, thus rendering Weir's haki ineffective. It was akin to Kazara being disarmed by the supernova, a puh. Even after his arm fell to the ground, it remained part of his body, demonstrating the fluidity of elemental transformation. However, a crucial factor remained, the ability to accurately predict the opponent's attack trajectory. After being kicked by Weir, Akiji tumbled awkwardly on the ground twice before rising slowly, spitting out a small amount of blood. Although Akiji appeared to be injured, Weir's condition was tenfold more severe. Presently, Weir could only sense the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. All other organs were enveloped in a numbing sensation, clearly a result of severe frostbite. While haki could indeed capture the abilities of a Logia fruit user and bolster one's offense and defense, the intensity of Akiji's chilling aura had been overwhelming. Had it not been for Weir's exceptional physical condition, he would have already been defeated. He could not afford to linger any longer. His body was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable cold. Vail retracted all the armed color haki enveloping his body and astonishingly deactivated the lightning mode. He sheathed one bloodthirsty blade, grasping solely the bloodthirsty with his right hand. Vail intends to employ his newly developed technique. This time, success is imperative, for failure would mean his demise. In his current state, escape is not an option. Moreover, he must urgently seek out Rusky for treatment, for Vail has not forgotten that his family member, Rusky, is a highly skilled physician. With his right hand gripping the blood of intent, Veer enveloped it entirely with his remaining might, causing the blood of intent to shimmer with a deep, lustrous black hue. This display was not intended for offense, but rather for its protection. Subsequently, Veer channeled all the lightning from the core of thunder into the blood of intent, which now radiated a blinding orange-yellow glow, resembling a miniature sun. Akiji, this is my final blow. Should you withstand it, my life shall belong to you. However, Akiji had no intention of enduring the strike. Instead, he planned to make a swift retreat with Vegapunk and Anita. He sensed the overwhelming compression of lightning and might upon Veer's sword, realizing that only a fool would choose to confront it head-on. Yet, Akiji underestimated the situation, forgetting that Anita remained firmly bound to the ground by the blood rose. One end of the blood rose was deeply embedded in the earth, crackling with electricity, while the other was lodged in Anita's calf, making it impossible to extricate easily. Although Akiji could sever the connecting line effortlessly, time was not on his side, leaving him no choice but to act foolishly. Vail watched as the fleeing Akiji faltered, a grin spreading across his face. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his most powerful strike, the Sword of the Void. One single line. A colossal orange-yellow blade of light manifested before Akiji, simultaneously fracturing the very fabric of space around it. Upon witnessing this radiant sword beam, Akiji's pupils constricted to their utmost limit, and the usual languor vanished from his countenance. Pressing his hands against the ground, he growled fiercely. The Ice Age. A massive wall of ice rose before him, while behind stood Bartholomew Kuma and the slumped figure of Anita. The ice wall continued to ascend and thicken, ultimately resembling a formidable fortress. As the immense ice wall took shape, the giant orange-yellow blade of light approached, poised to cleave through it. A resounding crack echoed as the sword's energy struck the surface of the ice wall, inflicting damage even before contact. With a sharp clang, the blade began to slash at the massive ice structure, producing a tremendous shockwave. Yet Akiji did not cease his exertion, roaring in defiance to mend the wall that was under siege. However, despite his efforts, he could not deter the onslaught of the sword beam. Thanks to the protective ice wall, Kuma and Anita remained unscathed from the ensuing chaos, leaving Vail as the primary casualty. Having recently expended his formidable power, Vail felt weakened, relying on his intent blood to anchor himself against the impact. Meanwhile, Akiji too was not at ease, veins bulging on his forehead. With a resounding thud, a blinding light enveloped the scene, prompting everyone to shut their eyes. At the critical moment, Akiji conjured yet another wall of ice before Kuma and Anita. The sound of slashing intensified. Once the dust settled, Akiji shook his head, casting a glance at the wound on his chest, relieved that his injury was not too grievous. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Despite having elementalized, how had the sword beam still struck him? Unbeknownst to Akiji, the impact had shattered the space surrounding him, leaving him oblivious to the consequences of Vail's attack. "Doctor, how are you two faring?" he inquired. "I'm fine, just experiencing a bit of tinnitus." "Anita, how are your legs? Still in pain?" After a prolonged silence, Akiji and Kuma turned their gaze towards Anita's direction, only to find it empty save for a few bloodstains. Following the trail of blood led them to the spot where Vail had been moments ago. Indeed, after the conclusion of the strike, Vail had forcibly dragged the young girl away with his blood rose. "Curse you, I will have your head, Thunder Sword Master," Akiji growled, his voice low and simmering with rage, as he pursued the trail of blood. Regrettably, his pursuit was misguided, for Vail had already rendezvoused with the arriving Robuski. Robuski swiftly flew low towards their vessel, carrying both Vail and Anita ensconced in his fur, while Vail, utterly drained, slumped against the floor. Defeated, Vail had succumbed in his battle against Akiji, and it had been a crushing defeat. Robuski hurriedly retrieved a medical kit, intent on aiding Vail. "I won't perish just yet. First, staunch her bleeding," Vail instructed, gesturing towards Anita. At that moment, Anita's complexion was ghastly pale, having lost a significant amount of blood and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Robuski resolutely shook his head, determined to prioritize Vail's treatment. It seemed that in Robuski's eyes, Vail held paramount importance. "No worries, Robuski. Attend to her first. Should she perish, our loss would be monumental." I refused to believe Kuma would abandon his own daughter. Vail initially assumed that Anita was the daughter of Beigepeg, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he had indeed captured a significant prize. Ultimately, Tusk, unable to withstand Vail's persistence, prioritized attending to Anita's wounds. A few minutes later, having stabilized Anita's condition, Tusk hurried to assess Vail's injuries. However, just as Tusk's holy healing line began to penetrate Vail's frostbitten skin, his eyes widened in astonishment. It became evident that Vail's injuries were quite severe. Tusk then devoted his full attention to healing Vail, occasionally administering medicinal remedies. This marked the first time Vail truly experienced the extraordinary skill of Tusk's medical prowess and the immense efficacy of the holy healing line for the afflicted. Most strikingly, Vail became acutely aware of pain. Indeed, he felt pain for the first time, as his organs had previously been frostbitten, rendering them entirely numb. And each breath had been an arduous endeavor. After a while, Vail sensed the pain diminishing, eventually vanishing, yet he was met with an overwhelming sense of weakness. The frostbite on his left chest remained, indicating that Tusk's abilities could not revive the already deceased cells. After taking a few deep breaths, Vail realized how exhilarating it was to breathe freely. Observing Tusk, who had collapsed to the ground, Vail chuckled softly and playfully patted Tusk's ample belly. I often warned you against overeating, yet you ignored me. Now look at you, regretful, aren't you? Tusk grinned, revealing his two pristine incisors, and laughed heartily. Weir did not express words of gratitude to Tusk, for family members need not vocalize their thanks. To do so would be an affront to Tusk. Weir struggled to rise to his feet, gently assisting Tusk to the bed in the bedroom. Subsequently, he picked up a petite girl from the deck and carried her onto the vessel's quarters as well. Finally, after accelerating the ship to a considerable speed, he returned to the bedroom. Weir nearly crawled back to his bedroom, and after securing the ship, he collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep slumber. Unlike previous occasions when he would anchor the vessel before resting, this time was different. His opponent was Aokiji, a formidable foe capable of freezing vast expanses of ocean. Thus, Weir, fully aware of the peril of running aground, chose to keep the ship in motion. As Weir succumbed to sleep, chaos erupted in Mariewa. In a lavish conference room, a tall middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage, demanded to know the situation. Why has my daughter been kidnapped by a pirate? Where is Kizaru? Isn't he on that island? What has happened to him? Does he no longer wish to hold the rank of admiral? And you 5. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this matter will not end here. With each word, the man's fury escalated until he slammed his hand onto the table. Before him sat 5 elderly men, whose identities, if recognized, would surely astonish anyone. These 5 were the 5 elders. We admit our negligence in this matter, but why was Princess Anita's bodyguard not by her side? One of the bald elders, wielding a katana, spoke in a low voice. If my memory serves me right, the strength of number 4 is certainly on par with Kizaru. Wouldn't you agree? The middle-aged man's expression darkened further, yet the elder's words were undeniably valid. He too was at a loss, for Anita had always been different from her peers. Devoid of the arrogance and cruelty often found among the celestial dragons, this distinction brought him solace, for his family was among the elite even within Mariewa, allowing him to perceive matters more broadly. He had heard whispers of the decline of his kin and witnessed some of the disgraceful conduct outside, which furthered his gratitude that his daughter had not succumbed to the same fate as her contemporaries. He had planned to observe her for a few more years, considering passing his position to her if she continued to excel. During this expedition, Anita had declined the company of her bodyguard, believing that Kizaru's protection would suffice. So he had consented. However, he had not anticipated such an occurrence. Let us set aside other matters for now. I only wish to hear one thing. Can my daughter be rescued, at any cost? The curly-haired elder smiled. No problem. We will certainly ensure the safe return of Princess Anita. I can guarantee it. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could say no more. Despite his considerable power, he could not press the elders too hard, so he merely nodded and stormed out. The curly-haired elder then turned to his companions. Contact Ferdinand. He can help us resolve this situation elegantly, given his close ties with that pirate. The others nodded in silent agreement. After a careful search on the island, Aokiji ceased his futile endeavor, having failed to detect Weir's presence with his observation haki. If the aura of an ordinary person appeared as a white silhouette, then the pirate Weir manifested as a blood-red figure, more pronounced than even his 2 cursed blades. During their earlier encounter, each time Aokiji swept his observation haki over those 2 blades, he could almost taste a sweet, metallic tang, an aroma birthed from copious bloodshed. Aokiji, worthy of the title of admiral, excelled not just in combat but also in intellect and strategic foresight. He made his way to the sea and unleashed his famed technique, Ice Age. However, after a brief period, he halted and sat down heavily. It appeared fatigue was not the sole affliction of Weir. Even Aokiji felt the toll. Ice Age had not spread far enough, diminishing the chances of capturing Weir. Taking a deep breath, Aokiji felt a headache brewing as he contemplated how to report back to Admiral Sengoku. Yet, his greatest concern was the kidnapped celestial dragon. He knew well that upon returning to Marineford, the celestial dragons would surely seek retribution. With a heavy sigh, he pulled out his din-din mushi to report to Admiral Sengoku. Ring, 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 click. The din-din mushi was answered. Moshi Moshi, this is Kazan. Ah, Kazan. How is the mission progressing? Have you captured the Thunder Swordsman? Hurry back. The situation is quite tense. Sengoku's voice crackled through, accompanied by the sound of crunching. Captain Garp, don't lean so close to the din-din mushi, and stop eating near it. If it gets tempted, it won't function properly, Sengoku added, his tone exasperated. Haha, Sengoku. Don't sweat the small stuff. And Kazan, when you return, come to my office. I have matters to discuss. The exchange between the 2 high-ranking officers elicited a resigned smile from Aokiji. Yet, With Garp nearby, Akiji found it increasingly difficult to speak if Zifa was his mentor. Then Garp was his spiritual guide. Admiral Sengoku, Captain Garp, I have failed my mission. Nanny? Dr. Vegapunk has been kidnapped? This Thunder Swordsman is indeed too arrogant, Sengoku began, only to be interrupted by Akiji. No, Admiral Sengoku, Dr. Vegapunk has not been taken. I arrived in time to prevent the Thunder Swordsman from succeeding. Sengoku sighed in relief upon hearing that Vegapunk was safe. He was the Navy's most vital asset, more so than even the admirals, having developed numerous technologies for them. However, Akiji's next statement darkened Sengoku's expression considerably. But the Thunder Swordsman has abducted the young celestial dragon, Princess Anita. After speaking, Akiji fell silent, awaiting Sengoku's response. Sengoku remained silent for a long moment. How did the abduction occur? Was the celestial dragon harmed? I fought the Thunder Swordsman, and he was incredibly strong. Although I inflicted internal frostbite upon him, he still demonstrated formidable combat prowess. But do not worry, Admiral, given his current condition, even if he survives, his strength will diminish significantly. As for Princess Anita, she was pierced in the calf by a strange weapon during my confrontation with the Thunder Swordsman and was subsequently dragged away. As Sengoku absorbed the report, the keyword strong, pierced in the calf, and dragged away caused his fists to clench with fury. Regret washed over him as he reflected on why he had opposed Weir's ascension to the Shichibukai. Why had he chosen to confront a mad Anne? Knowing full well the danger he posed, why had he not granted him the title of Shichibukai to placate him? It's useless. Even if the Thunder Swordsman is gravely injured, it is unlikely to severely affect his strength. Reliable intelligence indicates that he has a skilled doctor named Tusk by his side. Kazan, return promptly and bring Dr. Vegapunk with you. Once this concludes, we shall send him to the New World, where he has long wished to delve deeper into the study of devil fruits. There, another scientist specializes in that field as well. That will be all. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku contemplated how to address the matter at hand. However, just as he ended the call, another phone began to ring almost simultaneously. Upon seeing the new call, Sengoku's expression darkened further, and he muttered under his breath, "Thunder Sword Hero, you scoundrel." Just as he was about to answer, a rough yet resolute hand reached out ahead of him to pick up the receiver. "Hello, this is Garp. Sengoku is currently unavailable. He is in the restroom. How may I assist you, sirs?" The surprise was evident on the caller's face, reflected in the simulated visage of the phone. "It's Garp. This is the Gorosei. We have no other matters to discuss. After our deliberations, we have appointed the Thunder Sword Hero, Weir, as a warlord of the sea, effective immediately. Please relay this to Sengoku." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The Gorosei did not reprimand Garp regarding the kidnapping of the celestial dragons, nor did they request the Navy to intervene in the rescue. Their silence on the matter stemmed from the fact that Garp was on the line. While they may not hold him in high regard due to his position, the name Garp carried an undeniable weight. When one thinks of Garp, the term hero of the Navy inevitably comes to mind. As for the task of rescuing the celestial dragons, they had already delegated that responsibility to others. Involving the Navy at this juncture would only complicate matters. Sengoku regarded his old friend, understanding that Garp was shouldering the pressure from the world government on his behalf. Having fought side by side for decades, Sengoku felt no need for words of gratitude. Such expressions would feel insincere. He simply nodded to Garp and resumed his focus on the matter concerning Weir. Garp, in turn, rose to attend to his own affairs, seeking to visit someone who now evoked a profound sense of heartache within him. Meanwhile, on Tutu Island, Ferdinand sat bare-chested on the bed, a blanket covering his lower half. Beside him, partly hidden under the covers, was a flushed little head belonging to the Iron Tribe as Xiaolu. It was a mystery how Ferdinand managed to bring Xiaolu out of the Iron Tribe. One could only attribute it to the remarkable power of love. What a ruthless fellow Weir is, daring to kidnap a celestial dragon. Yet these old bastards choose now to call me. At my age, I can't deal with this nonsense. With that, Ferdinand tossed aside the phone and lunged toward Xiaolu, evidently interrupted from a rather important matter by the Gorosei's call. After some time, Ferdinand leaned back against the headboard, lighting a post-coital cigarette, lost in thought. Xiaolu. The fastidious young lady had already retreated to the bathroom to shower. Let us reach out to Weir, Ferdinand decided, retrieving the phone to contact him, but no one answered. It seemed that kidnapping a celestial dragon was no easy feat. He hoped Weir hadn't met an untimely end. With that rabbit around, he should be fine. Never mind. I'll contact Doflamingo to inquire about Caesar Clown's situation. If successful, it would yield tremendous benefits. With that thought, Ferdinand picked up another phone to connect with Doflamingo. At that moment, Weir was sprawled on the floor of his bedroom, soundly asleep. On the bed beside him lay a little girl and a plump rabbit. It was not Weir's desire to sleep on the floor, nor was it due to the presence of the underage girl. Rather, he was utterly exhausted after securing the ship, too weak even to climb onto the bed. The ringing of the phone had failed to rouse him, for both his body and mind were in dire need of rest. A day later, Weir's foot twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He wondered, momentarily forgetting his identity upon waking, a curious phenomenon that occurred every time he sustained severe injuries followed by prolonged rest. This peculiar lapse had never manifested at any other time. After a moment, Weir shook his head, recalling his memories and stretching his limbs. The prolonged position in which he had slept caused his joints to crack as he moved. Then, he sensed something unusual. It felt as if new memories had surfaced in his mind, though he could not quite grasp their content. Perhaps they did not belong to him at all? Yet, he felt remarkably refreshed, unlike any other time before. Even the exceptional healing skills of Tusk would only restore his physical injuries. The profound sense of ease he experienced now was inexplicable. As he pondered this, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, filled with a voice urging him, "Protect her. Help me protect her. You may take my body entirely, my consciousness too. But you must protect her." Just as the pain threatened to split his skull, the voice vanished, and the ache subsided. Weir was left with a peculiar sensation, one he struggled to articulate, as if his very being had finally become truly his own. Weir fell into a deep contemplation, pondering the enigma before him. What could possibly be the origin of this peculiar sensation? Had he not already consumed the soul of that young boy upon his arrival in the world of pirates? Shouldn't this body now rightfully belong to him? Why then did this strange feeling persist? Could it be that Weir contemplated a possibility? When he initially consumed the soul of the young boy, the latter had not been entirely devoured. Instead, he had hidden away, lurking within the body. After all, this body once belonged to the boy, not to Weir, which is why he had remained undetected. As Weir engaged in relentless training, combat, and daily life, the boy's consciousness abruptly realized the immense strength that now resided within his body. It was no longer his. It had become the domain of the formidable man named Weir, leaving him as but a lingering remnant of a soul. Yet, he harbored a lingering regret. He yearned to see her, the girl with whom he had once played in childhood, the one who always tugged at his clothes to run alongside him, his sister. Thus, upon witnessing Weir's ability to contend with the powerful adversary, Akainu, he resolved to relinquish his body entirely to Weir, but not without bequeathing a few cherished memories for the sake of that girl. Weir raised his head and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, acutely aware that another soul within him had vanished. Souls cannot merge. The amalgamation of two souls into one can yield dire consequences, often resulting in multiple personalities. Therefore, it is imperative to consume. Much like a formidable entity that absorbs others to augment its own strength. Unbeknownst to him, Weir had entirely devoured the essence of that nameless little boy. Rest assured, I shall safeguard her, he vowed, addressing his brother. Indeed, they were brothers, having trained together, taken lives together, and even shared intimate moments with women. Yet, the soul of that little boy was vastly weaker than his own, and today it had dissipated completely. After contemplating these matters, Weir found himself perplexed by another issue. The child had left scant traces regarding his sister. The sole clue was a plush toy, its specific design shrouded in ambiguity. Weir felt somewhat bewildered. Brother, I am a swordsman, not a detective. You ask me to kill, which is acceptable. Yet you provide such scant clues and expect me to protect someone? Where on earth is that person? Weir was left utterly speechless by his so-called brother, yet he vowed to do his utmost. Weir turned his head and smiled at the already awake, yet still reluctant to move, Tussie. He then gazed at the little loli who had nearly curled herself into a ball. Vail acknowledges that his observation hockey is rather lacking. However, he is still capable of discerning whether a person is awake or asleep. With a broad smile, Weir gazed at the little girl, subsequently uttering words that sent her into a state of fright. If you do not rise immediately, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Of course, this was merely a jest. Weir intended only to startle the young girl. Instantly, she sprang up in alarm, evidently having had her wounds tended to by Tusky once again. No, please don't kill me. My father can offer you money. I implore you, do not harm me. With that, she took a step back, colliding with Tusky. I have no intention of extorting money from Vegapunk, Weir reassured her. You shall remain on the ship until an agreement is reached with the Navy, after which you will be released. Upon hearing the name Vegapunk, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly nodded in response. Vail discerned the unusual expression on her face and tentatively remarked, Vegapunk must dote on you. Does he not often accompany you? The little girl nodded in affirmation. Yes. Father loves me dearly and often plays with me. Such deceit. Who are you really? Vegapunk is a scientist, a truly great scientist. Although I am not well acquainted with him. Individuals of his stature typically spend the majority of their time in the laboratory. How could he possibly have time to be with you? Who are you? And what is your true identity? Vail's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on the little girl. Anita had become utterly petrified, overwhelmed by the presence of this formidable and cunning adversary. Had he been an ordinary pirate, she might have confidently proclaimed her identity as a celestial dragon, which could have intimidated him into releasing her. Yet this man was audacious enough to attack a Navy secret base single-handedly. Her identity as a celestial dragon might provoke even worse consequences. Thus, Anita could only gaze tearfully at Vail, too frightened to utter another word. Faced with the tear-streaked visage of the little girl, Vail found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He contemplated, if I do not speak, I might truly feed you to the fish. Yet, to his surprise, Anita resolutely shook her head. Wire's eyelids twitched twice, and he felt somewhat troubled. If he were facing an adult, regardless of their gender, he would possess numerous methods to compel them to speak, while simultaneously allowing them to experience a pain more excruciating than death itself. However, standing before him was an adorable little girl, making it quite difficult for Wire to take action. In his previous life as a somewhat reclusive individual, he harbored a deep affection for such innocent beings. Just as Wire found himself in this predicament, Tusky approached, wearing a mischievous grin that hinted at his playful nature. Upon witnessing the expression on Tusk's face, Vail pondered whether this fellow harbored some ingenious scheme. Subsequently, Anita observed the rabbit and the dreadfully imposing man gesticulating together, both casting smiles in her direction. A sudden, ominous feeling washed over Anita. Tusk had divulged a method to Vail, originating from a nocturnal episode where Tusk, roused from slumber, began to call out to Vail. After considerable effort, it became evident that Vail was not easily awakened. Despite Tusk's relentless kicks and pulls, he remained in slumber, impervious to all of Tusk's endeavors. Ultimately, Tusk devised a clever tactic, employing the powers of the fluff fruit to cultivate soft, delicate strands of fur, which he then fashioned into a diminutive brush. With this contrivance, he proceeded to tickle Vail, leading to a most amusing defeat for the latter. Today, these two rascals intended to employ this shameless stratagem against the petite girl. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal your identity, your name, and your origins. I shall count to 3, and should you remain silent, you shall face the consequences. 1, 2, 3. Tusk sprang into action as the little girl wore a look of distress, binding her limbs to the bed with the strands of fur. Panic surged within Anita as she struggled to free herself, yet all was in vain. Meanwhile, Vail extended his wicked hand, removing Anita's top garment. Help! Pervert! You vile degenerate! Let me go! Just moments ago, Anita had been as docile as a lamb, but now she cried out in desperation. Had it not been for her impeccable upbringing, she might have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Vail's ancestors. Spare me your cries, your chest pales in comparison to my pectorals. Who would find you appealing? However, you may not relish what is to follow. Woe is me! You despicable pervert, I shall surely seek vengeance. When my father arrives, he will ensure you pay for this. Alas, Anita's threats bore no fruit whatsoever. Where approached Anita with a freshly crafted little brush made from rabbit fur, drawing near to her underarm. Initially perplexed, Anita's expression swiftly shifted to one of disdain upon realizing that we're intended to tickle her, having never been particularly sensitive to tickling throughout her life. She underestimated both the ingenuity of the rabbit's invention and Weir's capacity for inducing such sensations. Indeed, the sensation was one that even were found intolerable. How could this young girl withstand it? Mere seconds later, Anita erupted into laughter. Ha ha, go away. Ha ha, take that thing away, she exclaimed. Yet, Weir remained undeterred, diligently continuing his task. Approximately 30 seconds later, tears of laughter streamed down Anita's cheeks. Ha ha ha, sob. Let me go, sob sob. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you everything. Ultimately, this little girl could no longer endure the sensation and succumbed to the ticklish torment. Veer halted her actions, gesturing for Tusk to release her. Speak, she commanded. If you dare to deceive me, proceed. This time, it shall be your sauce. Upon hearing Veer's intent to tickle her feet, Anita quickly curled her legs, embracing them with her arms, resting her chin upon her knees. I'm Anita, hailing from Marlin Vindo, the daughter of warring states. With that, she fell silent. Oh, is that so? The daughter of warring states, I recall now. I once came across a photograph of you in warring states in the newspaper, accompanied by a dog. It seems your father has a fondness for canines. Indeed, yes, my father adores dogs. With a humorous glint in his eyes, Veer gazed at Anita. Although it is said that the saints cannot be vanquished by the same tactic twice, it was evident that this little girl was no saint. She had once again fallen into Veer's clever trap. "It's a sheep, the warring state's favorite sheep," Veer said with a broad smile, his tone gentle. "Ah, yes. A sheep. I always struggle to distinguish between sheep and dogs." Anita attempted to fabricate an excuse, but her reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies. "You are lying again. The companion of the warring states is indeed a dog. It seems your father is not from the warring states after all." "Ah, yes, it's a dog. I misspoke." Anita waved her hands in a futile attempt to defend herself. This time, Veer chose not to respond further. Instead, he rummaged through some old newspapers. The headline featured a photograph of the warring states, and in one corner stood a small white sheep. "Wah, I despise sheep. I detest dogs. And I loathe you even more. I abhor rabbits. From now on, I shall feast on rabbits every day," Anita cried, tears streaming down her face. "Rabbit, come forth." Veer gestured with a nod, signaling Rabbit to bind Anita to the bed once more. Just as Rabbit was about to take action, the little girl surprisingly assumed a defensive stance, curling herself into a tight ball. We're discerned that the little girl, realizing he would not resort to violent measures against her, had begun to act in a mischievous manner. Weir's lips began to twitch, and he felt as though his very essence was unraveling. Here he was, the illustrious Thunder Swordsman, a figure who had once rendered even the formidable sand crocodile to a state of despair, yet today he found himself ensnared by a mere child. However, he could not bring himself to employ cruel methods against a young one. He simply could not permit such actions. Back at the research facility, under duress, he would have never resorted to capturing her. Despite his propensity for violence and the frenzy he exhibited in battle, he would never allow himself to strike a defenseless child. Observing the equally perplexed Tusk, Weir gestured with a hand, signaling that it was time to cease. Noticing their reactions, Anita discreetly formed a peace sign. Upon perceiving Anita's actions through his observation hockey, Veer let out a sigh. Although this little girl was crying heartily, her tears were surprisingly few. Veer finally comprehended that this child was undeniably resilient. While he had not extracted the precise identity of Anita, he gleaned enough information from their conversation to understand that this little one held significant importance to the Navy. Veer's objective was to capture someone of her stature as a means of vengeance against the Navy. With that goal now accomplished, Anita's exact identity became of little consequence. After a rather disheveled encounter with Akiji, Veer found himself covered in dust and decided it was time for a cleansing bath. Vail first activated the ship, releasing it from its locked state, before proceeding to the control room to adjust the vessel's speed. As for Anita, Vail felt no concern regarding her potential escape. Amidst the vastness of the ocean, where could she possibly flee? He did not believe Anita possessed the audacity to leap into the sea, thus he chose to disregard her, allowing her the freedom to roam the ship while he made his way towards the bathroom. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Vail intended to prepare a meal, as both he and Tusk were quite famished. However, upon exiting the bathroom, he was taken aback to find the little girl waiting at the door, seemingly intending to wash up herself, holding toiletries and a set of Vail's fresh clothing. How slow she is. I wonder if anyone else is waiting behind her, he mused. With that thought, the little girl stepped into the ship's grand bathroom, and to Vail's surprise, she slammed the door shut, leaving him with a striking silhouette. Weir did not admonish the young girl but took a deep breath instead. After a meticulous preparation, a sumptuous feast was laid before Tusky, who, feeling famished, eagerly seized a piece of meat and began to devour it. Just as Weir was about to partake in the meal, he noticed that Anita, the little girl, had unexpectedly taken a seat at the dining table and was also indulging in the food. Well, how delightful. I did not anticipate your culinary skills. At that moment, the little girl was thoroughly engrossed in her meal, her face smeared with grease, forsaking the utensils. The table manners instilled in her since childhood had succumbed to her ravenous hunger. One could hardly silence her appetite, and furthermore, you are a meat voucher. What allows you to dine? A meat voucher? What a peculiar term. I am hungry, and of course, I must eat. Also, I desire some juice. Anita, of course, was unaware that in Weir's past life on Earth, a meat voucher referred to a victim of kidnapping. Vail, of course, would pay no heed to Anita's demand for juice. Yet, this little girl unexpectedly erupted in a fit of fury. I want juice. I want juice. I want juice. Anita shouted 3 times into Vail's ear, exuding an air that suggested if he did not acquiesce to her request, she would deprive him of his meals. With a sense of resignation, Veer could only retrieve some juice from the refrigerator. Weir discovered that although this little girl could be quite headstrong at times, she was not unlikable and possessed a remarkable ability to gauge the situation. Initially, upon merely catching sight of Weir, she was nearly brought to tears out of fright. However, upon realizing that he meant her no harm, she surprisingly transformed into a spirited songstress. Veer placed a glass of juice before Anita. "What is this? Are you no longer afraid of me? Afraid that I might take your life?" Veer gazed intently into Anita's eyes, seeking some hint of vulnerability in the innocent girl. Unfortunately, all he found were her large, adorable eyes, somewhat mischievous yet predominantly innocent. "You wouldn't dare. You still intend to use me to threaten the Navy, don't you? Rest assured, any demands you have can be presented to them, and they will acquiesce." The delicious food greatly pleased the little girl, prompting her to chatter more freely. Unbeknownst to Anita, the more she spoke, the greater the likelihood of making a misstep. Weir set down his utensils and gazed at Anita, speaking slowly. "Any request can be made?" "Heh, I see. I was puzzled as to why Green Bull would assign you to protect Vegapunk. I even thought you were his daughter, only to discover you are a celestial dragon. How intriguing, indeed. You ought to be addressed as Lady Anita, am I correct?" "Miss Anita?" At this moment, Anita was taken aback, her lobster clattering onto the table. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished. "Heh, I truly wonder what you are thinking. You don't dare to admit your identity as a celestial dragon. Fear not, I shall not harm you, even if you're one of them." Ignoring the petite girl, Weir resumed his meal. After satisfying his appetite, Weir reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sun with great contentment. The previously serene atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, Anita's, for no one else could approach silently like Tusk. "What is it?" Weir inquired without turning around. "And nothing. May I ask why you captured me? What do you truly seek from the Navy? If they refuse you, what will you do with me? You wouldn't resort to anything peculiar, would you?" Upon sensing no imminent danger, Anita reverted to her usual spirited self. "I captured you to exchange for Sengoku's head. If they refuse, I shall sell you to the ant nest." "How is that possible? Even as a celestial dragon, I could not procure the head of an admiral." "And what does ant nest mean? It is so small. How could you possibly sell me there? You wouldn't intend to bury me, would you?" Anita was equally startled by Weir's demands. "Hey, at least say something. What does ant nest truly mean?" Anita noticed Weir was not paying her any attention and began shaking his shoulder from behind. Veer vowed that if he could return to his past life, he would undoubtedly eliminate all those who spoke of the three virtues of Lolas. He was nearly driven to madness by Anita's incessant presence. The ant nest was merely a euphemism for a brothel. After uttering this, Veer shot a glare at Anita and resumed his meditation. In response to Veer's words, Anita retaliated by delivering a sharp kick to his calf before darting away. In truth, the ant nest was not a brothel. It was a coded term referring to a place where abducted children were imprisoned. Just as Veer was on the brink of slumber, he heard a distant buzzing sound. It was a telephone bug, compelling Veer to rise and retrieve it from the bedroom, before returning to the deck to bask in the sun. "Ferdinand, it seems we have succeeded?" "Ha ha ha, indeed, we have triumphed. You have now ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea, replacing Crocodile. Moreover, I have heard that Crocodile was unexpectedly defeated by a newly emerged pirate, a fellow named Luffy, who hails from the D clan." Upon hearing the news of his induction into the Seven Warlords, Veer was not particularly surprised. Given Anita's identity, it had become an inevitable conclusion. However, the revelation regarding Luffy took him aback. He had not anticipated that the Straw Hat crew had already made their way to Alabasta. "It is Monkey D. Luffy. I would advise against provoking him, for the consequences could be dire." At this juncture, Veer suddenly recalled Enel, a truly unfortunate soul, whose misfortune lay in encountering an insurmountable adversary. What abilities does he possess? His grandfather is merely Garp. Can it be that a single Navy officer would avenge a pirate? That seems rather implausible. What is impossible? Furthermore, Monkey D. Luffy's father is named Monkey D. Dragon, commonly referred to as Dragon. I trust you grasp the implications now. Hey, I believe I have just heard a name of great significance. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing that young man. Weir chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Ferdinand's demeanor. "Weir, I've noticed that upon receiving the title of Seven Warlords, you don't seem particularly thrilled," he remarked. "Ah, my friend. The title of Seven Warlords is merely a label to me. I do not revel in the benefits that accompany it. Rather, I cherish the entire journey." After this exchange, Weir bid farewell to Ferdinand and ended the call. "Ah, still feeling drowsy. Let us sail to the next island." The title of Seven Warlords, what an amusing appellation, he mused. I wonder if the Navy will summon me regarding that matter. How intriguing. Setting the phone aside to find its way back to its cozy spot in the bedroom, Weir began to doze off on the deck. Upon noticing Weir's slumber, Anita broke into a wide grin, revealing her small, white teeth. She then slowly crept towards Tusk, leaping onto him and wrapping her arms around him, climbing towards his head. Such soft fur, how adorable. In that moment, Tusk wore an expression of resignation among the crew. He was the most easily teased. Yet, he had a fondness for the little girl and began to play with her using the fur generated by his fur fruit abilities. The deck was occasionally filled with the delightful, bell-like laughter of the little girl. Weir had barely slumbered for a short while when he was roused by the commotion of two individuals scurrying about on the deck. To his surprise, Tusk and Anita appeared to harmonize unexpectedly, seemingly sharing a sense of missed connection. Just then, Ferdinand's snail phone rang once more. Weir, I neglected to mention something crucial. What has become of the little girl you abducted? The 5 elders have exerted considerable pressure on me, so please release her. Let me get enraged and eliminate her. What? Weir, you wouldn't actually do that, would you? Come on, tell me you're jesting. Ferdinand seemed thoroughly alarmed by Weir's words. At that moment, Anita, having overheard the conversation, rushed over and snatched the snail phone. Hello? Can you hear me? Are you the one my father sent to rescue me? Yes. Is this Miss Anita? Oh, that is wonderful. Weir, don't frighten me like that. I've been turning gray from all the stress you and Doflamingo have caused. Weir gazed at the haggard figure on the snail phone and smiled, choosing not to engage further. Yes, I am Anita. When will you come to save me? Greetings. Miss Anita, I am Ferdinand, and we can set sail to retrieve you at any time. Haha, splendid. I can finally see my father. The two grew increasingly elated. Yet they overlooked a crucial point. Had Weir ever stated he would release her? Whereas capture of the girl was not for the position of Warlord of the Sea, but rather as an act of vengeance against Sengoku and the Navy. Releasing her hastily would bear little consequence for the Navy. Moreover, luck had favored them, as they had captured a celestial dragon. If this celestial dragon were detained for a time, one could only imagine the immense pressure Sengoku would face. Contemplating this brought Weir an inexplicable delight. Ferdinand, did I ever say I would release her? Upon hearing Weir's words, Anita turned, her expression inflamed with indignation. Weir, surely you jest. You are already a warlord of the sea, and yet you refuse to release her? How am I to explain this to the 5 elders? Hee, Ferdinand. Have you forgotten the reason I initially attacked the Navy's secret research base? I intended to teach the Navy a lesson. If I release her now, what impact would that have on them? Have you forgotten how Sengoku treated us back then? Do you not wish to avenge this grievance? 1 month. I will release her in 1 month. Weir concluded, hanging up the snail phone before Ferdinand could respond. He then noticed the little girl beside him glaring with indignation. While I shall not resort to violence against you, I can certainly bind you and let you go hungry for a couple of days. Anita stepped back, gazing at Weir, and eventually lowered her head. Very well, I shall comply, but you must promise not to strike me or starve me. It's a deal, right? Release me in 1 month. Aswell lifted the wine glass from the table and took a sip. Upon hearing Anita's response, he abruptly expelled the entire mouthful, followed by a fit of intense coughing. The remark seemed to suggest that Weil was engaging in a form of captivity play, rendering the situation rather lewd. Observing Weil's reaction, Anita chuckled softly and uttered a teasing remark, serves you right, before making her swift exit. Vail also rose, retrieving the exquisite black pocket watch, glancing at the time. Tusky, it's time for your training. Upon hearing Vail's words, Tusky's immediate reaction was to collapse, lying flat on the ground. Anita, witnessing Tusky's response, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Weir observed the reaction of 2CG, which was entirely anticipated. He had grown accustomed to it. He approached 2CG directly and lifted him up with ease. If you meet today's training targets, I shall prepare a carrot cream cake for you this evening. Upon hearing Weir's words, 2CG's eyes sparkled with fervor as he grasped Weir's arm and nodded vigorously. The carrot cream cake was undoubtedly among 2CG's most cherished delicacies. A treat that were seldom prepared, not due to the intricate process involved, but rather as a strategic enticement for 2CG during his less enthusiastic training sessions. Indeed, once Weir revealed this enticing offer, 2CG promptly made his way to the training room, trailed by the curious Anita. Weir, however, did not follow, for he needed to prepare the carrot cream cake, a creation of his own invention, non-existent in this world, and the preparation was quite complex. Thus, he required ample time to ready it, ensuring it would be available once 2CG completed his training. As the hours swiftly passed, Weir finished his preparations, with only the baking remaining. After adjusting the oven, he made his way to the training room. Inside, 2CG was diligently practicing his martial arts. Weir chose not to disturb him and decided to engage in a bit of training himself. Hey, Could you teach me swordsmanship? Anita unexpectedly asked. Having been observing 2CG's training closely, and upon noticing Weir's presence, she made such a request. Weir regarded the petite girl before him with a peculiar expression. I am Weir, not Hay. Do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship? Do not jest. Can you truly wield a sword? Upon finishing his words, Weir extended the blood of intent towards Anita. To his astonishment, she took 2 steps back, refusing to accept the blood of intent. Initially, Weir intended merely to intimidate her. He still held onto the blood of intent, retaining control over it. Yet, he was taken aback by her retreat. Can I exchange it for another sword? Upon hearing Anita's request, Weir's interest was piqued. Why? This is a renowned blade, quite exceptional. Do give it a try. Anita shook her head, her gaze wary as she watched Weir and the blood of intent. Can you sense it? Even from this distance, you can feel that it is forbidden to touch the blood of intent. A sudden thought crept into Weir's mind. Could this little girl be a prodigy endowed with the ability of observation hockey? Weir decided to give it a try. Vail drew forth 2 blades infused with intent blood and subsequently activated his lightning mode, fixing a detached gaze upon Anita, initially perplexed by Vail's actions. Anita recalled the aura he exuded during their first encounter at the clandestine research facility upon meeting his penetrating stare. A chilling sensation enveloped her, rendering her body somewhat unresponsive as she sank to the ground, while the damp and humiliating feeling returned to her legs. Weir gazed at the little girl who had once again been frightened to the point of losing control, astonished by the revelation that Anita possessed an extraordinary talent for observation hockey. Her 2 episodes of terror were not indicative of cowardice, but rather stemmed from an acute awareness of external dangers that triggered an instinctual response in her body. Hee, what are you doing? You're not trying to practice swordsmanship, are you? I promised you, but you must tidy up your little mishap first. Why, you scared me. Tusky, come help me deal with him. To Weir's surprise, Tusky indeed rushed over, but instead of confronting Weir, he embraced Anita tightly, fervently shaking his head in a gesture imploring Weir not to harm her. Weir was somewhat astonished. When did these 2 fellows become so close? Time flew by, and Anita had already spent a week aboard the ship, gradually acclimatizing to the maritime environment. Furthermore, the bond between Tusky and Anita had blossomed, and they were now practically inseparable. One morning, as Weir was enjoying a deep slumber, he was suddenly jolted by a tremendous force that hurled him from his bed, sending various small items throughout the ship crashing to the floor. Have we run aground? Weir shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. Weir's initial reaction was that the ship had run aground, for it was powered by electricity. And both Rusty and Weir were rather lethargic, often locking the direction and sailing in a singular course. They had experienced grounding incidents on several occasions in the past. However, given that the entire vessel was constructed from atom wood, there was no cause for concern regarding the possibility of running aground. After Vail exited the bedroom, he realized that it was undoubtedly not a shipwreck. The vessel must still be navigating onward. Veer was bewildered by the situation before him. He had not run aground. So why was there such a significant tremor? Determined to investigate, he decided to head to the control room to ascertain whether a mechanical failure was the cause. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Veer had been a chief engineer, and addressing a ship's mechanical issues was an effortless endeavor for him. However, upon entering the control room, he sensed that something was amiss. Tusky was seated on the floor, munching on a carrot, seemingly oblivious to Veer's presence, while Anita had taken it a step further, hiding behind Tusky. The plump rabbit completely obscured her figure, yet she remained unaware of a certain phenomenon known as observation hockey. Vail surveyed the situation before him. It was evident that these 2 miscreants were responsible for the chaos that ensued while he was asleep. What could have possibly happened? Had they collided with something? Vail's tone remained remarkably calm, unperturbed by the events that had transpired. This vessel was not solely his. It was co-owned with Robusky. Even if the ship were to be rendered inoperable by Robusky's actions, Vail would harbor no resentment, instead opting to procure another ship to continue their maritime adventures together. Truth be told, Vail held a deep affection for this vessel, as it had enabled him to elude countless pursuers, thanks to its remarkable speed. It was equally apparent that Robusky shared a similar fondness for the ship, as he now bowed his head, too embarrassed to respond to Vail's inquiry. Anita, observing Robusky's silence and his failure to produce the note, felt compelled to speak first. I do not know, she began, originally. Robusky had promised to show me the fastest ship in the world, and thus we made our way to the control room. However, before we could properly navigate, it seemed we struck something, and the entire vessel launched into the air. We felt increasingly perplexed, unable to fathom an answer. Perhaps it was a collision with a leviathan of the deep, yet why did the creature not retaliate? It was utterly confounding. No matter. The entire vessel was crafted from adamantine wood and had undergone special treatment to render it impervious to damage. Do not feel guilty, Tusk, for this is not your fault. Tusk nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained with his head bowed. Wire understood that Tussie appeared to be filled with remorse. It was not the appropriate moment to offer comfort, and his mere presence would only exacerbate Tussie's distress. Upon exiting the control room, Veer found himself at a loss for words. Was it merely a ship collision? Why did Tusk seem so burdened with guilt? There appeared to be deeper issues at play, yet such matters seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things. Resolving to prepare a delightful meal to soothe Tusk's wounded spirit, Veer turned his attention to the culinary arts. Sailing across the vast ocean often proved to be a monotonous endeavor, and as such, Veer devoted the majority of his time not only to honing his own skills but also to training the rabbit and perfecting his cooking techniques. While Veer's culinary prowess may not yet rival that of top chefs, he had undoubtedly reached an exceptional level of expertise. As a glutton, particularly one who relishes the experience of dining while at sea, it is utterly unbearable for Vail to lack culinary skills. Finding a proficient chef to join him on the ship is an arduous task. How many chefs possess the exceptional culinary prowess and combat skills of Sanji? Even if there were chefs of similar caliber, they would be exceedingly rare, and Vail believes he is not destined to encounter one, so he reluctantly assumes the role himself. After preparing a sumptuous feast, he calls out for Robusky to join him for a meal. True to form, Robusky eagerly emerges, suggesting that the prospect of dining has alleviated some of the guilt over the ship collision. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku at Marineford, the tension is palpable as he unleashes his formidable voice. Kapu, what on earth is happening? Speak to me. I have received credible information that your grandson is en route to Judicial Island, intending to launch an attack. What is going on with the Monkey D clan? I once he even mentioned Dragon's situation, which has already been settled, but now we have to deal with Monkey D, Luffy. You must provide me with a solution. Sengoku's gaze is piercing, brimming with anger directed at Kapu. At a loss for words, Kapu hesitates, knowing his grandson is indeed on the path to assault Judicial Island. Under the pressure of Sengoku's scrutiny, he blurts out, just send a vice admiral to handle it. Sengoku's frustration escalates. Who will you send? I give you the authority to decide. If I assign any vice admiral, they will be disinclined to act. Who in the Navy doesn't he know that the Straw Hat Kid is your grandson? If they succeed in capturing or killing him, how will they face you? The hero of the Navy? And furthermore, how could the Navy deploy troops to Judicial Island without the world government's approval? Unless there is an extraordinary circumstance. It would be an overreach. Do you understand that, Kapu? Having vented, Sengoku snatches the bag of donuts from Kapu and begins to munch on them. Kapu opens his mouth, struggling to formulate a response. Indeed, Sengoku's words carry weight, perhaps even truth. So, should I go myself? Don't be ridiculous. You should first focus on retrieving your other grandson. Kapu, I am aware of that situation. How could you raise him to adulthood? Do you comprehend the consequences? Moreover, he has joined the Whitebeard pirates and risen to the status of captain. Do you grasp the implications? If he seizes control of the Whitebeard pirates after Whitebeard's demise, we may witness the emergence of a second Roger. Do you realize what that entails for our successors in the Navy? After our retirement, they could face an adversary akin to Roger, and this time, they wouldn't just contend with Roger, but also with the other three emperors of the sea. Have you considered these ramifications, Kapu? Sengoku's voice rises with barely contained fury. This old comrade, for all his virtues, is far too emotionally driven. If not for their positions, such sentimentality would be harmless. However, they are members of the Navy. The intellect of a naval officer and the might of a naval fist cannot afford to be swayed by emotion. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kapu bows his head, extracting a cigar and lighting it, exhaling smoke in silence. I have devised a plan, albeit one fraught with danger. Yet, at this juncture, we have little choice, Sengoku declares, rummaging through his desk for a special transponder snail. What plan? Kapu queries, concern etched on his face. Sengoku, what dubious idea have you concocted now? Sengoku produces a unique transponder snail, fixing his gaze on Kapu. I intend to forcibly summon the new Shichibukai, the Thunder Swordmaster Vail, to resolve this situation. If I am not mistaken, he is currently in that maritime vicinity, as the secret base is not far from Judicial Island in Marineford. As a Shichibukai, he has ties to the Navy and the world government. Is there anyone more suitable? Kapu's heart tightens at the thought. He has heard of the Thunder Swordmaster's reputation as a ruthless enforcer, operating with impunity. Sending such a figure to confront his grandson is unthinkable. With a heavy heart, he contemplates dissuading Sengoku from this course of action, but his duty as a naval officer prevents him from doing so. Instead, he cautiously inquires, will the Thunder Sword Master even agree to the summons? Especially since he is currently holding a celestial dragon captive. Realizing he has touched a nerve, Kapu observes Sengoku's expression darken further. If he declines, the Navy will never acknowledge him as a Shichibukai. Sengoku sees, his disdain for the pirate evident. This pirate, having abducted a celestial dragon and demanding a ransom, has turned Sengoku's life into a daily torment, with celestial dragons incessantly knocking at his door, pestering him with absurd inquiries in the dead of night. Though Sengoku has tolerated these juvenile disturbances, the toll has been significant. Thus, he eschews further banter with Kapu and directly dials the transponder snail, the very one that had previously connected him to Crocodile. Meanwhile, Vail is occupied with fishing, more accurately, attempting to catch sea kings. After 2 islands without resupplying food, he finds himself in a precarious position. On the island rich in sea stone, he opted out of the low-quality provisions offered by pirates in the Navy, settling merely for water and leaving the rest behind. However, after the recent bounty increase, his escape from the Navy's secret experimental base has rendered resupply impossible. With his food supplies dwindling, he is compelled to secure fresh meat. Yet, just as he struggles to catch a sea king, the transponder snail rings. Reluctantly, Vail answers the call, only to discover to his astonishment that it is the specialized transponder snail for the Shichibukai. Who could it be? Sengoku? Weir answered the phone but refrained from speaking, choosing instead to wait for the caller to initiate the conversation, curious about the Navy's purpose in reaching out to him. Was it a threat regarding the celestial dragon? To his surprise, Sengoku did not mention the celestial dragon at all. Instead, he got straight to the point. Thunder Swordsman Weir, I am now coercively summoning you on behalf of the Navy. If you refuse, it will be tantamount to relinquishing your title as a warlord of the sea and returning to the status of a bounty criminal. Are you threatening me, Sengoku? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate this celestial dragon? If those individuals from Mariewa were to discover that your actions led to the demise of this celestial dragon, what do you think would happen? Weir's eyes narrowed, his expression stoic. If Sengoku were to utter even a single misstep at that moment, he would undoubtedly take immediate action against Anita, without hesitation. Sengoku remained silent for a moment. Thunder Swordsman, should you acquiesce to this summons, the Navy will formally announce your status as a warlord of the sea. Furthermore, this mission is not particularly arduous. It merely entails suppressing a band of pirates to prevent them from wreaking havoc on Judicial Island. Upon hearing of the endeavor to thwart the pirates from wreaking havoc on Judicial Island, Weir's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pirates, and particularly those audacious enough to assault Judicial Island. Could it be Luffy? Who else, save for a fool like Luffy, would dare such a feat? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Very well, I accept, though I am unaware of the precise location of Judicial Island. No matter, this is not the New World. The Navy can deduce the coordinates of your next destination. I shall have my people calculate the coordinates for you shortly, and by adjusting the direction according to your log pointer, you can undoubtedly reach Judicial Island. After speaking, Sengoku seemingly wished to avoid further conversation with Weir, placing the microphone aside and awaiting his secretary to bring forth an expert from the Navy. One must commend the Navy's efficiency, for before long, Weir received the location of Judicial Island along with the necessary entry codes and various verbal permissions. After hanging up the phone, Weir reclined in a deck chair, lost in contemplation. He had long been intrigued by a particular question. In his previous life, Luffy was destined never to perish, as he was the protagonist of an animated world. Yet now, having ventured into the realm of true pirates, he pondered whether Luffy still remained the central figure. If we were to unleash his full might and eliminate Luffy, would he truly meet his end? This posed a fascinating experiment. But then Weir recalled the Autumn Water entrusted to him by his master. The future bearer of Autumn Water would be none other than Luffy's right-hand companion. And he had previously promised Dr. Kureha to look after Brook, the skeleton. Thus, Weir reluctantly abandoned this tantalizing notion. Tusk, I shall take you to a delightful place. He jested, glancing at Tusk, who was engrossed in his medical studies. Tusk looked up in confusion, as if to inquire where they were heading. Ha ha ha. To Judicial Island, the Navy's domain for judging wrongdoers. You might even encounter a kindred spirit akin to yourself. How exciting, Tusk. Tusk's eyes widened. He had seen many rabbits before, but none possessed wisdom. Weir's mention of a fellow rabbit implied one with intelligence, filling Tusk with anticipation. Weir then adjusted their course toward Judicial Island. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Luffy and his crew were soaring towards Judicial Island aboard the Rocket Man. It appeared that the dissemination of news in the pirate world was indeed quite sluggish. Weir is still some distance away from Judicial Island. At his current pace, by the time he reaches the island, Luffy and his companions will likely have already caused quite a commotion, perhaps even setting sail on the Mary. However, Weir is not anxious, for the intelligence he received indicates that Luffy and the others are still at sea, and according to the original storyline, they will not arrive at Judicial Island until tomorrow. Based on the Navy's calculations, he believes he can arrive at the island today, allowing him to reach Judicial Island before Luffy and his crew. He could wait for them to walk into his trap, and perhaps even have some fun teasing Califa. Lost in this delightful reverie, Weir remains unaware that he has fallen victim to the Navy's erroneous intelligence. Due to a severe cold, I can only update 2 chapters today. I hope you, dear readers, will forgive me. I will be going for an 4 drip shortly, striving to recover by tomorrow. After several hours of sailing, Weir finally arrives at Judicial Island based on the Navy's coordinates. Yet, the scene before him leaves him momentarily speechless. The island is nearly surrounded by warships. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Weir understands that he has been misled by Sengoku's intelligence. The conflict at Judicial Island is nearing its conclusion. How can he possibly intervene now? Even if he were to eliminate Luffy and his crew at this moment, it would be of no consequence, as the island has already suffered significant damage. Gazing at the ruined and dilapidated Judicial Tower, Weir feels a sense of distress, for he had promised Sengoku to protect it. Yet, one cannot blame him for the misleading information he received. Vail slowly approached Judicial Island, where the ground was strewn with unconscious Navy personnel. Strangely, there were no corpses to be seen. What a naive bunch. Should I teach them a lesson today? Perhaps eliminate one of their comrades? As Vail walked, he engaged in malicious conversations with Tusky. Tusky, observing the scene on the island, was taken aback in his recollection. A battlefield should be littered with severed limbs after a clash, yet here, it appeared that no one had perished, which was peculiar. Clearly, Vail had somewhat skewed Tusky's worldview. Meanwhile, the young girl Anita gazed at the unfolding events with wide-eyed curiosity, her excitement palpable. Having grown up in Mariewa, she had never witnessed such a large-scale battlefield. Fortunately, it was the aftermath of a battle fought by Luffy and his crew. Had it been Vail's battlefield, the sight would have been far too gruesome, leaving the young girl with lasting psychological scars and perhaps altering her perspective like Tusky's over time. Just as Vail was about to reach the Judicial Tower, a group of individuals appeared before him, clad in peculiar attire, none other than Frankie's family and the 2 giants. Upon noticing unfamiliar faces on the island, Frankie's family rushed forward, surrounding Vail. Who are you, and what brings you to Judicial Island at this time? They demanded. Indeed, you're not welcome here, so if you don't leave quickly, we want to hold back, Frankie's family declared arrogantly, regarding Vail, who stood alone, accompanied only by a rabbit and a little girl, with little concern. Weir was also taken aback by their arrogance, but upon reflection, it is understandable. In the city of 7 waters, under the protection of Iceberg and Frankie, how could one not develop a haughty demeanor? In his previous life, while held a profound disdain for the individual known as the Ice Mountain, when his master was slain, he did not dare utter a word of protest. Astonishingly, he even entrusted the schematics of the Underworld King to Frankie, claiming to have entrusted the Underworld King to him. Weir could only find it amusing. How could the King of Hell be oblivious to such an iceberg? To entrust something as perilous as the King of Hell to Frankie, what could be his intentions? Only he himself could fathom the answer. Had he truly forgotten the reason for Tom's demise? To construct a ship for Roger? How absurd. In Weir's view, Frankie had indeed inherited Tom's spirit. At the very least, he possessed the audacity to resist, though it may be akin to Amanda's attempting to stop a chariot. It was undeniably imbued with a certain masculine valor, was it not? I shall grant you 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bid farewell to the mortal realm, Weir declared. With that, he produced a pocket watch and silently began his countdown. Weir was a man of his word. Should these individuals prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to enact his deadly resolve. Frankie's family appeared to be intimidated by Weir's imposing presence, and one of the minions muttered under his breath, I feel as though I've seen this fellow before. What? Where have you seen him? Another inquired. Indeed. Enlighten us about this audacious character. The minion went deep in thought, and upon catching sight of Weir's dual swords, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape. This is the Thunder Sword Master, Weir. Those 2 swords are unmistakable. What? The notorious pirate with a bounty of 680 million? You must be mistaken. Not at all. Those 2 cursed blades at his waist are even more renowned than he is. The cursed sword bloodlust is said to insatiably drink the blood of humanity. Upon realizing Weir's true identity, Frankie's family began to panic. Caught in a dilemma with no clear course of action. Yet, Weir paid them no heed, continuing to gaze at his pocket watch. As the minute elapsed, he put away the timepiece. What a pity, time is up. Thus, let us commence the feast of carnage. With both hands crossed, Vail drew forth the blood of intent and subsequently activated the lightning mode. Just as the Frankie family contemplated prolonging the conversation, Vail swiftly flashed before them and unleashed a single, devastating strike. As he executed this blow, he simultaneously released sword energy, resulting in the front line of the Frankie family being cleaved in two, leaving behind a gruesome array of dismembered limbs. The individuals standing behind were rendered utterly dumbfounded by the horrific spectacle. They were mere ruffians, accustomed to bullying civilians and ordinary Marines, yet in the presence of Vail, they appeared as helpless as infants, devoid of any capacity for resistance. This was still under the condition that Vail had not yet exerted himself fully. Had he chosen to do so, only the two giants might have remained unscathed. Demon! You are a demon! Why must you slay our comrades? Weir recognized the vociferous individual before him. He bore a striking resemblance to a character from a previous Life-S anime, seemingly the small leader of the Frankie family. The specifics of his name eluded Weir's memory. Yet it seemed of little consequence, for the man was on the brink of death. Just as Weir was about to cleave the man asunder, a tremendous gust of wind suddenly erupted above him. Weir effortlessly leaped aside, a resounding thud echoing from the spot he had just vacated. Turning to face his assailant, he recognized one of the colossal giants. You all must leave. This adversary is beyond your capabilities. Do not sacrifice yourselves in vain. We will hold him off. You should seek shelter. He continued, this man is one of the newly recruited warlords of the Navy, likely here to assist them. Hurry away, or you will meet your demise. He is known as the Azura of Thunder, and he fights without any regard for reason. After hearing the giant's warning, Frankie's crew began their retreat. It was evident that no matter how indomitable their spirit, they would falter in the face of such overwhelming power, especially considering they were but mere ruffians. Vail observed the Frankie family gradually retreating but chose to disregard them, as he deemed them rather feeble, merely an insipid presence in his words. Instead, he discovered something far more intriguing. He had never engaged in combat with a giant, and was curious to experience it. Having once witnessed the exhilarating moment in an anime where Luffy effortlessly felled a giant with a single punch, he was taken aback to find himself presented with a similar opportunity today. You two, he declared, if you can endure for 5 minutes, I shall grant you your freedom. For I am rather pressed for time. With that, Vail activated his thunder mode to a heightened level, mindful that his opponents were giants and deserving of a modicum of respect. The two giants showed no intent to attack. Rather, they began to draw closer together, seemingly planning to coordinate their efforts in battle. Vail recognized them. The giant with the yellow hair and prominent nose, weeping over Usopp, was named Oimo, while the other, with dark hair, was known as Cassie. Veer directly flashed to Cassie's side. But unfortunately, he was only slightly taller than their feet. Upon realizing this, Veer's face twitched in dismay. Were giants truly nourished by fertilizers? These two individuals towered at least 3 or 4 dozen meters high, rendering Veer a mere dwarf in their presence. Moreover, his height had always been a significant drawback. Standing at under 1.8 meters, he was likely the shortest among the 7 warlords. Although Veer would assert that his strength was undoubtedly among the foremost in their ranks. Capable of easily overpowering foes like Moria and Jinbei, his stature remained an undeniable limitation. Weir gazed upon the towering giant, a surge of envy and resentment coursing through him. For the heights in the world of pirates were undeniably extraordinary. A faint azure blade of energy cleaved through the air, striking Kashi's thigh. Yet the giant's robust limbs proved no match for Weir's swordsmanship, resulting in Kashi's leg being severed in one swift stroke. At that moment, both Oimo and Kashi were utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Kashi merely felt a chill enveloping his leg before his body began to tilt precariously. Observing the giant who had just been deprived of his leg, Weir felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated such weakness and had harbored great expectations. Another blade of energy was unleashed, and Kashi's hand was severed once more, followed by his torso and another leg, culminating in the swift decapitation of Kashi, who had scarcely registered the danger before it was too late. It was not that Kashi's reflexes were sluggish, rather, Weir's speed was astonishingly rapid. So much so that even Aokiji found it difficult to keep pace. Resorting to elemental transformation to evade Weir's strikes, Kashi stood no chance. Among the Navy, perhaps only Kazara could match Weir's swiftness. Oimo, witnessing his comrade reduced to mere chunks of flesh in the blink of an eye, widened his eyes to their utmost limit. His mouth agape, ultimately emitting a mournful whimper. Meanwhile, where sheathed his sword, the essence of intent blood conveying an aversion to the giant's sanguine fluid. This piqued Weir's curiosity, logically. One would expect a giant's vitality to be formidable. Why then did intent blood exhibit such distaste? Vail first enveloped his upper body with an aura of dominance. Then concentrated a tremendous amount of lightning upon his right fist, preparing to unleash an electromagnetic strike upon the giant. This marked Vail's inaugural attempt at executing the electromagnetic cannon with his fist. He flashed onto Oimo's shoulder, and before the giant could react, he delivered a powerful blow to his head. A thunderous explosion reverberated across Justice Island, drawing the attention of all who gazed towards the source of the sound. They beheld a beam of orange-yellow light piercing the heavens. Yet only a select few admirals could grasp the sheer magnitude of this attack. One admiral, sporting a distinctive mustache, murmured quietly, "Has he truly arrived, that scoundrel?" The remaining admirals appeared tense, evidently aware of who had come. Among them was a strikingly beautiful admiral. Curious and seemingly uninformed about the situation, she was none other than the rarely seen Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy. "Who has arrived, Mongoose?" Peach Rabbit inquired, puzzled by the evident alarm of her fellow admirals. Mongoose stroked his small mustache and sighed. "It is the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Thunder Sword Master Vail. He was hastily summoned and missed the previous emergency meeting convened by Mr. Sengoku." "Oh, I have heard of him. Is he not the new warlord of the sea?" "He should be considered one of our own," Peach Rabbit replied. However, Mongoose's expression darkened as he recalled a departed friend. "Let us not jest. A pirate is a pirate. Do you know why you were summoned in such haste?" "It is because the admiral who previously held your position has perished at the hands of this pirate." "How can you regard him as an ally?" "This is no jest," he retorted. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Mongoose took a deep breath and apologized to Peach Rabbit. Upon hearing Mongoose's words, she understood the gravity of the situation and sensed that the day's events were taking a turn for the worse. Yet, she harbored no feelings of fear. After all, she was a prospective admiral of the Navy, albeit a reserve, but undeniably formidable. With this thought, she gripped her prized sword. Kenpyra. Meanwhile, Vail shook the blood from his hands, his clothes and trousers drenched in Oimo's blood. He deeply regretted engaging in close combat with the giant. Ultimately, Vail had no choice but to entrust his belongings to Tusk, discarding his bloodied shirt, leaving him clad only in a black and white striped undershirt. As for his trousers, he had to make do, as he could not very well remove them. Subsequently, Vail retrieved a bottle of liquor from Tusk's bag and began to drink as he continued his ascent toward the Justice Tower. Tusk followed closely behind. Yet after a few steps, he noticed his friend Anita still standing motionless. Turning back, Tusk saw Anita's face pale, her large eyes brimming with tears. Her legs trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing if no one supported her. Tusk would not stand idly by. He conjured a basket with his fuzzy fruit, complete with a plush seat woven from soft fur. Gently, he placed Anita inside, affectionately stroking her head. At that moment, Anita began to regain her composure and clung to Tusk, weeping uncontrollably. Weir observed everything unfolding before him, yet chose to remain indifferent. As long as Tusk did not oppose his actions, he paid no heed to the words of others. "Let us go, Tusk." Upon hearing Weir's call, Tusk hastened after him. Accompanied by Anita, Vail swiftly arrived at the Judicial Tower. Upon entering, he discovered the interior was in utter disarray, a chaotic mess that had not yet collapsed. A testament to the exceptional quality of construction here. However, Vail did not ascend the tower immediately. He sought to first locate a general map of the premises, as he was in search of several individuals. Before long, Vail found the map of the Judicial Tower and began his ascent. After taking only a few steps, he stumbled upon a figure sprawled on the ground, grievously beaten and unable to rise. This unfortunate soul was none other than Gabra, the user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Wolf, from CP9. Were gestured for Tusky to lift the individual, and they continued their ascent. Given Tusky's remarkable capabilities, he could easily bear the weight of numerous individuals, let alone his own exceptional physical prowess. Before long, Weir encountered several defeated members of CP9, Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, the lion-like figure, the soundless owl, and Khalifa among them. Khalifa received the most favorable treatment, as Weir carried her on one shoulder. Unlike the others who were unceremoniously tossed into a large basket woven from Tusky's hair, all huddled together. However, judging by Weir's hand, which had slipped beneath Khalifa's short skirt to caress her smooth, delicate form, it was evident that her situation was far from ideal. As for the other actions of that hand, only Weir was privy to them. If Khalifa were still conscious, she would surely resist. Though the outcome of such defiance might be rather touching. Having somewhat recovered from my cold, I can type normally again, though I still experience headaches. After a brief walk, we're arrived at the battlefield, ceasing his inappropriate actions towards Khalifa. He instructed Tusky to arrange a special seat for her before striding toward the ongoing conflict. By this point, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Luffy had triumphed over Rob Lucci, yet he now lay incapacitated on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Upon noticing Luffy's condition, Veer slowly approached him. This marked the first encounter between them since he arrived in the world of pirates. What a long-awaited reunion, Monkey D. Luffy. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that merely seeing you feels like a miracle to me. At that moment, the exhausted Luffy, upon hearing a voice beside him, strained to turn his head and beheld Veer. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you. Having just conversed with Usopp, Luffy appeared even more feeble. Hee. You need not recognize me, Veer replied, diverting his gaze from Luffy to the battle unfolding on the bridge opposite them. The connecting bridge had been severed, leaving Luffy and his companions separated. Meanwhile, Luffy's comrades were embroiled in a chaotic skirmish with the Navy, showcasing an array of techniques, which Veer observed with great interest. Among them, Robin's flower fruit abilities stood out in particular. As Veer gazed upon Robin, he recognized that she had transformed entirely, embodying a newfound brightness. At that moment, Robin's eyes drifted towards Luffy, seeking to assess her captain's current state. Yet, in the instant her gaze fell upon Luffy, she beheld a figure, a person who had once instilled in her the essence of true terror, a recurring protagonist in her nightmares, the Thunder Sword Master, Veer. Robin seemed unable to fathom the sight before her, retreating a couple of steps as if overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation. Why was he here? She had glimpsed hope, the promise of setting sail. Why must he reappear? Was her existence truly meant to bring harm to others? Robin murmured softly, her expression morphing into one of despair. Perhaps only Robin herself comprehended the profound psychological shadow cast upon her when she witnessed Veer subjecting Crocodile to torment. She had never anticipated that she would harbor such fear of a single individual. What once was mere trepidation had now evolved into sheer horror, for she had allies now. And she was horrified at the thought of the past horrors inflicted by Crocodile befalling her companions. Luffy, flee. Robin's voice, tinged with anguish, reached Veer's ears. We found it rather peculiar that Robin was so moved to tears upon seeing him. Yet there was something unsettling in her voice, a haunting quality that suggested distress. Hadn't he once encouraged her? Why then did she look at him as though she had seen a ghost? Everyone had heard Robin's anguished cry and instinctively turned their gaze toward Luffy. It was then that they caught sight of Veer. Luffy's comrades, bewildered, momentarily failed to recognize him. However, judging by Robin's tone, he appeared to be an adversary. The naval officers were decidedly more resolute, with 5 vice admirals gathered on his ship. Their eyes fixed intently on Veer, wary of any nefarious actions from the newly appointed warlord. At that moment, Veer sensed an unusual aura, one that was distinctly non-human. Reminiscent of a certain artifact, akin to his own blood. Another who shared this sensation was Usopp, the natural sharpshooter, a genius capable of awakening observation hockey on his own. Luffy. Jump into the sea, Usopp urged. Robin, can you throw Luffy into the water? Despairing, Robin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Usopp's words. No problem. Leave it to me. However, upon overhearing their exchange, Zoro, amidst the chaos, interjected, You fools, are you trying to commit suicide? Even if you take such a risk, there is no hope. He then returned to battling the Navy, taking on the mantle of the primary force in the ongoing skirmish, especially after Sanji S. mysterious disappearance, which placed an immense burden upon him. We're saved. It's coming to rescue us. We still have one comrade left. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Luffy and his crew realized that the Mary was there to fetch them. Jump into the sea. As Robin prepared to use her devil fruit powers to toss Luffy into the water, a hand formed from her powers grasped Luffy just as a foot came crashing down upon him. Ha ha ha, Robin, how naive you are. You think you can leave so easily while I'm here? Before I came this time, I promised Sengoku to ensure the safety of Judicial Island. Although his intel failure led to our current predicament, capturing the true culprit would still fulfill my initial vow. Vail gazed at Robin, eager to discern the reaction of the once playful young lady he had teased in the past. Robin stood still for a moment, contemplating, before proclaiming with a raised voice. It was you who urged me to continue waiting and to endure, was it not? Now, I am accompanied by friends, and we fear no perils upon the sea. We can journey to any destination we desire, and we shall never lack for sustenance. Even in times of illness, I will receive the care of my companions. Therefore, I implore you, allow me to set sail alongside my comrades." After uttering these words, tears streamed down Robin's face as she knelt upon the ground. Vail felt utterly disheartened, as he distinctly recalled having uttered those words. However, he never anticipated that Robin would remember them all and bring them up in such a setting today. Weir's current contemplation is to return to the past and eliminate the version of himself that once boasted alongside Robin. However, he reflects that he once held a deep admiration for Luffy, and now, hearing such heartfelt words from Robin, he decides to grant them a reprieve. With this newfound clarity, Weir releases his foot from Luffy's form and turns to approach Rob Lucci. Meanwhile, Robin, with wide eyes filled with despair, had not anticipated Weir's mercy towards Luffy. In a rush, she casts Luffy into the sea and, after giving Weir a lingering gaze, leaps into the ocean herself. Weir gazed at Rob Lucci, feeling a profound sense of sympathy for the unfortunate soul who had chosen the wrong superior and, in addition, encountered Luffy. However, Weir's decision to rescue all members of CP9 was not born out of compassion. Rather, he intended to package these individuals and sell them to Doflamingo. Each one possessed a degree of strength and mastery over the 6 styles, ensuring that Doflamingo would be inclined to offer a handsome price. As for the fate that awaited CP9, it was unlikely to be favorable, but what concern was that of Weir's? Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had already set sail on the Going Merry, distancing themselves, while several vice admirals pursued them with a semblance of urgency. Yet, upon activating their large warships, they discovered that crucial components had been sabotaged, rendering them incapable of proper navigation. In the end, only a few smaller vessels managed to give chase. Weir gazed at the generals, rendered speechless. Not only did they refrain from taking action, but their commands also lagged behind. Leaving him to ponder the implications of such inefficiency, surely, there were hidden agendas at play, as he observed them gradually receding into the distance. Weir gestured for Tusky to escort the CP9 personnel back to the ship, promising to follow soon after. Although Tusky wished to linger and relish the unfolding spectacle, the sight of the apprehensive Anita behind him compelled him to acquiesce to Weir's request, albeit with a defiant gesture of his middle finger. Veer certainly did not hold back, giving Tusk a rude gesture. As Tusk was about to leave, Veer advised him to tend to the wounds of the CP9 members upon returning to the ship, but not to forget to bind them with sea stone. Most of these CP9 individuals were formidable abilities users, while those few who were not could easily be handled by Tusk's fluff fruit. Although Tusk had been sailing with Veer for quite some time and his combat experience was not extensive, his fighting prowess was undeniably strong, especially with Veer's daily rigorous training, which made it quite difficult for him to be weak. After Tusk departed, Veer leaped onto the bridge, intending to negotiate with the Navy. After all, he was now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and no longer merely a nominal pirate. He did not view the Navy as immediate enemies to be engaged in battle. However, upon approaching the group of vice admirals, Veer realized that their demeanor towards him was far from friendly. It bordered on hostility. "Thunder Swordmaster Veer, why did you let the Straw Hat Kid go? If you do not provide an explanation today, we will not easily acquiesce," inquired a vice admiral, his face marred by numerous scars, gripping his sword with one hand. Weir chose not to respond to the provocatively charged inquiry, instead scrutinizing the group of lieutenant generals before him. After a prolonged examination, he recognized only one among them, the illustrious General Mongoose. However, his attention was particularly drawn to a strikingly beautiful lieutenant general, whose presence puzzled him. He could not recall any such captivating figure within the ranks of the Navy. This enchanting officer donned a revealing pink top, paired with impossibly short shorts and elegant high heels. Adorning her pristine legs was a tattoo of a spider, and although she appeared to be of considerable age, she exuded an allure of mature beauty. Vail's gaze was swiftly detected by the Peach Rabbit, for a being like Vail, a harbinger of death, could not be overlooked by anyone possessing the ability of Kenbunchikahaki. The malevolent aura and the sanguine energy exuded by Vail and Blood of Intent are undeniably conspicuous. Such impertinence. With a disdainful snort, Tao Rabbit placed her hand firmly upon the hilt of her blade. Upon witnessing the reaction of Peach Rabbit, Veer felt a twinge of annoyance. Was it truly necessary to respond so dramatically to a mere gaze? Besides, if one were apprehensive about being watched, it would be prudent not to dress so provocatively. Observing the flamboyant attire of his counterpart, who was not so youthful anymore, Veer impulsively exclaimed, "Old maid." The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Peach Rabbit, remain composed. Do not allow this insolent pirate to provoke you. If we strike first, it will not bode well for us, considering he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, appointed by the world government. General Weasel, sensing the situation spiraling dangerously, hastily attempted to soothe Peach Rabbit in a hushed tone. Trembling with rage, Peach Rabbit forced herself to regain her composure upon hearing General Weasel's words. The two parties maintained this peculiar standoff for a while longer. Observing the unfolding situation, Veer concluded that his continued presence served little purpose. His very arrival at Judicial Island signified a certain stance. If Sengoku remained oblivious, Veer would ensure he understood the depths of despair. The case of Zephyr was a noteworthy precedent, and Veer would not hesitate to make Sengoku the second Zephyr. Just as Veer was about to depart, General Weasel spoke up. Though he harbored a similar disdain for Veer, he was among the most level-headed of the group, and thus felt compelled to convey some remarks that Sengoku had specifically instructed him to relay. Thunder Swordmaster, I am Vice Admiral Weasel. Before my arrival, Admiral Sengoku requested that I inform you that following the Judicial Island incident, he wishes to speak with you privately. Here is Admiral Sengoku's transponder snail. With that, Weasel produced a small transponder snail from within his attire. We gazed at the phone bug with a sense of perplexity. If Sengoku wished to contact him, he could have effortlessly employed the dedicated phone bug of the Seven Warlords. What, then, could this signify? Nevertheless, we dismissed the thought, stowing the phone bug away with the intent to reunite with Tusky aboard the ship, while several Marine Rear Admirals utilized the phone bug to report the situation to Sengoku. Upon returning to the Judicial Tower, a sudden thought struck him. Might there be valuable treasures hidden within? Why not seize this opportunity to scavenge? Thus, were altered his plans, opting to delay his return to the ship and instead meander through the Judicial Tower. As fate would have it, his efforts bore fruit. He uncovered a plethora of confidential documents and a multitude of sea prism stone handcuffs, and astonishingly stumbled upon the blade Vangufride, which had absorbed the powers of the elephant fruit. Although Vangufride was practically worthless in combat for Weir, it held considerable collectible value. Just as Weir was about to grasp the sword, it unexpectedly attempted to strike him with its trunk. However, upon drawing Bloodlust to sever it, the sword became quite submissive. As Weir prepared to depart aboard the ship, he noticed a small warship approaching Judicial Island. Once the vessel docked, he beheld Spandam being carried off the ship by a contingent of Marines. It turned out that this was the very warship that had pursued Luffy and his crew moments earlier. Upon Spandam's arrival, the sword Vangufride once again exhibited its unruly nature in Weir's grasp. Weir gazed at the dagger in his hand, suddenly overcome by a sense of discontent. Though the blade possessed remarkable intelligence, it exuded an air of arrogance, akin to a dog relying on the might of its master. Thus, he cast Vangufride into the air and, with a single hand, drew Ishiwe, cleaving Vangufride along with its sheath in two. The severed pieces of Vangufride then plummeted into the depths of the sea. Vail chose to disregard the commotion on Judicial Island, promptly igniting the vessel's engines and departing from the half-ruined isle, which had been devastated by the demon extermination order. Upon returning to the ship, Vail discovered that Tusk was tending to the injuries of the CP9 members, perhaps due to the principle of chivalry. Califa was the first to receive treatment and had already regained consciousness. Furthermore, Tusk had not utilized any fragments of sea prism stone in binding her hair. At this moment, Califa had utilized her abilities to cleanse herself, appearing entirely unscathed from her previous disarray. Vail gestured for Rob Lucci and the rest of CP9 to be released, subsequently securing them all with the newly acquired sea prism stone handcuffs and unceremoniously tossing them onto the deck. Califa, having regained her senses, observed Vail's actions and began to retreat slowly, though she refrained from making any overly defiant gestures. She had previously attempted to resist, but had proven no match for even that rabbit, let alone this formidable pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. What is your purpose in capturing us? Califa inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed on Vail. I almost forgot about you. You should cuff yourself, Vail replied, tossing a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs in front of her. Califa sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly dire, yet she hesitated to comply foolishly with Vail's demand. As a user of a devil fruit ability, being restrained by the sea prism stone would render her utterly powerless to escape. Moreover, she felt no benevolence emanating from the man before her. Instead, she sensed a palpable malice. You can either cuff yourself now, or I can do it for you. Which do you prefer? Vail asked, a smile plastered across his face as he regarded Califa. What is your ulterior motive for capturing us? Are you planning to force us into submission? Don't be ridiculous. We will not ally ourselves with pirates, even if it means death, Califa declared, her expression resolute, already harboring a willingness to die. Hehehe. First, I am not a pirate. I am an adventurer. Even in the Navy's records, I am classified as a warlord of the sea. Secondly, I do not intend for you to become my subordinates, rather. I plan to package you up and sell you to Doflamingo. Weir had dealt with the other CP9 agents and was now poised to confront Khalifa. Wait, who is Doflamingo? We are a direct branch of the world government. Who would dare to sell us? Even if you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you truly sold us into the slave market, the world government would not remain idle. Khalifa, observing Weir's advancing figure, began to retreat slowly. Who is Doflamingo? Ah. Let me rephrase that. Don Quixote Doflamingo, surely you are familiar with his identity. Weir continued, if it were he who sold you into the slave market. What do you think would ensue? A beauty of your caliber would undoubtedly fetch a high price, and your companions would likely command a handsome sum as well. Upon hearing Weir's words, Khalifa felt a wave of despair wash over her. As an operative of the world government, she was certainly aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo's notorious reputation. If it truly was him, then even if her group were sold at an auction, no one would dare to pursue the matter. Thus, Khalifa resolved to resist. In an instant, she let out a sharp cry and swiftly positioned herself before Weir, launching a kick aimed at his head. Vail observed the defiant Khalifa before him. Feeling little surprise, anyone facing impending sale would resist. However, the location of her rebellion was rather inappropriate, for it was aboard Vail's cherished ship. Consequently, to prevent this woman from damaging his possessions, he activated his lightning mode, evading her kick amid her astonished gaze. Subsequently, Vail's index finger crackled with lightning as he struck her back. The technique known as lightning piercing, neuroparalysis, was deployed. This was a branch of the lightning piercing technique. While Vail's lightning piercing was impractical in fierce combat, he discovered its considerable potential in subduing and interrogating adversaries. Khalifa collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror. As she found herself devoid of sensation in her body, resembling a patient suffering from complete paralysis, Vail incapacitated her central nervous system with a jolt of electricity, leaving her in this state for several minutes. It is not hard to imagine the sensations coursing through Khalifa as she lay on the ground, enveloped in a disconcerting darkness. Yet what instilled greater fear was the looming uncertainty. What have you done to me? Khalifa struggled to articulate, her speech hindered, making any thought of retaliation seem futile. Observing the fallen Khalifa, Vail retrieved sea-stone handcuffs and secured them around her wrists. True to her former role as an agent, after the initial shock subsided, Khalifa sensed a gradual restoration of her faculties, and her expression of fear began to fade. However, the grim fate of her comrades soon clouded her thoughts. Initially, when Vail mentioned selling them to someone named Doflamingo, she had found it somewhat amusing. Yet the realization struck her that this Doflamingo was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the newly appointed warlord of the sea. Both parties were figures of considerable influence, and it was unlikely that the world government would risk antagonizing them for a mere group of agents. With this understanding, Khalifa recognized the precariousness of their situation. If Vail truly intended to hand them over to Doflamingo, their fate would surely be one of despair. She scrutinized Vail, though he was not particularly imposing in stature. He emanated an undeniable pressure, accentuated by a somewhat neurotic demeanor that rendered him rather striking. After a vigorous internal struggle, Khalifa finally spoke, her ability to converse restored, though her body still felt somewhat numb. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Thunder Swordsman, Vail. Let us negotiate a deal. Weir gazed at the suddenly composed Khalifa, perplexed by the intentions of this woman. However, now that she had been shackled with the stone handcuffs of Dish, could she still conjure up any tricks? I am Weir. Do you wish to strike a deal with me? He inquired. What sort of deal? What do you possess to barter with? He added with a smirk, do not tell me it is your own body. Under the present circumstances, if I desired you, would you be able to resist? Weir looked at Khalifa, his face adorned with a broad smile. Khalifa was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to propose. If you release me and my companions, I shall offer you my body. Yet, to her astonishment, Weir had spoken the very words for her. In that moment, Khalifa found herself bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. Weir, having grown weary of the woman who had been subjected to his acerbic remarks to the point of self-doubt, resolved to seek solace in the wine cellar. Please, wait a moment. Weir halted his steps and turned to face Khalifa. Perhaps the forthcoming words were too shameful. After a moment of contemplation, Khalifa finally spoke. I can willingly cooperate with you and do everything you desire. With that, she lowered her gaze. The smile on Vail's face vanished completely. Is it truly worth it? Are you merely agents? In that case, I shall release you. You are free to go. With that, Vail unclasped the handcuffs binding Khalifa. For a moment, Khalifa was taken aback, yet she did not immediately utilize her moonwalk to depart. Though they were all agents, they were also comrades, companions who had grown up together. Calipha would not abandon any one of them. Soon, a somewhat familiar scene unfolded before Vail's eyes. Calipha shed all her garments, standing before him in her entirety. Release them, and I shall be yours. I am willing to serve as a slave. In that moment, Vail recalled a certain individual, his mentor in certain respects. That enchanting beauty known for her prowess in the wilderness. Weir felt an unsettling reaction. In that fleeting moment, he nearly acquiesced. He donned his attire, dismissing the thought of indulging in something impossible, as he did not wish to waste his efforts on a woman. The naked Calipha was taken aback that Weir had declined her proposition, although she had been in a semi-conscious state. She retained some awareness of the man's actions during her stupor. Initially, she perceived him as a lecher, yet she was surprised that he had not agreed to her terms. However, I have a rather intriguing proposal. As Vail gazed upon the bare woman before him, it would be utterly foolish to claim he felt no stirrings of desire. He was, after all, a perfectly ordinary man and had no intention of behaving like a beast. You are familiar with Ferdinand, I presume? If you bring me joy, you may serve as Ferdinand's subordinates. Upon hearing Ferdinand's name, Calipha's eyes sparkled with interest. She was well aware of his influence within the CP department, rivaling that of their current commander, Spandam. After a moment's contemplation, Calipha nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Vail lifted Calipha into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom, leaving the envious and resentful Tusk behind. In the bedroom, a pair of lovers entwined passionately. Some time later, as Vail observed Calipha returning to the deck clad in his garments, he reached for the phone bug by the bedside, intending to contact Ferdinand. It was evident that Vail had yet to reach the point of being heartless. Thus, he would honor his agreement and hand over CP9 to Ferdinand. Hello. This is Ferdinand. This is Vail. Ferdinand, I have splendid news for you. Ferdinand, clearly just awakening, still bore the remnants of sleep in his eyes. What splendid news? Vail, I am still in the midst of slumber. Hey, just how carefree is your life that you can afford to sleep in at this hour? Is it wise for little Six to be aware of this? Vail mused, knowing Ferdinand's late slumber hinted at mischief. Ha, my friend. I have already brought little Six to Tutu Island. Surprised, are you? Ever since that incident, old TA has been engrossed in peculiar studies, neglecting little Six entirely. So I took the liberty of whisking her away for a clandestine escape. Now, what was that splendid news you mentioned? After hearing Ferdinand's words, Vail couldn't help but reflect on the fortunate circumstances of the young man. Although Calipha was indeed admirable, their relationship was merely a pure physical one. Both were no longer young. And could a single encounter truly evoke genuine feelings? It seemed implausible. During their recent rendezvous, Calipha had shown considerable restraint by not launching a surprise attack, which was quite commendable, further indicating their compatibility. The Navy had previously contacted me regarding the events at Judicial Island. I visited, but regrettably, due to an error in intelligence, I was unable to prevent the destruction of the island. However, I did manage to apprehend CP9 in the process. What do you think? Would you like to take over? Vail, you have just delivered me an extraordinary piece of news. I have long coveted the members of CP9. What must I offer in return? Ferdinand, not expecting to receive CP9 without some form of compensation, directly broached the subject of terms with Vail. You need not provide anything. One of Calipha's associates has already settled that matter. Moreover, will you be going to Water 7 to fetch them yourself, or shall I have them come to you? Ferdinand fell silent for a moment, then grasped Vail's implication. Oh, is it Calipha? I will take good care of her. Rest assured, Vail, I understand. As for the matter of taking over, is Rob Lucci with you? I will speak with him. Given their current predicament, I present the best option for them. If they wish to avoid being pursued by that fool Spandam, they have no choice but to seek refuge with me. I shall check on the deck. Tusk should soon have him revived. Vail then made his way to the deck with the din-din mushy in hand. Upon arrival, he discovered that Calipha had changed back into her attire, showing no outward signs of anything unusual, save for a peculiar gait. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci had regained consciousness and sat silently on the deck, a white dove perched upon his shoulder, having followed him from Judicial Island without deviation. He gestured for Tusk to free Lucci from the bonds of hair and presented the din-din mushy before him. Your new superior. Lucci appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the din-din mushy. This is Ferdinand. Lucci, I hear you have faced defeat? No matter, come to me. And even the world government will not dare to lay a finger on you. Lucci's astonishment deepened upon hearing Ferdinand's voice. So, it seems that for operatives like us who have failed, we hold no value anymore. Ha, do not compare me to that fool Spandam. The question is, will you join me? If so, I can assist you in dealing with the world government. Lucci glanced at his still unconscious subordinates and at Khalifa standing nearby, then fell into contemplation. Very well, my lord. We will follow you, but we shall only serve the world government. That is acceptable. Hand the din-din mushi back to Veer. Lucci complied, returning the device to Veer. You have quite the persuasive touch. It seems that time apart has not dulled your skills. Ferdinand chuckled awkwardly from the other end. I will drop the personnel off in Water 7. You can decide whether to fetch them yourself or have them seek you out. If there's nothing further, I shall end this call. With that, Veer concluded the conversation, fulfilling his agreement with Khalifa. However, he did not cease his telephonic endeavors, for he still possessed a din-din mushi gifted by Sengoku. Though uncertain of Sengoku's intentions, he dialed the number and retreated to a more secluded wine cellar. Bloop, bloop, click. The din-din mushi was quickly answered, yet an eerie silence enveloped both parties. Eventually, it was Sengoku who broke the stillness. Is this the Thunder Swordsman? The reason I provided you with this din-din mushi is that the specialized din-din mushi for the Shichibukai can be intercepted. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Hearing that Sengoku wished to discuss matters with him was quite peculiar for Wei Air. In Sengoku's eyes, was he not a notorious pirate of unspeakable crimes? Why would he seek to engage in conversation? Oh, am I mistaken? Mr. Sengoku actually wishes to confer with me? Indeed. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, for I have observed that you differ markedly from other pirates. Firstly, since your arrival at sea, you have never plundered any islands. Secondly, you have nearly never taken the life of a civilian. Thirdly, your actions seem devoid of any ulterior motives or ambitions for supremacy. Therefore, I have resolved to collaborate with you. Furthermore, you currently hold the status of a warlord of the sea. We listened to Zhangguo's words with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, he had never plundered any islands nor harmed any civilians, but how did this relate to their collaboration? It seemed like a forced connection on Zhangguo's part. The last statement was the crux of the matter. Since Mr. Zhangguo spoke with such sincerity, it was time to discuss the specifics of their cooperation. Furthermore, he insisted on the withdrawal of his bounty. Otherwise, he demanded it be altered to reflect an adventurer, or he would march on Marin Vindo by tomorrow. Zhangguo had initially been pleased with the first half of Weir's remarks, but his expression twitched upon hearing the latter half. Yet, it was precisely because of Weir's demeanor that Zhangguo opted to collaborate with him, as he perceived Weir to be the most promising partner among the current 7 warlords. The other warlords were either intent on conquering nations or were leaders of the black market. In contrast, Weir, with his daily maritime adventures, appeared to be a model student by comparison. The revocation of the bounty was out of the question unless one were to meet their demise. The responsibility for the bounty could not be rescinded. However, once you became one of the 7 warlords, the bounty would cease to hold validity, and the Navy would refrain from issuing a new bounty against you, so there was no need for concern on that front. As for collaboration,